In a royal room, someone was seen hurrying over to a gray-haired man. The man in the brown robe reported that there was someone dangerous coming to attack them. The gray-haired man did not understand what the brown-robed man was talking about. Breathing heavily, the man in the brown robe said that the place they were in was no longer safe and that they had to flee immediately. The gray-haired man asked for an explanation of who the person who would attack them was. The brown-robed man said that the vampire slayer who was the master of the blue devils named Lycan's Slaughterer was coming to their kingdom with his undead power. The brown-robed man also said that Lycan would not let the Dark Order escape this time and would kill in a sadistic manner. The gray-haired man said not to worry, because they had the best Holy Night Order by their side. The brown-robed man held his head while showing a very panicked face. He told the gray-haired man that their Holy Night Order had turned into undead and would soon attack them. Not long after, a black-haired man came who was controlling the Holy Night Order. The man was none other than Lycan, who ordered the Holy Night Order to attack the gray-haired man and the man in brown robes. The two men were very surprised by Lycan's presence. Simultaneously, the Holy Night Army that had turned into undead with sinister faces immediately attacked the gray-haired man and the brown-robed man. The gray-haired man fell to the floor on his stomach. The man muttered, "How could a necromancer who was supposed to serve his kingdom actually turn to attack?" The gray-haired man then told Lycan that the gods would grant him salvation. Lycan, who heard the man's words, immediately stepped closer to the gray-haired man while pointing his weapon at the back of the man's head. Lycan said that he would replace the god's task and deliver the gray-haired man to hell. Not long after, gunshots were heard. Elsewhere, several people were talking about someone who was referred to as the Seventh Prince. The prince was said to have been exiled because of his actions that were beyond human reason. Those few people also called the Seventh Prince a disgrace to the Holy Emperor Kingdom. They really didn't expect how the prince could be born to the Holy Emperor in the Holy Kingdom. The Seventh Prince was known as an immoral human who had made a lot of mess everywhere. The latest information said that the prince had just made trouble with an archbishop. It was said that the prince abused the bishop's daughter, but instead of accepting his given punishment, the prince made a mess in the archbishop's room by scribbling on the bishop's wall using red paint. This then made the Holy Emperor very angry and finally sent the Seventh Prince to the land of dead spirits. The Holy Emperor sent the prince there so that he could reflect on all the mistakes he had made. But what happened was just the opposite. The Seventh Prince instead did a lot of dirty things until he decided to commit suicide because he was rejected by a girl he wanted. But it turned out that the prince survived and fell off the chair. What surprised everyone was his drastically changed attitude. The Seventh Prince did a lot of good, such as working in a monastery, and never got into trouble once. Until finally, a lot of people felt amazed by the prince. But on the other hand, there are also many people who feel something is wrong with the prince. They said that there was a demon that possessed the Seventh Prince's body and was said to have made a contract with the devil. There are lots of rumors circulating about the Seventh Prince. Some even mentioned that they found a lot of bodies around the monastery. On the other hand, the Seventh Prince named Alan Alfalls was talking to three figures whose faces looked like zombies. Alan asked the three figures if they were wandering around until so many people saw their existence. In front of him appeared a virtual notification board showing Alan's status as the Seventh Prince who was exiled and was in the Necromancer class. Feeling uneasy, Alan thought that if the two zombie figures continued to be seen in front of people's eyes, then he would be called a heretic. Alan let out a long breath, saying that his name was not Alan Alfalls. He was just an ordinary Korean citizen. But suddenly his fate turned into a bad grandson of the Holy Emperor. This happened when the man entered Alan's body, who hung himself by hanging his neck, but ultimately failed. Now the man who transformed into Alan can see a status window in front of him. He has the ability as a necromancer who can utilize zombies to help his work as a tomb guard, and that's why Alan is now called following a heretical cult. Alan then ordered the zombies to help him, such as doing the work of digging the graveyard. Other zombies he assigned to be graveyard. After the zombies finish all their work, Alan usually also gives the zombie troops praise. Alan then wanted to say goodbye to the zombies, which made them a little angry. Alan says that he has another life that is also important. The life he is referring to is his first life as an ordinary man. But Alan stated that this time, he wanted to live his second life with a sense of peace. In front of the zombie army, Alan said that he would try his best in his second life and consider not returning to his first life. He then asked the zombies to continue their work while giving a thumbs up. On the other hand, there were two men who were pulling a cart with a dead body in it. The corpse was covered in a thin cloth so that its face could still be seen. The corpse's face was blue and looked similar to a zombie. One of the men said that they had to go see the prince immediately so that they wouldn't end up as miserable as the blue corpse they were carrying. The man also mentioned that they should be able to find a way to remove the village's curse by asking for help from someone they called the prince. Not long after, the two men carrying the corpse arrived at the monastery where Alan lived. The two men begged Alan to protect them. Alan felt that the two men must have misunderstood him. Alan didn't understand. He kept thinking what the two men would ask. The two men then took Alan to their village. They were all wearing masks. The brown-haired man asked Alan to be careful when walking because there were many deep puddles. Alan asked the brown-haired man to remove his hand as he was very uncomfortable. The brown-haired man said that he needed an amulet to continue protecting himself from the dangers of the village. But as they were walking, the prince suddenly heard a strange noise. Alan said that he would check it out. The two men shouted for the prince to stay with them as the village situation was very dangerous. Alan continued to walk in the direction of the source of the sound. He felt something odd, but not a murderous aura. Suddenly, in front of Alan appeared a mouse with fiery red eyes. The rat then made a sound, and instantly hundreds of rats appeared in front of Alan while opening their mouths filled with sharp teeth. Alan was shocked because it turned out that the rats in front of him were not ordinary rats, but rat zombies. Alan came to know the reason why the village he visited ended tragically. Alan used the weapon in his hand to kill the herd of rats. But the number of zombie rats turned out to be more and more and continued to attack Alan. Alan fell into a deep puddle. He shouted for the rat zombie army to stop attacking him. Suddenly, Alan's weapon in the form of an earth scraper emitted a blue light. The weapon lifted into the air and a virtual notification board reappeared. The weapon activated a power called Swamp of Death. Alan was very surprised by that. Suddenly, two village men approached him and asked why there were so many rats near the prince. Because of the power of the Swamp of Death. The puddle where Alan fell turned clean and clear. This made the two village men very surprised. They then asked Alan how the prince did that. They felt very proud of the power of the Holy Kingdom prince. Meanwhile, Alan muttered that he was not a prince, because he also just found out that he could use other skills besides raising zombies. Alan was surprised that he could use other necromancer skills besides Purified. Alan just realized that the body he occupies has a lot of holy power because it has from the grandson of the Holy Emperor. Alan felt very happy because the body made his skills holy. Alan also just realized why the zombies were acting well to him. That's because inside Alan's body there is holy blood, or from the holy mixed with his necromancer's holy. But suddenly in front of Alan and the two village men there was a long-haired girl. One of the village men was quite surprised that there were still survivors. The man asked the girl named Charlotte where her parents were. The man also gave thanks because Charlotte was fine. But suddenly an unexpected incident occurred. Charlotte attacked two village men with the knife in her hand. Alan, who saw it, was very surprised and wondered if the girl was a zombie. The girl emitted red light from her eyes while saying the words, "Where is her father and mother?" The zombie girl then attacked Alan. But suddenly, Charlotte's body caught fire from contact with Alan's skin. The prince just realized that if the zombies come into contact with the holy power in his body, then the zombies' bodies will burn. And because of that holy power, the zombies could be seriously injured. Alan then jumped towards Charlotte, who had not yet turned into a zombie. Using the holy power, Alan asked the white-haired girl to endure the pain for a while. Charlotte screamed in pain, but not long after, Charlotte turned back into a normal human. Not long after Alan saved Charlotte, there were several people who came to see him. One of the men around 70 years old asked Alan to help them too. The grandfather said that Alan had already managed to save a girl named Charlotte and purify a large herd of rats. But Alan said that he had never saved anyone at all. Alan said that the white-haired girl he helped had died. Alan told the old man that Charlotte could not be saved and eventually died. Alan said that the blood in him was indeed related to the Holy Emperor, but he claimed to have no ability whatsoever to save human lives. Some people who heard Alan's words became very disappointed. They cried and said what should they do now to save their village. They felt that they had wasted their time in coming all the way to see Alan. Alan let out a long sigh, but suddenly another brown-haired village man ran up to him. The man with a happy face said that Charlotte was awake. The man continued to say that it was all thanks to the power of the prince. The brown-haired man just realized that there were a lot of people who came to the Alan monastery. Meanwhile, the people who had heard that Alan could not save Charlotte became very upset. Alan could only let out a long sigh once again. He then stepped closer to the guests who came while saying that maybe he was the only one who had the most holy power. Alan said that he could help them, but there were conditions they had to fulfill. While staring at the grandfather named Parlock, Alan knew through the notification board that Parlock was suspicious of him because he was just a trash prince. Alan then decided to help them, but not for free. He said if they really wanted to be helped, they had to give money to Alan as supply money. Alan also asked them to fix the cathedral he lived in with all their strength. Alan also said that he would not insist because he was not disadvantaged in any way. Parlock then said that he agreed to the request, but Alan then said that he had one more request. He told the people who asked for his help to keep anything related to the Holy Night away. Alan smiled happily as the cathedral he had been living in would become a useful place. Alan was told by Parlock that in their village there were 30 corpses that became zombies. He then gave some weapons to the villagers to help them fight the zombies. However, the villagers felt that the prince was as cunning as the devil. Alan said that he would do a holy prayer. Not long after, from outside the cathedral came the sound of a zombie army. Everyone panicked. Alan then asked the residents to take the weapons in the storage room. The zombie army numbered more than 500. This made Alan very surprised and asked Parlock as the village head. Alan felt cheated by Parlock, but the village chief casually said that at that time he could not see clearly. Not long after, the zombie herd attacked the people in the cathedral. Alan activated the Swamp of Death skill. For Alan, using the skill is actually not a difficult thing because before he merged with his current body, he was a necromancer. In his first life, Alan volunteered in a virtual reality game beta test for money. In the virtual game, Alan became a necromancer, but bad luck befell him, and he died from an electric shock. Therefore, he lost consciousness and suddenly woke up in the body of the seventh prince. Luckily, the skills Alan had in his previous life were also transferred so that they could be used. But the problem now is the holy power that is in his body and changes the skills Alan has. Because every time Alan uses his skills, his holy power also spills out. Alan wondered how to control this power. Suddenly, a villager shouted that he could not continue the attack on the zombies because he saw his wife who had become a zombie. The man would not be able to kill his wife. The man's zombie wife then stepped closer to her husband. She held her husband's face, but suddenly she screamed. Alan quickly kicked the zombie. The husband was crying and screaming his wife's name, while Alan asked the man not to overreact because his wife was no longer a normal human being. The man yelled at Alan and said that the prince knew nothing about his family. Feeling very upset, Alan also yelled and asked the man to look at the growing army of zombies. Alan said that the walking corpses were lost souls. Alan told the husband if he didn't want to see his wife continue to suffer, the husband should kill his wife immediately. Suddenly there was a very loud buzzing sound, and someone appeared in the middle of the zombies. That person was none other than Charlotte. The white-haired girl asked Alan if the prince was okay. Charlotte had bad memories before she finally survived the zombie virus. At that time, her mother had told her that fall and winter were the periods of the plague. The mother said that the 2 seasons would indeed be very difficult to pass, but the mother was sure that after the 2 seasons passed, then all the villagers would feel happiness. Charlotte, who was running to her house, wondered why there were so many dead mice along the way. When she got home, Charlotte was even more surprised at the scene in front of her. Her father had turned into a zombie and was biting her mother. The mother, who had not yet become a full-fledged zombie, asked her daughter to run as far away as possible. Her father and mother eventually became zombies, and Charlotte had no other choice but to run for her life. Along the way, the white-haired girl saw tons of zombie rats. Charlotte grabbed any item that could be used to kill the swarm of rats. But at the same time, it turned out that Charlotte's parents who had turned into zombies were also chasing her. After that, Charlotte was unconscious with a knife in her hand. She hadn't realized that she had been infected. Charlotte feels that everyone in her village has changed, and it makes her a little astonished. In addition, the zombie rats no longer approached her. Charlotte then realized whether she had become part of the zombies. The white-haired girl no longer cared about what was happening. She thought that her life would end soon because there was no one to save her. Charlotte hoped that at that moment, there was just one person who could save her life. Charlotte finally woke up from her long dream. The girl was very surprised and tried to remember who the person was who saved her in the dream. Suddenly, a man greeted Charlotte and asked if she was awake. Charlotte held her head because she was very dizzy. The man said that Alan asked her to take care of her while the prince was busy fighting zombies. Charlotte didn't understand what the man in front of her was saying. The white-haired girl then looked at the window and saw the prince shouting to wake up the man beside him. Charlotte just realized that Alan was the one who saved her life. Suddenly, the girl jumped out of the window, taking the man next to her by surprise. With incredible strength, Charlotte was suddenly in front of Alan while asking if the prince was okay. Charlotte looked at the prince and all the villagers. She muttered that she would save them all. Not long after, Charlotte managed to kill hundreds of zombies and made a pile of the zombie corpses. Alan, who saw it, was very surprised. He wondered how Charlotte did it. Alan let out a long sigh while thinking whether saving her before becoming a full-fledged zombie had changed something about the girl. Alan then approached the villagers and asked them to look after the rest of their family. He also said that he would lead a cleansing ceremony. The ritual was meant to bury the dead and pray for their spirits to rest in peace. And that was one of the reasons why the seventh prince was exiled to the cathedral. Alan knew that the land of Deer Spirit had a higher potential for zombie swarms to increase drastically. Therefore, in that land, Alan's presence was needed to deal with the dead. However, Alan felt that something was wrong with the land of Death Spirit, because he thought it was strange that a village was decaying so quickly. The prince also felt that the tide of death was coming too fast. Feeling curious, Alan then called the village chief to ask if things were okay in the village. He also asked Parlock if he felt anything strange. But the village chief said that there was nothing unusual. Parlock said that the zombie outbreak started about a month ago. Alan then said that it seemed like the outbreak in the village was done intentionally. The prince also asked Parlock if there was a necromancer in the village. All the villagers who heard the word were immediately surprised. Parlock asked if he meant an angel who takes lives and brings about dangerous plagues. But Alan said that he was just talking to himself. Parlock also said, imagining a demon who could seal spirits by their side already made them disgusted just by imagining it. Alan, who heard that, immediately covered his ears and muttered that he felt guilty for being present in the midst of the villagers. But Alan thought that if there really was a necromancer controlling the zombies, Alan only thought about how he would find that figure. Feeling very tired, Alan finally decided to go to bed. But in the morning, he felt very upset because he heard a scream. When he wanted to check the situation, Alan heard that the zombie army had kidnapped someone. Hearing that, Alan felt very surprised. After hearing that a zombie had kidnapped someone, Alan immediately went to the front of the cathedral and saw that there were already many villagers. Alan asked who the person who had been kidnapped was. One of the villagers said that it was a girl named Morian. The girl was kidnapped when everyone was resting at night because they were tired from working all day. Alan asked if he knew who the girl was. The resident said that the woman in question was the one who rejected the prince's confession for her. Alan immediately remembered the incident before he slept that outside the cathedral there was him who confessed his feelings. The villager also said that Morin was an herb digger who helped many villagers. The villagers then asked to form a search party to find out Morin's whereabouts. Alan, who saw the enthusiasm of the men in front of him, felt very surprised because they all looked very excited just because Morin was beautiful. But Alan muttered that he also had to confirm it because this was the first time he had heard of someone being kidnapped by zombies. Alan then prepared while asking the villagers if they would do the tracking. The villagers said that Alan could meet a hunter named Hans. Alan then invited 2 village men to search for the missing girl. He also asked them to have a hunter named Hans come to see Alan immediately. But suddenly Charlotte was near Alan while staring strangely. Alan muttered whether the white-haired girl was annoyed because he had upset her by slamming her body. Alan immediately invited 2 village men to hurry up, because Morin might be eaten by the zombies. Hans then came to help Alan to track down where the zombies had gone. Hans said that it was very easy to find the zombies' trail, because zombie herds usually walk while dragging their feet. Alan thanked Hans and muttered that the hunter had very good tracking skills. Now that Alan and the 2 village men were in a cave, they felt the cold aura was quite different. Alan believed that the cold cave was filled with an army of zombies. Alan even suspected that the cave could be the source of the plague. The prince thought there must be someone controlling the zombies, because that could be ascertained from the actions of the zombies. Alan then asked the two village men with him if they should bury the cave. But one of the village men said that there was still Morin trapped inside. Alan confirmed the village man's words and said that the cave looked very gloomy and ugly. The prince suspected that there were undead buffs with extraordinary abilities in the cave. Alan also said that if everyone went into the cave, then they could end up being a buffet. The men of the village said that they would help on Morin's rescue part, but suddenly behind Alan, a bear with a large size appeared. The bear opened its mouth wide and showed its sharp teeth. Surprisingly, the bear bit the prince's arm and left everyone shocked. Alan screamed in pain and the black bear quickly threw Alan's body off a cliff in the cave. Feeling himself in danger, Alan then activated his signature skill, Swamp of Death, which made the bear scream in pain. After that, Alan activated a reserved skill called Terrible Curse to heal the bear's bite wound on his shoulder. Alan tried to check the status of the bear and found out that the black bear was activated with the power of necromancy, which made it stand upright after being attacked using holy water. This time, the prince wondered how he would defeat a bear that was 3 times his size. The black bear then returned to attack the prince in a pounce-ready position. Alan tried to avoid the bear by running, but suddenly someone appeared and jumped on the bear's body while stabbing the bear in the eye with a knife. The zombie bear screamed loudly in pain. Alan was surprised by Charlotte's presence and wondered if she had followed him to the cave. Alan then thought of a way. He then asked Charlotte to buy a little time. Charlotte obeyed the prince's order, but her body suddenly slammed to the ground. The bear was getting agitated and very upset. The zombie bear then tried to pounce on the girl with its canine teeth, but Charlotte managed to hold back by stabbing the knife in her hand. The bear's mouth almost clamped shut and made the white-haired girl's hand almost unable to hold it. But suddenly a power appeared, so that Charlotte survived the black bear's claws. The power came from Alan's skill. The prince thanked Charlotte for helping him buy time and allowing him to activate his skill. Suddenly, Alan extended his hand to Charlotte, which surprised her. The girl was surprised because Alan's hand turned bluish like a zombie. Charlotte wondered if the prince had been infected with the zombie virus while she was stalling. But suddenly around Alan there were tons of zombies coming out of the ground. The white-haired girl could only be silent because she didn't understand what was happening before her eyes. The prince said that this time the zombie bear would have no chance of winning against his zombie army. Alan's zombie army immediately attacked the black bear zombies. The undead army bit all over the bear's body until the large animal screamed in pain, but apparently the bear can still fight back. Alan knew that the bear had killed many people, so it would be easy for Alan to resurrect the zombies. Even though the bear had extraordinary stamina, the prince was sure that the bear would eventually die. After the bear died, Alan's head hurt and sweat appeared on his face. Charlotte asked if the prince needed help, but Alan said that the white-haired girl didn't need to worry about him. Alan just felt exhausted because he had used a lot of holy power. Suddenly, Alan told Charlotte that he had shown all his power to the girl. Alan asked Charlotte to keep his power a secret, because Alan just wanted to live quietly in exile. In Charlotte's eyes, at that moment, the prince looked very radiant, but on Alan's side, the man felt very tormented by Charlotte's existence and wanted the girl with red eyes to leave him alone. Charlotte suddenly said that Alan was her savior, so the girl would listen to whatever the prince said. Not long after, the village men came back into the cave and searched for the prince. They saw Charlotte and Alan at the bottom of the cliff. One of the men asked if Alan was okay. They also confirmed why the white-haired girl was with the prince. The village men said that they had brought equipment to explore the cave. The village men then held out a long rope to go down into the ravine. Alan, who saw it, could only mutter that he didn't really need their help. The village man asked who had killed the zombie bear and the undead herd. The man confirmed whether the killers were Alan and Charlotte. The man knew that the type of zombie bear in front of them was the king of gluttony and had killed countless humans. Charlotte was about to answer the question from the village man, but before she could answer, Alan suddenly said that there seemed to be a necromancer in this cave. To cover up the fact, Alan said that a necromancer tried to seize the cave as his base by killing the bear. Alan also said that the bear was already dead when he and Charlotte arrived at the cave. The 3 village men who heard that nodded in understanding. They said that what Alan said made sense. On the other hand, Alan thought about the woman named Morian, who was kidnapped by the zombie. The prince wondered if the necromancer was deliberately using the bear to buy time. The village men asked the prince what they should do now. Alan said that they should all go deeper into the cave, as he was very curious about the necromancer's powers. Not long after, they managed to find where Morian was. The brown-haired girl was tied up with a rope. Alan was surprised that Morian was still alive. The prince realized that the necromancer had deliberately used Morian as bait. Morian was very happy with the prince's presence. Her eyes lit up as she said that he was very happy that all the villagers cared about her. But suddenly Alan hit Morian in the face with his gun. Everyone in the cave was shocked. One of the village men asked if Morian was okay and confirmed with the prince why he was behaving strangely. Alan said that the woman had deceived them all. Alan could tell because he had checked on the status window that Morian was actually named Morgana, who was 63 years old. In other words, Morian was not a beautiful young girl. The woman had the ability to kill, curse, dissect, and she was a necromancer. Morian, aka Morgana, said that the prince must have misunderstood her, but Alan said that he would not be fooled by the brown-haired woman's words. In a loud tone, Alan said that Morian was actually a necromancer who had faked her name and age. Morian was very surprised to hear that. She then shouted that a necromancer had kidnapped and tortured her. But unfortunately, the prince did not believe what Morian said. Alan said that if Morian was not lying to all of them, the brown-haired woman was asked to drink holy water. The prince said that if Morian was indeed a necromancer, then Morian's organs would melt. But if she was an ordinary human, then the wounds on Morian's body would heal because the holy water had very good properties for the human body. Morian looked down while telling the prince that he didn't need to give Morian the precious item. Alan approached Morian's face while saying that the water was indeed special. With his sly face, Alan asked the lying woman to drink the holy water. Morian felt nervous in front of the prince when asked to drink the holy water. The necromancer woman muttered, "How could Alan have known her disguise all this time?" Morian felt that she had been disguised very well for a whole year in the village, and no one had suspected her. Morian felt very upset. How could Alan know all her lies? Morian also wondered what strength the prince had to defeat her ferocious bear. Alan again asked Morian if she didn't want to drink the holy water. But suddenly Morian activated her necromancer power and broke the glass containing the holy water. Instantly, her face turned into an old woman. Morian told Alan that she actually intended to make Alan's life long, but because Alan blew her cover, Morian said that this time she would kill the prince with her own hands. Alan called Morian too talkative. He then destroyed Morian's army of skeletons called skeletons. On the other hand, Charlotte suddenly jumped on Morian and fell on her body. Morian shouted what exactly the prince was doing. Why could Alan destroy her skeleton with just a shovel? The necromancer woman also asked if the shovel was the source of Alan's power. Alan casually replied that shovel weapons were popular these days. But Morian did not believe the prince's words. The woman said that the shovel must be a holy relic. Alan asked Morian again why she was so fussed about his shovel and not worried about the knife that was already in front of her neck. Finally, Morian was tied up again and asked to confess in front of Alan, Charlotte, and 3 village men. Morian then confessed that her real name was Morgana, and she was a 63-year-old necromancer. The 3 village men who heard the confession were very surprised. Alan asked why Morian didn't introduce herself in full. Morian knelt before Alan and begged not to be killed. Morian said that she would tell who had told her to kill the prince. Alan confirmed whether the old necromancer was ordered by someone to kill him. Morian confessed that he was ordered to seduce and kill the prince. After that, Morian was also asked to fake the prince's death as an act of suicide. Alan was shocked to hear that and realized that the real Alan had not committed suicide, but was forced to commit suicide. Alan muttered that the owner of the body was not as bad as he thought. Morian continued to say that it was the Dark Church that ordered her. Morian was asked to kill the 7th grandson of the Holy Emperor. Morian also said that she only found out that the prince was a necromancer through a fight with a bear. Morian told him that if the church knew about it, then it was certain that they would not let the prince. Alan then said that the necromancer woman had seen his power. The prince asked Charlotte to kill her. Feeling her life threatened, Morian then shouted that she would keep the prince's identity a secret and would tell everything she knew about the Dark Church. Alan approaches Morian's body and slaps her across the face. Alan says that everything is useless now, even if Morian wants to reveal everything about the church that rules him. Alan walked away from the Necromancer while saying that the villagers would decide his fate. Because Alan knew that there were a lot of people who lost their members because of the Necromancer saga. The three village men stared at Morian and finally beat Morian to a pulp. Morian was then taken by them to the village. Meanwhile, Alan asked one of the village youths how they would handle Morian. The young man said that Morian would get a punishment worthy of his actions. The young man continued to say that they might give Morian a painful punishment and leave her in the forest. It was so that the corpse of Morian would be eaten by beasts and the rest of the body would become zombies. The young man asked Alan, "Isn't that finally appropriate for a necromancer who has insulted the dead?" While walking out of the cave, Alan thought about the dark church. He didn't know much about the church, so he tried to steal all the books belonging to the necromancer woman to explore more about the dark church. After arriving at the cathedral, Alan read the book he stole from Morian. The prince then remembered about the wave of death that Morian had discussed and intended to find out about it. Alan opened a page that showed pictures of his family in the Holy Kingdom. He wondered if the people in the picture were his brothers. Alan found it natural why they were all trying to get rid of him. The main thing must be because of the power struggle. Alan looked up at the sky outside the cathedral. He wondered if life in the royal family was so complicated. He also wondered what if he was really killed. Meanwhile, Charlotte was apparently eavesdropping on what Alan was saying. She murmured whether it was true that the prince would be killed. Charlotte then tried to recall what she had gone through until she could finally be near the prince. Charlotte knew that many people said that the prince had changed, but she felt that Alan had really turned into a good person. It started during the attack on the zombie herd, where the prince led the attack. In addition, Alan had also saved the lives of many people and even held a ritual to pray for all of them. Even Charlotte heard from the village youth. When he was still stunned and unconscious, Alan took care of the funeral of his parents. Charlotte was deeply moved by all the things Alan had done. The white-haired girl wanted to thank the prince, but she felt that it would not be enough. Charlotte knew there were many dangers lurking around Alan. Charlotte was determined that she would be a shield for the prince and protect him. Therefore, Charlotte wanted to become stronger so that any danger that the prince would get could be faced. In its development, the undead will evolve continuously. As the zombie's body decays, it will turn into a skeleton. But also, zombies can maintain their bodies for a long time during evolution. Then they can become a stronger version of ghouls. After becoming ghouls, it increases to Dullahan and the highest level becomes a vampire. It is known that the more zombies evolve, the stronger they become. Zombies that are in the dark will make the mana in their bodies evolve quickly, and that is the reason why a zombie will look for stronger mana. And all of that process is called the Land of Dead Spirits. In order to keep their bodies from rotting due to the hot weather, the zombie army will look for darker and colder places. Also, when winter comes, the zombies will be at their peak to find the Land of Dead Spirits, and it's known as the Wave of Death. One of the greatest moments of the awakening of the Land of Dead Spirits was December 25th, during which time a historic event occurred. It was the day that the Wave of Death experienced its coldest period of all time. In addition, that day became an important moment because the king of the Land of Death, named Aemon, died. Now Alan understood what Morian meant about killing him during the Wave of Death. The Necromancer wanted to take advantage of the zombie herd that was reaching their peak. Knowing that the prince had finished reading his book, Charlotte approached Alan and asked him to help her put the book away. Alan obliged the white-haired girl while muttering why Charlotte kept coming to the church without him asking. Alan wondered why the girl with red eyes did all the work voluntarily, from tidying up the books, cleaning up in the church, arranging funerals, to preparing his meals for him. A countryman named Grill is known to have adopted Charlotte as his child. Knowing this, Alan was grateful that the white-haired girl now had a home to come home to. While relaxing in his favorite room, namely in the cathedral window, suddenly several royal troops wearing iron armor came to surprise Alan. One of the troops was named Harmon Deanne, who had the position of deputy commander of Knight Holy Cross in the Holy Kingdom. Without greeting Alan, the deputy commander confirmed whether it was true that the seventh prince had captured a witch named Morgana. Alan felt a little annoyed that he was really treated as an outcast prince. Alan muttered that if Deanne came to the church, it meant that all his family had heard about it. Alan then told Diane that it was true that he had captured the witch with the villagers. Alan confirmed to Diane why the deputy commander was asking such a question. Diane took off his armor helmet and said that his arrival along with the subordinates was to confirm the truth of the news. Diane confirmed once again whether it was true that the exiled prince had killed the zombie bear using only a shovel. Charlotte, who was behind Alan, could only frown because she was annoyed with the deputy commander. Diane also said that Grill had killed 30 zombies and cornered a witch by using holy water. Diane continued to say that he was skeptical about the news at first, but after seeing the traces of the battle, the vice commander finally believed it. Diane then asked Alan if he knew about Morgana being part of the Church of Darkness. Alan nodded and said that it seemed like the witch was trying to hide the matter, even though it was a public fact. Diane let out a long sigh. He said that the Church of Darkness was a very cruel organization. Even Morgana was known to be able to paralyze 4 villages with her own hands. Diane again asked if it was really the prince who killed Morgana. Alan said that he didn't have that kind of power, and it was the villagers who executed the witch. Suddenly, Alan acted that he even peed his pants because he was so scared of the witch. Diane then asked if the prince knew about Morgana's books. Alan acted stupidly, as if he didn't know anything about it. Diane told him that the royal party was looking for the existence of the book, but could not find it. Alan just cleared his throat, even though he had stored the black magic books in his inventory. Smiling, Alan told Diane that maybe the villagers had burned all the books because they felt uncomfortable. Alan asked the deputy commander to ask the villagers directly. Diane then gave him the gold coins in a brown packet, which were very large in number. Diane said that the gold coins were a reward for capturing Morgana. Diane said that the prince should also give them to the villagers who contributed. Alan was very happy to get so many gifts, but suddenly Diane told Alan to pack up his things in the cathedral. The prince was very surprised. He asked Diane if they had not all exiled him all this time. Diane let out a long sigh, saying that it was almost time for the wave of death. So Diane wanted to bring the prince back to the Holy Kingdom. Alan muttered that his family still cared about him because he was a prince. Alan then asked if when they were all evacuated from the death coil, he would be placed in the imperial palace. Quickly, the deputy commander said that what the prince dreamed of would not be realized. Diane said that the prince would follow his troops to the Lonia residence. Alan knew that it was half a day away from his current residence, and asked if there was any point in them going to Lonia. Diane answered firmly that Lonia itself was a fortress built specifically to stop the wave of death. Diane also told him that they had soldiers and prisoners to fight the wave of death zombie army. Alan asked Diane if there would be a lot of casualties in Lonia. Diane nodded and said that the 7th prince was asked to prepare many funerals in Lonia during the wave of death. Imagining that already gave Alan and Charlotte goosebumps. Finally, Alan, Grill, and Charlotte had arrived in Lonia. Their arrival was warmly welcomed by a Lonian feudal lord or viscount named Gennard Lepang. The 43-year-old man smiled as he asked how Alan's journey to Lonia was. Showing an annoyed face, Alan said that the trip was very uncomfortable, especially the carriage he was traveling in. Lepang, who didn't get it. Grill and Charlotte asked the two who they were. Grill narcissistically replied that he was the great man who followed the prince, while Charlotte said that she was Alan's servant. Meanwhile, Alan felt that the Lonians treated them well, even though they knew that Alan was just an outcast prince. Alan felt confused why he had to follow Diane's orders to come to Lonia. It was known that the land of Lonia was also part of the land of dead spirits, which was also called the Stronghold. It was called that because this place was the only location to relieve the anger of the people who died from the wave of death. The fortress has high castle walls and is used to withstand the wave of death. It should be noted that all those who took refuge inside the fortress had to endure for 30 days until spring finally came. The people who were utilized to fight the zombies for a month were prisoners and soldiers. They are all usually placed on the front lines. While escorting the prince to his room, Diane said that Alan would be in charge of helping to treat the wounded, including making funeral arrangements. Alan replied casually that it was an easy task, but Diane interrupted the prince's conversation by saying that there would be 2,000 to 3,000 victims due to the wave of death. Alan was immediately surprised and asked if there would be people to help him. Diane replied that there were about 80 priests who could perform the purification ritual. Meanwhile, the soldiers would help during the funeral of the corpses. The deputy commander asked the prince not to worry, but Diane also said that for some moments there would be people who died of exhaustion. Feeling very upset by the deputy commander's words, Alan then asked the feudal lord to give him alcohol because he was now feeling so stressed. Alan said that he would rather die from drinking too much than having to die from exhaustion. Alan also ordered Charlotte and Grill to go have some fun before they faced the wave of death disaster. After that, Alan immediately closed the door to his room and said that he was resting and didn't want to be disturbed. After feeling everything was safe, Alan then opened the bottle of alcohol in his hand. He didn't actually want to drink it, but Alan just wanted to use the bottle to store holy water. Alan muttered that he planned to fill up all the bottles to use as energy drinks. The prince also knew that pouring all the water into the glass bottles would help him in practicing his power control. Alan realized that he saw a rifle in his room, but he just knew that rifles were common things that were placed in the open. Actually, Alan knew the reason why rifles could be easily found out in the open was because in a world filled with monsters, rifles were at the lowest level that were rarely used and usually only used as a display. But the real reason was because the rifle had to use mana or holy power into the rifle. The mana used in shotguns usually requires a very large amount. Rifles that use mana also have a lot of disadvantages. For example, a mage can only shoot 5 times. In addition, it takes about 5 minutes to be able to remove bullets with mana, so it's no wonder that rifles are referred to as antic weapons. Alan was interested in using the rifle using the mana he had. He then used his divine energy skill and pulled the trigger. A gunshot rang out and made the wall of Alan's room crumble. Alan smiled happily, but on the one hand he was a little panicked because he had destroyed the facilities in the kingdom of Lonia. Outside the Lonia palace, Diane's face looked sour. His subordinates who saw it whispered that the vice commander was in a bad mood. They also said that Diane might feel burdened by the presence of the 7th prince. Hearing this, Diane immediately turned to his subordinates with a sharp gaze, while asking them to leave immediately and guard the prisoners. They immediately complied with the order, and immediately left to fulfill their assigned tasks. Meanwhile, Diane muttered that what his subordinates said was not wrong. Diane felt a little uneasy, because when he arrived in Lonia yesterday, he heard gunshots from the 7th prince's room. Diane was annoyed because when he went to check Alan's room, the prince said that he didn't want to be disturbed by his privacy as a sensitive teenager. Diane was sure that the prince must have broken something. The deputy commander still believed that the 7th prince was a scoundrel since his suicide. But Diane was a little concerned about his chat with the village chief named Parlock, who said that the prince did a lot of good things, such as conducting funerals, leading the fight against the zombie herd, and saving the villagers. Diane thought that what the village chief had said was nonsense, and thought it was just nonsense. The deputy commander was convinced that the 7th prince must be blackmailing the villagers. But one thing that Diane still couldn't understand was about Morgana being defeated by Alan. Diane couldn't understand how the prince could defeat a witch of Morgana's level from the Church of Darkness. Diane actually thought that the one who defeated the witch was Grill. The misunderstanding in Diane was getting higher because in his heart it was already planted if Alan could not possibly do it. Feeling very doubtful about the prince's ability, Diane had the idea to enroll Alan to take the Holy Knight exam. While walking around the palace, Diane heard sounds like people fighting. The deputy commander immediately ran and shouted at the person swinging the weapon. But Diane was surprised because what he saw was the prince pointing his gun at someone. The day after Alan arrived in Lonia, many people had died from the epidemic and overwork. Alan was very upset and finally understood why Lonia treated him so well so that the prince could work hard. During the epidemic, Alan wore a special mask in the shape of a bird's beak. The mask was coated with a purification spell so that Alan would not be infected. While busy digging the tomb, 3 men suddenly called Alan and asked him to rest. One of the 3 men named Heiss Herden, who was the eldest son of Count Hedron. Heiss asked Alan if the prince was an academy student, but Alan just showed a confused face. Meanwhile, Heiss asked again if Alan's presence was not to carry out his disciplinary duties and go serve the people of Lonia. The other 2 colleagues said that Alan was probably just a person who came to visit. Alan muttered in annoyance at the 3 assholes in front of him. One of Heiss's colleagues told Alan that the prince must obey everything Heiss said if he wanted to live in peace. The other fellow said that Heiss was the eldest son of Count Hedron, so Alan should obey all his orders. Heiss said that this time his visit to Lanya was to find a servant, and appointed Charlotte, who was next to Alan, to be his servant. Heiss asked if Charlotte was Alan's servant. Heiss then joked if he had previously had a female servant, but the servant actually ran away from Heiss because of fear. Heiss also said that she finally gave up and let the maid go. Alan, who heard that, was very amused. Alan then left Heiss and his flock because he still had a lot of excavation work to do. Seeing Alan not care about him made Heiss feel very upset. Heiss then called Charlotte and asked the white-haired girl to play with them in place of her master. But Charlotte said that she was currently very busy and had a lot of work. Heiss grinned, saying that Charlotte should feel happy that someone like Heiss would want to get close to her. But Charlotte suddenly grabbed Heiss's left arm and caused the eldest son of Count Hedron pain. Heiss called Charlotte an ignorant woman for relying solely on her strength. Heiss suddenly told Charlotte that he already knew the white-haired girl had half monster blood from her parents. Heiss also said that Charlotte's attitude now reflected the nature of a monster. Alan, who heard this, was furious. He then swung his shovel in front of Heiss and surprised the blonde man. Heiss asked what Alan was doing. The seventh prince said that he was just making a mistake while digging the tomb. Heiss shouted that Alan must have done it on purpose. But suddenly Alan punched Heiss in the face and said that this time his hand also slipped into Heiss's face. The eldest son finally fell to the ground and made his two colleagues scream hysterically. Heiss asked Alan if the seventh prince didn't know who he was. Alan brought his face closer to Heiss with a menacing look in his eyes. Alan asked back if Heiss also didn't recognize who the prince was. Alan put his shovel in front of the blonde man's neck and made him tremble with fear. But suddenly Diane appeared and shouted for Alan to stop what he was doing. The deputy commander asked if Alan was acting up again this time, but suddenly Charlotte shouted that Heiss had hit her and asked the Holy Knight to punish Heiss. Heiss panicked and said that he didn't do it. Heiss immediately introduced himself as the eldest son of Count Hedron. Diane, who heard that, immediately said that he could not ignore what the seventh prince did this time. Alan fell silent and suddenly activated his skill called Silence. Diane suddenly felt that his tongue became stiff and he couldn't utter any words. Diane muttered that perhaps this power was using a holy power spell called Harem. Diane was immediately surprised to see the seventh prince's gaze. Alan then asked the deputy commander to tell Heiss Alan's true identity. Diane suddenly said in front of Heiss and his partner that Alan Alfalls was a grandson and seventh prince of the Holy Emperor. Heiss, who heard this, immediately fell silent because he was very surprised. Alan then asked Heiss if the eldest son now knew that he had been rude to his servant. Alan also stated that Heiss had failed to show his respect for Alan. Heiss, who heard Alan's words, immediately shivered in fear. His words became stammering, but Alan suddenly smiled and told Heiss to apologize sincerely to Charlotte. Alan also said that he would not raise the issue if Heiss would do it right. But suddenly, Alan was detained in the Lonia prison. Charlotte said that the injuries received by Heiss were intolerable and made the eldest son faint. Therefore, Alan had to be put on probation for 7 days. Charlotte showed a sad face, while saying that this was all her fault for making things difficult for Alan. But the seventh prince said that it was all Heiss for being rude to Charlotte. Alan also told his servant not to worry, because he could spend a lot of time reading books in prison. Alan also said that this was actually a good idea because it was snowing heavily outside. Outside Lanya's residence, Diane and his subordinates were busy keeping watch. One of his subordinates reported that all the prisoners had been ordered to clear the snow. However, Diane did not respond when spoken to. He was talking to himself while wondering if the seventh prince did not realize that yesterday he used a spell to lock his mouth. Diane mumbled that he knew that Alan was considered useless in the kingdom, but it could not be ignored if the Holy Emperor's blood flowed in his body. The subordinate came back to the deputy commander's senses. Diane was surprised and told his subordinates that they could all clear the snow off the castle walls. Diane was already wearing armor, feeling that this winter was also very cold. But in front of his eyes, there were only a few zombies attacking. Diane knew that on December 25th, His Majesty the Holy Emperor had killed the dead Spirit King. Diane's subordinates asked if they should report the current situation to the Holy Emperor's family. Diane then ordered his subordinates to gather all the captives and reorganize the strategy that would be used to take down the incoming zombie herd. The wave of death had already begun around Lanya's residence. The snow that was so thick and covered the castle walls was a sign that there would soon be bloodshed in the land of the dead of spirits. In front of Lanya's gate, dozens of zombie troops were preparing to attack. Many of the captives were already injured. On the other hand, Alan was already on standby with his birdbeak mask. Grill and Charlotte were asked to take care of the captives because they were known to be attacked from behind by a herd of zombies. Grill said that the zombies were difficult to detect due to the heavy snowstorm. Deanne's subordinate suddenly shouted that all the captives in the rear position had been killed by the zombies. Deanne then ordered all the troops to return to their respective positions and asked them to climb the outer wall. Deanne shouted at them to prepare for a defensive battle. Deanne was a little surprised why not many zombies had appeared, even though the day of King Dead Spirit Amon's death was near. Deanne was worried that something dangerous might happen. Deanne thought there should be 2,000 to 3,000 more undead zombies gathered. Diane was confused about what really happened, so that the zombie herd could attack his troops from behind. Diane wondered if all the zombies were hiding in the thick snow while suppressing their instincts. Deanne learned that undead zombies are a group of undead who are not afraid of anything. They also usually rely on instinct to kill humanity. The deputy commander also understood that the zombie herd was unarmed and did not understand anything about attack tactics. So every year if there was a zombie attack, Diane's troops would easily fight them all. But now in front of Diane's eyes, she saw firsthand that the zombie army that came in this wave of death looked very organized. The Holy Knight's deputy commander muttered that the situation had never happened before. The zombie army that came suddenly seemed to be humming that humans were people who were afraid of death. In the center of the zombie army was a large figure, who was none other than a vampire count who led the zombie army. On the other hand, in prison, Alan felt that it was very noisy outside, and now his stomach felt very hungry. Feeling very curious about the situation outside, Alan finally peeked from between the walls. But suddenly Lapang came and called Alan's name. The seventh Prince Snag looked at Lapang and said that he was not trying to escape. But Lapang suddenly told Alan to get out of prison immediately. Alan finally got out of prison. He asked Lapang if he was still on probation. Lapang said that outside the palace, there was a zombie attack led by the Undead Legion. Alan then confirmed whether the number of workers handling the funeral outside was still insufficient. But Lapang reiterated that outside, there really was a legion that was a vampire army carrying the Undead Legion. The seventh prince asked again that perhaps Lapang had seen it wrong because it was impossible for monsters with high levels to come to Lonya. Lapang said that the vampire could even use human language and control all the other vampire troops. Lapang was convinced that the vampire was human. Lapang also told him that he was also confused about what was going on and said that Knight Harmon was facing the Undead Legion. Lapang looked down sadly as he said that perhaps Fort Lonya would collapse soon. Lapang asked Alan to follow him so that he could be moved to a safer place. Alan was suddenly surprised to hear a noise from the roof. Lapang said that it must be the work of the Undead Legion. Lapang asked Alan to follow him to the back gate. Not long after, a clump of zombies fell in front of Alan and Lapang, which made both of them scream hysterically. Lapang said frantically that the undead had broken through their fortress. Alan muttered that the situation outside must be extremely chaotic. Seeing Lapang, who was very panicked, Alan shouted for the lord of the territory to remain calm and give the best orders to all his soldiers. Lapang said that he would seek shelter in the residence. Alan muttered that everything was very chaotic now. He was at a loss as to what he should do now. So far, Alan had been able to handle the zombies that attacked him because they were still at a level that he could handle. But this time, the prince felt that he had to escape because the number of zombie troops was very large. Alan then used his skills to get out of prison. When outside the residence, Alan was very surprised because the zombie herd had attacked the residence. Meanwhile, the soldiers asked all prisoners to retreat because they would try to withstand the zombie attack with shields. The situation worsened as the zombies came from all sides. Alan bit his lip because at the moment he couldn't do much. The only thing that could be done was with the holy water that he had. The seventh prince then stuck his shovel on the snow and started a wide blessing using the limited amount of holy water. Not long after, it rained and made the zombie army scream in pain. Using the power of his holy water, Alan managed to create rain that made the zombie herd melt. In addition, The rainwater made all the injured people heal too. They wondered if the rain that fell from the sky was holy water. They gave thanks and said that this was all thanks to the grace of the goddess Gaia. But one villager said that the rain was from holy water made by Alan. The villager asked them all to look at Alan, who was controlling the holy water. The villagers were very surprised because they did not expect Alan to be able to use the power of holy water. They felt grateful that even though Alan was an exiled prince, the blood of the holy emperor did flow in his body. The villagers also said that the fact that Alan was the grandson of the hero who killed King Aemon's dead spirit could not be denied. Suddenly, a royal soldier asked if there were any villagers who needed help. The soldier said that the ruler of the region had opened the mansion and asked the survivors to follow him to the mansion for protection. The residents were very grateful and thanked Alan for saving them. Alan, who was tired, could only nod. Alan said that now his body felt very tired, even though he only made it rain. After feeling that all residents were safe and successfully evacuated into the mansion, Alan asked the soldiers to come with him and help the holy knight outside the palace. However, the soldiers said that they did not have the weapons to defeat the undead army. Alan then said that he would bless all the soldiers so that the weapons held by the soldiers had a holy power buff. The seventh prince said that he also didn't know how long the blessing power would last because this was Alan's first time doing it. The soldiers didn't understand the buff the prince was talking about. Alan simplified his explanation and said that their weapons could now work to kill the zombie army. Alan also insinuated the soldiers that they should return the favor because he had saved all their lives with the power of holy water. Alan firmly invites them all and says that they must fight in order to survive. Outside the palace, the situation was very uncontrollable. The zombie herd continued to arrive and attack the soldiers from the Lonia Palace. Meanwhile, the soldiers who had been given blessings on their weapons were amazed that they could kill the zombie army with their swords. The soldiers shouted that it was all thanks to the power of Alan's holy water. They felt confident that this time they would win the fight against the zombies because the hero's descendants were with them. But they had not been happy for long. Suddenly, a devastating attack came and took them all by surprise. In front of them was a goat-shaped monster that was very large and made them all scared. Alan came with his rifle and stood next to the soldiers as he prepared to take aim. Alan smiled and said that he was honored to use this power for the first time. The seventh prince then fired a bullet from the rifle powered by the power of mana. Meanwhile, the Legwin undead vampire who was leading the zombie army was very happy, because he could now smell fresh human flesh in front of him. The vampire felt very excited because after 50 years, he could finally feast on blood and flesh. Seeing so many human corpses in front of him, the zombie army leader became very excited. He was making his own calculations as to how many of those human corpses could be made into Legion troops. It was known that vampires themselves were ranked based on their mana. The undead Legion vampire himself had not been a vampire for long, so his existence was not recognized by other types of vampires. However, the undead Legion believed that he was a special person because he received power from the vampire count in the form of a skull from the dead spirit king named Aemon, who was killed a year ago. Because of the skull, Snag Legwin Undead managed to accumulate mana in a fast time, which usually takes about 100 years. Currently, the vampire had a legion of 20,000 men. The Undead Legion felt impatient because soon he would surpass the record of a count and walk into the position of king. The Undead Legion had absolutely no fear of the power of ordinary holy water, let alone the holy knight who in front of his eyes was considered weak. The undead was determined to make them all his undead troops. On the other hand, Diane continued to give orders to all his troops to fire ballista bullets. The deputy commander shouted that all soldiers must hold on with all their might and kill one more monster, because if the sun has set, then the zombie army will get stronger. Diane also encouraged the soldiers to keep fighting to defend the village. Diane actually felt very nervous because the zombie attacks were getting more and more violent. The deputy commander wondered if the village would be okay. Diane hoped that if the Holy Emperor was with them, the zombie army would be taken down immediately. But suddenly Diane was surprised by Charlotte's arrival. The servant Alan said that the village was fine because the seventh prince was there. While carrying many weapons in her hand, Charlotte said that she would go to the village where the prince was. Charlotte told Diane that she was going to help the prince who was in the village. Charlotte then dropped all the weapons she was carrying in front of the deputy commander. The white-haired girl said that she heard Diane ask for all the weapons to be moved from the bottom to the top of the castle wall. Diane looked into Charlotte's eyes, not expecting that the girl was not an ordinary servant because she could carry so many weapons in her hands. Diane wondered what power the girl in front of her had, but Diane told Charlotte that the girl he called a child had worked very hard, so Diane said that he would not give up. Diane then turned to the Undead Legion vampire who was sitting leisurely in his seat. The deputy commander of the Holy Knight muttered that if the worst-case scenario happened, then he would go to the undead and cut off his head. Suddenly, a clump of zombies was thrown towards the castle wall. Both Diane and Charlotte were shocked at the sight. Diane yelled at Charlotte and asked the girl to take cover behind him because the situation was very dangerous. Diane began to unleash his power by chanting an incantation to Goddess Harem. The deputy commander asked to be given strength and protection against the zombies, but surprisingly, Charlotte suddenly jumped and charged towards the zombie clump. In no time, the zombie clump was conquered. Diane was astonished how the white-haired girl could easily cut through the body of a huge number of zombies. Diane's amazement grew as the zombie army couldn't even withstand Charlotte's slash. Diane muttered, just by giving holy power to the sword and targeting the zombie's head, Charlotte managed to eradicate the zombie army easily. Diane wondered what power was in Charlotte's sword. Diane noticed that the sword technique used by Charlotte was very rough and sloppy. In addition, it was known that the red-haired girl used muscle strength to cover up her unfamiliarity with swordsmanship. But there was one thing that bothered Diane's mind, that the destructive power of the rough cutting edge used by Charlotte was the swordsmanship of the Holy Empire. That power was known to be usually passed down from the Holy Cross troops of the Holy Empire. From the top of the castle wall, Diane asked Charlotte where the girl had learned the sword techniques she used. The deputy commander also confirmed whether Charlotte was a member of the Holy Emperor's family. But Charlotte briefly said that she was just a servant of the seventh prince. The white-haired girl also told Diane that she learned the sword technique only through books. But it turned out that Diane didn't hear anything Charlotte said at all. The soldiers gave some bottles of holy water to Lepang to give to the wounded. The Lord of the Lion region asked where the warrior got the holy water. The warrior said that Alan gave the bottles of holy water to them and brought a large amount in case something bad happened. Lepang was happy to hear that. He then asked where the 7 princes were now. The soldier said that Alan went to the battlefield but somewhere else afterwards. Lepang wondered if indeed all the remaining troops went with Alan, why in the palace area there were still soldiers left. It was discovered that the remaining troops were zombie troops who were disguised wearing full soldier uniforms, and their faces were covered by masks, so Lepang did not realize it. On the other hand, Alan and the troops he brought came to the other side of the fort and said that he was the reinforcements ordered to come there. Currently, the amount of holy water owned by Alan is no longer much, so he cannot maximize his strength properly. It turned out that the army of undead soldiers in the palace area was activated by Alan, and the army that was currently with him was also his undead zombie. The original soldiers did not realize that the troops he brought were zombies because they were all busy with their respective tasks. One of the soldiers asked Alan why the priest had come all the way to their base. The soldier asked if Alan wanted to recharge them all. Alan said that he also had his own business. Pointing at the weapon he was carrying, Alan said that he wanted to try using his rifle. The soldier then asked why the prince was carrying useless ornaments in battle. But Alan did not answer the soldier's question. He said that the scene in front of him was amazing because he could clearly see the bosses of the zombie herd, one of which was the undead Legion vampire who was sitting on his throne. Alan then positioned his rifle at the undead's head, while saying that this was a rare opportunity that allowed him to feel the gift of the goddess Gaia. Alan then released the trigger and threw the bullet at the zombie leader. On the other hand, a deputy commander from Lonya was confirming the situation on the battlefield to Diane. The deputy commander of the Holy Emperor reported that he heard that the evacuation of the area had been completed. Diane asked the Lonian vice commander for permission to help. Suddenly, the Lonian deputy commander told Diane that he saw an ordinary soldier using a weapon filled with holy power. He also saw someone with reinforcements who had the strength equivalent to a holy knight. Diane responded to what the Lonian vice commander said by saying that he was grateful that the situation had not worsened. However, The deputy commander said that the situation was still uncertain because the Undead Legion vampire must be planning something. Diane asked Lonya's deputy commander if they were also using long-range attacks. The deputy commander said that they had tried ballistae and arrows, but both weapons were blocked by a shield made of strong mana. Diane knew that even if a weapon was powered by divine power, it would not be strong enough to penetrate a mana shield made by vampires. The Lonian deputy commander chuckled in annoyance, as it meant they had no choice but to face the Undead Legion head-on. But Diane muttered that by now all the soldiers were exhausted from trying to block the attack of the zombie army. But suddenly a soldier shouted Alan's name. Diane and Vice Commander Lonya immediately looked in the direction of the shining blue light. Both of them were shocked by the blue light released by the seventh prince. On the other hand, Alan was casting a spell and invoking the name of Gaia as the goddess of love and the goddess of mercy. In the spell, Alan asked the goddess to lend the power of the conqueror of death in order to penetrate the vampire's power. From the blue magic light there was a figure that resembled a woman. The light made everyone who saw it very amazed, including Diane. But at the moment, Diane did not know that the power came from Alan. Diane's eyes lit up as he muttered, the power he was seeing right now was a blessing bestowed directly by the goddess Gaia. Diane also knew that such power could usually only be used once in their lifetime for the highest-level witches. Diane wondered who the priest who came to Lonya was, because he had never heard of a witch coming to Lonya's residence before. But suddenly, Charlotte said that the blue light came from the seventh prince. The white-haired girl said that she recognized her master's magic light very well. Diane was very surprised by Charlotte's words, because he knew that Alan was previously someone who demonized the power of the goddess Gaia. He wondered how it was that the seventh prince was now receiving a gift from the goddess. Diane thought that if the person who released the power was Alan, it meant that Dewi Gaia had given her love to the prince. On the other hand, Alan was preparing to shoot his main target, the Undead Legion vampire. Alan said that this was an extraordinary opportunity because he could feel Goddess Gaia's blessing. Not long after, Alan released the trigger of the gun and made the blue light darted towards all the vampire's undead troops. With ease, the zombie army's body was torn apart and finally reached the body of the Undead Legion snag. The zombie leader cried out in pain as Alan's attack pierced his chest. In the Holy Emperor book, it was clearly stated that there was a method used in gathering holy power, and one of the methods that caught Alan's attention while reading the book was about the prayers method. The book itself was read before Alan came to Lonya. The prayers method itself is usually done by a priest using prayer and holy power. In addition, necromancers will use lifetimes and holy power when they want to use the power of prayers. Usually, a necromancer must give up his lifetime and magic power to be able to use the power of a priest. But Alan thought he didn't need to do that because he had a lot of holy power because he was descended from the grandson of the Holy Emperor. Alan muttered that if he used holy power without sacrificing his life, it meant the seventh prince could use the prayers method easily. That was what Alan thought when he was about to attack the Undead Legion. Alan's first attack successfully hit the Undead Legion and made the zombie leader beat back his troops. Alan was relieved, although his attack was not enough to penetrate the undead's shield, but little by little, his rifle managed to penetrate. Alan muttered that he might have to work harder since the undead didn't die right away. But this could be an opportunity for the troops so they could reorganize their strategy. All the Lonian warrior troops stared in surprise at Alan. To divert attention, Alan said to treat the wounded troops. The soldiers whispered to each other, saying that this was the first time they saw the goddess's blessing. They wondered what level of priest the prince was. Diane, who saw the moment, muttered, "Was it really the seventh prince? She knew all this time, who was labeled as a useless prince and deserved exile." Diane wondered how the prince could achieve all that in just a short time. Another thing that made Diane wonder was how Charlotte with such a strange skill could become the seventh prince's servant. Diane remembered what the village chief said, that the prince had changed. But Diane still didn't believe whether Alan had really changed after losing his memory. Diane continues to have many questions in his head, one of which is about the incident 5 years ago that happened to the prince. It was the moment of Her Highness Ulyssa's death that made Alan's personality change drastically. A terrible incident that happened to Alan 5 years ago changed his whole life. The mother he loved so much died after being attacked by a vampire during a night walk with his 2 sons. The mother was named Ulyssia, She had a background as an ordinary person, having a mixed flavor from the holy country and the South Asian nation called Aslan. Alan's mother and father have a relationship that is not approved by the Holy Emperor's family because of Ulysses' background. But on the other hand, the husband, namely the son of the Holy Emperor, really loved Ulysses. The Holy Emperor's son eventually married Ulysses, and Ulysses gave birth to the first child, but everyone hated Ulysses. With the influence of the Holy Emperor's extended family, they finally appointed 2 women to be made from noble descent to become concubines of the Holy Emperor's son. After the marriage with his 2 concubines, they gave birth to many sons and daughters, until finally Ulysses gave birth to the 7th son, Alan Alphals. But when he was 10 years old, his mother died trying to protect little Alan. The mother died in a tragic way in front of Alan. As for his older brother, his life could barely be saved because he received a curse on his heart. And after the incident, Alan turned into a figure that was difficult to control. Diane wondered if people who lost their memories after a suicide attempt could regain their old personality. But Diane just realized the holy power now possessed by the prince had nothing to do with the holy power he had now, which became Diane's question: why did the prince cover up his power so far? Diane wondered if the 7th prince had done it on purpose to avenge his mother's death. The deputy commander knew that the 7th prince, along with his mother and brother, had never been treated well. Diane also knew that while his mother was still alive, Ulysses had always received bad treatment from the Holy Emperor. Diane concluded that it was true that the prince would take revenge on the Holy Emperor's extended family and the vampires. The deputy commander also analyzed: perhaps the prince had deliberately allowed himself to be exiled because he did not want to be the center of attention with his holy power. And during his exile, Alan continued to build up his strength. Diane also realized why the 7th prince looked so strong in front of him, because the deputy commander had been by the side of the Holy Emperor's family for a long time. Diane felt regret that he could not protect the first prince. Diane came to the conclusion that the prince seemed to want to make a revenge plan. In order to make amends to the first prince, Diane was determined to help the 7th prince if he wanted to realize his plan. While looking at the Lonia residence, Diane said that he had to finish his business in Lonia first. After that, he would meet the prince and express his willingness to help. Diane then intended to go around the castle to make sure it was safe. On the way, he met a soldier. Diane asked if the soldier was going on a patrol, but Diane just realized why the soldier did not bring a torch with him. Diane suspected that the soldier might not be human. Diane quickly threw his sword at the zombie. But strangely, he didn't feel any demonic energy. Instead, he felt the holy power of the zombie army. But suddenly from behind, someone said the word "stop," which made the undead zombie army stop moving. Diane, who saw this, was very surprised. He then wondered what had just happened. The Holy Knight deputy commander looked back, and there he saw Alan standing staring at him. Alan then asked the vice commander to lower his sword. Alan then walked with Diane. Along the way, Alan continued to talk about the day the dead spirit king Aemon died, but Alan's words kept being cut off by Diane, who kept calling his name repeatedly. Diane then asked Alan if the Prince of Seven used necromancy. Alan looked into Diane's eyes. He only replied that he also didn't know what kind of power he had. Diane suddenly shouted that the prince should not answer at will. Diane asked if Alan was so desperate that he ended up learning necromancy. Alan just answered casually that he couldn't answer Diane's question because he didn't know anything about it. Alan said that he himself did not know why he could now control the undead. Alan admitted that after he lost his memory, he only felt the need to help soldiers who were fighting the zombie army. He never knew where that power came from. Diane looked at Prince Seven and asked again if Alan had made a deal with the devil. Hearing Diane's question, Alan just laughed. He asked Diane if the undead had holy powers like him. Alan said that he did not keep anything a secret. He also said that he might have been interested in necromancy from the beginning. Alan then asked Diane if the vice commander would tell the inquisitors about his powers. Diane quickly replied that he would of course report the prince's problem. Alan was surprised, because if he was arrested, then there was a possibility that the inquisitors would torture him. The seventh prince wondered if Charlotte would be able to save him, but suddenly Diane bent down and gave. The head of the vampire monster was also injured until it penetrated. The lichen slaughtérer's body felt weak because he was tired of fighting the vampire monster in front of him. After that, all the palace soldiers cheered happily. They all showed happy faces because the vampire monster was defeated. The knight Harem, who was there, did not give any expression response. He just stared and saw Charlotte, who was carrying the lichen and also his father. Meanwhile, the knights were walking under the falling snow. One of the old men asked that it seemed that he was a little late. The knights felt the same way. He said again that he had heard that there were abnormal signs in the land of death. He also thought that the Necromancer king had been resurrected, but it turned out to be a lowly vampire who played a little trick. Although he did not know how the lichen slaughterer accumulated 20,000 undead monsters. Lanya was mostly made up of prisoners and their residents, because they couldn't make up for it. According to him, it seemed that the vampire was not strong either, but that was strange. He thought, the atmosphere he felt when they arrived. Traces of a clash of holy power and enormous magical power. If the vampires have that much magic power, then who can block them? One of the knights asked him if they were people who were devoted as saints. It would be good if that was the case. As time passed, the vampires began to secretly infiltrate humans. It would be much easier if they had a priest or priestess to help them all. The gods split themselves into several parts as entertainment to awaken the holy power in humans. That's why they are special and not easy to awaken. He just said that because there was no one in the palace who was good enough to do something like that. The old man who was there asked his men to send their priests, healers, and chemists, then handle the residents first and then the prisoners. The knights who were there understood what their master ordered. The knight told him that the seventh prince was also there. Did he want to meet him? Suddenly he showed a very annoyed face, because he heard the information that the seventh prince was there. Then he looked with a sharp gaze at the knights who were there. Suddenly the knight who was given such a look was very surprised. He asked them to go back. The knight followed his master's words. With a trembling body, the knight walked away. He said that they didn't need to meet a child who didn't respect his mother. He said that his grandson was useless. The old man turned out to be Celt Allfalls, 105 years old, the Holy Emperor. Celt Allfalls bet that the lichen slaughterer was just trembling in the corner of his mansion. Knight Harem was giving information to Celt Allfalls, who was in front of him. Knight Harem said that the seventh prince had just hunted almost. Let Allfalls asked what Knight Harem said. Seventh prince, there is a limit to how much he can joke. That's a nonsense that he has heard in the past few years. Celt Allfalls closed his eyes. He showed a very frustrated face. Celt Allfalls asked again, are they talking about the same seventh prince Alan Allfalls? Knight Harem gave what Celt Allfalls said. He also explained the incident when they were at the Ionia residence to volunteer. The lichen slaughterer hunted vampires. Celt Allfalls tightened his grip on the chair he was sitting on. Celt Allfalls said that Knight Harem was an innocent person, but it turned out he was wrong. Then Celt Allfalls shouted and showed a face full of anger. Celt Allfalls said that he would kill Knight Harem right now. Raphael, who was standing next to Celt Allfalls, tried to lighten the tense atmosphere that was happening. He said that it seemed that the Holy Emperor was a little excited. But Knight Harem, who was in front of them, already knew. Knight Harem's head was already sweating from fear. Celt Allfalls, who was there, asked Raphael who was beside him. Was Raphael sure that it was the power of the seventh prince? Raphael folded his body and said that he was not sure. He was just trying to prevent the seventh prince, who stole other people's credit. Celt Allfalls was silent. He tried to digest, and felt that there was something strange about the lichen slaughterer. Then Celt Allfalls called the name of Knight Harem, who was in front of him. Celt Allfalls said to Knight Harem, if Celt Allfalls hadn't confirmed, what Knight Harem had just reported was true, or maybe a lie. But they all had to get credit for protecting the territory of the Ionia residents. Kelly Allfalls awarded the title of Field General to the ruler of Ionia. Then, for the Holy Knight Harem, Celt Allfalls would give him a small territory in the northwest. Celt Allfalls also informed him that he would shorten the exile period of the seventh prince. Once the seventh prince has fully recovered, then Celt Allfalls will order the lichen slaughterer back to the palace. After that, Knight Harem was standing in front of the door with a lit candle in his hand. Knight Harem asked permission from the person in the room. The person inside invited Knight Harem to come in. After getting permission, he opened the door and walked in. Knight Harem asked about the condition of the person who was lying weakly with his body covered in bandages. The person was a little annoyed because of the question asked by Knight Harem. He said that the joke that Knight Harem told was really interesting. For someone whose sudden death, it is not a very strange thing. It turned out that the man who was lying there limply was Luan Alfals. He was 27 years old, the first prince. He said his eyesight and hearing were getting worse now. He felt like he didn't have much time for the two of them to chat like now. Knight Harem didn't say a word. He just stared at his face. Luan Alfals asked Knight Harem not to be like that. He told Knight Harem to come closer to his body. Luan Alfals also said that he already knew what had happened on the battlefield earlier. Knight Harem followed the orders that Luan Alfals said. When the knight approached, his clothes were pulled roughly by Luan Alfals. Suddenly, he showed a very surprised face with his eyes wide open. Luan Alfals said, protecting trash like that who had tarnished their mother, who sacrificed everything for them. Luan firmly Knight Harem with a sharp gaze. He said whether Knight Harem was sane, because Luan Alfals seemed to be dying soon. So, Knight Harem decided to side with the lichen slaughterer. Knight Harem said in a nervous voice. Luan Alfals still said that if so, Knight Harem chose the wrong rally. He chose the lichen slaughterer like that. Luan Alfals was very sure that the lichen slaughterer would be the next emperor. Knight Harem shouted very loudly and called his majesty. Knight Harem also told him that Luan Alfals was too excited that his body was bleeding again. Suddenly, Luan Alfals fell back to the bottom and took a breath. Luan Alfals apologized to Knight Harem who was in front of him. He closed his eyes and said that Knight Harem was not the kind of person he said earlier. Then, Luan Alfals released his grip on Knight Harem's body. Luan Alfals's blood left marks on Knight Harem's white clothes. Knight Harem asked Luan Alfals not to apologize to him. From the beginning, what had happened was not the fault of Luan Alfals or the seventh prince, because Knight Harem was the one responsible for the death of Her Majesty Yulisha, no matter what kind of order was given to him, because Knight Harem should not have left that place. Luan Alfal said, "Then everyone will die." Luan Alfal asked if Knight Harem knew, if they managed to survive because of the reserve troops, although because of the curse, Luan Alfal's skin rotted. Then, according to Luan Alfal, he is now no different from a dead person. Knight Harem watched Luan Alfals, who was talking about his own fate. Knight Harem called the first prince. Knight Harem asked if Luan Alfals hated the seventh prince. Then Luan Alfals admitted that Knight Harem asked the obvious. He hated the seventh prince. Luan Alfals explained to Knight Harem that the seventh prince was a shame. Then carelessly used the life that their precious mother gave to the seventh prince. According to Knight Harem, what if the seventh prince deliberately gave himself the title of a useless person? He had hidden his true intention for revenge on behalf of Miss Yulisha. Then, to build his power, he acted like a fool, then exiled on purpose. Suddenly, Luan Alfals asked about his hormone condition, whether his hormones were sick. Luan also felt that his appearance of hormones injury was worse than his. However, Knight Harem did not confirm what Luan Alfals said. Luan Alfals asked Knight Harem to just rest if he was tired. Knight Harem explained that he had to fulfill the Holy Emperor's order, so Knight Harem would immediately head to Lodia's residence. Luan Alfals understood that if it was an order from the Holy Emperor, then the stupid child would return. Luan Alfals said that while showing a lazy look, 3 weeks after the wave of deaths at Lodia's residence. There was a sound of someone screaming, complaining about being tired. He asked how much longer he had to do that, after working hard to sweep and clean the place for 3 weeks. The place was finally worthy of being called a village again. He asked if there was no compensation. He thought, wasn't it a rule that they had to help each other in difficult situations? There was no way he could leave Charlotte in a place like that. Then Charlotte's father saw a piece of clothing in the box. Did the item he was seeing now belong to the undead? If it was the remains of the undead several hundred years ago, then there must be no owner. If he had to clean it, the item would definitely shine like new. He had a plan. He would decide to take the item. He also paid attention to the surroundings. Then he started choosing the clothes in front of him. He worked that hard to help other people in the village. According to him, that much pay was no problem. Meanwhile, a paper was seen in the pile of clothes. Then he took the paper. He wondered about the quality of the price of the paper. Charlotte offered herself to bring more food for the lichen, but the lichen slaughterer refused the offer. The lichen slaughterer said that it was the first time he had eaten that much. She explained that because the seventh prince had just woken up after being unconscious for 3 weeks. So the doctor also said he had to eat as much as possible. He confirmed what she said. The doctor told the seventh prince to build up his stamina. He had heard that waking up from fainting was a miracle. At that time, the doctor asked how much holy power he had used. Then the doctor explained that the depletion of holy power that the lichen slaughterer experienced was severe enough to paralyze someone, but he recovered only by using holy power and medicine. According to the doctor, it was a miracle. The lichen's body was still exhausted, so the doctor asked the lichen slaughterer to rest. The lichen slaughterer asked if it was possible for him to become undead. The doctor immediately said why he said such a regrettable thing. Because the doctor gave special treatment to the lichen. He asked Charlotte to pull the bandages that were wrapped around his body. She pulled with enthusiasm. The doctor saw the two of them who were busy with the bandages. According to the doctor, to be honest, the person next to the lichen now looked more like an undead. She immediately stopped doing that activity. They both looked in the direction the doctor was. The doctor told the seventh prince that when the prince fainted, the doctor also treated the person next to the lichen. The doctor asked if he had ever expressed his holy fear and where she was. The seventh prince asked what the doctor said. Was there a problem? In general cases, people can be paralyzed, disabled, or even die. It is unusual for the body to evolve like seeing a king 50 years ago. When the king was in a coma after being defeated by the Necromancer King Aemon, his body was badly injured from the clash of mana and holy power. So, the doctor had heard, they had to heal his body many times. At that time, his body evolved beyond human limits. The doctor had also heard the reason the king could defeat the Necromancer King Aemon, because he got a human body like that. The doctor asked if the problem was the same for that person. Lichen Slaughterer and Charlotte looked at each other, but he looked at Charlotte's face with a surprised look. Suddenly, she asked Lichen. Lichen thought, people with bodies like her should be heroes, not people who are thin like him. The seventh prince said that he was bored. He asked her to get a book. He felt grateful for getting Amon's skull, but the rebound effect was too great. Lichen Slaughterer body couldn't hold it. Holy power should be able to be used efficiently, but it's hard to do because it's different from mana. So, Lichen Slaughterer started with theory, magic theory by Holy Emperor. Holy Power and Resurrection, Study of Resurrection, author Raphael Asteria. When he saw the contents of the book, he felt happy, because everything was written in detail in that person's book. He convinced himself to immediately learn how to control power. Knight Harem came to Lichen's place. Lichen told him that he had been awake for a few days. He heard that Knight Harem went to the palace. Knight Harem came to bring news to Lichen. Lichen was curious. He remembered when he was given a big reward when he was in Morgana. Or would Knight Harem do the same thing? He had imagined the reward given to him. But the news was beyond his expectations. Hormone said that Kelt Alfalls ordered him to bring Lichen back to the palace. The seventh prince drove Knight Harem out of that place. Suddenly, Knight Harem said again that the seventh prince had to return. Charlotte also said that it seemed like someone was calling the prince, but the prince asked her to ignore it. Knight Harem still kept calling the seventh prince. She asked if Lichen didn't want to return to the palace. With a lazy body, he said that he didn't want to return to that dangerous place. From behind the door, Knight Harem said that he would tell Lichen who wanted to kill Lichen. Lichen Slaughterer still didn't know who was behind the Morgana case. She heard Hormone's words and said, dangerous. According to him, Knight Harem would handle it himself anyway. Lichen Slaughterer asked her to ignore it. But even after that day, Knight Harem's requests continued without stopping. In various ways, Knight Harem tried to persuade the seventh prince to want to return to the palace. until finally the seventh prince felt annoyed, and he replied by leaving a message from Knight Harem. He left the message to Charlotte to convey it to Knight Harem. She also conveyed the seventh prince's message. She told Knight Harem to leave that place right now. If not, then his body would be doused with salt water. Knight Harem asked if she would go home now. Charlotte said that she was staying at an inn with her father outside the castle. Knight Harem offered her to declare her, but she refused. Knight Harem said his goal was to deliver she, because he wanted to hear the reason why Lycan kept refusing to go to the palace. She also said why he didn't want to go to the palace, because it was a dangerous place there. It was true that the prince's position in the palace was not good. Charlotte had guessed it. Her relationship with her siblings was also not good. Someone was after her life. If only she was stronger than she is now. Her father called his daughter from a distance. He said that his daughter came home a little later than usual. Knight Harem asked if Charlotte's father also fought there, like what he did with Morgana. Her father was very nervous. He said because it was natural to help different people in trouble. He decided to leave them both. Knight Harem praised her. If you don't mind telling Knight Harem what her father did in the fight at that time. Her father explained that he only killed 50 large zombies. Knight Harem gave an unexpected response to Yashi. Charlotte ignored the two of them who were talking there. She went into her house. Her father returned to inform her that he had managed to take the vampire count's claw. She suddenly stopped walking and widened her eyes, because she saw a letter on the table. He said there was a document that she had never seen before on the dinner table. Her father asked his daughter to consider what he had never taken out for a long time. Her father's body was still and very panicked. He said the document looked old. That's because he hadn't taken it out for a long time. Knight Harem was confused. He thought if it was a family document. There was writing on the letter, the seal of the Purifies family. Purifies, a family that defended the northern region of Ionia 50 years ago. A family that was destroyed in a deadly war with the Necromancer King Amun. They were more loyal to the Holy Emperor than anyone else. Then, Knight Harem was curious why the document of the bravest family on the mainland was in Charlotte's house. Knight Harem showed a very confused face with a mind full of question marks. Is it possible that the two people were the surviving Purifies family? Not only that, Knight Harem saw a necklace in She's hand. Now Knight Harem understood where the two people got their strength from, even though they now live in hiding because their families have fallen. They still guard the prince without anyone knowing, because of an unwavering devotion to the Holy Emperor. She showed a flat face to her father. Then she asked if her father brought all those things into the house. Knight Harem misunderstood the two of them. Then he told them that he appreciated their loyalty to keep their mission a secret from others. Suddenly, her father asked, what willingness did Knight Harem mean? With a body that respects them both. He said to Ya, She, and She who were there, then please accept the letter of recommendation, if her father can perfect his daughter's skills. According to Knight Harem, she also still wants to be with the seventh prince. Knight Harem also said that he would write a letter of recommendation for the Holy Knight. Suddenly, they were both very surprised because of Knight Harem's words just now. Her father again made sure that she could go to the palace. Knight Harem confirmed what her father said. She also wouldn't have a hard time accepting the title of nobility. If she wanted, then they would teach she the Holy Empire's swordsmanship. So, she could be of great help to the king. She also began to be interested in the offer given to her. She quickly accepted the offer. But if she became a holy knight, she would have to separate from the king. So she didn't want to do that. Knight Harem responded with a little confusion. If her mission was to guard the king, then Knight Harem would work even harder to guard the prince with she. Knight Harem promised he would do whatever was needed to escort the Purifies family and the prince to the palace. She agreed to everything Knight Harem said. The seventh prince agreed to her going to the palace. That confused Knight Harem. They both decided to go to the palace with Charlotte. While on the way, Knight Harem asked the prince, who suddenly changed his mind. However, the seventh prince asked what Knight Harem meant. Harem also said yesterday the seventh prince closed the door, right in front of his eyes, because he didn't want to go to the palace. The seventh prince explained his reasons for deciding to go to the palace. At that time, he was reading an amazing book. He asked how they could have the idea of using holy power like that, if he managed to train it. because there was no book that was not in the palace library. According to Knight Harem, the seventh prince worked hard to study magic. The seventh prince thought, if, after trying it, and it seemed quite interesting, because the prince would only get a sharp gaze at the palace, he would lock himself in the library. Knight Harem could not forbid what the prince wanted to do. It had been a long time since the prince was in Laurisis. The rich city was richer than the land of dead spirits. There were many things to enjoy in that city. Charlotte saw that there were so many people, because it was the capital. The country became more prosperous when the seventh prince was in Laurisis. Knight Harem asked for an opinion. Did the prince like the place? He wanted to ask Knight Harem one thing. The prince covered his nose with a cloth and said, "Don't tell me there are undead in the capital of the Holy Kingdom." The seventh prince ran out. He bumped into one of the merchants there. With a shout, the prince told Knight Harem and also Charlotte if he had to go because there was an urgent matter going on. The merchants there offered their wares to the seventh prince. The seventh prince thought, at first glance, it looked like a busy street, he was sure. There was a scent of vampires around the place. The seventh prince ran following the stench there. Knight Harem and Charlotte ran after him. Knight Harem asked if he had found anything. He saw a chest and there was a woman's head on it. The three of them were very surprised to see what was in front of them. The vampire's voice screamed with a scary face. When the vampire screamed, they all covered their ears because of the scream. The seventh prince also showed his abilities. He tried to kill the vampire there with his sword. The vampire's head was cut off. She asked if the one in front of them was undead. The seventh prince had heard of a similar situation, but somehow, he saw an undead body without the one hanging up there. The seventh prince wondered, what was the body of the head? But it seemed that the inside had been prepared to come out and only the skin was left. Suddenly, the seventh prince heard a suspicious sound behind the building there. He decided to look for the source of the sound. Knight Harem, who was there, called he, but he did not respond. The prince said that the middle-aged man had red hair. Knight Harem did not understand what he said. Just now, the person ran away after seeing the three of them. According to Knight Harem, there was a high possibility that the person was the perpetrator. The seventh prince felt the same way, because it was difficult to track him again because the stench had spread everywhere. Knight Harem would say it directly and report it once they arrived at the palace. The seventh prince felt tired, because the purpose of his visit to the palace was only to learn about magic. The seventh prince had a bad feeling about it. Laurisis was in a state of chaos. It turned out that there were 2 similar murder cases like that recently. On the street, because of a strange murder case. Then for the palace, because of the arrival of he, the strange prince. They became chaotic for different reasons. Meanwhile, the seventh prince, the person involved in the rumor, he entered the palace safely. Knight Harem was already tired because of the prince. Knight Harem asked the seventh prince to remain silent. About that matter, Knight Harem will report it. So, the prince was asked to remain silent. Because the banquet will start tomorrow. Please don't do anything now. Suddenly, the seventh prince was angry, because Knight Harem always said the same thing. According to Knight Harem, the seventh prince was still a child. Then for Charlotte. She will look around the palace, Knight Harem told the 2 of them. If anyone asks them, then just say so and mention his name, vice captain of the Holy Knights. The prince said he would be alone in the library. He walked towards the library. From a distance, Knight Harem shouted and told him where the library was. Just walk towards the hallway, and the library is on the left side of the yard. She also said that she would accompany the prince, if she had finished looking around the palace. The seventh prince felt that he was really like a child. The seventh prince said in his heart that he thought wrong, but seeing himself, he could still feel his traces. Maybe a vampire had managed to enter the palace, because somehow it felt unpleasant. He decided it would be better to just stay silent, like Knight Harem said. He should have run away after finding the magic book later. Also, wouldn't it be better to have an overdue book than to get involved in a case? He decided to go to the library first and think about it later. But he felt like he had passed that way just now. He was sure he had only circled the place repeatedly. The seventh prince saw a statue of a woman holding a flower. He walked closer to the statue. Then he read the writing below it. The writing was, Elisha. Judging from the writing, the seventh prince shot him, that she had died a long time ago. Suddenly a voice was heard not far from the prince's place. He looked towards the source of the voice. The person there said that leaving everything to the children was a mistake. They finally forced the old man to do it himself. The prince thought, was that person the palace gardener? The person said again, should he cut off their necks, then use them as decorations? He said that while holding the scissors in his hand. Suddenly it made the lichen feel scared. He wondered if the person there was a murderer. The person asked, how could someone who got paid from the people's taxes be so lazy? Then he said loudly to the lichen in front of him, if he had arrived, the lichen should have greeted him. The lichen was very confused by what the person said. It turned out that the person told the lichen to bring the shovel and soil over there. He told him that he was not a gardener. But the seventh prince had a plan. He felt that the tree there lacked decoration. So he decided that the head gardener would be the perfect decoration. He would bring it right away. Meanwhile, the lichen was seen carrying the sack that was there. He said, he should have worn the new clothes that Knight Harem gave him. It seems that the gardener mistook the lichen as the new gardener because of his current appearance. The gardener noticed the lichen who was having trouble carrying the sack. Then he put down all the things he was carrying. He asked if all the things were enough. Lichen also said that there was a misunderstanding. He said goodbye to leave the place now. There was a lot of soil on the gardener's body. Then he offered his handkerchief to the gardener. The lichen slaughterer advised him, if possible, don't work alone. Ask for help from others. The gardener pulled the lichen slaughterer arm roughly. He looked at the lichen's face and asked him to wait, to look at the face of the seventh prince. He felt very sure the lichen had indeed lost his memory. It wasn't just the lichen slaughterer personality that changed. Even the seventh prince couldn't recognize his own grandfather now. It was none other than the gardener. Then Celt Alfals took off the hat he had been wearing to cover his head earlier. The lichen slaughterer was already in the palace and entered the room. He threw out curses in his heart repeatedly. In that place, there was Celt Alfals sitting on a chair. Lichen slaughterer could not believe that the gardener he met earlier was the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor said that the lichen slaughterer played an active role in the conquest of the Lonia region. The seventh prince was confused about how to respond. The Holy Emperor also heard that the seventh prince had killed the vampire count. The Holy Emperor asked if it was true. Lichen slaughterer was silent. He was thinking first. Even the citizens of Lornia knew about the incident. So it was impossible for the Holy Emperor not to know that there was a vampire behind the incident. That's why now, instead of admitting his contribution to the Lonia region, Celt Alfals planned to find someone who could catch the vampire, while paying attention to the truth of the case. The seventh prince also admitted that he had succeeded in defeating the vampire count. However, the lichen slaughterer could not catch him alone, even though the lichen slaughterer had to die and come back to life. That was something that only the seventh prince could do with the help of many people in that place. Knight Harem and Charlotte, then Lord Gennard. Also in some cases, Grill too. The prince told the Holy Emperor that he also received great help from the people of the Ionia region. The seventh prince praised those who had helped him at that time. He said that it was not just his own strength. The reason he said that was to prevent things that he thought were troublesome. Celt Alfals, who was listening to the lichen slaughterer speak. He got up from his seat and walked over to his grandson in front of him. Celt Alfals said that he had also heard the story that the seventh prince had said. The seventh prince looked at Celt Alfals' face in front of him. He thought and felt that Celt Alfals still looked restless. He wondered if that was all. Celt Alfals told the seventh prince who had come all the way to the palace. According to Celt Alfals, it must have been very tiring for the seventh prince. Celt Alfals asked the seventh prince to rest well. The seventh prince answered Celt Alfals' question. He told him, then he hoped that the Holy Emperor could finish the vampire hunt safely too. The Holy Emperor didn't give any response. He just stared at the seventh prince's face seriously. After that, he decided to sit back on the chair. He was still thinking about what the lichen said earlier. Did the lichen hear it from Knight Harem? Just half a year ago, the seventh prince was just a cruel person. But now the seventh prince's character has changed. Now the seventh prince proudly admits help from others, then even pays attention to the existence of vampires roaming the capital. If someone loses their memory, does their personality also change? Also, about Grill and Charlotte. Based on what Knight Harem said, they are both survivors of the Purifies family. If that's true, they might really succeed in hunting the vampire. But Purifies is not a family with a reputation for knowledge, not a family with a reputation for swordsmanship that uses their holy power. Celt Allfalls is still thinking about the report he received from Lord Gennard. Lord Gennard said that the seventh prince saved the lives of soldiers who were on the verge of death by using his holy power. Not only that, there is also a story that the blessing of the goddess came after he prayed, then that the seventh prince shot a vampire with a decorative gun. Although the person was wearing a mask, Lord Gennard said the seventh prince was sure that the person wearing the mask was Alan. At first, Celt Allfalls thought it was just nonsense. Celt Allfalls asked for opinions from everyone in the room. He asked, what did they think about it? One of them said that what the seventh prince did was a lie, because the seventh prince had said he had not been on the battlefield for long. But he said, if the person wearing the mask had the same face as the prince, if he believed that, they might have misunderstood. Isn't it too unreasonable that the person is the seventh prince? But if the holy power did not work from the bloodline of the holy emperor, then how do they explain it? Celt Allfalls felt increasingly dizzy because of the opinions they said. Celt Allfalls thought, the people in front of him were all short-sighted. The time for Celt Allfalls to abdicate would soon come, but let alone having a successor, Celt Allfalls didn't even have someone who could help him now. Celt Allfalls, imagined Ulysses' face. Celt Allfalls thought, if nothing happened that day, maybe he would choose Luas as his successor. That was also part of his mistake, for being too cold-hearted, because he thought more about the safety of the kingdom than his grandson. Then he imagined Lycan's face. There was a possibility that Lycan would become his successor, if he had the power to destroy the kingdom. They shouted, and said that the seventh prince couldn't fight. According to him, talking to the old man was useless. They fought each other. Suddenly it made the holy emperor angry. He shouted and told them if they didn't want to fight his fists, then shut up and stop fighting. All of them who were in that place fell silent immediately. They asked Celt Allfalls to calm down. Count Pomor told he, since they still have a lot of time, why don't they try to investigate further? Count Pomor is there, a colleague of Luan Allfalls. Count Pomor said, the commemoration of Lady Ulysses' death will be held in 2 months. It would be nice if the seventh prince is still in the palace until then. Still, the seventh prince has contributed to the vampire hunt. So, at the upcoming banquet, why don't they let him rest until then? According to Celt Allfalls, what Count Pomor said was true. He agreed that the banquet would arrive soon. There was no need to rush either. Celt Allfalls asked them all to run the event. The seventh prince felt grateful, because he finally found the library. According to the seventh prince, why was the path to the library so complicated? It turned out that there was a woman in the library. Suddenly, it made the seventh prince feel surprised, because he didn't know there was someone there. She was going to leave right now. He asked she to stay relaxed, but he thought he felt uncomfortable even though he didn't do anything. He remembered the incident. She was Alice Astoria, the granddaughter of the archbishop. No wonder the Lycan slaughterer felt uneasy because the strange man had returned. She must have thought for sure. The strange man had returned for her. Besides, his name. She was holding a book by the author Rafael Astoria. The name of the author of the book that the seventh prince was looking for had the same last name. She wondered if the author of the book was the archbishop that she called Gaia's slave. She closed her eyes and thought that she didn't think she knew the author, but she never dreamed that she would ask him. The seventh prince apologized to her for surprising her. He told her that he had lost his memory, so he forgot most of the people in the palace. Alice showed a doubtful face. He also thought that if he were in Alice's position now, maybe he would do something like Alice. That is, he didn't believe it. Then the seventh prince took the book and left the place. When he wanted to take the book, but the book was not there. Alice approached the Lycan. She asked if he was looking for grandfather's book. He meant the archbishop's book. He said yes. Alice was actually reading the book, but she could have given the book to him. That made the seventh prince feel reckless because it disturbed Alice. Alice didn't mind it. She gave the book to the seventh prince. The book was about resurrection. When the seventh prince read the title, he thought the title was very interesting. Alice told him the contents of the book's notes. The contents of the book's notes were just her grandfather's research. There was nothing special about the contents of the book. From the beginning, it was impossible to resurrect people. Unconsciously, the lichen slaughterer asked what Alice said. He continued his question about resurrection. What was the reason it was impossible? Alice gave that reason, no matter how the holy power gave life. He couldn't capture souls that had left their bodies. Only necromancy could capture souls. But because necromancers came with a frightening price, that wasn't a good thing to do. Resurrection was impossible, even if Gaia gave them a miracle. The lichen slaughterer said, what if someone had holy power and magic power? According to Alice, the case that lichen slaughterer said was very rare. If they used both at the same time, their bodies would explode. He said, is that so? Still, he didn't think it was impossible. The resurrection problem. Suddenly Alice asked what he meant by what he just said. He explained, in the book it was said that if she wanted to use holy power better, then she had to pray more. Wizards can use mana and spells. For dark magicians, they use magic power and their lifespan. Is there a way for someone to use their holy power better? Alice said, if he asked about something better than praying, then he could use magic tools, but saying resurrection could be done. She asked, what did he mean? Lichen Slaughterer said he made a child who was going to leave spend so much time talking to him. Because it was already late, he asked Alice to go home immediately, which seemed she was uncomfortable with Lichen. But she denied what Lichen said. He would make sure to turn off the library lights before leaving. Lichen Slaughterer said goodnight to Alice. Suddenly Alice was very confused. She was already outside the library. She said, what about the talk about the resurrection earlier? She showed a face full of questions. She thought it must have been just a bluff thrown by the seventh prince. But it seemed something was different now. Alice felt that there was something different about the aura of the seventh prince. The archbishop came to Alice, who was standing in front of the library room. The archbishop asked what his granddaughter was doing. Alice told her that she was studying in the library. According to him, his granddaughter was full of curiosity because she was just like her grandfather. He asked Alice to be careful because the seventh prince had returned to the palace. Alice also obeyed what her grandfather said. The archbishop gave Alice a mask. He told her not to push herself too hard. Alice was chosen by the gods and had a gifted talent, but the work she was going to do also came with heavy responsibilities. It turned out that Alice already knew what her grandfather said. Alice convinced her grandfather not to worry about her, because she was a strong person, like her grandfather. The archbishop and Alice entered the room there. It turned out they entered Luan Alfalz's room. The archbishop told them all that they would be doing the treatment now. Then they started the treatment on Luan. Luan screamed because she felt pain. Alice said in her heart that what her grandfather said was true. In front of the cursed body of the first prince, even her holy power was useless. If it continued like this, then she really didn't have much time left. She really wanted to find a way, no matter what. Alice remembered the words that the lichen said earlier when she was in the library. Even though she knew it was impossible, for some reason she remembered what the lichen sluggard said. It would be great if it was true. The seventh prince was with Knight Haremon in one of the palace rooms. Knight Haremon was helping the seventh prince to help his memory return. The seventh prince asked the picture on the paper if there was no information about his mother or father. But Knight Haremon doubted the amnesia disease that the seventh prince was feeling now. The seventh prince was a little disappointed because Knight Haremon thought like that. He had told Knight Haremon that he really lost his memory. So he asked Knight Haremon to immediately tell him. Knight Haremon showed a gloomy face. Then he told the seventh prince. When both Lycan's parents were still alive, they lived like humans in general. But that was the only information that Knight Haremon told Lycan. Then made Lycan feel annoyed and disappointed in Knight Haremon. Knight Haremon's face couldn't lie. His face showed doubt. Lycan Slaughterer thought he wanted to know about the relationship between his family members, but it seemed very suspicious. Because it was the story of their royal family, he felt he would be careful talking about it. Knight Harem also asked the seventh prince that the banquet time was ready, but he asked, did he need to do that? If the seventh prince did something wrong there, the seventh prince might laugh. Charlotte even studied palace etiquette so that she would not embarrass the prince. The seventh prince said, can he enjoy the banquet comfortably? But Knight Harem said that the party and the banquet are different. The seventh prince cut off the conversation said by Knight Harem. He asked who the first prince is, who might attend the banquet too. Knight Harem felt tired of the questions asked by the prince, but he still answered it, that the first prince is in his family, Luan Alfals, the older brother of Lycan Slaughterer. He is the person who Lycan must be wary of for now. Meanwhile, Luan Alfals showed an annoyed face. He asked, they held a banquet only for people like Lycan. In a kingdom with a beautiful interior building, there is a young man called the seventh prince, Alan Alfals, who has entered the royal room. King Kelt is seen sitting in his chair to welcome Alan Alfals, who has arrived. He in his heart could not believe at all that the person was the Holy Emperor. A man wearing a hat enthusiastically asked to come to the presence room. While in the kingdom, King Kelt asked if he had heard that Alan Alfals played an active role in conquering vampires in the Launia region. Hearing that, Alan Alfals immediately confirmed that he did it. Not only that, King Kelt also knew that Alan Alfals had killed the vampire count. So, in this meeting, he wanted to make sure to Alan Alfals whether it was true. Before answering King Kelt's question, Alan Alfals in his heart would think carefully first. In his mind, the citizens of Lorenzia had known about the incident. Therefore, it would be impossible for the Holy Emperor not to know that there were vampires behind the incident. That is why now, rather than Alan Alfals acknowledging his contribution to the Launia region, it is certain that the King of Kelt has a plan to find someone who can catch the vampire. This mission must also be carried out to check the truth of the case that occurred. If that is the flow, then Alan Alfals is ready to answer his questions. Alan Alfals replied that he did kill the vampire count. However, in that action, Alan Alfals said that he certainly would not be able to kill alone, even if he had to die and come back to life. King Kelt listened carefully to the explanation given by Alan Alfals. Apart from that, Alan Alfals said that something like that could only be done with the help of many people. The people involved included Harmon, Charlotte, and Lord Gennard. Then, in some cases, Grill also helped mobilize his strength. Not only that, Alan Alfals got help from the residents of the Ionia area. So the conclusion in the killing of the vampire count was not only done by Alan Alfals himself, but many people were involved. In his mind, Alan Alfals deliberately gave praise. This was done to prevent something unwanted from happening. After listening to the explanation, the King of Kelt was silent for a moment, perhaps because he thought that Alan Alfals was very noble. The King of Kelt immediately said that he had heard all the stories. However, he saw that Alan Alfals seemed restless when answering his questions. Could it be that that was all that happened? In his heart, the King of Kelt still couldn't fully believe it. After a while, the King of Kelt said that Alan Alfals had come all the way to this palace. The journey that had been made must have been very tiring. So he asked Alan Alfals to rest well so that his body would stay healthy. Hearing the suggestion, Alan Alfals immediately agreed. Then he really hoped that the King of Kelt could complete the vampire hunt safely later. The King of Kelt was just silent and pensive when he heard Alan Alfals' words. After the meeting at the palace, Alan Alfals had left them all. Meanwhile, the King of Kelt was still thinking about Alan Alfals' actions. The King of Kelt was curious whether Alan Alfals knew about the monster hunt that would be carried out by Harmon. It felt like only half a year ago Alan Alfals was a cruel bastard. But now all that has changed because Alan Alfals proudly acknowledged the help of others. He even noticed the existence of vampires that had been roaming the capital. If someone had lost their memory, would their personality change too? Not only about Alan Alfals, but Grill and Charlotte too, based on what Harmon had said. They were both survivors from the Harem family. If only that were true, then there was a possibility that hunting vampires would be successful. However, in the review of King Kelt, Purifies was not a family with a reputation for swordsmanship that could use holy power. Then there was a report received from Lord Gennard himself, saying that the seventh prince had saved the lives of soldiers on the verge of death. Alan Alphals himself made the rescue only by using his holy power. King Kelt still wondered if that was all Alan Alphals had. Actually, there is also a story that the blessing of the goddess came down after Alan Alphals prayed. Then he shot the vampire with a decorative pistol. Although the person who did it was wearing a mask, Gennard was very sure that the person was Alan. At first, King Kelt thought that it was just nonsense that could not be proven. King Kelt did not want to bother himself, and he immediately asked everyone in the palace to express their opinions. Not long after, one of the men said that all the stories were just lies. The prince himself had said that Alan Alphals had not been on the battlefield for long. Then another man also expressed his opinion that they said the masked person had the same stature as the prince. He immediately made sure whether his colleague believed it. According to him, this was a misunderstanding. Therefore, the story of the masked man who had not yet been revealed was indeed very unreasonable. Moreover, many thought that it was the seventh prince, Alan Alphals. However, if the holy power did not come from the blood of the holy emperor, then how could everyone here explain it? Instantly, King Kelt became even more dizzy because they were all considered short-sighted. Soon the time for King Kelt to abdicate would soon arrive. But let alone having a successor, he didn't even have anyone who could help him right now. A beautiful girl named Ulisha was immediately remembered. King Kelt was so sorry if nothing happened that day. So he would choose Luan as his successor in the future. Everything that had happened was King Kelt's own fault for being too careful and cold. In addition, he also thought more about the safety of the kingdom than his own grandson. King Kelt still remembered Alan Alphals' words that expected him to be able to complete the vampire hunt safely. Was it possible that a child, like Alan Alphals, had something special from those words? King Kelt immediately got dizzy again thinking about whether Alan Alphals had the power to destroy this kingdom. Suddenly, one of the men wearing glasses said loudly that the seventh prince would not be able to do that. So talking to parents was useless at all. While the other man thought that the man with glasses wanted to fight. Immediately, King Kelt was angry. If no one wanted to get a punch from him, then they were both asked to be quiet. Another man's voice was heard asking the Kelt king to remain calm over the commotion that had occurred. The man was Count Fomor, who said that in this case we all still have a lot of time, so it would be better to do further investigation. Count Fomor is a man who is an acquaintance of Luan. The Kelt king immediately focused on paying attention to Count Fomor in front of him. On this occasion, Count Fomor will convey the commemoration of Lady Ulisha's death, which will be held in 2 months. The event will be even more fun if the seventh prince is still in the palace at that time. So, still, Alan Alphals has made his contribution to the vampire hunt. The plan for the upcoming banquet. It would be better if we all let him rest until then. The Kelt king immediately fell silent when he heard the advice given by Count Fomor. After that, he began to respond and said that the advice was very correct. The banquet will arrive soon, so there is no need to rush. All of them in the palace were invited to prepare for the upcoming banquet. A few moments later, the atmosphere in the palace was seen. Alan Alphals was very happy that he had managed to find his library. When he was in front of the door, he started to complain because the way to this library was indeed complicated to find. Suddenly, there was a woman's voice calling the seventh prince. Spontaneously, Alan Alphals immediately looked at the woman who called him. His face was a little annoyed because he didn't know that there were still people in this place at this hour. This woman immediately apologized and would leave right away. Alan Alphals still allowed this woman to sit and be here, but she felt bad and immediately apologized again. In his heart, he felt very uncomfortable seeing other people in the library. He didn't even take any action in this library. Meanwhile, Alan Alphals also continued to observe and suddenly remembered a woman he had met before. He remembered a memory at that time, and he still couldn't believe it as if he didn't believe all this. The yellow-haired woman in front of him he had met before. The two of them were silent with each other. While observing Alan, Alphals found the true identity of this woman. Her name is Alice Astoria, the granddaughter of the Archbishop. It turned out that Alan Alphals' uncomfortable feelings earlier were true because this woman was recognized by him. With this, the person who she thought was the perpetrator of the harassment had returned. In this meeting, Alan Allfalls did not expect to meet Alice Astoria. She must have thought that the person who committed the harassment had returned now. In addition, her name can explain well that she is the author of the book, Rafael Astoria. That is the book that Alan Allfalls has been looking for because they have the same last name. He wondered in his heart if the person who wrote the book was the Archbishop himself. In this case, he remembered that the Archbishop he meant was called Gaia's slave. After thinking and remembering everything, Alan Allfalls really felt unlucky. Alice Astoria was immediately surprised to see his face, who had been daydreaming. Then Alan Allfalls thought again that he was thinking and didn't expect to know about the author of the book. But he couldn't dream of asking him some questions. After that, he immediately apologized to Alice Astoria because his presence had surprised her. Alan Allfalls said that he had lost his memory. Therefore, he mostly forgot who the people in this palace were. In his heart, he also could not believe this if he was in Alice Astoria's position. A few moments later, he wanted to forget all that and continued to take the book he was looking for. After he finished, he immediately went out. When he wanted to take the book he was looking for, he saw that it was not on the shelf. Alice Astoria immediately asked Alan Allfalls if he was looking for her grandfather's book, The Archbishop. Hearing that, he was quite surprised and agreed that he was indeed looking for a book written by the Archbishop. She is now reading her grandfather's book. Even so, he will give it to Alan Allfalls too. Alan Allfalls explained that he came here with no intention of disturbing Alice Astoria while she was reading the book. She doesn't mind, it just so happens that he will clean up this book before leaving the library. Rafael Astoria's book said about the resurrection. When he knew the title, he was immediately interested because it was really interesting. Alice Astoria said that this book was just a note from her grandfather's research. So there was nothing special in her notes. From the beginning, it was very impossible to resurrect someone easily. Alan Allfalls became even more curious and asked she for an explanation of why it could happen. Rafael Astoria's book was immediately handed over to Alan Allfalls. He further wanted to know if discussing resurrection could be a reason it was impossible to do. Finally, she explained that this happened because no matter how much holy power could give life, something that cannot be done when someone wants to resurrect a soul that has left its body. So only necromancy can resurrect someone's soul. However, because necromancy itself comes in a scary way, it is not a good choice to do. She said that resurrection is very impossible to do, even if Gaia gives us a miracle. Alan Allfalls wanted to know what if there was someone who had holy power and magic. Alice Astoria seemed to think when he asked about it. For her, if there was someone who did have holy power and magic, then this was a rare case. If that person used both of their powers at the same time, then what happened could cause the body to explode. When he heard it, he was convinced whether something terrible like that could really happen. According to him, he still didn't feel that it was impossible with this resurrection problem. Hearing that, Alice Astoria couldn't understand it at all. When Rafael Astoria's book was opened, he said that in this book, there was actually an explanation. It can be said that if someone wants to use holy power better, then what must be done is to try it more. Wizards themselves can use power and spells. Then for dark magicians, they can use magic power and lifespan. Alan Allfalls is still curious if there is a way for someone to use holy power better. According to Alice Astoria, if he really wants to ask about something better than praying, then he is advised to use a magic tool. But saying earlier that he said that resurrection could be done, Alice Astoria couldn't understand what he meant. His face immediately felt bad for letting a woman who originally wanted to leave spend a lot of time just talking to him. With that, he asked Alice Astoria to go home immediately, but she seemed confused to answer it. Alan Allfalls himself saw that she was uncomfortable with him for too long, so she didn't have to deny anything anymore. Alice Astoria had no such intention at all, while Alan Allfalls kept pushing her body to leave quickly. Alan Allfalls would make sure that the lights in this library were turned off before he left. Then he said goodnight directly to Alice Allfalls. She was immediately left alone, even though he still hadn't explained everything about the resurrection. In her heart, she felt that the words earlier were just a bluff thrown by the seventh prince. But during the meeting, she could feel a difference in Alan Allfalls. The difference could be seen from the aura of the seventh prince. A few moments later, when she was alone, her grandfather came and called Alice Astoria's name. He immediately asked what his beloved granddaughter was actually doing. She immediately told him that she had been studying in the library. Hearing this, her grandfather immediately suspected that his granddaughter was full of curiosity. However, even though she learned a lot of things, her grandfather reminded her to be careful, because the seventh prince, Alan Alphals, had returned to the palace. With a smiling face, she would obey her grandfather's advice. In addition, she was also asked not to push herself too hard in anything. He gave a mask to Alice Astoria. Her grandfather said that she had been chosen by the gods, so she had great talent. Therefore, the work that she would do later would have a very heavy responsibility. Alice Astoria said that she already knew she had a big responsibility in the future. Whatever happened, she assured him that she was a strong person like her grandfather, so she shouldn't worry about it anymore. He was very proud because his granddaughter really had to be a great person like that without fear of anything. After that, the two of them immediately went into a room together. There was a first prince lying sick in his bed. In this mission, Alice Astoria was preparing to use the bird mask. Everyone here will immediately start treatment for today. The atmosphere in the room immediately changed because of the reaction of the treatment using magic. The sick body of the first prince immediately screamed loudly, while Alice Astoria, who started the treatment, was very focused. But she also considered that her grandfather's words were very true. In front of the cursed body of the first prince, it was useless for she to use holy power. If it continued like this, the first prince would not have much time left. Alice Astoria really couldn't find a way even though this had happened. In addition, Alice Astoria also remembered the words of the seventh prince, Alan Alphals. Alan Alphals said that resurrection was not impossible, although she herself knew that it was impossible. She didn't know in this case, so she remembered Alan Alphals' words. It would be very good if those words were true. After that, there were several sheets of paper on the table that provided information about the family tree. Alan Alphals did not see any information about the mother or father. Harem, who was in front of the prince, made sure if he needed information about that too. He didn't expect Alan Alphals to still remember him. In the room, Alan Alphals did not expect that Harem still thought that he had faked his amnesia. Previously, he had told Harem that he really had amnesia. So Alan Alphals asked Harem to tell him the truth now. Harem began to tell the story of when his father and mother were still alive. They both lived normal lives. Hearing the story, Alan Alphals made sure that was all Harem wanted to say. Harem immediately confirmed that that was the only information he knew. When he found out, Alan Alphals immediately felt strange with a bastard like Harem, because he couldn't lie. Alan Alphals actually wanted to know about the relationship between his family members, but it seemed like something suspicious had happened. Even so, he could understand it because this was the story of the royal family. So he felt it would be better to be careful talking about this family. After discussing it, Harem reminded Alan Alphals that it was almost lunchtime, so the prince was asked to get ready immediately. Alan Alphals asked again if he needed to join the lunch. Harem explained that if the prince did something wrong, the others would laugh at him. Charlotte herself had studied palace etiquette so that she would not embarrass Alan Alphals. After listening to the explanation, Alan Alphals wanted to know if he could enjoy all of it comfortably without any disturbance. Harem further explained that a feast and a banquet were different. In this situation, the first prince would also likely attend the event. Alan was seen still busy looking at a piece of paper. He asked again who the first prince was. Harem immediately told him that the first prince was in the family tree, precisely on the paper. The name of the first prince was Luan Alphals, Alan's first brother. The first Prince Luan was one of the people Alan Alphals had to watch out for right now. When Luan got the news about the banquet, he did not expect that the banquet would be held just for Alan. In a magnificent room, there were several musicians. Then, at a table, delicious and tempting food was served. One of the men at the event met Alice Astoria, who had an adult body and a more beautiful face. He was so happy to see her after not seeing her for so long. Likewise, Alice Astoria was happy to meet him at this event. In her heart, she remembered that her grandfather did not allow her to attend because the banquet was a sign of congratulations to the seventh prince. So, at the banquet, if grandfather was not present, at least Alice Astoria came to attend. Grandpa was also very busy taking care of the first prince. A few moments later, a man called Miss Alice Astoria. She spontaneously looked to the side. It turned out that the man who came was Count Fomor. In this banquet meeting, Count Fomor immediately praised Alice Astoria as very beautiful as usual. Anyone would believe it if he and the others told them that she was the reincarnation of the goddess Gaia. Then there were two people who attended the banquet talking about Count Fomor, who was rumored to have received support from the townspeople here. It seemed very difficult to please people from the lower classes. It was possible that this could happen because Count Fomor himself was not interested in power. It seemed that Count Fomor's hobby was being a useless volunteer worker. Alice Astoria was very annoyed when she heard someone talking about Count Fomor. He immediately asked her to just leave the person alone and not to reply. Count Fomor, with a smiling face, said that the person did not say anything wrong about him. There was an incident after Count Fomor's wife died. There was one reason that made him want to continue living by doing voluntary work without any reward, although such work was indeed not very noble. Alice Astoria said that she did not intend to know about it. According to her, people like Count Fomor were very worthy of receiving a lot of honor. She remembered in her mind that people like Count Fomor were kind men. In the past, he always served Miss Ulisha well. Now he always gives a lot of support and becomes a loyal subordinate of the first prince, instead of having to think about gathering power. Count Fomor always seems to worry about the health of the first prince who has not recovered. In addition, Count Fomor is a person who always speaks to convey the people's complaints. But Alice Astoria became very confused because she suddenly felt uncomfortable. After that, she immediately asked permission from Count Fomor because she had to meet the others too. If so, she couldn't wait to meet the two of them again next time. In her heart, Alice Astoria didn't feel okay now. Suddenly, she looked straight ahead until she was surprised. Coincidentally, Genard came to the banquet. He did have an anxious face and said that he, as a ruler, could be invited to a place like this. Then his guards immediately became anxious and asked that Lord Genard not feel nervous being in this place. He immediately asked Genard to look at himself because he was just an ordinary person. Hearing that, Alice Astoria immediately laughed. Genard immediately asked where the seventh prince was because he had left him at an event like this. Alice Astoria had not attended this banquet for a long time, so it would be better if she was with someone who was considered comfortable to talk to. She immediately approached Genard and greeted him directly. When she saw the woman in front of her, Genard made sure that she was the granddaughter of the archbishop. She introduced her name to Genard, but he seemed to have recognized her first. Genard said that he had only seen her from a distance in this room. Count Fomor secretly watched someone carefully without knowing what his intentions and goals were. Under the protection of the Holy Kingdom, Prince Alan Alphals had entered the banquet room. The seventh prince came accompanied by Charlotte and Harmond. When Alan Alphals started walking in, Count Fomor's eyes continued to watch him without stopping. The moment came when Count Fomor stared sharply at the prince. A few moments later, Alan Alphals was sitting in a chair. According to him, something like this was unexpected because he was a prince who actually had no right to inherit the throne and had even been exiled. So he thought no one would come to see him. Besides that, he also asked Charlotte who was more interesting in this event. She immediately apologized to the seventh prince, while Alan Alphals still observed that Charlotte looked more like a nobleman compared to him. He wanted to know if the class she took was a comparable class. Harmond immediately told him that the innate posture from birth could not be learned through class. Alan Alphals immediately thought that Harmond was saying that his body had bad posture. Harmond emphasized that he had no intention of insulting at all. Meanwhile, Count Fomor laughed while calling the seventh prince Alan Alphals. Besides, it had been a long time since he had seen Harmond. Alan Alphals immediately asked who the man who called his name while laughing was. With a stern face, Harmond explained again that Alan Alphals' behavior did not reflect that of a prince at all. Then he told him that the person who came was Count Fomor. The genealogy was already on the document sheet that he gave. Count Fomor immediately confirmed what Harmond said. It felt like it had been a long time since they had met in person, so Count Fomor understood that the seventh prince had forgotten him. In addition, he apologized that he could not be with Alan Alfalls in the midst of difficulties. So, Count Fomor apologized directly for his rudeness that had happened. Hearing that, Alan Alfalls reminded Count Fomor that he did not need to do this. They both finally shook hands as a sign that they had forgiven each other. In his heart, Alan Alfalls knew very well that Count Fomor was someone who served his mother and supported the first prince and himself too. He remembered very well who had supported him in the past. It was seen in the notification system that Count Fomor was a vampire. Alan Alfalls, who realized it, really did not expect there to be a vampire. While still shaking hands, Count Fomor wanted to know if the seventh prince liked the food at this banquet. He immediately let go of his hand and said that the food was delicious. Alan Alfalls released his holy power without realizing it, but there was no movement at all caused by Count Fomor. When listening to the prince's answer, Count Fomor was very relieved. He was sure that Alan Alfalls had not eaten food from this kingdom for a long time. In his heart, Alan Alfalls wondered since when this vampire man had been in the palace. He immediately turned his head to the front to observe several people there. It was clearly visible that there was one woman wearing a red dress who turned out to be a vampire too. Count Fomor immediately asked if the prince was currently looking for someone. Alan Alfalls got up from the chair. He just remembered that there was something that disappointed him during the meal. Hearing that made Count Fomor curious about what disappointed the prince. Alan Alfalls immediately pointed to one of the drinks and asked the waiter to give it to him. When the drink was in his hand, Alan Alfalls answered that what disappointed him was alcohol. It would be very disappointing if we all left alcohol while eating. After that, he asked why Count Fomor didn't drink alcohol like the others, while Alan Alfalls and Count Fomor were still chatting together. At this banquet, Count Fomor would happily drink alcohol as a sign of his honor. Seeing this made the prince happy and asked him to drink it. In this case, Alan Alfalls himself had placed his holy power there and turned it into holy water. So, Count Fomor had to drink quickly to show his true self as a vampire. This had been believed by the prince that the previous shadow was the person in front of him. If the Count's true identity was revealed, then the perpetrator of the murder case would be revealed naturally. Count Fomor finally drank the alcohol and finished it. Then he laughed and felt that he was starting to feel drunk. Not only that, he apologized to the prince for being very weak when he had drunk alcohol. Alan Alfalls, who observed him, thought he was not drunk at all. Count Fomor immediately apologized because he was not that drunk on alcohol. Surprisingly, Alan Alfalls already had a bottle of alcohol in his hand. The bottle was immediately thrown until it hit Count Fomor's body. Everyone at the banquet immediately saw the incident. When he fell, Count Fomor really didn't expect what the prince actually did to him. Without caring about anything, Alan Alfalls continued to attack until he was in pain. Even though he had done several things, Count Fomor didn't take any action. He immediately stood up and asked Alan Alfalls to calm down. In addition, when he saw with his own eyes, Count Fomor didn't heal the wound and just left it. So this clearly shows that Count Fomor is actually a vampire. Harem quickly secured the prince and apologized because the seventh prince was drunk. After that, Harem asked why Count Fomor didn't come in to treat the wound. Hearing that, he would immediately treat his wound and leave the banquet. Because of this incident, Harem wanted to know why Alan Alfalls deliberately injured Lord Count Fomor in that way. Then Charlotte suspected that the prince was actually feeling something strange about Count Fomor. Frankly, Alan Alfalls told them both that he thought Count Fomor was a vampire. They were both immediately shocked at the same time to hear the prince's words. Harem enthusiastically couldn't wait to catch him immediately. Alan Alfalls said that to make the arrest, we still have strong evidence now. First of all, Harem was asked to bring him a pen and a piece of paper now. Harem was confused about why the prince was using the tool at this time. Alan Alfalls will now take action to track the vampire. So, in this case, only the three of us are involved to prove it. A few moments later, in a room, Count Fomor was in front of the door starting to feel something uncomfortable. Count Fomor couldn't hold back his cough until he vomited a lot of blood onto the floor. At this time, he started to feel very unlucky when he drank alcohol and got some wounds on his hands. In an instant, his face immediately changed, and his fangs appeared. He showed his true self as a vampire. This time he was very angry because Alan Alfalls was believed to have known who he was. If he didn't know, it seemed impossible because Alan Alfalls suddenly offered alcohol that had been turned into holy water. Count Fomor continued to cough with a body that had become a vampire. When his body turned into a vampire, what Count Fomor could do was cut off all his burned organs. In addition, he really needed new blood and flesh. Suddenly, from outside the door, there was a woman's voice calling the Count's name. This maid said that she came to clean the room. Count Fomor quickly invited the maid to enter his room. In front of the door, the maid said, "Excuse me first," before entering. He said that this maid did not need permission to enter, so just clean this room as comfortably as possible. When she entered, she saw a lot of blood on the floor. In an instant, the maid immediately became Count Fomor's prey. This was because he really needed prey like fresh humans. A few moments later, two maids came into Count Fomor's room. His body was seen like a normal human in general and not a vampire anymore. Two maids immediately said goodnight. Count Fomor casually said that it was a very pleasant dinner. Not only that, he knew that these two maids were very busy because they had to prepare the banquet. One of the maids was happy because she was considered the only person who cared so much about the maids in the palace. After that, he said that the maid named Melia had done a good job. Therefore, he thought he would employ Melia in his manor. So he asked these two maids to help tell the treasurer about this. It was seen in the room that Melia's body had died in a terrible way due to being Count Fomor's meal. One of the maids was so sure that working under someone like this count would definitely make Melia like her. When he wanted to walk, he told this maid that there was nothing special at all in his manner. Then he immediately said goodbye to leave immediately. She immediately told Count Fomor to go to the banquet, not that way. He said that he was not going to the banquet hall tonight. Right at this time, he would visit the first prince to say goodnight. On the other hand, it was seen on a piece of paper written by the seventh prince. Alan Alfalls did not expect that he had written these many words. For him, these were just the bastards seen on the first floor. Charlotte wondered if there were many noble names related. In addition, Harmond also saw that there was no way to prove that they were vampires. Of course it would be a problem. Even so, at least none of them were parents, so the situation wouldn't be that bad. Alan Alfalls was a little confused about what Harmond meant by mentioning parents. Harmond explained again, as previously known, about the process of the undead. After evolution, a person will be born as a vampire. This is usually called a parent. An example is like the vampire count that we defeated for the first time. After so many situations, these people or vampires created their own creations, but their specialty is hidden among humans. Alan Alfalls said that vampires could hide themselves even from the Holy Emperor. Harmond immediately said that what the prince said was absolutely true. Those bastards could replace their bodies with humans who had been killed sadistically. Alan Alfalls did not expect that vampires could do bad things like that. He can also conclude that the missing corpses and leaving the heads were caused by vampires. Harmond argues that vampires may have taken human body parts and tortured those they left behind. By using the human body, the holy power must be stronger than him. Alan Alfalls is still silent while slightly crumpling the paper in his hand. Now he starts to take the next step. Harmond himself has a fairly high position in this kingdom. Harmond confirmed that his position is indeed high enough in order to move a troop of holy knights on his orders. That way, Alan Alfalls will ask for Harmond's help to capture all the people written on the paper. Then he also has to see the situation carefully first. After the situation is right, the names of the people who have been written must be killed. Harmond immediately saw all the names on the paper he was holding. That way, Alan Alfalls is ready to carry out this great responsibility. So Charlotte also came with Harmond to help him carry out the task. Harmond asked if the prince would be okay with all this. If moving military forces while the banquet was still going on, it seemed like it would be bad to do. Prince Alan Alfalls was very surprised why Harmond was worried. The important thing was that he should also pay attention to himself. It would be impossible to prove that all the names written were vampires. Alan Alfalls' plan now was to kill them first and turn them into ashes. Besides, in his heart, he knew that Count Fomor had realized that his identity had been revealed. If the three of us do not take action immediately, Alan Alfalls will be in great danger. After thinking about all this carefully, Harmond will carry out the order according to the direction. Charlotte also did not forget to remind the seventh prince to be careful in carrying out this task. The two of them immediately left together, while Alan Allfalls would immediately hide to protect himself. When he was about to leave, suddenly there was a voice calling Alan's name. Unexpectedly, the person who came to call Alan Allfalls was Ruffle, the third prince. In this meeting, he felt like he hadn't seen his younger brother for a long time. In the kingdom, Alan Allfalls accidentally met his older brother named Ruffle. The third prince had a cunning personality but was skilled in using a spear. In addition, he also had an ordinary physical body, was easily fooled, and was a coward. Alan Allfalls in his heart did not expect that his brother had such a bad personality. He also knew his brother's name just by looking at the notification system. Ruffle said that his younger brother had lost his memory. This was truly very sad news. Then Alan Allfalls called the third prince and then immediately smiled. Harem himself had told him about Ruffle as the third prince. Even he was the son of a mother who was recognized by the Holy Emperor. A prince whose contribution was even 0 because he couldn't do anything. Ruffle didn't expect that his younger brother had remembered him. Alan Allfalls said that Harem had told him before. After getting to know each other again, Ruffle saw for himself that none of our brothers attended the banquet. But even so, he asked his brother not to feel disappointed. They must have other important matters that could not be left behind. It is also possible that because they were so busy, they forgot to come to the banquet to welcome Alan Allfalls to the kingdom. In his heart, he knew that his brother's intention in speaking like that was deliberately to annoy him. After that, Alan Allfalls said that his conversation was enough here. Ruffle said that he could come here because he happened to have free time. He immediately held his brother's shoulder and saw that he still liked to make a fuss everywhere. On the one hand, Ruffle was very happy with his brother because Alan Allfalls was still full of useless thoughts. If his presence came here because he wanted the crown prince's seat, then the two of us would certainly become enemies. Ruffle asked his brother to continue living his life as before. After delivering the advice, Ruffle immediately asked permission to leave first. After his brother left, Alan Allfalls thought about important things again. If he wasn't here, then Ruffle wouldn't have a chance to become the crown prince. He would forget the stupidity that his brother had done. Now, it would be better if Alan Allfalls could focus on his work. In this case, he also didn't know how strong Count Fomor was, so his energy had to be saved first. The point is, he had to hide immediately until Harem and Charlotte finished it. The door was immediately opened, and Alan Allfalls entered. At the same time, someone called his name asking him to come out immediately. In his mind, he didn't expect that someone would shout his name in a very loud voice. He didn't know how bad the person was to come here for looking for him while shouting his name. Suddenly, a voice was heard asking the first prince, Luan, to stop his actions. At this time, he was not allowed to move around much. Alan Allfalls' eyes immediately focused when he found out that the person calling him loudly was Luan. If it continued like this, something bad would happen. After that, he saw the first Prince Luan willingly walking while still in pain. Alan Allfalls checked the identity of his first brother. Prince Luan has a personality that is sometimes good but also cruel. In addition, Prince Luan has a rotten body, but has a very talented skill in the art of swordsmanship, has the qualifications as a wise ruler, then has the qualifications as a tyrant and thunderbolt. Alan Allfalls did not expect his brother who had a rotten body to still be alive. Even Luan lives in the form of an undead body. Suddenly, Luan immediately pulled his brother's clothes hard. Then he got angry because his brother had offended his subordinates badly. The people around him immediately paid attention to the arguing brother and sister. Luan explained that Count Fomor was someone who used to serve his mother well. He felt that Alan Allfalls must know about the story from before. Luan wanted to ask his brother for an explanation of why he always offended the gods to the point of doing something contradictory. Inside the palace, the feud between brothers continued. Prince Luan Allfalls was furious with his brother. He wanted to ask what was the reason for Alan Allfalls, who constantly tarnished the honor of his own mother. Suddenly, the king of Kelt came into the palace. He immediately asked what exactly was being done by the brothers at this time to sound so noisy. Moreover, the commotion occurred under the divine protection of the Holy Emperor. King Kelt, as the ruler of the Holy Empire, ventured to enter to find out what happened. When asking everyone in the room, he wondered why no one dared to answer his question, even though there are still many people in here. With great emotion, the King of Kelt asked again what Alan Alfals and Luan Alfals were actually doing while the event was still going on. The blue aura of power was immediately released to teach them all a lesson. Alan Alfals in his heart did not think that the voice of the King of Kelt could contain this much holy power. After that, the first prince, Luan Alfals, immediately spit blood from his mouth. Incidentally, the King of Kelt today brought the Archbishop beside him. He gave orders to the Archbishop and other healers to bring Luan Alfals there and then provide treatment so as not to get sicker. On that order, the Archbishop immediately obeyed the wishes of the Kelt King. Now the atmosphere in the kingdom has subsided again. On this occasion, the Kelt King wanted to know firsthand what really happened to cause the commotion. For a moment he sighed as the king began to ask for information about the incident earlier. The king himself had heard information that Alan Alfals had offended Count Fomor. On that news, he wanted to know if it was true or just a misunderstanding. Alan Alfals said that he had indeed offended the Count Fomor. After knowing the honesty of the seventh prince, the King of Kelt asked for an explanation of what the reason was for him to do that action. Alan Alfals's face became very panicked when the King of Kelt asked to be told the reason. In his heart, he absolutely could not say that he actually wanted to hunt down the Count Fomor as a vampire, not to attack him. Should Alan Alfals tell the King of Kelt honestly that the Count Fomor was actually a vampire? It was certain that the Kelt King would not believe the accusation without any valid evidence. After thinking things through, Alan Alfals made another suggestion that he was drunk. Hence, he accidentally made a mistake that did not have to happen. The Kelt King still looked confused at Alan Alfals' unbelievable excuse. Once again, he asked if Alan Alfals' statement was honest. Meanwhile, Alan Alfals noticed that the Kelt King's reaction seemed strange. He did not know what was in the king's mind. But the reaction was as if the King of Kelt expected another answer other than that. Luan Alfals was seen being treated by the Archbishop. Then Alan Alfals emphasized that there was no other reason than that. After being given treatment, Luan Alfals wanted to stand up and then asked the person beside her to immediately avoid. He took one of the glasses on the table in his hand. Without any care, he threw the glass towards Alan Alfals. The sound of the glass shattering made the atmosphere in the kingdom even worse. Luckily, Alan Alfals, who was the target, was not hit by the glass. Luan Alfals immediately called the King of Kelt and apologized for this disrespectful act. He felt unacceptable because his subordinate, Count Fomor, had been directly offended by the seventh prince. Therefore, the insult cannot be ignored. Luan Alfals planned to make a request for a duel together with Alan Alfals. Hearing the request, the King of Kelt wondered how Luan Alfals could fight with an unhealthy body. The Kelt King himself had decided to give disciplinary action to Alan Alfals after understanding the situation well. So Luan Alfals could leave now to have a good rest. But Luan Alfals didn't want to leave at all, because she still wanted to invite Alan Alfals to fight together. In addition, he had also heard for himself that the King of Kelt had given many awards to Alan Alfals, especially in the matter of the Lonya territory. If the Kelt King is willing to give permission to duel, then it will be an advantage for the king to see for himself the actions of Alan Alfals. On this occasion, Luan Alfals wanted to prove whether his brother could really hunt vampires or was only good at taking other people's awards. So was it that the Kelt King was not at all curious about the way Alan Alfals had acted. The Archbishop who was there said that the Kelt King should stop the action of the prince. Hearing that suggestion, the Kelt King did not give any response at all. He continued to remain silent and wanted to leave here. Seeing that action, the Archbishop asked where the King of Kelt wanted to go now. He just wanted the king to stop the actions of the two princes so that the situation would get better again. Suddenly, Luan Alfals said that Alan Alfals had agreed to a duel today. Luan Alfals immediately pointed to his brother and then confirmed it so that he could correct the bad actions. So, with this duel, he asked that Alan Alfals could prepare himself as well as possible. When challenged to the duel, Alan Alfals was very surprised that they did not ask his opinion on this matter. There were several people upstairs in the palace who saw an unexpected event. One of the men wanted to decide to leave this place now that things were getting chaotic. Meanwhile, another man there saw that the seventh prince, Alan Alfalls, had taken action again. With that, the atmosphere will not calm down and will become even more chaotic than before. Then there was Gennard, who said that that person was very brave to talk about the seventh prince. The bodyguard this time was really angry and couldn't control his emotions anymore. According to Gennard, although the seventh prince Alan Alfalls was a bastard, he was a very good person. He also still calmed down his bodyguard, who was furious. Gennard immediately apologized to Alice Astoria. The bodyguard man became like this because he was very weak when he was dealing with alcohol. Alice Astoria, who was looking down, did not hear and only focused on seeing the battle of Alan Alfalls with her brother. A few moments later, Alice Astoria felt that the seventh prince had given a note to the man of the guard. Was it possible that the two of them had seen something in it? But Gennard didn't see it at all, then immediately asked if the note was very important or not. When he asked, Alice Astoria said it only bothered her a little. Then she thought about the incident earlier that Alan Alfalls had given Count Fomor a drink. It was as if the seventh prince was waiting for something to happen in front of him. After remembering the incident, Alice Astoria felt that now was not the time to think about it further. She still had to focus on Prince Luan Alfalls. Moreover, she doesn't want Luan Alfalls to push himself too much because it will have a bad impact. Alice Astoria told them both that she would go downstairs first because she had other business. She slowly descended from the stairs and still thought bad things would happen to Prince Luan Alfalls. The point is that Alice Astoria really hopes that the duel between the two princes should end safely without anyone being seriously injured. On the other hand, in the crowded room below, it could be seen that Alan Alfalls was holding a small stick. He felt uncomfortable in his heart if he had to have a bad relationship with this family. Moreover, the person he was going to face, Luan Alfalls, had a body like it was dying to keep dueling. Even when Luan Alfalls died while walking, it would not be surprising because his condition was already very bad. Before starting the duel, Alan Alfalls looked towards the Celt King, Archbishop, and Alice Astoria in that direction. He really doesn't know what they really expect from him, but it seems that the Holy Emperor has no thoughts of stopping this duel. They seem to be following orders according to the wishes of the Luan Alfalls prince. Meanwhile, the Archbishop was only worried about the Luan Alfalls prince, not Alan Alfalls. Then the Archbishop told him that due to the creation of security, it was forbidden to use holy power. Not because Prince Luan Alfalls' body is unable to withstand holy power. Rather, this is to open whether it is true that Alan Alfalls can hunt vampires. So, according to the Archbishop, someone like Alan Alfalls not only uses holy power to fight vampires, there must be other greatness. This opportunity could also be said to be an act to test the martial skills of Alan Alfalls. After hearing the Archbishop's words, in his heart, Alan Alfalls felt this was not right. Even though he has always relied on his holy power in any case. Other than that, Alan Alfalls did not know how to use a sword properly. Meanwhile, the two people like Harmond and Charlotte who were supposed to provide protection were not in this place. Alan Alfalls' face was so upset that no one was helping him. But there was only one way that Alan Alfalls could actually do to avoid an unwanted duel. Suddenly, he played the sword in his hand, seeing that Luan Alfalls became confused about what his brother's actions meant. Alan Alfalls' face was so serious in using the sword. This time, Luan Alfalls was quite relieved to see Alan Alfalls decide to seriously duel. That way he was ready too, and then asked the King of Celt to tell the duel to start as a neutral party. They both have brandished their swords towards the front. Then the King of Celt did not forget to warn them both to respect each other as siblings. A few moments later, the duel began. Alan Alfalls was seen running towards the front at a fairly high speed. He headed Luan Alfalls' body using his head. Seeing that action, Luan Alfalls will also attack him in retaliation. Suddenly, Alan Alfalls headed towards his brother's body and then kowtowed. He said directly that he had surrendered in this duel. Hearing those words made Prince Luan Alfalls quite surprised, while the King of Celt and others are also still watching the actions taken by the seventh prince. Alan Alfalls was still kowtowing, and then said on his behalf that Alan Alfalls wanted to surrender to Prince Luan Alfalls because he was very afraid of his brother. Everyone who was still in the kingdom immediately focused on paying attention to the request from Alan Alfalls. Instantly, the King of Kelt immediately covered his face until he was speechless at the actions of the seventh prince. In his mind, he suspected that Alan Alfalls did all this because he wanted to avoid a duel, but it could also be possible to make this request because he was very worried about the situation of Prince Luan Alfalls. The Celt king also didn't really understand the reason why Alan Alfalls was doing all this. Luan Alfalls, who saw the request, felt that his brother's fate was very sad. The King of Kelt himself had said that siblings should be able to respect each other. Prince Luan Alfalls was still very upset with the behavior caused by his younger brother. Without thinking, he immediately gave it to make Alan Alfalls very surprised. He immediately called his brother, who was so emotional. Luan Alfalls still remembered that his brother had looked down on Count Fomor, but also his brother had dared to underestimate Luan Alfalls' abilities due to a body that looked like a half-corpse. Prince Luan Alfalls was increasingly convinced that the insults from Alan Alfalls were actually directed at him. Because his emotions were very high, Luan Alfalls continued to rage until he didn't want to stop. Alan Alfalls, who was already scared, reminded his brother to maintain his dignity well in front of everyone. Whatever it was, Luan Alfalls didn't want to care at all. Now he really couldn't forgive the actions of Alan Alfalls. A few moments later, Alan Alfalls saw for himself that Luan Alfalls was using divine power. This would affect Alan Alfalls' body if it could not block the attack. In addition, the King of Kelt also just watched silently without having the initiative to stop Prince Luan Alfalls' increasingly violent actions. In the end, he was forced to use his strength to fend off his brother's attack. Suddenly, in the hands of Alan Alfalls appeared a shovel that immediately held Luan Alfalls' sword. He wondered where the shovel came from. Then, two men were seen watching the fight. One of the men didn't know that Alan Alfalls knew how to use subspace magic. Meanwhile, his colleague who wore a bird mask said that it was not magic because he could not feel the flow of mana. The power used by Alan Alfalls is holy aura. The battle between the two princes is still going on fiercely. Luan Alfalls was still trying to suppress his brother's shovel, but it still hasn't worked. While holding back the resistance, Alan Alfalls was still wondering how Prince Luan Alfalls could wander around with a bad body. If the duel continued, it would have a very bad impact on Prince Luan Alfalls. Suddenly, Count Fomor appeared behind the group of people. His face immediately smiled when he saw Alan Alfalls from a distance. Incidentally, Alan Alfalls also saw the arrival of Count Fomor when he was dueling with his brother. In his heart, he was very upset because he was sure that all of this happened because of Count Fomor's cunning to get revenge. That way he will not let the bad guy get away with it. All the problems in this kingdom will be solved if Count Fomor is killed. Then he released his stalk and apologized to the Luan Alfalls prince. Luan Alfalls became confused about what his brother wanted to do. Suddenly, Alan Alfalls asked his brother to accept the tool and then pointed the shovel in front of Luan Alfalls' body, who wanted to fall due to the shocking action. Alan Alfalls promised that he would make sure to get revenge on his brother's enemies, who were very cunning like the Count Fomor. In the royal palace, the atmosphere was still very precarious. Prince Luan Alfalls was seen wanting to fall because his stomach was attacked. Everyone in the room was very panicked by the action. The sound of people in the room was so anxious. Then Alan Alfalls said that the number of enemies here was quite a lot. In addition, the Archbishop's voice was heard telling him that another item had appeared in the hands of the seventh prince. Currently, Alan Alfalls is using a rifle that will aim at its target. Then the Archbishop still told him that the rifle came from the divine aura of the seventh prince. Therefore, the action that the King of Kelt should take is to stop Alan Alfalls. Although the rifle did not have the ability to kill opponents, it would still be dangerous to use it at that distance. The action of Alan Alfalls in using the rifle had many blue auras appearing around him. He was chanting power in the name of Gaia. In his heart, he also asked the Archbishop not to worry about actions like this. Actually, the target to be targeted by Alan Alfalls was a cunning vampire named Count Fomor. Without waiting any longer, he would immediately attack. The power of the rifle shot towards Count Fomor's head. Instantly, his body was blown away. The person beside him was really very panicked at the unexpected incident. Meanwhile, Alan Alfalls could only pray for a short time, so his strength was too low. He would not give up. The arena would try to do it once again. The situation was now getting chaotic and not yet peaceful. There was someone's voice saying that the seventh prince was crazy for doing bad things. Likewise, the king of Kelt, who saw this incident, immediately requested that the Holy Knight immediately stop the actions of the seventh prince. The Holy Knight behind the king of Kelt will carry out the order properly. When he wanted to launch his action once again, Alan Alfalls immediately saw the Holy Knight coming towards him. His body was immediately held by the Holy Knight on orders from the king of Kelt. Alan Alfalls said that he was still in the middle of the fight, so it shouldn't be stopped just like that. In his heart, he wanted to attack the Count Fomor once again. Alan Alfalls' rifle was seen on the floor. He was so confident that he could kill Count Fomor if he shot one more time, showing a flashback when Alan Alfalls parried a sword attack from Prince Luan Alfalls using a shovel that suddenly appeared. After that, the tool issued by him, namely the rifle, shot at the Count Fomor. Prince Luan Alfalls, who remembered everything that happened earlier, became even more confused about what exactly happened. Even he was speechless over his brother's actions in the duel. After that, came the Celt King, who approached to tell him that this incident seemed like something. The Celt King also knew very well that Prince Luan Alfalls must be thinking about it as well as himself. Hearing this, Prince Luan Alfalls immediately agreed that he felt something strange. In addition, he also suddenly remembered what Harmond had said at that time. It was clearly remembered that at that time, Harmond said Alan Alfalls deliberately made himself like an asshole. Not only that, Alan Alfalls is also willing to isolate himself to be able to avenge his mother. But if you look at Alan Alfalls' current abilities, it makes Prince Luan Alfalls think that Harmond's words might be very true. From such actions, Prince Luan Alfalls is eager to confirm whether Alan Alfalls really has the quality of the Holy Emperor. After telling all that, he immediately closed his mouth, suddenly saying that he was dead. In the hands of Prince Luan Alfalls, there is quite a lot of blood. Great hope he really wants to do anything to lift his favorite. So, in the future, Prince Luan Alfalls can definitely become the next Holy Emperor when his curse disappears. But now he is well aware that he has reached his limit. So, the intention that will now be carried out is to take revenge on the nobles. This revenge is aimed at the nobles who have laughed at his mother to be looked down upon. Luan Alfalls King's decision is very unanimous that he will make Alan Alfalls the next Holy Emperor, even though there had been a fight that made people panic. He, as a biological brother, is certainly still thinking about the fate of his younger brother in the future. Alan Alfalls really wanted to kill Count Fomor without knowing the real reason. If his younger brother wanted to humiliate Luan Alfalls' pride, the attack would have been directed at him directly. But it turned out that his younger brother was already targeting Count Fomor. Prince Luan Alfalls had no idea what the reason for this action was. After that, his body deteriorated again. Alice Astoria immediately helped the prince. Meanwhile, the archbishop who saw the bad condition conveyed to the king of Kelt that Prince Luan Alfalls should get treatment as soon as possible. The Kelt king immediately understood and knew the condition of the first prince. So, for other discussions will be continued when everything is better. Then he asked where Harmond was now because he didn't see his nose. Alice Astoria told the king that Harmond had left the banquet hall during the duel. Until now, Harmond has also not returned, not knowing what exactly is being done. The king of Kelt was also confused because now the situation was unstable. In addition, he also asked how the Count Fomor was doing after the incident. The archbishop informed that the Count Fomor was brought to his room for treatment as well. The Kelt king ordered to call Count Fomor to meet him. Hearing that request made the archbishop curious as to what exactly the king wanted to do to the patient who was still injured. The Kelt king knew that Count Fomor was already seriously injured due to his grandson's actions. So, he decided to give Count Fomor his own treatment. He even thought of pouring holy power into the Count Fomor's head, so that he could get more proper treatment. But it was probably too early to open his skull. The archbishop and Alice Astoria heard the words of the Kelt king. Then the archbishop said that he was not sure what happened next. A few moments later, the atmosphere inside the prison cell was quiet. In one of the cells, there is Alan Alfalls locked up. He was very upset and even angry because he was put in prison, even though it only made Count Fomor injured and ended up in an unclear situation. There are things that Alan Alfalls is afraid of because Count Fomor likes to wander around and then kill the servants again. He immediately closed his eyes because he was upset that he couldn't do anything. Apart from that, the atmosphere in this palace is too quiet. There are not many people passing by or doing any activities. Then he also thought about the current state of Harmond and Charlotte, whether they both failed the mission. If you remember well earlier, the Count Fomor had wandered into the banquet hall very confidently. Alan Alfalls knew that the vampire was actually planning something again. For them, being in the Holy Palace was like occupying the center of the enemy's lair. Even they might have a guide to get out of any crisis situation. Although that was not the case, it would be very difficult for Harmon to hurt the nobles due to his position. Plus, the actions of the vampires who disguised themselves as nobles. He was sure that they vampires would make the best use of their noble status. Then the vampires surrounded themselves with human knights and then delayed the capture. Such an opportunity at the banquet that would later end. Surely the vampires would sneak into the human nobility after leaving. Meanwhile, Alan Alfalls himself would be charged with the attempted murder of Count Fomor. He was furious and did not want that to happen to him. Surprisingly came Ruffle in the prison room. He said that in this room, it turned out that Alan Alfalls was also making a fuss, could not be silent for a minute. Seeing Ruffle coming, Alan Alfalls immediately behaved casually. Alan Alfalls called out to the third prince who had deliberately come to see him. Ruffle confirmed that Alan should have called him brother. Then Ruffle told me that he had seen the duel that was done earlier. He, as a brother and close brother, then Luan Alfalls and Alan Alfalls should not fight until witnessed by many people. Even though Ruffle said it was not good, Alan Alfalls could see his brother's face showing joy. Ruffle immediately denied it and said that he happened to be in a good mood today. In his heart, Alan Alfalls knew that Ruffle was happy, because he fought so that he lost one competitor for the throne. That was why Ruffle's face was very happy. He immediately confirmed again that his brother was indeed the third prince. That way, Ruffle had great authority to release Alan Alfalls from prison. Alan Alfalls would make good use of the arrival of the third prince. He asked his brother to help him get out of prison. Ruffle wondered why he had to act to free his brother. He was very afraid that he would be reprimanded by the Holy Emperor for having dared to release Alan Alfalls without permission. Alan Alfalls said that the condition of the first prince was in critical condition, so that he did not have the ability to do much. If Ruffle owed something, then it was a virtue to pay it back quickly. Therefore, Alan Alfalls wanted to visit Prince Luan Alfalls. He is very sure that Ruffle's brother knows his personality very well. Ruffle agrees that he knows Alan Alfalls' behavior very well. Alan Alfalls does various things to persuade his brother. If later Ruffle gets Alan Alfalls out of prison, then Ruffle can see something very interesting later. The atmosphere in a room looks very quiet, and there are also some items there. Alan Alfalls judges that the third Prince Ruffle seems to be a holy knight who really hates Luan Alfalls. Ruffle not only helps Alan to get out of the prison cell, but even deliberately takes him to the armory. From the conversation earlier, Ruffle suggested that Alan Alfalls should visit Prince Luan Alfalls and bring him a gift. Alan Alfalls is confused as to why he should bring a gift from this place. Even so, now he is very relieved to be able to get out freely. However, he is confused about what to do now. At this time, he had no one at all who could help him in carrying out the action in the royal palace. Besides, he felt that the vampires had also finished sharing their information. Then Alan Alfalls was still confused whether now was the right time for him to use his powers or not. He remembered Prince Luan Alfalls. The figure of his first brother was a person who had greater authority. Moreover, his brother could use it freely. Alan Alfalls felt that now it would be better for him to ask for help from people who were trusted by everyone. Then Alan Alfalls also needed something to clear his way. He did his action by activating the skill that would be used. It was clearly seen that there were so many terrible creatures coming. He wanted to ask everyone to clear the way for him. These terrible creatures were nicknamed dead spirits. In front of Alan Alfalls, the number that appeared was already very large. Without speaking at length, he told all these soldiers to carry out their duties. First of all, the dead spirit had to cover his face with a head covering so that he would not be caught. Hearing the explanation, the dead spirit was immediately ready to immediately carry out the order properly. A few moments later, the dead spirit was seen starting to wear clothes. At first, Alan Allfalls wanted to handle everything secretly without anyone knowing his plan. However, the unlucky vampires continued to disturb Alan Allfalls' peace, so that he had no choice but to take this step openly. Moreover, Prince Luan Allfalls could not understand what had been said so far. After that, the dead spirits were seen behind Alan Allfalls wearing armor and lining up very neatly. Alan Allfalls immediately escorted everyone. He and the dead spirits would come to visit the first prince. A few moments later, when they were in the kingdom, the servants were surprised to see many soldiers coming in. She even wanted to stop the soldiers who were still walking. Alan Allfalls immediately asked the dead spirits to make a drama here so that they would not be suspected. One of the dead spirits immediately shouted that there was a rebellion. In addition, he also said that the seventh prince had made a rebellion. Among the many dead spirits, Alan Allfalls ran in the middle of them all. Then the dead spirit immediately pretended to ask the others not to kill anyone. The most important thing to do now is to open the way. One of the dead spirits also ordered to call more soldiers. Alan Allfalls will immediately go to the first prince's room. After that, the swords were immediately crossed, pretending to fight. Seeing conditions like this made him very happy because his plan went smoothly. Dead spirits were also considered to have done a very good job. Alan Allfalls was immediately in front of Luan Allfalls' room door. One of the dead spirits said that now the seventh prince was in front of Prince Luan Allfalls' room. They all seemed very anxious about the action. The door was quickly opened and several people were seen wearing bird masks. The atmosphere was getting tense. The healer who was wearing the mask asked Alan Allfalls to stop his actions because Prince Luan Allfalls was being treated. Alan Allfalls asked the dead spirits to block the exit and make sure no one else entered this room. One of the healers who was being held asked the seventh prince not to take any action. Alan Allfalls didn't care about anything because he was currently focused on closing the door tightly in the room. Prince Luan Allfalls, who was lying down, asked what Alan Allfalls was actually doing now. When asked, Alan Allfalls said that he didn't want to do this. Prince Luan Allfalls should have left Alan alone before. Because of Prince Luan Allfalls, this made his vampire hunt unsuccessful. Hearing that explanation, he wanted to make sure if Alan Allfalls was talking about Count Fomor. He immediately asked back if his brother already knew about it. Prince Luan Allfalls didn't know, but saw Alan Allfalls' actions earlier. So he concluded that his brother did know something bad had happened. However, Luan Allfalls said that Alan Allfalls was wrong because the priest had confirmed it earlier. Alan Allfalls wanted to know if brother Luan Allfalls was very sure that the priest had done a thorough examination. Without further ado, Alan Allfalls immediately told him that vampires have the same skin as humans. So with that similarity, it would be difficult to tell the difference unless you pour holy power into his head. So, it would be difficult for ordinary priests to recognize whether humans are vampires or not. Prince Luan Allfalls' face looked surprised when he found out the explanation about vampires. Not only that, while we all feel comfortable in this condition, then the palace will continue to be flooded by the arrival of dangerous vampires. Prince Luan Allfalls was very surprised why Alan Allfalls had not told him for a long time that Count Fomor was a vampire. Alan Allfalls felt less sure if later saying that his brother would be less sure. Prince Luan Allfalls explained that if Alan Allfalls, as the seventh prince, showed his true self to all of us, and then told us about the truth, then it would definitely be believed well. Suddenly, Alan Allfalls seemed to think when his brother said the truth. If indeed Luan Allfalls wanted him to talk about a truth. Honestly, he didn't want to be involved with a chaotic family anymore, plus there were vampires. Suddenly, in Alan Allfalls' hand, there was a round light shining very brightly. Immediately, a strange head shape was seen. Alan was still talking that he could no longer get out of this chaos. Prince Luan Allfalls was very surprised to see Alan Allfalls' head wearing a strange head covering. He only asked his brother to pay for all the hard work that had been done. Without wasting any more time, he immediately rushed to launch his action. His head had changed into a scary shape and then brought a shovel. Prince Luan Allfalls panicked when he saw his brother. Alan Allfalls asked that his actions be paid for with the life of Prince Luan Allfalls himself. The situation was very tense, and bloodshed finally occurred. On the other side of the royal palace area, The archbishop ran with the Holy Knight because he heard a commotion. The Holy Knight informed that Alan Alphals had taken over Prince Luan Alphal's room. In fact, the archbishop had just left his chair for a moment, and there was another commotion, so he had to move quickly. While passing through a corridor, the archbishop saw many soldiers fighting each other. Without thinking, he immediately attacked using his stick. He didn't know how it could be worse than this old man. One of the soldiers was knocked down and his headgear was destroyed. The archbishop saw with his own eyes that this soldier was a corpse. In his heart, he never thought that the soldier brought by the seventh prince was a corpse. Is it possible that Alan Alphals managed to deceive a necromancer with this action? After observing the corpse carefully, it had the same pure holy power as the other holy knights. This corpse or dead spirit was considered by the archbishop as a creature that defied the laws of the world. Its existence was truly impossible even with magic. The archbishop became increasingly curious about what the seventh prince had actually done today that brought the dead spirit. With that, the archbishop immediately shouted, asking for this corridor to be controlled. Then besides that, he had to make sure that no soldiers could get out. Even though he was quite old, the archbishop would continue to attack this dead spirit using his staff. One by one, the heads of the dead spirits were hit by a fairly strong staff. At the entrance to Prince Luan Alphal's room, the archbishop had the intention of finding the person who had summoned the dead spirit. After struggling with all his might, the dead spirits disguised as soldiers were defeated. But suddenly, the heads of the dead spirits immediately emitted bright light. The archbishop became increasingly confused about what was really going on. After the dead spirit fell, without further ado, the archbishop immediately entered Prince Luan Alphal's room with a holy knight. With his own eyes, he saw that Alan Alphals was stabbing Prince Luan Alphals from the front using his shovel. Alan Alphals wanted to ask his brother to think that this was a way to repay him. The room became very disgusting because it was filled with fresh blood. After stabbing him, Alan Alphals asked his brother to get back up again. In the thoughts of Prince Luan Alphals, there were many strange events that happened. One example is someone like Count Fomor, who only gave reports about Alan Alphals' bad habits. This information was told directly by Count Fomor in Luan Alphal's room. Not only that, Count Fomor also said that Alan Alphals kept saying that Prince Luan Alphals was a son who was born with a low status just like his mother. Alan Alphals was also said to have insulted the mother of another prince. From the start, he should have known that a cunning person like Count Fomor had often incited him. At that time, Count Fomor also came just to report the incident that occurred in the banquet hall. There was a reason why Prince Luan Alphals did not suspect Count Fomor's actions at all. The first thing is that Count Fomor has been with Prince Luan Alphals since he was little. Not only that, he is the only person who always calms Luan Alphals down when he loses his beloved mother. For all that kindness, Luan Alphals never thought that Count Fomor was actually a dangerous vampire. Prince Luan Alphals felt that he was very stupid because he had trusted a two-faced person so much. For all the incidents that had happened, Prince Luan Alphals slowly understood, even though Alan chose to kill him. Suddenly, Alan Alphals came into his room. He was wearing a scary goat face mask and carrying a shovel. Without thinking, Alan Alphals immediately stabbed Prince Luan Alphal's chest until he bled a lot. When the stabbing happened, the spirit from Prince Luan Alphal's body rose and immediately hugged Alan Alphals. Then at this time in the room, Alan Alphals was still doing his actions well. The spirit was still near the room area while he took action to revive his brother. A voice was heard saying that he was a legion and a successor of Gaia. Then the spirit was sucked back by the power and Prince Luan Alphal's body immediately reacted. In an instant, he woke up. In front of the door, the archbishop and the holy knights watched everything, directly seeing Prince Luan Alphal's condition rise again. Prince Luan Alphal's hands began to remove the bandages that had been covering his body. He really felt that his body was no longer in pain. Moreover, when breathing became much easier than before. Alan Alphals, who saw his brother's hands were normal, felt very relieved. He wanted to know how his brother felt in living a new life now. Prince Luan Alphals still couldn't believe that he had regained his normal skin like before. The bandages began to be removed. He saw for himself that his muscles and bones were fine. Now the curse that had been torturing him all this time had completely disappeared. Prince Luan Alphals immediately stood up, raising both hands while saying that his recovery was a miracle. While Alan Alphals, who was in front of his brother, immediately showed a face that wanted to cry. A few moments later, Alan Alphals said that he used a lot of strength just to save Prince Luan Alphals. Later, he will give his brother a detailed explanation later. Now, Prince Luan Alphals is asked to immediately find Harem, who has not returned. Luan Alphals is seen who is now preparing to wear his clothes. After that, Alan Alphals, who was sitting on the bed, planned to finish everything he had started. Actually, that was also an easy task done by Prince Luan Alphals. Hearing that Luan Alphals still didn't know what task his brother meant, he considered his brother to be like a bastard who was rude to his own brother. Even so, Luan Alphals would still take over whatever Harem did. In his heart, he would carry out the task without any mistakes and as perfectly as possible. When he came out of the room, Luan Alphals accidentally saw Harem and Charlotte in front of the door. While Harem was having a conversation, the Holy Knight said that he couldn't let him go out, because if he knew the Marquis would be very angry. However, Harem still tried to do this, because it had been explained well before. Suddenly, a hand touched Harem's shoulder. Prince Luan Alphals said that this friend would only listen to his orders. Seeing someone beside him, Harem immediately asked who the person next to him was, but he saw that his face looked familiar, and then called him the first prince. With that, the Holy Knight immediately gave a salute to Prince Luan Alphals, while Harem was really surprised because he just found out that his curse had been lifted. Prince Luan Alphals said that he would tell all the explanations about this later. But now there is something much more important because Prince Luan Alphals asked Harem to show a list of names of vampires. Hearing the request, Harem hesitated to give it. Then Luan Alphals said that Alan Alphals himself asked for his help. Therefore, Harem no longer needs to worry. The miracle that happened to the first prince's body is real evidence. After that, Harem immediately gave Prince Luan Alphals a list of the names of the vampires here. When he saw the paper containing the names, he was so shocked because there were so many. Harem confirmed that there were indeed many vampires, even nobles from other countries. The authority carried out by Harem so far could only hold back the vampires. He really apologized for not being able to do more. Seeing Harem, who felt bad in this mission, Prince Luan Alphals calmed him down. Whatever Harem had done was considered very good and extraordinary. Thanks to Harem's help, the hunt became much easier. He also hadn't used his powers for a long time while experiencing the curse. So, on this occasion, he would be happy to use it. The atmosphere in the room changed. A voice was heard saying that they would follow the orders of the first Prince Luan Alphals. The name of the troops who came wearing this robe was Hersey Inquisitor, and the Order of the Crimson Cross had been successfully summoned. The figure was wearing a robe, his eyes were visible, and there was a wound on his face. They were all soldiers who had been trained to detect heretical teachings. The first prince who could summon them all used his power. Not only that, Hersey Inquisitor and the Order of the Crimson only obeyed the first prince. They were also one of the 5 strongest troops in the Holy Kingdom. After everyone gathered in the palace room, Luan Alphals thanked them for coming in such a short time. They all haven't hunted for a long time. He directly showed a paper containing the names of vampires. Even the names listed had killed Prince Luan Alphals' mother. So, in this case, Luan Alphals really asked for help from Hersey Inquisitor and the Order of the Crimson to open the vampire's chest. The next action taken was to remove the vampire's heart and conduct an examination. Another task, they all had to open the vampire's skull and see if there was any magic power flowing in the brain. Hersey Inquisitor and the Order of the Crimson had to do this thoroughly by causing endless pain. Prince Luan Alphals really wanted the vampire to realize how useless it was to live a fake life. After delivering his mission, he immediately crushed the paper list of vampire names. This big task was none other than the vampire hunt that had caused a commotion. A few moments later, from the direction of the door, there was a red power that attacked one of the knights until everyone in the room was shocked. One of the men wondered who had dared to attack the knight from his family. There was one man whose neck was attacked. When his life was about to die, he said he would not forgive this heinous act. Then the man's head was immediately lifted by one of the Luan Alphals troops. One of the men from the horsey Inquisitor detected residual magic power under his skin. The head was immediately destroyed, and he made sure that the names of the people written on the paper were vampires. Several people who were there were immediately shocked and did not expect there to be vampires here. The Hersey Inquisitor and the Order of the Crimson immediately mobilized to kill everyone without mercy. The situation in this room was really very chaotic. Everyone was very scared. A man's voice was heard screaming, asking to be stopped. Then there were also those who said that he was a real human, not a vampire. Orders continued to be issued to capture all the bastards who had escaped from the palace. Several troops immediately rushed out of the room to look for the escapees, while Prince Luan Alphals, Harmond, and Charlotte were still watching the hunt. Harmond judged for himself that Hersey Inquisitor and the Order of the Crimson did not care about anything other than killing and capturing according to the list. Harmond was very impressed that Prince Luan Alphals's troops were indeed hunting vampires properly according to orders. After thinking about it, he told Prince Luan Alphals that Count Fomor could not be found in this royal palace. Therefore, we must all hurry to find Count Fomor so that he can be captured now. Prince Luan Alphals's attitude was very relaxed. He only asked Harmond not to worry about Count Fomor's whereabouts. Currently, vampires like Count Fomor have been summoned to a place that is much more dangerous than this room. The atmosphere of the room was seen filled with blood and the corpses of the vampires. Prince Luan Alphals, if they were there, would have found something wrong now. On the other hand, Count Fomor was seen with King Kelt. At this meeting, the King of Kelt wanted to know why Count Fomor had not answered his question. He was very angry because Count Fomor seemed to underestimate him. He directly asked if Count Fomor was a vampire as the prince had suspected. In a room, Count Fomor had a meeting with the Kelt Alphals king. He didn't know what was really going on until the king asked for an explanation of whether he was a vampire or a human. He had previously heard that the Holy Emperor would take care of himself. This was because a disrespectful act had been intentionally committed by the Kelt Alphals' grandson. He had refused politely without saying anything hurtful or anything, but the Kelt Alphals king himself asked frankly to confirm the identity of the Count Fomor. He immediately apologized for asking impolitely. But if the Count Fomor was really a human, then the Kelt Alphals king himself would ask directly for the accusation that had been given. But if it was true that the Count Fomor was a vampire, then he would not let him go. After the threat, the Count Fomor immediately asked the Kelt Alphals king if he now doubted the existence of gods. He has confirmed that he is a human being. Then the Kelt Alphals king said the reason he did this was because he didn't believe in priests. So he really hoped that Count Fomor would help him to continue to believe in him. Then Count Fomor wanted to say something to the Kelt Alphals king. In his heart, he could hear a voice that was unpleasant to hear. Especially this sound was a sign of death that was all over this palace. They were even chasing and hunting down any vampires who tried to escape from this palace. Count Fomor really hoped that all this could go smoothly after he sent Prince Alan Alphals to prison. But now the situation was even more chaotic. Count Fomor could not yet figure out how vampires ended up being hunted like this. Therefore, he had to get out of this palace as soon as possible. But he had been detained by the King of Kelt Alphals as the Holy Emperor. While still alone, the Kelt Alphals king immediately called the Count Fomor again so that his eyes could stay focused and not avert his eyes. He didn't know how a person younger than him could have such poor hearing. This was because the Count Fomor's attitude was not quick to respond to the king's directions. In his observation, he did not see any weapons or holy knights guarding. In addition, he also knew that the King of Kelt Alphals was the hero who killed the Necromancer King Aemon. But right now, the King of Kelt Alphals is just a person who doesn't know when he will die. Things like this are indeed much different from him because a vampire has eternal life forever. The Kelt Alphals king is just a living being who has a limited time in this world. So for a Count Fomor who is on the verge of becoming an old man, he is very confident that he can conquer him. He spontaneously laughed because he thought it all through. Seeing that behavior made the Kelt Alphals king confused as to why Count Fomor was laughing. Was there something funny in his words? He still laughed and said that the Kelt Alphals king was just an old man. Hearing those words, the Kelt Alphals king immediately did not expect the Count Fomor to say such harsh words to an old man. Furthermore, Count Fomor remembered that the king had asked him if he was a vampire. The correct answer was that he had been a vampire all along. He immediately bit his hand until it bled. Even in front of a vampire, Celt Alfal's king, like Count Fomor, was not afraid to show the truth. Blood was still flowing in great quantities. It made one of his arms break off. He also reminded the Celt Alfal's king that there was no need to speak politely to an old fart like him. Immediately the arm that had been stumped grew back horribly. Count Fomor explained that he was a predator who would eat people like the king of Celt Alfals, an old man. Not only that, he would eat the Celt Alfal's king's body like a relic from the past. The terrible hand was very large and pointed directly at the front of the Celt Alfal's king. Not only that, the goal was also to get recognition from other vampire parents. In a little while, the Celt Alfal's king's body will be tightly grasped by the vampire's hand. Finally, the Celt Alfal's king's body was already in the grasp of that huge and terrifying hand. Count Fomor guessed that the king would now be helpless. When he managed to get his prey, the hand still held on tightly, not letting the king escape. After that, the hand was immediately opened, but Count Fomor's face seemed to be surprised. Despite being in the grip of that hand, the Celt Alfal's king was still fine as if nothing had happened. One of the king's eyes also shone very brightly, giving off a sparkle of light. The hand that was previously large and dashing was immediately unraveled again. Without thinking, he immediately prepared to give a direct blow to the Count Fomor. In the end, the Count Fomor's body was immediately knocked down very hard because of the deadly blow. The Celt Alfal's king knew very well that this Count Fomor was not yet a vampire. The Celt Alfal's king wondered what made Count Fomor confident that he could defeat him in battle. Previously, he had killed Aemon, a Necromancer king, by removing his skull. Did the Count Fomor think that the Celt Alfal's king couldn't handle a small mosquito like this? Surely with so much experience he could do anything despite his age. Count Fomor was still lying on the floor with a wound on his face. Then the Celt Alfal's king called the vampire's name again while pulling his shirt like he wanted to punch. He further explained that he was the Holy Emperor of Celtic Alfals. The king's hand immediately pressed hard on the vampire's head. Count Fomor cried out in pain and asked the king to stop. But for the king of Celt Alfals, this would not be allowed. In the shadow of the floor, it was clear that the Celt Alfal's king's hand managed to pull out the head of the Count Fomor until the blood came out profusely. A few moments later, the Celt Alfal's king noticed the Count Fomor's head. He judged that this vampire looked much stronger than the others. Even so, he would not let this vampire die. The goal was to know what happened behind the death of Ulysses' case at that time. He said that the Count Fomor could look forward to it. It would even be worse than death. On the other hand, in a room, a woman's voice was heard saying that the palace was very noisy. She, while holding the flower, said that she had learned that the seventh prince had escaped from prison. Suddenly, there was a vampire hunt going on right now. There was a Ruffle who was still standing still, and near her was a maid. In this case, she wanted to know if it was Ruffle who had freed Alan Alfals. Hearing his mother's words, he said that he did not intend to provide assistance. Quickly fitting the flower flew right into Ruffle's forehead. He immediately screamed in pain. She had previously told her son to keep quiet without doing anything. She was really very angry. Repeatedly, she said that her son should not be on the bad side of the Holy Emperor. The woman's name was Rose Darina, 45 years old, a crown princess. In a bloody state, her mother was still angry because Ruffle had destroyed everything. She even called her son a bastard by doing all that. Ruffle was still moaning in pain from the wounds he had suffered. After that, she came to her senses and apologized to her son while asking about the wound. Rose Darina, as a mother, said that she loved her son named Ruffle very much. She cried while hugging her son because she was carried away by emotion. Then she said that all of this was her effort to make Ruffle the next holy emperor in this family. Only then will the crown prince definitely see Rose Darina as an honorable woman, not a commoner like Ulysses. Then she asked if her eldest son understood his mother. Ruffle was still silent and looked at his mother's sad face. Then he just answered if he understood his mother well. She's face immediately turned towards the outside, and will make sure if someday her son will become the next holy emperor. It looks like the conditions at night are gripping the humans who are originally vampires are helpless because they were attacked by the Luan army. in the following 3 weeks at the Holy Emperor Law Bureau. By noon today, everything had been settled smoothly. Half the people mentioned in the vampire list had been dealt with on the day the hunt started. Then the remaining vampires would be executed in the square. This eradication of vampires was a relief for the anxious people. Not only that, there was also a warning for the vampires who were deliberately hiding. Then the vampires, who also secretly concealed their identities. There was one man who wore a red robe conveyed to his partner. He never thought he would have the opportunity to collect a large number of vampires like this. Medical, magic, and alchemist, they would all be a great help in research. Later, these vampires would be turned into experimental materials that could be produced unlimitedly. The incident that occurred in the Holy Empire capital has spread widely throughout the continent. The most important thing is the appearance of someone who can identify the vampires. It made a commotion throughout the country. Then this is also the center of attention of the seventh prince, Alan Alfalls. On the other hand, there was an atmosphere outside the palace grounds. The archbishop immediately asked everyone to calm down here and not make a scene. From now on, the interrogation of the seventh prince, Alan Alfalls, will be carried out. His face was very tense when he was about to be asked several questions directly. In today's meeting, Alan Alfalls, who was standing in front of all of them, apologized. But he became confused about what the archbishop's reason was for wanting to interrogate him now. Hearing that question, the archbishop explained the reason because Alan Alfalls had led his troops and disturbed this royal palace. Therefore, he is considered to have violated the laws of the Holy Empire. In his heart, Alan Alfalls wanted to lock up the old man to live with vampires. After that, the king of Celt Alfalls spoke up and said that the joke about the law was not very funny. He immediately called Raphael because he did not understand the words that had just been said. The king wanted to know clearly what kind of offense the seventh prince had committed against the laws of the Holy Empire. Raphael further said that Alan Alfalls had led the troops without permission. That's why Alan Alfalls was accused of rebellion. Then Prince Luan also said that when in an emergency, all people who have blood relations with the crown prince have permission to lead military forces. So what Alan Alfalls did before was not wrong. Besides, he is also a person who is directly involved in this matter, and the Holy Emperor also does not question it. He became confused as to why that action could be such a big deal. Seeing that defense, it was only right for family members to provide protection to their siblings when involved in trouble. With this, he felt quite confident. Luan further said that if there was a problem, then he would call the Inquisitor Hersey again to find out his intentions. The king of Celt Alfalls totally agreed with the Prince Luan's words. With the summoning of the Inquisitor Hersey, we will all know why Alan Alfalls started the rebellion. Perhaps it was just a matter of Raphael's lack of trust in Alan Alfalls. The king of Celt Alfalls immediately asked if what he had just said was the truth. Therefore, she asked Raphael to stop this kind of accusation because it was not important. In addition, she knew very well if Raphael was only doing it for formality. After this interrogation, there would be an award for successfully getting rid of the evil vampires. Not only that, the king of Celt Alfalls would definitely give his grandson a reward for helping to heal Prince Luan. There was a male voice saying that Archbishop Raphael had been played. The thing that was explained earlier was indeed very fun. Looking at the happy face of Alan Alfalls, he was in his heart proud that after this, there would be an award ceremony. He also didn't know how the Archbishop would bear this royal family. Suddenly, Archbishop Raphael immediately felt sick due to his blood pressure rising. Meanwhile, in his heart, Alan Alfalls felt very proud to have gathered everyone here in the morning. A few moments later, Archbishop Raphael immediately asked to ignore the next schedule. Then he will also conclude today's interrogation. Suddenly, something happened to the Archbishop. The man beside him immediately asked what happened to the Archbishop because he seemed to want to fall. Even so, he continued the conversation to end his interrogation. But there are things that the Archbishop of Raphael really wants to ask. Alan Alfalls was surprised why Archbishop Raphael still wanted to question him. Without stalling any longer, he wanted to know if Alan Alfalls had been involved in necromancy. For a moment, Alan Alfalls became silent because he got that kind of question. In addition, the Archbishop was also curious whether the seventh prince had any other connection with necromancy. In his heart, Alan Alfals said if finally the question arrived. But he was confused. Why, of all the people here, only Archbishop Raphael knew about the holy undead? Perhaps this is because the Archbishop's knowledge of magic is extraordinary. Then it was very face he became curious about the undead creature. Alan Alfals is very sure that the Holy Emperor, namely the King of Celt Alfals and the First Prince, got a report about it too, but this time they will definitely be silent and won't say anything. After thinking it all over well, Alan Alfals coughed a little. Then he answered the question from Archbishop Raphael. He said there was no connection whatsoever with necromancy because it was very unlikely to happen. But Archbishop Raphael mentioned if there were people who had seen it. Alan Alfals' face became a little panicked and asked who it was. Is there really a priest here who saw the incident before? Archbishop Raphael asked the Seventh Prince to stop playing around. More clearly, he told the coincidence that day there was indeed a healer and holy knight. So he had made sure to tie up the legs of the undead so that no one would escape. But it has been confirmed that the undead immediately disappeared. Then the person followed by the undead was the Seventh Prince, Alan Alfals. Does the Seventh Prince still want to deny it and lie after the evidence? After listening to the story from Archbishop Raphael, Alan Alfals explained that there were many vampires in the palace that day, so there is a possibility that the vampire has used a trick to trick the healer and holy knight. Hearing that explanation, Archbishop Raphael felt something was wrong. Alan Alfals' words might be believed by the knights, but it will never deceive an archbishop like this Raphael. In the heart of Alan Alfals, what he said was indeed very true. But in this meeting, they are talking about the holy undead. Meanwhile, a priest who has never seen the undead with his own eyes, of course, will not be able to believe it. That's why now Alan Alfals can still decide to deceive the priests. If only now he could persuade Archbishop Raphael, then everything would be fine. After thinking about all that, Alan Alfals asked again if he was really so curious. Is it possible that in this current situation, he should tell Archbishop Raphael the truth? Then the Archbishop immediately confirmed whether the Seventh Prince was now willing to admit all that. Alan Alfals paused for a moment and said a firm no. Archbishop Raphael's face immediately became sluggish again. A few moments later, it was daytime in the royal palace. Alan Alfals was seen walking outside until he felt the weather was very cold. In the yard outside, there was Charlotte, who said that he had done a lot of hard work. She immediately asked how the condition of Alan Alfals had improved or not. Upon meeting with Alan Alfals, Charlotte assessed that he had been lying in bed for 3 weeks. It must be very tiring when he suddenly gets an unplanned schedule like this. Alan Alfals said that he was fine, although he felt a little sleepy. He thought back to when he had finished using the Ammonite skull, so he had to do a full 3 weeks of bed rest, although during that time it will be boring because it doesn't do any activities. He also didn't know that the penalty was revived in a very serious way. Even though he already knew to do all that was not an easy thing. Not long when they were both in front of the door. Harem called the Seventh Prince who was with Charlotte. Alan Alfals said that this was a very good time to meet Harem. He coincidentally wanted to ask something to Harem. Hearing that, he immediately apologized, then asked what his request was. Alan Alfals said that his shovel had broken into pieces. Of course, the tool cannot be used again as its function. It will also be night soon, so Harem must give a new shovel. Harem confirmed whether Alan Alfals would continue to use the shovel as his weapon. He immediately gave advice that it would be good if Alan Alfals learned swordsmanship. Hearing that suggestion, Alan Alfals was immediately confused why a priest needed a sword. For Harem, it really doesn't make sense if the priest uses a shovel. This time, Alan Alfals felt he had talked too much. In addition, Alan Alfals also felt that his hands were very used to using a shovel. This is because he will be shoveling all the time, so there is no other choice. If the reason is like that, Harem suggested why Alan Alfals did not make a new high-quality shovel. Hearing that made Alan Alfals think about the new weapon. In this case, Harem tells if there is a mine that can produce iron and magic stone precisely in the northwest region, in an area called Hilda, including the land that was ordered by the first empress. In addition, the place is commonly referred to as the largest arsenal of the Holy Emperor. There was a mutual agreement, and then signed a contract with a dwarf to make all kinds of items. If later Alan Allfalls goes there, not only ordinary weapons will be obtained, he will get weapons that have good quality, one of which is magic weapons. Alan Allfalls asked if when he went there, he could make guns too. After hearing all that information, he thought it was pretty good. Then he asked why we didn't go there when Harmon spent his vacation time. Harmon's face became anxious, and then immediately explained that he came here because there was something important to convey to Charlotte. Hearing those words made her surprised, because she thought that the conversation was not with the seventh prince, but with him. Harmon confirmed it and admitted that his delivery was fairly sudden. After that, he immediately told her if the Holy Emperor or King of Celt Allfalls was looking for Charlotte to have a meeting. She looked a little surprised, because she didn't know what the King of Celt Allfalls would talk to her about later. The scene is at noon in the royal palace. In the room, the King of Celt Allfalls had a meeting with the first prince, Luan. He immediately asked Luan's opinion whether what Archbishop Raphael said was the truth about the holy undead. Prince Luan gave an explanation if what the Archbishop said was true. Alan Allfalls even did the impossible by resurrecting Luan's curse-affected self. But he didn't know why the other priests had doubted the words of Archbishop Raphael. Plus, their reaction was enough to shut down the people at the scene at that time. On that occasion, he strongly believed the words of Archbishop Raphael. Hearing Prince Luan's explanation, the King of Celt Allfalls said that we now do not know anything about the truth. But the most important thing is whether in that case there is a violation of the law. But it could also be that according to the King of Celt Allfalls, his grandson had hidden something big. Hearing this, Prince Luan wondered why Alan Allfalls did not tell him the truth. The King of Celt Allfalls felt that his grandson did not trust Prince Luan in any case. That's why he didn't want to tell small or big things. Of course, there was a reason for all this, starting from Luan's attitude of ignoring Alan Allfalls after exile. In addition, he also pretended not to know Alan Allfalls after receiving death threats. It seemed that for all these actions, it would be very natural for Alan Allfalls not to trust Prince Luan wholeheartedly. For a moment, he became wordlessly silent, as the King of Celt Allfalls made observations about Alan Allfalls' attitude. Then came the sound of a servant telling the king that there was a letter from the Queen of the First Empire. The Celt Allfalls king immediately allowed the servant to enter. Then the letter was given to the king. Not long after, he opened and read the letter. Meanwhile, Prince Luan was still near the king and watching him. In the contents of the letter, it was written that if we had taken care of the annoying flies, then now there were only beasts left. Then in the letter there was also an important question whether the King of Celt Allfalls had sent the Holy Knight. The Celt Allfalls king immediately admitted that he had indeed sent the Green Cross to Hilda's territory, but he has a bad feeling because the opponent faced is very cunning, so this is not easy. Their territory is also in a lush forest. Therefore, the Green Cross could not do anything about it. Then he also explained that vampire hunting had spread throughout the country and stimulated beasts. After thinking all about it, the king asked his servant if he had any more important messages. When asked by the king, this servant man said that Harmond was here along with Grill and Miss Charlotte. King Celt Allfalls said that he had called them to come directly today. Therefore, the servant must allow them to enter this room. Not long after, Harmond, Grill, and Charlotte came in and greeted the King of Celt Allfalls. On this auspicious occasion, the King of Celt Allfalls said that he was very happy to meet the three of them. So the reason he called the three of them to come here to give gifts for protecting the northern region. Hearing this, Grill was quite surprised because he would be given a gift directly. King Celt Allfalls immediately confirmed that this black man was named Grill. Previously, he had heard if Grill continued to support Alan Allfalls by being by his side. So with that, he wanted to give a gift to Grill for his good actions. Then Prince Luan immediately gave a scroll of paper to the king to read. Not long from that, he said that from now on he would give a title. So the current owner of the Herre's residence is Grill Herre's. Suddenly, Grill became confused about who exactly Herre's was, because she didn't recognize her at all. Furthermore, the King of Celt Allfalls explained that not only did he defend the northern region, but Grill is also the only noble who always supports the king's grandson, Alan Allfalls. Grill's face was immediately anxious after the king said all that directly. Therefore, the King of Celt Allfalls gave the title of Marquis to Grill. Grill was hot and cold because he didn't know what had caused him to become like that. Furthermore, Charlotte will be awarded the title of Holy Knight. Later, she will work directly under his command, Golden Cross. In addition, if she wants to live quietly as before, the King of Kelt Allfalls will not give any coercion. But it seems that at this time, she has made her own decision. Even so, the King of Kelt Allfalls will continue to provide support to Charlotte. Then he will also assign her to the best sword teacher. For that kindness, she immediately thanked the King of Kelt Allfalls very much. She will vow to always provide support to the seventh prince to be by his side under any circumstances. The King of Kelt Allfalls was truly honored by the loyalty of a woman like Charlotte. The King of Kelt Allfalls immediately turned to Harmond, and he did not hesitate to praise his performance. He had considered Harmond to have increased the subsidy for his territory. Therefore, the king asked him not to hesitate to use it properly. Harmond immediately expressed his gratitude to the King of the Kelt Allfalls. There was a token to be received by Charlotte. The King of Kelt Allfalls immediately prayed that she would be blessed by Gaia and the Holy Empire. After giving the award, the King of Kelt Allfalls and Prince Luan immediately left the room. In this case, Harmond expressed his pleasure because Grill had extraordinary loyalty to get this kind of award. Grill looked very surprised. Then his face was anxious, as if he was confused about what was really going on. Grill was still confused by the words of the King of Kelt Allfalls, who mentioned Purifies and the Marquis. Finally, Harmond explained that Purifies was the surname of Grill. The name was already listed in the document that had previously been shown by Grill for the last time. Grill was immediately honest if he only picked up the document from the ground and did not know who the original owner was. Hearing those words immediately made Harmond surprised. Grill once again emphasized that he only picked up the document precisely at the same time as dumping the corpse in the Lonya region. He took the document because it looked very valuable. Harmond became curious about the monsters that Grill had previously hunted. He honestly said all of that was just a lie. He really couldn't believe that all his drunken talk would turn into a misunderstanding like this. Harmond's face was still shocked, as if he couldn't believe it. Then Charlotte spoke up, if talking about hunting. Then all of that must have been done by the seventh prince alone. Grill felt dizzy because he was just a commoner who didn't have any skills. He didn't know how he could suddenly become a nobleman. He emphasized that all of this was wrong and not justified. In the afternoon, the King of Kelt Allfalls was seen walking with Prince Luan. He already knew that Harmond had been careless for bringing ordinary people as nobles without conducting proper investigations beforehand. This was the reason why Harmond did not manage to get a promotion from vice-captain for the time being. Prince Luan simply said that Harmond was still too pure in his beliefs. Even so, the King of Kelt Allfalls still thought that having a careless person would not be good. Apart from that, he also wanted to know if Alan Allfalls really deliberately made himself expelled. Then Prince Luan asked if his grandfather thought that Alan Allfalls had really lost his memory. The King of Kelt Allfalls said the incident was at least true. When the Kelt Allfalls king was in the garden, Alan Allfalls didn't recognize him at all. Prince Luan expressed his opinion and disagreed with this. Alan Allfalls did not visit anywhere, but came from the land of the dead and hunted vampires. It was certainly not a place to find something by chance. It is certain that there is a reason why he can bring them. Therefore, for now, we really need the Purifies family. But a surprising fact if from the Purifies family no one survived. Then Prince Luan also knows best because he fought together. Hearing all the explanations, the King of Kelt Allfalls said that the woman named Charlotte had a decent ability. Luan immediately guessed that his grandfather was talking about the girl in the room earlier. Previously, the Kelt Allfalls king had heard that she had great talent, but he couldn't trust a person named Grill for his abilities. He was so sure that Charlotte would experience rapid development. If she works hard to develop her powers using Purifies' name, like Luan and Alan Allfalls, then the king is so sure that she will later contribute to making the Holy Empire even stronger. So the power of the Holy Empire is expected to continue to grow strongly. Hearing all the Kelt Allfalls king's words made Prince Luan think. Then he said that he thought the Kelt Allfalls king hated ordinary people. The Kelt Allfalls king just wanted to make sure that other nobles wouldn't hear about this. The point is that he wants the child to be recognized as a descendant of the Count. Then, when it came to the past, he knew full well he didn't realize the true value of Prince Luan's mother. Back then, Prince Luan's mother was the only person who mourned the loss of the crown prince the most. Prince Luan confirmed it because he already knew. They both arrived in front of the window and looked out there. For the king of Celt Alfals, it was indeed painful to talk about the family like this. He should have taken good care of his daughter-in-law, who was a hard worker. The Celt Alfals king also told us that the recent Aslan movements in the south did not seem to be as usual. He saw signs that war was imminent. Prince Luan was immediately worried because this would be a problem if the Hilda region failed to fulfill the weapons that the kingdom needed. The Celt Alfals king said that in this case we really need people who can fight demons. Then they must have strong holy power too. Prince Luan agreed with the king's idea because strong people were needed to penetrate the monsters. All this is the blessing of the Holy Emperor to make the village alive again. In this important discussion, the king of Celt Alfals wanted to ask if Prince Luan underestimated the hard work of the seventh prince. There was actually a rumor that the king of Celt Alfals had heard. So Alan Alfals reincarnated into a new person like a priest. This was obtained because the Celt Alfals king's friends in the Lonia region immediately told him, Alan Alfals has indeed saved the Lonia region well, so it feels appropriate to be dubbed a priest. Especially he will be a priest for the people in this royal palace. After that, King Celt Alfals and Prince Luan smiled and looked at each other. There was a letter that would later be sent directly to Hilda. On the other hand, the atmosphere in the library was seen. Alan Alfals was looking for one of the books. When one book was in his hand, he said it felt like a long time since his beloved brother left this house. Time passed so quickly that it had been 3 weeks since the vampire hunt was conducted. During that time, Alan Alfals was unconscious and only in his bedroom. But now in this library, he is doing his usual activities again. With that, there were a lot of people looking for Alan Alfals. At that time, when he was in his room, there were several people coming in large numbers until the maid acted to prevent them from entering. There was one who asked if Alan Alfals remembered about him, namely the Morph Baron. Then there are also those who ask the seventh prince again whether it is true to use resurrection magic. After remembering that, he immediately looked at the book in front of him. He made an observation if the Holy Emperor had ordered everyone to close their mouths. But I don't know why there are so many rumors that are still spreading in the community. When in the village, people call Alan Alfals as priest. He suddenly looked down and said that he wanted to go back to the monastery. Not long after, he was immediately surprised because someone came. He was upset and angry because he would not want to answer any more questions. Harem immediately realized the seventh prince if those who came were him, along with the first Prince Luan. Then Luan told him that he had asked Harem to take him to meet Alan Alfals to this library. Instantly, Alan Alfals immediately coughed and apologized because he had misunderstood. Prince Luan felt that his younger brother was so tired because many people were looking for him endlessly. Harem has also realized the same thing as Luan. Alan Alfals said that his brother was now quite happy because he was admired by many beautiful young women. Hearing that made Luan immediately laugh because all of that happened due to the healing done by his younger brother. Furthermore, Prince Luan apologized for disturbing his sister here. But now there are important things to talk about an event that Alan Alfals will participate in. With a surprised voice, Alan Alfals said that his brother could refuse the event. In fact, Prince Luan was not sure whether his brother was just joking or pretending not to know. More clearly, Luan told us that there would soon be a commemoration of our mother's death. Of course, in that event, Alan Alfals must be present this year. Besides that, he can also take some time to take a vacation. Alan Alfals wondered why he could be given vacation time. Prince Luan knew very well that life in this palace was very difficult, so he needed time to calm his mind. Then there was a letter given, so that Alan Alfals could deliver this letter to Hilda. So his brother really asked for help so that his sister could go to Hilda in the area where we live. In his heart, Alan Alfals was already interested in the area, but he had to convince once again whether he should really go there. Prince Luan said his sister was not obliged to go, but he himself had taken the initiative so that Alan Alfals could leave the royal palace. Hilda's own territory is ready for the hunting season, so Mr. Alan Alfals does not need to maintain himself as a prince there. The advantage of coming there later is that he can make the weapon he likes, then look around for others. Prince Luan also made sure that his sister's vacation was done as much as possible before returning to the royal palace. Another advantage is that he can also meet some beautiful girls there. Alan Allfalls immediately asked his brother to stop the conversation and later everything will be considered carefully. For those words, Luan said that he was just joking. But his sister must convey her greetings directly to Hilda when she arrives. Alan Allfalls will convey greetings from his brother later. Right now, he told her he would think about all the suggestions and rest. On a sunny afternoon in the royal courtyard, there was a statue of Ulysses. In front of it were the king of Celt Allfalls, Prince Luan, Harmond, and Alan Allfalls. Ulysses was a crown princess who provided protection to her son from vampire attacks. Alan Allfalls came forward to place a flower near his mother's statue. Shortly afterwards, he left to give a letter by heading to Hilda's territory. A few moments later, Alan Allfalls was seen lying in a horse-drawn carriage. He considered that this trip was very pleasant. He immediately remembered that before he left earlier, Charlotte came and said that if there was a place he had to come, as well as Harmond, who still had a lot of unfinished work that had to be cleaned up. Alan Allfalls, who had his eyes closed, said that it had been a long time since he was away from the supervision of the two people. It felt very free. He immediately shifted the curtains, seeing that today's weather was indeed very favorable and very pleasant to take a long trip. Alan Allfalls' face suddenly became upset when he remembered Luan's brother. Earlier, his brother was very anxious because he left without bringing a single bodyguard. So he gave advice to bring the Order of the Crimson Cross to keep it safe. In his heart, he did feel happy, but very gloomy. Surprisingly, the carriage shook, making him panic inside. After that, he looked towards the window and asked the bodyguard out there. The man said there was something in front of the carriage. There was a male bandit voice asking for the carriage to be stopped. One of the bandits said he didn't know where the traveling circus troupe came from. The bandit demanded that all valuables be handed over immediately. The bodyguard told him there was a group of bandits coming. According to Alan Allfalls, we look like a bunch of psychopaths. Is this bodyguard sure that the bandits will attack? If it is true, then the bandit is considered to have a lot of courage. The bodyguard asked if Alan Allfalls saw himself and the others as creepy as that. Alan Allfalls did not respond to anything. The bandit's voice had also begun to be heard. They would let this group pass if they handed over valuables. Hearing the bandit's words, Alan Allfalls felt that there would be a festival in Hilda's territory to think that we were from the circus troupe. One of the bodyguards said his job and others would cut the bandit's veins so as not to disturb. In Alan Allfalls' heart, he agreed if this scary bodyguard hurt the bandit. He felt relieved because this situation was like a cliché scene. It can be said to be an adventurous protagonist who is attacked by bandits. So it was the protagonist who slaughtered the evil bandits mercilessly. Of course, for this incident, Alan Allfalls ordered others to do so. While there was chaos in the middle of this trip, there was something else too. Above the tree were two eyes that were doing reconnaissance. Then the mysterious creature headed straight down to meet them all. The creature's mouth immediately opened wide and looked very sharp fangs already preparing to pounce on one of the bandits below. The bandit's head was cut off, and someone immediately screamed, "Monster!" Then Alan Allfalls opened the carriage door to see what was really going on. In his observations while in this forest, he could smell a foul odor through a wet mouth, figures like red eyes and also sharp teeth. One of the guards who came was a lycanthrope. Alan Allfalls said that the lycanthrope was similar to the appearance of a wolf. This may be because it is only a creation that is mostly weak in strength, but such a disease will be very contagious and very dangerous. Alan Allfalls decided to deal with this monster boss first. He immediately ordered everyone to prepare for battle. There was a sound of bodyguards who would obey the orders of Alan Allfalls. In his heart, he didn't know how strong the lycanthrope was. He absolutely did not want to overdo the attack because he had just recovered from his illness 3 weeks ago. Previously, Prince Luan said he was very anxious because there were no bodyguards accompanying his sister. So he made the suggestion to bring the Order of the Crimson Cross on this trip. At that time, Alan Allfalls said he was only on vacation, so it was too much to bring such a bodyguard. Prince Luan explained that the Order of the Crimson Cross only came not only as a bodyguard for his sister, they also happened to be on a business trip there. Luan had heard that they were going to do something in Hilda's territory, therefore it would be great for them to go with Alan Allfalls. In addition, Prince Luan had prepared a different carriage if they felt uncomfortable. Therefore, Prince Luan advised his younger brother not to quarrel with Raphael. Quickly, during this precarious situation, Alan Alfalls immediately shouted to call the Archbishop because a lycanthrope was coming. He knew that this Archbishop Raphael did not like him, but in this danger, he asked for help between personal life and work must be distinguished from each other. The lycanthrope was seen walking closer and closer to the bodyguard. Soon there was a fierce attack. Finally, Archbishop Raphael immediately got out of the carriage. He said that the lycanthrope was a half-human and undead beast. His magic wand was immediately stomped to the ground. He, in this case, will give this creepy creature eternal rest, so as not to disturb anyone on this road. Alan led his group through the forest, recalling how the recent lichen attacks had terrorized the nearby villages, leaving destruction. The growls of a lichen erupted as one lunged from the shadows, its feral eyes fixed on Alan, ready to strike. Alan raised his glowing hand, summoning necromantic energy. The lichen froze, its charge interrupted by the surge of power. With a swift motion, one of the knights cleaved through the beast, its body crumpling into the ground with impact. Alan adjusted his cloak, confident in his group's ability to handle these creatures. The priest's calm demeanor hid growing strength. Another wave of lichens charged from the trees, but the group was prepared. Magical energy illuminated the battlefield with dazzling light. Alan smirked, recalling his plan. Treating the injured patients in town was only part of it. Defeating the lichens was inevitable. His focus turned inward for a moment. The burden of responsibility felt heavy, but his skills left no room for doubt. A knight shouted a warning as another lichen leapt toward Alan. He turned, already summoning his sword to strike. The blade sliced through the air, meeting the beast in mid-flight. Its growl turned into a pained howl before it fell. With precision, Alan struck another beast. The necromantic glow of his powers crackled, leaving behind eerie trails in the air. The lichens regrouped briefly, their snarls echoing. Alan noticed a strange shift. Something unusual was driving these creatures forward. From ahead, the thunder of hooves signaled reinforcements. Soldiers emerged, swords gleaming under the fading sunlight, shouting commands to their units. Alan nodded to the new arrivals. The battle intensified, and the lichens seemed unwilling to give up their reckless assault. One soldier yelled for a coordinated strike. Alan raised his hand, unleashing a necromantic burst that cut through the chaos like a blade. A swift slash cut through the air as the fleeing lichens retreated into the forest. Alan paused, observing their movements carefully. The knights held back as the dense forest loomed ahead. Alan warned them to avoid pursuing into the lichens' dangerous territory. The team regrouped, their expressions wary. Alan silently calculated the risks, knowing that battles in unfamiliar terrain would likely end poorly. Distant hoofbeats broke the tense silence. Hilda appeared, her commanding presence signaling reinforcements. Her voice carried an air of determined authority. Hilda reassured the group, her calm tone masking the gravity of the situation. Alan nodded, realizing they shared a common objective. The arrival of the Archbishop shifted the dynamic. Alan exchanged formalities, his sharp gaze masking a hint of curiosity about their meeting. Hilda addressed Alan directly, pointing out his transformation. Alan's steady demeanor hinted at an unspoken resolve forged by his recent challenges. Despite her remarks, Alan remained composed. The mention of his memory loss didn't faze him, his focus unbroken as he listened. Hilda introduced herself formally, her words carrying weight. Alan absorbed the moment, recognizing the importance of this alliance within their shared purpose. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Alan's necromantic energy flickered faintly. His eyes hinted at an unspoken strategy for what lay ahead. Hilda's introduction marked the beginning of a new collaboration. Her territory's secrets seemed pivotal in unraveling the lichens' growing aggression. Alan surveyed the surroundings as distant whispers of the forest echoed. The air was thick with tension, signaling an inevitable confrontation. On the road to Hilda's castle, the eerie silence of the town revealed a growing unease. Alan noted the residents' wary behavior. Closed windows and bolted doors reflected the townspeople's fear. Alan's team moved carefully, observing signs of disarray and hidden struggles within the community. Within the castle, fragmented clues hinted at the lichen's origin. Alan studied the relics, his mind calculating their significance with precision. Hilda leaned forward, explaining the troubling rise of patient lichens. Alan listened intently, piecing together how their behavior signaled deeper problems. Alan placed the letter on the table, its contents sparking frustration. His expectations of a peaceful visit were clearly misplaced. Sitting back, Alan considered his next move. He hadn't come to hunt, yet the situation demanded action he couldn't ignore. His gaze turned sharp as he realized Hilda's sincerity. He weighed his options, the looming threat of lichens pressing on his mind. As he stood, Alan resolved to assist. Though reluctant, he knew ignoring this would lead to greater chaos in the region. Staring out the window, Alan noted the unease in town. The tension was palpable, a clear sign of the lichen threat. Memories of his previous encounters resurfaced, drawing a stark comparison between this unfamiliar land and the challenges he had overcome before. Slamming his cup on the table, Alan vented his frustration at being dragged into such a situation. Yet, his determination grew. He couldn't ignore the signs. The lichens weren't acting randomly. Alan sensed a larger, coordinated force lurking behind the chaos. Rising from his seat, he decided to investigate further. His actions now would determine the fate of those within Hilda's territory. Hilda detailed the evolution of lichens, their intelligence and strength far surpassing the usual beasts. Alan began forming a clearer picture. A chilling vision of enslaved lichens flashed in Alan's mind. This wasn't just a battle of survival, it was systematic control. Hilda pointed out that these lichens were grouping, something unheard of before. This new development hinted at something far worse. Alan realized magic wouldn't solve this issue. It would require strategy and understanding, diving deeper into the mystery of their transformation. With a determined nod, Alan set his sights on uncovering the truth, knowing this was just the beginning of the battle. Hilda explained how the lichen threat forced the cancellation of the festival. The town's uneasy silence mirrored the rising tensions. Alan listened as Hilda reassured him, her optimism shining through the grim reality. He started to understand her steadfast resolve. Blorg entered, his imposing presence matched by his reputation as a master blacksmith. Alan's curiosity piqued as the man strode in. Alan's focus sharpened as Hilda mentioned a weapon suited for him. His thoughts wandered to the challenges this mysterious tool might face. Hilda's determination to involve Blorg hinted at her deep trust. Alan, though skeptical, respected her foresight in seeking the best. Blorg introduced himself with a commanding voice, discussing his work for the imperial family. Alan remained silent, assessing the blacksmith's potential. Blorg revealed his intentions to craft a weapon that would complement Alan's skills. Hilda's confidence in Blorg seemed unwavering and genuine. Despite his reluctance, Alan acknowledged the necessity of preparing for future battles. His resolve to protect Hilda's territory grew stronger. Blorg carefully observed Alan's hands, noting the wear and tear of hard labor. His mind calculated the design for a fitting weapon. Hilda's optimism lightened the mood. The bond forming between them, despite their differences, hinted at a powerful alliance for the struggles ahead. Blorg chuckled as Alan revealed his current weapon, a shovel. The unconventional choice sparked curiosity and amusement among those present. Blorg inspected Alan's hands, recognizing the strength developed from years of toil. This detail influenced his decision to craft something unique. Alan's unconventional preference posed a challenge for Blorg, but the blacksmith's enthusiasm only grew. He saw potential in the unusual request. Hilda encouraged Blorg, suggesting a weapon reflecting Alan's unconventional style. The room's atmosphere shifted with anticipation for the creation to come. Blorg smirked, declaring he would forge a weapon to match Alan's essence. The room buzzed with the promise of new beginnings. Blorg turned toward Alan, curious about the prince's sudden request. Alan's expression remained calm, as if already planning his next move. Alan's focus shifted to the servants, envisioning a cleaner training ground. It seemed preparation was as important as the battle itself. Blorg raised a brow, catching Alan's subtle glance at Hilda. There was something about her demeanor that sparked unspoken respect. The golden glow of the setting sun framed Hilda's determined face. She radiated confidence, her hands folded like an unyielding promise. Alan smirked slightly, sensing her challenge. It had been too long since their last duel, and now seemed like the perfect moment. Alan felt the heavy atmosphere of the grand hall, where the light barely reached the corners of the towering ceiling. Standing confidently, Hans extended a challenge, his voice steady. Alan, still hesitant, weighed his options with care before responding cautiously. Hans's assurance about going easy brought no comfort to Alan, who still remembered his last bruising experience at the training grounds. The suggestion to fight lit a spark of curiosity in Alan's mind. Could he truly hold his ground against Hans today? The path to the training grounds stretched ahead, sunlight filtering through the trees as a breeze swayed the leaves gently. Hans launched the first strike, his spear cutting through the air. Alan gritted his teeth, quickly assessing the movement's direction. Alan countered with surprising agility, grabbing the mace nearby. The clash rang loud, sending vibrations through their surroundings. The fight became more dynamic, as Hans introduced various weapons, testing Alan's adaptability. Each swing demanded more precision and creativity from him. Alan's exhaustion started to show. Despite this, his determination held firm as he successfully wielded the unfamiliar weapons with growing skill. Among the chaos of the spar, a misstep led Alan to an unconventional choice: a cooking pot. Hans couldn't hide his amusement. Hans's teasing remark softened into sincerity, acknowledging Alan's efforts. It was the first time they'd connected like this as brothers. The shared memory of Lady Sylvia's passing lingered heavily, adding unspoken depth to their interaction amidst the quiet training grounds. Hans recalled the days of uncertainty when Alan's reputation seemed tarnished by rumors. He wondered what had truly happened during Alan's exile. The contrast between Alan's current determination and the past rumors left Hans pondering. Perhaps his younger brother wasn't lost after all. Hans offered a hand, signaling the spar's end. Alan, though worn out, felt a glimmer of pride in earning Hans's respect. Hans's grin carried warmth, his gratitude genuine. He appreciated Alan's effort to connect despite their contrasting lives and shared complicated history. Alan hesitated, unsure how to react to such unexpected kindness. His admiration for Hans's strength seemed to grow in that moment. The evaluation board loomed large, revealing scores that only deepened Alan's sense of inadequacy. 0 points. Yet, determination flickered in his eyes. Whispers filled the air as evaluators analyzed Alan's skill set. His ability felt misplaced, yet his potential caught a few intrigued glances. Hans, with a playful glint, teased Alan about his performance. His offer of care felt equal parts sincere and mischievously challenging. Hans emphasized how understanding his abilities would help Alan grow. Every challenge seemed like a test to pull Alan into improvement. Alan's reluctance to train showed, but Hans's unwavering focus on his brother's progress left no room for Alan's hesitation. Alan remembered why he sought refuge here: to escape, not to grind through tests. Yet Hans's persistence made him reconsider. The mention of divine energy drew Alan's attention, sparking curiosity. Hans's confidence in Alan's potential felt oddly reassuring despite Alan's disbelief. Alan's demonstration with divine energy surprised even himself. The way it resonated with the weapon hinted at untapped strength within him. Hans observed Alan's ability to imbue weapons with divine energy. He realized this skill might be more valuable than physical strength. Alan's grasp on weapon essence grew clearer. Despite his poor physique, his unique talent began to overshadow any physical shortcomings. The brothers discussed Alan's knack for recognizing and enhancing weapon energy. Hans believed this could become a vital skill in their world. Alan felt mildly frustrated by constant remarks about his lack of physical strength. Still, Hans's encouragement kept him grounded in possibility. Evaluators marveled at Alan's ability, debating the challenge of finding a suitable weapon. The anticipation of his potential began to grow. Alan's unease grew as the girl's name was mentioned. Her presence carried weight, tied closely to the Archbishop's ongoing mission. Memories of a quiet library surfaced, where Alan's moments of solace often led to unexpected encounters that tested his patience. Their silent exchange felt heavy, as if the room itself held secrets Alan wasn't ready to address or even understand. Alan wrestled with his thoughts, unsure how to navigate this interaction without sounding entirely out of place or overly awkward. Before he could overthink further, she stepped forward with poise, her calm demeanor throwing Alan off balance yet again. Alan fumbled to maintain composure as her question hinted at a deeper understanding of his studies. She seemed genuinely curious about him. As she spoke of resurrection magic, Alan's mind drifted, caught between the fascination of her knowledge and his own apprehension. Her offer to assist surprised him. Alan hadn't expected such confidence, but it forced him to reconsider his initial hesitations. Sitting together in the warm glow of the study, they pored over ancient texts, their conversation flowing with surprising ease. For a moment, Alan forgot his apprehension, immersed in a shared goal that seemed to bridge the gap between them. After the day's events, Alan reflected on his progress. The week-long sessions began to sharpen his focus and resolve unexpectedly. The library became both a refuge and a battlefield, where Alan confronted not only knowledge but also his lingering self-doubt. Hans, ever the observer, commented on Alan's steady improvement, though his tone retained its usual mix of challenge and encouragement. Despite his growing knowledge, Alan felt the weight of expectations. Every conversation hinted at paths he wasn't sure he could take. As the evening settled in, Alan found himself face to face with her once more, her expression calm yet brimming with intent. Alice's smile carried an air of calm confidence, but something in her gaze suggested she held back thoughts she wouldn't share. Memories stirred in Alice's mind as she struggled to stay focused, her body heavy from hours spent immersed in ancient texts. Her head fell onto the table, exhaustion overtaking her. The library's quiet atmosphere had lulled her into an unintended nap. The Archbishop found Alice slumped over the table, chuckling softly at her dedication. She had been at it since morning. Rubbing her eyes, Alice confessed her enthusiasm had gotten the better of her, making her lose track of both time and place. The Archbishop, with his usual authoritative tone, reminded Alice of the importance of moderation, even when her passion for learning took over. As Alice listened, her mind wandered to discussions about resurrection, where she felt an unsettling blend of awe and uncertainty. The Archbishop reflected on Alan's achievements, marveling at how far the boy had come despite his earlier reputation and reckless nature. Alice's thoughts shifted, her curiosity about Alan deepening. His unique abilities left her wondering how such power could emerge from his struggles. Books piled around her, Alice resolved to uncover more about Alan, intrigued by his growth and the mysteries surrounding his journey. The Archbishop questioned whether he should tell Alice everything about Alan's transformation, weighing the benefits of transparency against the risks of distraction. Alice, ever curious, urged the Archbishop to confront Alan directly, suggesting the best answers might come from the boy himself. Before they could proceed, a loud noise from the training grounds broke their focus, drawing both concern and a hint of amusement. The Archbishop suspected Alan had caused another incident, his expression shifting between exasperation and anticipation as he rushed toward the commotion. Alice followed quickly, her heart racing as she wondered what chaos awaited them this time, knowing Alan always defied expectations. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the hall as Alice rushed toward the commotion, her curiosity fueling her pace. The anticipation built with every step, her thoughts racing. She wondered if Alan had managed to outdo himself this time. Alice paused briefly, glancing into an open hallway. Memories of their shared study session reminded her of Alan's surprising focus and dedication. Her expression shifted as realization dawned. Alan's recent behavior was drastically different from what she had expected based on his past actions. Reaching the doorway, Alice froze. Her eyes widened in shock as an unfamiliar scene unfolded before her, leaving her speechless. Alan's unexpected maneuver left Hans startled, the crackling energy from his spear radiating intensity. The once calm training ground erupted in chaos. Alan gripped his weapon firmly, the tension palpable. A fierce opponent stood before him, radiating an overwhelming sense of challenge. Observing from the sidelines, Master Hilda and Elder Grant exchanged glances, recognizing Alan's determination to prove his growing strength. Alan steadied his stance, his emerald green robe swaying lightly as he whispered his mantra. Every ounce of focus was needed. The opponent smiled faintly, signaling readiness. Alan lunged forward, his blades sparking with energy, fueled by sheer will and relentless practice. Hilda leaned closer, impressed. His form improved, she thought. But against seasoned skill, will heart alone carry Alan through? Alan's strike barely grazed the target. Elder Grant chuckled. Your weapon glows, but finesse wins battles, not brute force. Alan clenched his jaw, frustration evident. It's not just strength I lack, he thought, I need control, sharper instincts. Patience, Grant advised. Precision grows with effort. Let's find a blade better suited to your skill. Training isn't rushed. Nearby, Hilda smiled knowingly. Growth takes humility, she mused, and Alan has plenty of it. Her gaze softened with quiet pride. Alan breathed deeply, readying himself. All right, he resolved. This time, no hesitation. Determination replaced doubt as he prepared for another attempt. Alan tightened his grip, his opponent's confident smirk igniting a deeper fire within. I'll fight with everything I've got, Alan thought. Their weapons clashed, sparks flying in rhythmic bursts. Alan's form improved, each swing backed by relentless resolve and sharpened focus. What did Grant say? Alan recalled mid-battle. Channel energy into balance, not destruction. Let it guide your movement, not overwhelm it. In a quiet moment later, Grant and Hilda reflected. His foundation strengthens, Hilda observed, but battles require more than raw effort. Alan leapt forward, weapon glowing fiercely. This isn't just training anymore, he vowed silently. It's the fight that shapes who I'll become. Alan leapt into the air, his staff glowing with energy. The clash echoed, sparks flying, signaling his relentless determination. His opponent's calm voice reminded him, don't rely on the weapon alone. Alan gritted his teeth, trying to absorb the advice. Looking up, Alan remembered Grant's words. Channel your inner strength. Precision and connection make a weapon an extension of you. Alan adjusted his stance, letting the weapon's energy flow naturally. He swung again, focusing on technique over brute force. A glint of approval crossed his opponent's eyes. Alan smirked slightly, realizing he was finally beginning to understand balance and focus. Alan felt his weapon pulsate with energy but struggled to channel it effectively. How do I unlock its true potential? He wondered. Elder Grant observed, giving a nod. Focus not just on strength, but control, Alan. Let your energy flow smoothly. Blue light swirled around Alan's hands as he tried infusing his focus. Hilda, watching nearby, whispered, He's grasping the basics. Alan felt the weapon resonate, responding to his growing connection. Energy crackled as his willpower began to stabilize its full potential. Sparks erupted, sending Alan into motion. He locked eyes with his opponent, his confidence rising as their battle became more dynamic. Alan's strike connected with power, creating a shockwave that rippled through the ground. His opponent finally looked impressed for a moment. The ground shattered beneath them as Alan shifted, each movement more precise. This is what mastery feels like, he thought. Grant nodded approvingly from the sidelines, recognizing Alan's progress. His control and awareness have grown. Now he fights with purpose. Alan and his opponent stood still for a second, tension in the air. A faint smirk hinted at their shared respect. Exhausted yet exhilarated, Alan turned to Grant, ready for the next challenge. That was just the beginning, Alan resolved quietly. Alan's swing carried impressive force, yet lacked precision. His opponent smirked, subtly pointing out, even raw power needs direction to succeed. Frustration lingered, but Alan reflected. If precision doesn't come easily, maybe I should shift perspective, he thought, seeking another approach. Not having a specialized weapon means adapting, Alan resolved. His determination grew as he realized limitations could drive versatility and skill. Sparks of creativity ignited Alan's ideas. Any weapon can be effective if I master its rhythm. Let's focus on adaptability, he decided. Alan turned toward Hilda with a confident nod, vowing, This time, I'll truly master the fundamentals and forge my own path. Grant laughed heartily, watching Alan's energy bloom. This brat surprises me. His passion burns brighter than expected, he muttered, amused. Hilda noticed Grant's critical gaze soften, realizing his respect for Alan's effort. A rough start doesn't define his journey, she thought. Reflecting on Alan's progress, Grant mused, Talent is fine, but passion fuels persistence. His approval, though subtle, was unmistakable. Hilda's expression softened as she clutched the mysterious blanket. A quiet realization dawned. Alan's kindness often went unnoticed, but never unappreciated. Did Alan help me that night? Hilda wondered, her hand resting on the blanket. A sense of warmth filled her heart. The onlookers critiqued Alan's stance, yet he stood firm, acknowledging their feedback. Improvement starts here, he thought, taking criticism in stride. Alan, you've done more than expected, Hilda remarked. Harnessing that energy overnight is impressive, but refinement is the next goal. Alan reflected on Grant's teachings, realizing the importance of balance between raw energy and precision. Each lesson molded his confidence further. Hilda and Grant watched as Alan smiled, his gratitude clear. "Thanks to you, I'm learning to trust my growth," he said. Alan chuckled, joking about narrowly avoiding destruction during training. "Imagine the damage if I hadn't stopped in time." Everyone laughed warmly. Hilda stood beside Grant, her expression calm yet curious. The efforts to improve are visible, she thought, observing Alan's determination. A serene glow surrounded Alan as he prepared for the next challenge. His focus was sharper, his confidence unwavering this time. Alan suddenly sensed an incoming disturbance. The air grew tense as faint sounds of chaos echoed from the far end of town. Grabbing his weapon, Alan rushed outside. He had no idea what was coming, but he knew it wasn't ordinary. Riding alongside other warriors, Alan approached the mines. The sight of smoke and distant shouting signaled a battle brewing nearby. Hilda scanned the area, her voice commanding as she ensured everyone's safety. "Has Alice completed the evacuation?" she questioned urgently. She addressed the crowd, cautioning them about the lurking danger. "Everyone, move quickly. We must remain vigilant," she instructed. Meanwhile, Alan hurried through the corridor, trying to piece together the situation. His training had prepared him for moments like this. An older man approached Alan in a panic. "Your Highness, we need you," he exclaimed, clearly alarmed by the unfolding events. Alan stepped forward, surveying the chaos with a calm demeanor. "This must be dealt with efficiently," he resolved, ready for action. Alan entered the training grounds, his sharp gaze falling on the destruction caused earlier. "My training exceeded expectations," he thought. He encountered an instructor who looked both surprised and concerned. "What exactly were you trying to achieve with such intensity?" Alan calmly explained. "I now know how to channel energy. With focus, any weapon can be strengthened," hinting at newfound confidence. Scanning the inventory, Alan noticed various weapons lined up. "With this power, even ordinary tools can become extraordinary," he thought aloud. Alan requested a musket from the instructor, signaling his next step. "It's time to test this theory under real circumstances," he concluded. Alan hesitated, questioning the craftsman's silence. "Is he doubting my capability?" he thought, glancing at the musket with curiosity and intent. The craftsman's stern face softened. "I'll hand it over," he said. Alan's eyes widened, relief washing over his previously tense thoughts. "This musket's craft may seem simple," the craftsman explained, "but in your hands, its purpose transcends ordinary skill and utility." The craftsman praised Alan's past triumphs, acknowledging his unique precision. "Your actions inspire confidence. Now take this tool and prove its worth." Alan smiled faintly, sensing unexpected respect. What's with this sudden shift? He wondered, clutching the musket. Time to meet these expectations head-on. Within the shadowed cavern, cloaked figures huddled under the dim glow. "All the muskets you desire," a voice promised ominously. The towering wolf-like figure stepped forward, eyes glowing red. "Take them now and test their might without hesitation," he commanded. Kyle stood at the grand gate, hands resting on his hips. "Another mission?" The child next to him simply nodded. Scratching his head, Kyle leaned against the gate. "The movement of nearby beasts is strange lately, growing bolder by the day." Explosions lit up the horizon. Kyle sighed deeply. Looks like they're not wandering aimlessly. They're following something or someone. A shadowy figure emerged under a crimson moon, emanating an aura of control. Kyle muttered, "This must be their leader." Back at the forge, Garrett wiped sweat off his brow. "Strong leaders don't come out of nowhere. What's your next move?" Kyle pondered the boy's request. "The Red Cross warriors? They're elite, but they won't act unless the order comes from me." Cloaked warriors appeared behind Kyle, standing silent and watchful. "They're here to protect me," he thought with a mix of relief and apprehension. "Citizens are in danger," a voice whispered. Kyle's eyes widened. "I must prioritize the people and Her Highness's safety above all else." Kyle turned to the boy. "Your friend's trapped in the mines. They'll be my next focus once we secure this place. The boy nodded determinedly. Then please lend us the Red Cross forces. We can't fight back without them, Your Highness. Kyle sighed, glancing at the boy. Fine, but only this once. Let's hope your instincts are right this time. A loud bell tolled suddenly, cutting their conversation short. The guards screamed, "An attack! The beasts are storming the fortress!" Kyle watched chaos unfold as the Lycans bypassed the outer soldiers. They're smarter this time. This has to be their leader's strategy. Garrett pleaded. Your Highness, protect the village. We need leadership now more than ever. Kyle hesitated, fear tightening in his chest. Kyle muttered under his breath, Can I really handle this? His resolve wavered, but the villagers' desperate cries spurred him forward. Alice sighed heavily, gazing at the chaos in the distance. No time for second-guessing now, she thought resolutely. A pack of Lycans stormed through the outer defenses, their roars echoing. Alice braced herself as the enemy closed in. Villagers scrambled, seeking shelter. Calm down, everyone! Evacuate immediately! Alice's voice carried authority, even as panic swelled around her. Spotting a child fallen near the plaza, Alice rushed over. Someone help! This child is injured and needs immediate attention! Cradling the boy in her arms, Alice promised herself she wouldn't let him become another victim of this senseless attack. Alice held the injured boy tightly. He was swept away in the chaos, she muttered, eyes darting for a safe spot. A blast of wind sent her reeling, but she steadied herself. I'll treat your wounds. You'll be okay, trust me. An elder yelled in warning as shadows darkened the sky. Alice gasped, watching dozens of flying beasts descend upon the village. Run! Alice shouted, turning to shield the boy. The beast's screeches filled the air, each second feeling like an eternity. A monstrous figure lunged at her. Alice gritted her teeth, ready to face it head-on. Not today, she whispered defiantly. Alice narrowly dodged the creature's swipe, her quick reflexes saving her. Dust and debris clouded the air as it crashed nearby. With precision and grace, Alice delivered a powerful strike, sending the beast flying. She couldn't afford to lose her focus now. The Lycans regrouped, howling fiercely. Alice steadied her breathing, eyes sharp. You attacked this village, she muttered. Now face the consequences. With renewed determination, Alice pushed forward, slamming her weapon into the ground. Energy surged, scattering the advancing enemies in all directions. Standing amidst the wreckage, Alice glared at the retreating foes. This village won't fall while I'm here, she vowed silently. Sarah focused intently, summoning a radiant energy around her hands. I must protect everyone before it's too late, she thought. She spotted the source of chaos, a towering figure by the watchtower. Her resolve hardened as she prepared to unleash her magic. A bolt of energy shot forward, striking the beast mid-charge. The impact was fierce, sending shockwaves through the dusty battlefield. The Lycans paused, confused. Who could have struck so swiftly? Their leader seemed to question, glaring toward the magic's origin. Sarah stood tall, whispering, That power, could it be the one foretold? Her grip tightened, her confidence unwavering. In the heart of the fight, Kyle appeared, wielding an electrified blade. He's back, Sarah murmured, her eyes lighting up. Kyle raised his sword, energy crackling as it amplified. The seventh prince, someone whispered in awe. His power seemed limitless. Energy surged as Kyle channeled his inner strength. I'll end this, he muttered, unleashing a devastating wave against the enemy lines. Lycans reeled as the blast spread. Sarah watched in astonishment. The weapon amplifies his strength. That's why they fear him. Kyle stood firm amidst the destruction, his weapon glowing fiercely. No one threatens this place without facing the consequences, he thought. Sarah stepped forward, her resolve matching Kyle's. As the Archbishop's granddaughter, protecting this village is my duty, she declared silently. The villagers cowered as the Lycans advanced again. Sarah shouted, Stay behind me! And prepared to cast her strongest protection spell. Her mind raced. I've learned so much, yet the stakes have never been this high. I mustn't falter now. The Lycans swarmed closer, but Sarah's heart steadied. It's not the time for fear, she thought. This village depends on me. With a burst of energy, Sarah leaped into action, her magic shielding the villagers as Kyle charged toward the enemy leader. A cloaked warrior leaped into the fray, his blade cutting through the air. Lichens scattered as the strikes landed fiercely. The crimson glow of the battlefield illuminated the village. "This year's lichen hunt seems more dangerous than ever," Kyle muttered to himself. "You managed to train those warriors in such a short time?" Garrett asked, his voice tinged with both disbelief and admiration. Kyle smiled faintly, holding his weapon. "I'm glad you appreciate the effort. These modifications aren't just for show, they're tactical upgrades." A scout interrupted, yelling, "Your Highness, more lichens are charging in!" Kyle turned sharply, readying himself for the next onslaught. A hooded figure emerged from the shadows. "I'll handle evacuating the villagers. Your focus should be on clearing the advancing lichens," he stated. Kyle smirked, his confidence growing. "Looks like I'm becoming quite popular among monsters lately," he said, gripping his weapon tighter. Garrett glanced at Kyle, thinking, "Even though he's difficult sometimes, I admit, making a deal with him was the right choice." Kyle's sword crackled with energy, the air humming as he swung. No one could predict the precision of his movements. The battlefield was alight with electric flashes as lichens fell. "Protecting these people is my job," Kyle thought, his determination unwavering. A massive lichen lunged at Kyle, its claws aimed for a fatal strike. With a swift move, he deflected the attack. Streams of lightning coursed through the enemy ranks, obliterating their advance. The intense power left the battlefield momentarily silent. Kyle grinned slightly, thinking, "What my brother said was true. This power is incredible. It's going to be fun using it." The lichens regrouped, growling fiercely, but Kyle didn't waver. His energy surged as he prepared another overwhelming strike. "Let's end this," Kyle muttered, as his final attack illuminated the sky, signaling the end of the lichen invasion. Under the glow of the moon, whispers of concern filled the air. "You guys are safe, right?" thought Princess Alice. Bound and bruised, the prisoners trembled as shadows loomed. One cried out in pain, their fear echoing through the cavern. Alice clenched her fists, her piercing gaze unwavering. "Forgive me, Princess," a prisoner pleaded, guilt heavy in their voice. The group huddled together, their unity strained by the weight of the situation. "We ended up holding you back," they lamented. A towering lichen approached, its claws glinting. Alice gripped her sword tighter, her resolve steeled against the impending confrontation. The towering lichen glared, its crimson eyes piercing the dim cavern. "So you've resorted to taking hostages now?" it growled. "Hostages? Not quite," the lichen smirked, motioning to the captives. "What I'm after is a negotiation, a deal worth considering." Illuminated by the red moon, the lichen known as Red Moon stepped forward. "Shall I let you in on the details?" As Alan assessed the tense situation, he couldn't help but smirk. Negotiations weren't usually his strong suit. The red-haired knight stiffened, sensing the sharp edge of Alan's wit. Clearly, the terms were less than favorable. A hulking beast stood among the captives, towering over them with ease, its claws gleaming in dim light. Emily's expression shifted from calm to disbelief. Was Alan truly planning to entertain the beast's outrageous demands? The beast snarled loudly, filling the chamber with tension. His figure loomed over, unyielding and eerily confident in power. Alan clenched his fists as a cold shiver ran down his spine, his patience tested by the beast's arrogance. The beast's sinister eyes glinted as it bared its fangs. "We honor a different code, one of primal strength." Emily barely dodged an incoming strike, her quick reflexes saving her from a swift and unexpected end. Alan leaped to Emily's side, his blade meeting the beast's claws with a sharp metallic clang that echoed. The group braced themselves as the beast issued a chilling ultimatum: surrender the princess or face an unrelenting onslaught. The group stood frozen, a haunting memory of past battles flashing in Alan's mind as his resolve hardened. Alan's gaze darkened, his voice calm yet piercing. "If freedom is what you want, this isn't the way." The beast's massive frame loomed above as it laughed, shaking the very ground beneath them with its booming voice. Alan's stance shifted slightly, his grip on the sword tightening as he prepared to counter whatever came next. Emily raised her hand, her calm but firm demeanor breaking through the tension as she spoke of another way forward. Alan gripped his sword tighter, watching the beast crush its own heart, a chilling display of its unwavering commitment to revenge. The beast declared its purpose, eyes burning with rage. We seek liberation from the vampires that have enslaved our kind. Emily sensed a shift in the atmosphere as a brilliant flash of light pierced the darkened chamber, restoring fragile hope. The beast reached out, offering a moment of uneasy truce. Its hand trembled slightly, betraying its lingering doubts about peace. Alan stood firm, his sword pointed steadily at the beast. Is that the only reason for your crusade? Smoke lingered in the air, the faint smell of gunpowder mixing with the morning breeze as Alan surveyed the battlefield. Alan's sharp eyes caught the faint shimmer of leftover traps, a reminder of the meticulous preparations made before the chaos erupted. The smith approached with a grin, holding up the musket he had repaired. A token of thanks for your courage. Alan examined the musket, amused by the smith's eagerness to impress. If it breaks again, I'll need something better next time. Distant sounds of hooves interrupted the conversation, Alan turning his attention toward the horizon, where shadows danced on the sunlit plains. Alan's confidence faltered slightly as he scanned the returning convoy. Something felt wrong, an absence that he couldn't immediately place. The villagers cheered, grateful for their survival, but Alan's sharp intuition kept him uneasy. Where is Princess Hilda? He wondered silently. The elder approached, his tone urgent. Take care of the wounded first, he directed, trying to calm the growing unease. Emily stepped out of the crowd, her face pale but determined. The princess's absence is no mistake, she muttered gravely. Alan tightened his grip on the musket, his mind racing through possibilities. This is far from over, he thought, steeling himself. Alan noticed the group of cloaked figures. Their calm demeanor was unsettling, given the chaos surrounding them moments earlier. One of the cloaked men confirmed that the archbishop had left with Princess Hilda, leaving behind a heavy burden of responsibility. The horses stood ready, their steady breaths visible in the crisp air. Alan pondered why the archbishop would abandon the village. His thoughts raced as he concluded the archbishop might have foreseen their swift return. Alan's unease grew with each passing second. Alan's sharp eyes scanned the cloaked figures. Their collective silence seemed to hide more than just loyalty. It hinted at knowledge. The cloaked men suggested waiting to move together. Alan's unease grew, sensing their intent wasn't as simple as they claimed. Alan paused, considering his next move carefully. He knew he couldn't afford to trust them completely, especially under these circumstances. The men's persistence grew. Alan felt their eyes on him, as if testing whether he would comply with their veiled plans. A raven flew overhead, its harsh caw echoing ominously. The setting sun cast long shadows, deepening the tension in the air. Alan sighed, gripping his musket tightly. If they're hiding something, I'll find out soon enough, he thought, bracing for action. A villager approached in tears, apologizing. Their words struck Alan like a blow. Princess Hilda had been taken prisoner by the Lycans. Alan's sharp gasp drew attention. His mind raced as he tried to process the dire implications of the princess's captivity. He moved swiftly, questioning the decision to leave her behind. The villagers, though unharmed, seemed haunted by their helplessness. Tension erupted as a dwarf chastised others for their perceived failure. Alan intervened, sensing emotions could spiral into unnecessary conflict. The scene settled, though the weight of the loss remained. Alan knew time was running out to act decisively for Hilda. Riding alongside the cloaked men, Alan decided to follow their lead. The setting sun painted the scene in golden hues. The dwarves appeared restless, their worry evident. Alan could tell their concern was genuine, driven by loyalty to Princess Hilda. One of the cloaked figures spoke up, voicing confidence in Hilda's abilities. She's not alone, he said. She's with the archbishop. Alan considered the statement, his gaze settling on the group. Their calm demeanor reassured him, yet his guard remained up. As Alan listened, memories of the past returned, fragments of his lost memory that felt too important to ignore. A faint smile crossed Alan's face as the cloaked man explained history. Astoria, he murmured, recalling faint echoes of that name. The mention of books and their detailed accounts stirred something within Alan, a sense of familiarity he couldn't quite place. The illustrations shimmered in his mind's eye, recounting battles and sacrifices that seemed larger than life, yet oddly personal. Raphael Astoria, a name of great renown, carried tales of heroism. Alan felt an odd connection, as if shadows lingered. He clenched his fists, sensing a deeper truth he wasn't ready to confront. Why do they look at me that way? Chains rattled in the cold air as Hilda sat bound, the moonlight reflected in her eyes, filled with quiet defiance. A beast loomed over her, its presence overwhelming. "Beautiful," it muttered, its voice carrying both admiration and sinister intent. Hilda's mind raced, the creature's twisted admiration unsettling. Her focus remained sharp, waiting for an opportunity to break free. The beast circled her, speaking of peace, its words dripping with contradiction. Hilda tightened her resolve, ready for any chance. From the hilltop, the beast gazed at the rising moon. "This will end soon," it growled as shadows gathered behind it. Hilda sat restrained, facing the towering beast before her. Its red eyes glowed with malice, filling the room with tension. The beast's deep voice echoed as it mocked her alliances, offering promises of power if she agreed to its demands. Its claws glinted under the dim light, emphasizing its threat. "Lead my army and you'll secure your place in history." The beast leaned closer, its tone shifting as it made a chilling proposal. Hilda's eyes burned with defiance despite her chains. "Even in your final moments, I'll fight for you," it said, smirking. Hilda's determination only grew stronger, ready to resist. The beast loomed over Hilda, its sinister tone promising to end her life as a princess and reshape her destiny. A burst of fiery light illuminated the chamber as Hilda's resolve clashed with the beast's overbearing dominance. Her captor's smugness was met with fierce resistance. Hilda glared defiantly, refusing to submit, her inner strength shining brighter than ever. Boreas clenched his fists as frustration boiled over, his patience snapping under the weight of endless, meaningless arguments around him. The chains shattered with a deafening crack, sending shockwaves through the room. Fenrir's glowing eyes widened at this sudden display of power. Fenrir stared in disbelief, questioning how a mortal could break the bonds that had restrained even the strongest of beings. Boreas stretched his arms, his body feeling unfamiliar yet powerful. Freedom brought both a thrill and a sense of unsettling responsibility. Fenrir's tail twitched with unease as he realized Boreas wasn't just free, he was something far more formidable than expected. The atmosphere thickened as Fenrir roared, unleashing a raw energy that darkened the skies and shook the earth beneath them. A swirling aura of shadow enveloped Fenrir, his transformation radiating pure primal force, challenging even the courage of the boldest warriors. Boreas braced himself against the surging energy, his calm exterior hiding the focused determination burning within him. Fenrir lunged forward, claws gleaming with a destructive force that could tear through stone. Boreas sidestepped with practiced ease, narrowly escaping harm. "So the old man still has tricks," Boreas mused, feeling the weight of the battle but refusing to back down. As the dust settled, Boreas and Fenrir locked eyes, their clash leaving the ground cracked and their resolve unshaken. "You've grown stronger," Fenrir admitted reluctantly, his gaze flickering with a mix of respect and lingering hostility. Chains that once symbolized submission now lay shattered, a testament to Boreas's unyielding will and determination to overcome the impossible. "Your stubbornness always annoyed me," Fenrir muttered, "but today it's earned my respect even if it changes nothing between us." Boreas looked toward the horizon, knowing this victory was only a step toward even greater challenges awaiting him in the future. Redmond sighed, glancing at the empty space where their weapons once lay. "Improvisation will be our greatest tool," he thought silently. Fenrir paced confidently, scoffing at the thought of these unarmed beings challenging him. His ego outweighed any threat he perceived. With a sharp leap, Fenrir moved to attack. His beastly instincts roared, demanding dominance over his seemingly unprepared opponents. Redmond and the Archbishop exchanged a quick glance. The elder summoned a luminous energy, drawing from years of accumulated wisdom and faith. "It's sharp instincts like these," the Archbishop mused, "that keep him alive. Let's see if they're enough to handle this." The Archbishop's hand glowed brilliantly as waves of energy surged forward. His movements were precise, directing an unrelenting storm toward the charging beast. Fenrir growled, baring his teeth as the force collided with him. For a moment it felt as if the heavens were striking. Redmond watched in awe, marveling at the sheer power of the Archbishop's magic. Despite the chaos, his focus never faltered. The ground trembled as Fenrir was hurled backward, his massive frame crashing into the shattered earth like a fallen titan. Amid the dust and debris, Fenrir struggled to rise, realizing too late the strength of the duo he had underestimated. Redmond helped steady the archbishop, whose breath came in labored gasps. "Not bad for someone who claims they're out of practice," he teased. Fenrir muttered under his breath, still reeling from the attack. "I underestimated them, but that won't happen again," he thought grimly. The archbishop clasped his hands together, offering a quiet prayer to Gaia. Redmond chuckled, knowing this ritual carried more power than it seemed. Fenrir tilted his head, visibly puzzled. "You liked me, didn't you?" he growled. Redmond smirked, his expression teasing but firm. "No," Redmond replied, his voice calm yet sharp. He stepped forward, ready for the next phase of their daunting mission. Fenrir roared in frustration as a beam of light struck him. His movements faltered, exposing a moment of vulnerability to Redmond. Redmond charged forward, his precision unmatched, landing a devastating blow. Fenrir snarled in defiance, realizing the tides were turning against him. As Fenrir leapt into retreat, the ground beneath him trembled. His pace quickened, leaving behind only the remnants of his strength. The archbishop observed calmly, noting Fenrir's severed limb left behind. "Even a beast knows when it's time to cut losses," he remarked. Redmond's expression remained steady. "Let's clean this mess up quickly, Raphael," he said, motioning toward the scattered battlefield debris. With the sun setting, a serene glow illuminated the battlefield. Redmond raised his fist triumphantly, signaling the end of chaos. Raphael's power surged once again, creating a whirlwind of energy that swept through the remnants of Fenrir's havoc, restoring the calm. "Wait," Raphael cautioned, noticing something peculiar. The faint glow of magic lingered, hinting at unfinished business hidden within the dissipating clouds. A horse approached, carrying a messenger with urgency in his expression. "Why am I being dragged into this now?" he muttered. Redmond and Raphael exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. "We still have work to do," Redmond concluded, his tone unwavering but focused. Redmond knelt beside Fenrir's subdued form, a sly grin forming. "I could use some new trophies for my castle," he joked. Fenrir's growl deepened, his pride wounded more than his body. "Letting those dwarves escape wasn't your smartest decision," Redmond teased further. Raphael observed, his calm demeanor unshaken. "If I capture you alive, your craftsmanship might be useful for a time," he noted. Fenrir's patience snapped as he lunged forward, his roar shaking the battlefield. Redmond leapt back, ready to end things decisively. The final clash began with Fenrir's defiant charge, his spirit refusing to crumble despite the overwhelming odds stacked against him. Redmond sighed, listening to his companion's frustration. "It's all for your protection," he thought, as the group trudged along the quiet path. The mention of Princess Hilda brought a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Memories of her courage seemed to inspire the entire group. Redmond's gaze softened as he recalled Hilda's determination. "We owe her everything," he murmured, gripping the pendant she had gifted him. The forest trail led them deeper into history, with every step marking tales of Hilda's heroism and selfless efforts for the oppressed. The green cross shone brightly in their memories, a symbol of unity that Hilda had forged through compassion and sacrifice. The bustling village streets echoed with laughter, a testament to the peace Hilda had brought. Redmond smiled, blending into the serene crowd. As they rode on, tales of Hilda's exceptional skills and unmatched leadership filled the air, each story inspiring those who heard it. Redmond noted the group's sharp tracking abilities, a tribute to their time under Hilda's mentorship. She had truly shaped them well. A scout rode ahead, his face tense. "Your Highness," he called back urgently. Redmond tightened his grip on the reins, prepared for anything. The trees rustled ominously ahead. "Something's coming," someone muttered. The group instinctively formed a defensive circle, ready for the unexpected challenge. Fenrir's ragged breaths filled the air as he sprinted, his sharp instincts driving him forward. "This territory is not safe," he thought. Another group, Fenrir realized, spotting movement ahead. His eyes glinted with both fear and hunger as he calculated his next move. A perfect chance for some fresh prey, Fenrir mused, his beastly instincts driving him toward the approaching group with dangerous intent. The group braced themselves as Fenrir burst into view. His predatory grin only solidified their resolve to stand and fight. Fenrir growled, recalling previous encounters. I underestimated them before, but not this time, he thought, preparing for another clash of strength. As chaos erupted, Raphael urged the villagers to flee. He stood firm, his staff glowing with the energy of protective magic. A dark, ominous presence loomed in the distance. Raphael's eyes narrowed as he prepared a barrier, shielding the defenseless from harm. Energy surged from Raphael's staff, creating a radiant sphere that expanded rapidly, pushing back the encroaching threat with dazzling force. Fenrir, caught within the explosion of light, roared in fury. His form staggered, revealing cracks in his seemingly indomitable strength. The blast reached its peak, scattering the battlefield. Raphael exhaled deeply, steadying himself as his magic began to subside. Redmond glanced over his shoulder at Raphael's handiwork. The light faded, leaving a smoldering battlefield and a weakened Fenrir in its wake. Fenrir growled, baring his teeth. His frustration boiled as he charged once again, defying the odds stacked against his survival. Raphael's power reignited, sending another blast hurtling toward Fenrir. The beast faltered, his movements slowing under the relentless pressure of magic. Fenrir's eyes flashed with desperation, his final thought lingered. The Imperial family's persistence is unmatched. The light enveloped him completely. A deafening explosion shook the ground, marking the end of the confrontation. Silence fell, broken only by the crackle of fading energy. Lightning erupted from Alan's hands, illuminating the battlefield and tearing through the thick air with overwhelming power. The monstrous foe writhed under the blast, its roar shaking the ground as the electric current consumed its form. The beast stumbled, its body burned and smoldering. Alan studied its movements, gauging its weakened yet dangerous state. He looked at his weapon, doubting its strength. Was it his fault, or had the creature withstood far too much? Smiling faintly, Alan resolved to adjust his tactics, recognizing that victory would require something far sharper and cleverer. The battlefield swarmed with countless creatures, their chaotic movements turning the air thick with tension and unpredictability. Alan unleashed an attack, his calculated precision slicing through the relentless horde and pushing back the tide of overwhelming odds. One larger creature turned and began retreating, the rest of the horde following in what seemed like a tactical withdrawal. Alan narrowed his gaze, recognizing the creature's strategy. It wasn't fleeing. It was regrouping for a stronger attack later. Without hesitation, Alan lunged forward, determined to intercept before the creature could vanish into the dense forest terrain. Alan gathered his comrades, issuing sharp commands as they prepared to counter the shifting battlefield with swift, decisive action. His team split, some staying to handle the chaos while others pursued the retreating enemy through the broken terrain. Mounting his steed, Alan surged ahead, focusing solely on the shadowy figure retreating deeper into the forest. The creature summoned more distractions, desperate to buy itself time. Yet Alan's resolve only strengthened as he closed the distance. With unwavering focus, Alan prepared for the final blow, knowing the battle's outcome hinged on his unrelenting determination. Alan smirked, confident as the weakened lichen fled. Its panic was clear, but Alan had already set the perfect trap. Azure waves materialized from Alan's skill, swamp of death, encircling the creature. The ground seemed to shift under his control. The lichen struggled within the vortex, its movement slow and futile. Alan's power was overwhelming, leaving no room for escape. With piercing eyes, Alan stood firm, remarking silently on the lichen's failure to act with the honor it once boasted. The battlefield quieted for a moment as Alan prepared to finish the fight, his confidence unwavering in the outcome. Cornered, the lichen snarled, torn between retreat and an inevitable clash. Alan's steady steps forward left it with no choice. Injured and desperate, the lichen lunged with all its might, a last attempt to overturn the fate closing in. Alan anticipated the move, his focus unbroken. Every motion of the lichen's body was calculated, a dance he knew well. Commanding his forces to stay back, Alan prepared his final strike. This moment demanded precision, not reckless interference from others. Silence followed the decisive blow. Alan's allies looked on, inspired by the calm resolve he exhibited even amidst chaos. The lieutenant hesitated, questioning Alan's approach. Yet, Alan's resolve radiated confidence, silencing doubt with nothing more than his unwavering presence. Alan's determination shone brightly, rallying his allies. Each of them could see the strength that carried them through impossible odds. In that brief pause, Alan reflected on the sacrifices made to stand here, a moment of both burden and purpose. The soldiers aligned with renewed vigor, their trust in Alan's leadership solidifying their resolve for the climactic battle to come. Alone before the enemy, Alan held his ground. This was no longer just a fight, it was a testament to his will. Water surged upward, forming skeletal hands from the depths. Alan's spell took shape, embodying power that froze everything around. The skeletal arms dragged enemies down, their screams muffled by the crushing force of the summoned spell. Alan observed, unflinching. As the enemies struggled, the watery constructs expanded, creating a massive barrier that trapped and overwhelmed the advancing horde. Alan stepped forward, his gaze sharp, directing the magical forces with precision. The battlefield shifted under the weight of his control. The last figure emerged, cloaked in shadows. Alan tightened his grip on his weapon, ready for the next confrontation. The enemy forces, relentless in their approach, were momentarily halted by Alan's aura. His command of magic was a warning. Energy crackled, signaling the activation of another ability. Alan's focus remained sharp, ensuring every move was deliberate and effective. As his powers unfolded, an intricate symbol materialized, marking the beginning of a spell that promised devastating consequences. The ground trembled as energy surged, illuminating the battlefield with a cold, ethereal light. Alan's resolve remained unwavering in its intensity. His enemies faltered, unsure whether to advance or retreat. For Alan, hesitation was an opportunity he wouldn't let slip by. The towering enemy snarled, its grotesque features illuminated by the eerie light. Alan remained calm, his sword gleaming with readiness. A sudden lunge from the beast forced Alan to sidestep swiftly. His movements were calculated, exploiting every opening in its attack. The battlefield descended into chaos, with the clash of steel and magic reverberating as Alan pushed forward with relentless precision. With a final strike, Alan unleashed his finishing blow, channeling both magic and skill into a single decisive attack. The dust settled as Alan stood victorious. His quiet determination spoke volumes to those who witnessed his unwavering strength. The lichen roared in pain, its massive frame shaking under Alan's relentless assault. The battlefield seemed to tremble in response. Alan's precise strikes pushed the creature back. He felt the rising tension, his opponent teetering between desperation and overwhelming defeat. The lichen's glowing eyes scanned the battlefield, its thoughts racing as it realized Alan's magic had tipped the scales entirely. Blood splattered across the ground as Alan's attacks intensified, leaving no room for the lichen to recover or counterattack. Surveying the aftermath, Alan frowned. He hadn't expected the fight to turn into a massacre, yet it felt inevitable now. Alan's opponent staggered, its voice trembling. Alan's aura weighed heavy, the sheer force of his holy power leaving no doubts. Alan steadied himself, sensing his magic's toll. He knew this was the final test of his endurance and resolve. The enemy hesitated, eyes flickering between fear and defiance. Alan's unwavering gaze dared it to make its next move. Alan's weapon gleamed in the sunlight as he raised it, knowing the final blow would cement his victory once and for all. The lichen grinned through the pain, as if mocking its fate. Alan braced himself, knowing its desperation made it dangerous. The lichen charged forward, its body burning with unleashed energy. Alan stood firm, ready to meet its ferocity head-on. Alan sidestepped the attack, his blade slashing in retaliation. The clash of power echoed across the battlefield, stunning the onlookers. Blood spilled as Alan struck true, but the lichen pushed forward, its desperation fueling its every reckless attack. Raising his weapon high, Alan called upon divine energy, his voice steady as he prepared a spell to finish the battle. The air shimmered with holy light as Alan's final strike descended, ending the lichen's rampage with absolute precision and force. The lichen's massive claws lashed out, but Alan's weapon gleamed with precision, its power capable of tearing through any resistance. Standing firm, Alan whispered his resolve. A brilliant light erupted from his weapon, marking the beginning of a devastating finale. The energy beam shot forward, its force unstoppable, piercing through the enemy with a blinding brilliance that shattered the battlefield. The lichen roared in agony, its once formidable form crumbling as Alan's strike tore through its core, leaving no escape. As the lichen's final breath faded, Alan stood tall. The battlefield echoed with silence, a testament to his decisive victory. The explosion of light enveloped the battlefield, its intensity swallowing everything in its path. Alan shielded his eyes, unshaken by the aftermath. As the dust settled, Alan stood among the glowing remnants, his figure casting a long shadow over the crimson horizon. Alan's allies watched in awe, their faith in his leadership strengthened as the last remnants of the enemy fell into silence. The skeletal enemy retreated, its gaze fixed on Alan. Despite its defeat, it knew this was only the beginning. Alan turned to his comrades, his calm demeanor a beacon of reassurance. The next challenge loomed, but they were ready. Alan stood amidst the swirling, holy energy, his calm posture contrasting the chaos around him. The battlefield was undeniably transformed. He sighed, realizing his prayer's unintended force. Alan pondered how to explain the overwhelming power that had reshaped the surroundings. The forest was eerily silent, as Alan's voice echoed, asking everyone to open their eyes and witness his work. Alan, with a slight smirk, warned them not to overreact, knowing his efforts might have surprised them a little. As the light faded, Alan stood confidently, surrounded by glowing embers and charred ground, an unintentional display of his overwhelming power. The knights nervously pointed out the scorched forest. Alan scratched his head, realizing he might have gone a bit overboard. Shrugging off the mess, Alan turned to his companions, ready to leave, uninterested in justifying his methods to anyone. Footsteps in the distance signaled the arrival of a mysterious figure, their presence unsettling the atmosphere around Alan's group. The elder gasped in shock, his eyes wide as he exclaimed, "I saw it!" recalling a haunting memory vividly. Sweat dripping, the elder muttered about the holy undead, a force he couldn't comprehend yet feared deeply. Memories of radiant warriors blending holiness and darkness surfaced. The elder shuddered at the clash of such contradictory energies. How can power this pure and destructive coexist? The elder wondered, grappling with the enigma threatening their fragile peace. A distant warrior stood frozen in disbelief, gripping his weapon tightly as he recognized the significance of Alan's actions. Blood-red energy rippled through the air, sparking questions about its source. The onlookers sensed it wasn't purely ordinary magic. The Southern Empire, known for its connection to the god of death, held secrets that explained the unsettling phenomenon. Alan's lineage was whispered among scholars and warriors alike, each speculating the influence of his bloodline on his mysterious power. An elder pondered ancient records, questioning if Alan's unique abilities were truly inherited or if they marked something unprecedented. The elder adjusted his monocle, confident that even the vast world couldn't hide the unique phenomenon Alan had unleashed. Lost in thought, the elder marveled at the mysteries he still didn't understand, a spark of curiosity igniting his spirit. A sudden, heartwarming realization hit him as he envisioned the possibilities, filling his chest with excitement he hadn't felt in years. A memory of a familiar face reminded him of the bond they shared, rekindling his determination to protect her legacy. Imagining Alan's potential, the elder pondered if teaching him advanced skills could amplify his abilities beyond anyone's expectations. The elder peered cautiously, acknowledging Alan's unpredictable nature, thinking it might be wiser to observe him from a distance. Energy surged as Alan unleashed another display of power, leaving the elder stunned by its intensity and potential consequences. The scenery shifted. The elder realized this situation must be reported, knowing the implications could ripple far beyond their region. Clenching his fists, the elder understood his duty to guide Alan, even if the path ahead was filled with uncertainties. Reluctantly, he decided that loyalty to his emperor would mean teaching Alan, despite the risks tied to his unique powers. A flicker of light danced across the elder's hand as he invoked an ancient vow, committing himself to the mission. The scene changed to a bustling city where preparations for Alan's next challenge were quietly set into motion. Amid the crowd, whispers about Alan's growing reputation spread, leaving his companions wondering if they could keep up with him. Alan stood confidently in the courtyard, his new skills drawing attention from mentors and peers eager to test his limits. Observing from afar, the elder silently hoped Alan's choices would lead to growth and not awaken forces beyond their control. Alan inspected the musket with interest, intrigued by how its use could transform depending on the wielder's unique abilities. A sudden flash of energy burst from the weapon, leaving everyone amazed at the sheer force Alan had just unleashed. Observers stood in awe, noting how Alan's skill seemed to breathe life into the weapon, making it an extension of himself. Smiling to himself, Alan acknowledged how naturally his unique energy resonated with the weapon, enhancing its capabilities beyond expectation. As he pondered further, Alan realized that refining his control would make the musket adapt completely to his individual fighting style. A companion commented on the need for Alan to combine his power efficiently, sparking a discussion about refining his techniques further. The group brainstormed strategies to enhance Alan's abilities, focusing on how to strengthen his connection with the weapon's holy power. Just as the conversation grew serious, a messenger arrived with news of Princess Julia, urgently requesting Alan's immediate presence. Hearing about his sister's involvement, Alan's curiosity piqued, and he quickly prepared himself for the unexpected meeting awaiting him. Before leaving, Alan entrusted his companions with some advice, hoping they would refine their teamwork in his temporary absence. The city was abuzz with activity, the townsfolk preparing a vibrant festival to honor Alan's efforts and accomplishments so far. Music filled the air, and glasses of wine were raised in celebration, marking the start of a long-awaited, joyful event. Among the festivities, Alan's friends joined the crowd, soaking in the lively atmosphere that momentarily replaced their usual heavy responsibilities. A dramatic shift occurred when a performer announced the Blood Festival, turning the mood eerie and sparking unease among the onlookers. Chaos erupted as a shocking scene unfolded, leaving Alan and his companions unsure of what awaited them beyond the celebration. Alan walked through the festive market, amused by the event's strange theme of using fruit to mimic the sight of blood. Laughing quietly, he reminisced about similar celebrations in his past, finding comfort in the chaos unfolding around him. A group of cloaked individuals caught his attention, their calm presence contrasting sharply with the lively atmosphere of the festival. Suspicious, Alan questioned why they remained so composed amid the festivities, his instincts hinting at something more sinister ahead. Startled by a flying tomato, Alan barely managed to dodge, momentarily distracted by the peculiar humor of the chaotic festival. Alan quickly regained his composure, avoiding another flying fruit, as laughter erupted from the crowd enjoying the festival's antics. He noticed his sister Julia approaching with a warm smile, her radiant presence bringing him a brief moment of peace. Wiping a stray fruit stain from his face, Alan's mind drifted to her gentle kindness, which he found strangely grounding. Julia extended her hand, guiding Alan away from the bustling streets, determined to share a meaningful moment with him. Reluctantly, Alan followed, his curiosity piqued by her request, wondering what she might want to discuss in private. Julia reassured Alan to relax and enjoy himself, insisting he deserved a break after all the responsibilities he had handled. Lost in thought, Alan reflected on his past mistakes, realizing this chaotic yet harmless festival was a deserved humbling experience. Julia's invitation to discuss the mysteries of his abilities intrigued Alan, though he hesitated, guarding his secrets with quiet determination. Despite her insistence, Alan felt unsure about revealing the full extent of his powers, knowing their implications went far beyond magic. Julia's determination grew, sensing Alan's reluctance, but she decided to handle the conversation carefully to avoid pushing him too far. Alan explained his improvised method of soul reattachment, modestly crediting Julia's theory for its success, despite his groundbreaking execution. He casually handed over a mug of ale to Julia, appreciating her unwavering dedication as a healer and her perseverance. Julia, slightly flustered by the unexpected gesture, accepted the mug, feeling a sense of camaraderie and gratitude from Alan. Lifting their mugs together, they toasted to mutual respect, a rare and meaningful moment amidst the chaos surrounding their lives. The festival atmosphere grew louder as cheers for Alan and Julia echoed, their bond celebrated as a symbol of unity. Julia expressed her heartfelt thanks for Alan's role in the palace and his recent actions, deepening their growing connection. They shared a moment of quiet appreciation, both recognizing how their teamwork had been pivotal to overcoming past challenges. The surrounding crowd celebrated, raising mugs high in honor of their combined efforts, symbolizing hope and trust in uncertain times. Alan, observing the cheerful chaos, found himself unexpectedly content, valuing the warmth of shared achievements with the people around him. Taking a long sip from his mug, Alan silently reflected on the people he had lost and the road still ahead. The sky turned tranquil as Alan pondered, his thoughts drifting to Charlotte and Harmon, silently hoping they were safe and unharmed. Blood stained the ground, and Alan's breaths grew heavy as he endured the weight of his exhausting yet necessary actions. Charlotte knelt amidst the chaos, gripping her sword tightly, her resolve unwavering despite the scars marking her determined expression. Charlotte fell to her knees, exhaustion etched across her face, questioning whether her strength was enough to withstand the battle. She rose slowly, her breathing ragged but resolute, facing the figure who mocked her efforts with a calm, confident demeanor. A mysterious man revealed himself, his presence exuding authority, his voice low and steady as he introduced himself as Oscar Balder. Oscar gestured towards Charlotte, his words challenging her resolve while acknowledging her potential to endure the harsh trials ahead. Following Oscar, Charlotte entered a grand chamber, her determination growing stronger as she prepared to face her destiny. A legend of bravery unfolded as Oscar recounted his past battles, standing as a beacon against overwhelming odds alongside allies. The stories painted vivid images of war, where the Golden Cross stood tall, its light unwavering in the face of chaos. Oscar turned to Charlotte, his piercing gaze gauging her reaction to the tales of valor, testing her readiness for the future. Charlotte listened intently, her expression firm as she absorbed the weight of the legacy she was stepping into. Oscar's hope lingered as he introduced Charlotte to the King of Swords, a mentor who could refine her growing power. Charlotte faced Oscar with an unwavering glare, her desire for strength pushing her to confront his challenges head-on. Oscar questioned her persistence, intrigued by the fire in her eyes as she stood tall despite her battered state. Her voice steady, Charlotte declared her intent to protect the Seventh Prince, her loyalty a driving force behind her actions. Oscar pushed further, questioning her resolve, but Charlotte remained steadfast, willing to sacrifice her life if the prince demanded it. Flames flickered in the background as Charlotte's determination burned brighter, her conviction setting the stage for the trials ahead. Charlotte hesitated as Oscar's words hung heavy, questioning what she would do if the prince ever asked for her loyalty's ultimate test. Oscar's gaze sharpened, labeling her a naive dreamer, and reminded her they were tools bound to carry out orders, no exceptions. With steady resolve, he declared that their duty extended even to the unspeakable, including sacrificing what they held most sacred. Charlotte's grip on her sword tightened, her emotions churning as Oscar's harsh lessons forced her to confront a brutal reality. The faint hum of energy filled the room as Oscar prepared to demonstrate what it meant to serve without question. Oscar's voice grew colder as he explained their servitude's true nature, unflinching even if the command demanded killing their master. Charlotte felt a chill as Oscar emphasized the absolute weight of their duty, leaving no room for doubt or hesitation. A spark of resistance flickered in her heart. Charlotte vowed silently that her devotion to the prince would never waver. Their swords clashed violently, Charlotte struggling under Oscar's relentless assault, each blow hammering the truth of his teachings into her resolve. Despite the relentless pressure, Charlotte refused to falter, her determination glowing fiercely as she steeled herself for what lay ahead. Oscar announced it was time for Charlotte to truly embody her role, her training now pushing her past her limits. Charlotte lunged forward, her blade clashing against Oscar's, each strike a battle of willpower and the mastery of their craft. The force of their sparring shook the air, the intensity growing as Charlotte pushed herself harder to match her mentor. With every clash, Charlotte began to bridge the gap between her idealism and the brutal truths Oscar sought to instill. Amidst their duel, an unfamiliar voice interrupted, turning both of their attention toward a new presence, observing their relentless fight. In the castle's echoing halls, Alan's return startled his brother, the sound of footsteps heralding an intense confrontation. Alan burst through the doors with dramatic flair, his commanding presence leaving no doubt that he had something important to say. With a smirk, Alan greeted his brother, ready to assert himself after the challenges he had faced to return home. Holding nothing back, Alan made it clear he had arrived for a reason, challenging his brother's composure with bold declarations. Chaos erupted as their reunion turned into a spectacle, the tension between siblings captivating everyone who dared to watch. A shot of holy power erupted, Alan's actions leaving his brother speechless as energy crackled in the tense room. Smiling, Alan reassured his brother with confidence, his holy energy a curious mixture of menace and a peculiar kind of care. The charged atmosphere settled, leaving Alan's brother nursing his bruised ego, slightly stunned by the unconventional reunion that unfolded so quickly. Despite the drama, Alan's brother couldn't resist a smile, recognizing the bond that existed beneath their chaotic exchange. The castle staff observed nervously, the brothers' antics a reminder of the intensity of familial ties under extraordinary circumstances. Alan addressed his brother calmly, brushing off the earlier tension as he revealed his plans, which piqued everyone's curiosity. His brother listened intently, though Alan's suggestion to explore the capital seemed far from what either of them expected. The idea of laying low in the palace felt foreign to Alan, whose thoughts were already moving towards action and adventure. Walking through the city streets, Alan's observant nature caught subtle shifts, sparking curiosity about changes that had occurred in his absence. Alan and his companions exchanged brief words, his sharp intuition sensing that their return journey had been anything but ordinary. Raphael leaned in, his piercing gaze locking onto Alan, asking if he'd consider learning powerful magic under his personal guidance. Alan, caught off guard, hesitated before awkwardly declining, his reserved demeanor creating a humorous contrast to Raphael's intense persistence. Frustrated but determined, Raphael continued pressing the idea, leaving Alan searching for a way to tactfully avoid further lessons. Tired of being pursued, Alan confided in his brother about Raphael's relentless offers, seeking refuge from the overwhelming persistence. His brother chuckled, suggesting Raphael's eagerness stemmed from genuine admiration, making Alan rethink his outright rejection of the offer. Alan frowned, reiterating his disinterest in learning magic from Raphael, despite being aware of Raphael's reputation as a top researcher. He rationalized his decision, believing he could self-study magic using books, avoiding the unnecessary intensity of a personal mentor. Interrupting his thoughts, a messenger delivered urgent information, hinting at a concerning situation related to the infamous Black Order. Alan's curiosity piqued as he pieced together the significance of the Black Order's activities and how it might impact their kingdom. Sharing his findings with his companions, Alan realized the situation required careful handling, hinting at potential conflicts involving dangerous entities. Discussions about the Black Order led to revelations of their presence in regions tied to Morgana, the infamous witch. Alan's brother highlighted the Emperor's growing concern about their operations in densely populated areas, underscoring the rising stakes of the conflict. Alan, intrigued, wondered if their ties to necromancers meant an opportunity to gain valuable knowledge amidst the chaos. Reflecting on the necromancer's remnants, Alan debated how their tools and books could be utilized without inviting unwanted attention. Sitting quietly, Alan weighed the risks and benefits, knowing the knowledge he sought could either empower or endanger his goals. The fate of the forbidden books hung in the balance, either destroyed instantly or hidden away in the Academy's secret vault. Alan's thoughts wandered as he imagined the Academy's archives, brimming with ancient secrets and powerful artifacts waiting to be uncovered. His mind entertained a humorous fantasy of mentors vying for him as a student, each offering outrageous deals to gain his favor. Meanwhile, he considered the untapped wealth of necromancer knowledge hidden in the Academy's archives, quietly planning how to access it. Snapping back to reality, Alan approached his brother with an unexpected offer, his expression hiding the details of his bold plan. Alan leaned forward with a sly grin, making a bold request for an extended vacation, hinting at hidden motives beneath. With confidence gleaming in his eyes, Alan offered to eliminate the Black Order, sealing his proposal with calculated charm. The Black Order's presence in Humite was confirmed, their red devil spirits serving as evidence of their troubling activities. Despite their weakness compared to the Holy Empire, the Black Order remained elusive, escaping capture with cunning strategies. Information from captured cultists provided no clarity, leaving the Holy Empire to rely on knights for further investigation into the chaos. Attempts to track them down grew desperate, but communication with the second platoon was mysteriously cut off mid-mission. A feeling of urgency gripped the knights, with encrypted symbols appearing, signaling that a dangerous challenge lay ahead. The Emperor, seated on his golden throne, recounted past efforts to eliminate the Black Order, emphasizing the need for new strategies. Recognizing the threat's complexity, the Emperor enlisted trusted individuals like Alan, Luan, and Hilda to confront this growing menace. Their mission held unprecedented importance, their combined strength symbolizing the last line of defense against the unknown horrors the Order harbored. The Emperor's cryptic warnings hinted at deeper, unspoken dangers, urging his champions to tread carefully and uncover the Order's hidden motives. With a sense of foreboding, the mission's urgency intensified as encoded messages revealed more layers to the Order's enigmatic schemes. In the distant South Aslan territory, rumors spread of someone resembling the Crown Prince, igniting questions about his survival. A mysterious figure searched desperately for his missing son, hoping for a reunion despite the silence following the Aslan War. Movements in Aslan raised suspicion, their timing coinciding with critical moments in the Holy Empire's internal struggles against the Order. Weary yet resolved, the Emperor contemplated the weight of these revelations, noting the mounting complexities of their enemies' plans. Despite his age, the Emperor's laughter echoed through the halls as he prepared himself for the battles still to come. The Emperor read a report about the Crown Prince's dangerous pursuits, his frustration growing as he struggled to guide him. Unable to hold back his emotions, the Emperor erupted, showing rare vulnerability as his concern clashed with the prince's behavior. Court officials watched nervously, their eyes darting between the Emperor's outburst and the unsettling report in his trembling hands. A servant cautiously approached, asking about the Emperor's well-being, which he dismissed, his mind racing with solutions for the challenges ahead. Sitting down, the Emperor demanded answers from his advisors, trying to untangle the web of conflicts threatening their fragile peace. The Emperor pondered Alan's insistence on handling the Black Order alone, skeptical yet curious about his youngest son's capabilities. Witnessing Alan's unexpected mastery of holy power alongside undead creatures, the Emperor considered the implications of such an unprecedented skill set. Guards and bystanders whispered in awe as Alan showcased abilities that blurred the lines between divine blessings and forbidden magic. Conflicted, the Emperor debated whether to support Alan's unconventional methods or enforce stricter control over such dangerous practices. Alan's growing power hinted at a seismic shift in their world, sparking both hope and fear in those observing him. The Emperor stared at the flower of life, a symbol of divine justice, contemplating its fragile balance with necromantic forces. Within the depths of forbidden arts, necromancers were said to manipulate life and death, challenging the Empire's sacred order. Imagining Alan's future, the Emperor realized the boy might hold the key to bridging the worlds of light and shadow. While the court feared necromancy's legacy, the Emperor considered its potential, wondering if Alan's path could redefine their empire's destiny. With a deep sigh, he ordered a thorough investigation of necromancer artifacts, realizing the Empire's survival might depend on understanding them. As Alan stepped into the grand hall, he could feel the tension in the air like a brewing storm. His gaze shifted to the aged Emperor, who motioned him closer with an expectant, almost challenging expression. The Emperor's subtle smirk carried a weight of authority, hinting at a mission more complex than words could convey. The conversation seemed cordial, yet Alan couldn't ignore the undercurrents of strategy and veiled intentions behind every word exchanged. With a firm nod, Alan agreed, fully aware of the challenges awaiting him as he prepared for the journey ahead. Days later, the sun set over the forest as Alan rode silently, contemplating the cryptic details of his new mission. Beside him, his companion broke the quiet with light banter, easing the weight of responsibility Alan carried on his shoulders. The path led them through dense woods, each shadow a reminder of the dangers lurking in unseen corners. Alan's confidence grew as his resolve strengthened, determined to uncover the truth behind the rising chaos and corruption. Reaching a clearing, he prepared himself, knowing the confrontation ahead required both skill and unwavering conviction. In the heart of the enemy camp, Alan observed a gathering of mysterious figures, each clad in ominous crimson robes. Their chanting echoed through the cavern, a rhythmic summoning that hinted at dark forces Alan had yet to fully grasp. Taking a calculated risk, Alan infiltrated deeper, his heart pounding as he edged closer to the ritual's epicenter. As he prepared to interrupt their plans, he couldn't ignore the sense of an unseen power watching his every move. With a bold step forward, Alan made his presence known, disrupting the ritual and drawing every eye toward his defiant stance. The ancient wheel, forgotten for ages, creaks into motion, hinting at a journey where destiny and shadows collide. Alan studies the document with furrowed brows, the weight of the mission sinking in as decisions loom on the horizon. A troop of determined knights, cloaked in blue, marches through the fog, their steps synchronized with the rhythm of purpose. In the ominous darkness, Alan senses a shift, the lurking Black Order plotting their next sinister move against the kingdom. Alan clenches the document tightly, preparing for the unpredictable challenges ahead, knowing only his wits could ensure their survival. The haunting legend of the Red Devils resurfaces, their crimson cloaks and eerie chants sparking fear among the vulnerable. Alan listens, skeptical of old tales, his focus shifting to unmasking the real threat hidden behind the dark myth. The devilish figure emerges in Alan's thoughts, a laughable exaggeration until a shadow moves, unsettling the brave knight. Alan refocuses, dismissing the childish folklore, determined to confront the true enemy without succumbing to baseless fears or distractions. He steels his resolve, ignoring myths as he sharpens his strategy to dismantle the powerful and elusive Black Order. The problem intensifies. Alan considers how to outmaneuver the Black Order without exposing innocent lives to unnecessary risks. Beside him, a knight proposes a bold but risky plan, their conversation laced with urgency and a touch of fear. Alan envisions the daunting odds, recalling past battles while contemplating the trust and strength needed to prevail against overwhelming darkness. The faint glow of a village offers hope, a reminder that even in chaos, light and community prevail. Alan prepares, not for battle alone but for unity, seeking to inspire those who might rise to face evil. A carriage moves along a quiet path, carrying Alan, who ponders the dangers ahead with a calm yet determined demeanor. Alan smirks, amused by the boldness of his decision to face a treacherous path with unwavering confidence. A surge of power erupts from Alan's hand, slicing through the air as a warning to unseen adversaries. A monstrous figure emerges from the darkness, its unsettling noises signaling the beginning of a fierce confrontation. Alan observes the distant carriage under the moonlight, aware of the lurking threats waiting for their moment to attack. A warning was written clearly. "Beware the Red Devils!" Its ominous tone hinted at a looming and dangerous encounter. Gloomy light filled the room as a mysterious note lay open, revealing critical instructions that demanded immediate action. Ethan and Alan stood outside, sensing the faint aura of malevolence nearby. Their instincts told them trouble was close. The devils are weak now, Alan thought, calculating their next move, while Ethan hesitated, gauging the importance of teamwork here. As they prepared, Alan insisted on caution. Ethan, smirking, brushed it off, confident in his abilities to handle the danger. Alan dashed forward with determination, his cape billowing. Ethan followed, sensing time slipping away as the trail grew fainter. Through shadowy streets, Ethan pushed harder, feeling the pressure to intercept the elusive enemy before things spiraled completely out of control. Finally, Ethan arrived at a bustling plaza, eyes scanning for any signs of movement or unusual activity amidst the crowd. Jumping onto a rooftop, Ethan's resolve sharpened. His eyes locked on the faint traces left behind by the escaping threat. "There it is," Ethan whispered to himself, leaping forward as the enemy's scent became stronger. The pursuit was far from over. Ethan barged into the hidden lair, the air heavy with tension. His senses flared as danger seemed to close in. Inside, he froze. Chaos lay before him. Bodies sprawled on the floor as the crimson aura signaled devastation. Too late. Ethan muttered, staring at the aftermath. A dark figure loomed in the shadows, shrouded in malevolence and power. Gripping his blade tighter, Ethan prepared for battle. His mind raced as he pieced together what had led to this moment. A sinister laugh echoed as a devilish figure emerged. Its blood-red eyes locked on Ethan, signaling the beginning of a fight. The devil lunged forward with a wild grin, its blade glowing menacingly. Ethan tightened his grip, ready for the clash. Sparks flew as Ethan skillfully dodged the devil's strike, countering with a swift movement that kept the creature on edge. Sliding back into position, Ethan steadied himself. His focus sharpened, sensing the intensity of the battle was about to peak. With a burst of light, Ethan unleashed his attack, forcing the devil to retreat momentarily, its sinister aura flickering faintly. Panting lightly, Ethan approached a coughing child, checking their condition. Relief washed over him as he whispered reassuring words to calm them. The child looked up, confused, as Ethan knelt beside them. He gave a comforting nod before redirecting his attention. Scanning the room, Ethan quickly assessed the situation. The unsettling sight of lingering red auras kept him on high alert. Determined, Ethan tightened his grip on his weapon, his mind racing to analyze the devil's strange influence within the house. Blood splattered as another fight broke out. Ethan's precision in battle ensured swift action while the child's safety remained his priority. Meanwhile, Alan arrived, surveying the scene. He nodded approvingly, recognizing Ethan's efforts in handling the chaos and protecting the innocent. Alan commended Ethan's skill as he reflected on the grim reality of the situation. Regret lingered for those they couldn't save. Despite their efforts, the cruel fate of the child's family weighed heavily. Ethan clenched his fists, vowing to protect others. Alan pointed out the devil's ties to deeper conspiracies. The clues suggested a dark network orchestrating chaos across their borders. Ethan and Alan discussed their next steps, agreeing to utilize the stationed Golden Cross to track and eliminate the growing threat. The Golden Cross Knights stood ready, their armor gleaming in unity. Ethan knew this was just the beginning of their fight. The Golden Cross Knights stood solemnly, their holy presence radiating authority as they assessed the dire situation unfolding at the border. Alan explained the increased patrols were necessary to handle escalating tensions, with the Red Devils adding chaos to the mix. The incidents were recent, but the intensity demanded swift action. Alan planned to strengthen the region's defenses with careful precision. Ethan declined help from the Royal Guards, warning their involvement might push the Red Devils further into hiding and complicate the mission. Ethan examined a bloodied dagger, his focus sharp. This clue might unravel the mysteries surrounding the Red Devils' sinister activities. Ethan analyzed the surrounding traces, confirming the Red Devils' magical presence. He sharpened his senses, determined to uncover their secrets. Alan followed Ethan's lead as they discovered faint magical trails. The evidence hinted at a carefully orchestrated spell hiding their intentions. Ethan struck swiftly, disabling a hidden enemy. His instincts proved sharp as he carefully examined the remnants left behind. Alan questioned the urgency of their actions, but Ethan pushed forward, uncovering a dark artifact pulsing with malevolent energy. Ethan sensed the artifact's core. The faint signature of Necromancer magic revealed the heart of the Red Devil's dangerous schemes. Ethan held the artifact tightly, its pulsating energy dark and chaotic. He pondered how to neutralize it without exacerbating its effects. Alan watched cautiously as Ethan considered a way to infuse the artifact with holy power, potentially turning it into a tool. Ethan decided to recycle the artifact, drawing out its essence. Alan expressed concern over the repercussions, but Ethan remained resolute. A surge of energy enveloped Ethan. His system flashed with new notifications, signifying the acquisition of a strange and powerful skill. Alan noticed Ethan's pause. Ethan dismissed it, focusing instead on what the newfound skill might mean for the mission ahead. Ethan stared at the heart-shaped artifact, glowing ominously. He realized he had no time to delay neutralizing its sinister power. Cold determination filled Ethan's eyes as he began channeling energy. He focused, ignoring the mounting chaos surrounding him. Thoughts lingered. Was this dark artifact tied to the disappearances? Ethan resolved to unravel the mystery before it spread further. The scene shifted to a wasteland littered with corpses. Ethan wondered who could orchestrate such atrocities on such a horrific scale. As shadows loomed in the distance, Ethan remained steadfast. He knew the answers were hidden somewhere amidst the rising darkness. Ethan pressed forward, confronting the dreadful sight of bodies piled high. A chill ran down his spine at the grim discovery. Figures in cloaks whispered amongst themselves, discussing their grim work. Ethan's mind raced as he eavesdropped on their sinister plans. The cloaked figures seemed unaware of Ethan's presence, preoccupied with their dark rituals. Ethan watched, preparing to strike at the right moment. Blood splattered as Ethan's attack cut through the cultists. They scattered, realizing too late that they had been discovered. The leader snarled, retreating into the depths of the lair. Ethan followed, determined to end the cult's reign of terror. Ethan burst into the room, his sharp gaze locking onto the cult leader. The tension in the air was suffocating. Ethan grinned at the startled cultists, his confidence unnerving them. He knew he had caught them at their weakest moment. The cult leader barked orders, but Ethan smirked. He knew the magical artifact wouldn't respond to them anymore. With a burst of blue energy, Ethan revealed his mastery over the artifact. The cultists recoiled, realizing their power was gone. Ethan's calm yet overwhelming presence silenced the room. The tables had turned, and he was ready to dismantle their dark ambitions. The elder glared at Alan, his voice trembling with disbelief, as Alan casually stood unbothered, radiating a quiet confidence. A sudden surge of energy erupted from Alan, cutting through the elder's defenses, leaving him completely exposed to the attack. Screams filled the battlefield as Alan's power consumed the enemies. Chaos reigned, with no one daring to challenge him further. Among the wreckage, Alan stared at the eerie blue figure beside him, pondering what kind of allies he now commanded. Inside the library, Alan examined a scattered collection of books, wondering how much forgotten knowledge they held about his growing power. Alan unfolded the parchment, his eyes narrowing as he noticed the cryptic symbols glowing faintly, sparking curiosity and caution within him. The words, "Chaos Plan," etched alongside ominous skulls, sent a chill down Alan's spine, hinting at something dangerously catastrophic ahead. A knight rushes into the city, his armor clanking, shouting news that leaves everyone frozen in disbelief under the starry sky. Villagers gather anxiously at the gate as missing children are escorted back, their faces pale but seemingly unharmed. A mother embraces her child, tears streaming, while a knight whispers tales of their rescue from an underground nightmare. The boy recounts his time in a dark prison, trembling, but speaks of a mysterious figure who broke his chains. Describing the stranger, the boy mentions he resembled a devil, but his actions told a completely different story. A shadowy figure looms over the battlefield, black wings spread wide as if torn between menace and divine intervention. The boy, pointing skyward, declares that the savior wasn't a devil, but a guardian angel cloaked in darkness. Light floods the area as the mysterious figure steps forward, his aura both intimidating and reassuring to the crowd. Soldiers exchange knowing glances, whispering that the kingdom's hidden strategy must have been successful in bringing forth this protector. As tension eases, a sly grin from a shadowed corner hints that the night's events were far from coincidental. Alan kneels beside a wounded knight, his hand glowing faintly, while trying to decipher the chaos left in their wake. A soldier hands Alan a torn page, claiming it holds secrets about the orchestrated attack and those lurking behind it. Alan studies the parchment, realizing the intricate chaos plan has ties to forces far darker than imagined. His mind races as the ominous text suggests ancient rituals, drawing power not just from death, but the living as well. Alan, gripping his staff, vows to confront the unknown adversary, knowing the path ahead will test everything he believes. Alan examines the scattered corpses, realizing their attackers were distractions, hiding the real target somewhere deeper in the shadows. A surviving attacker trembles as Alan approaches, his eyes glowing with unspoken rage, demanding answers about the ambush and its motives. With swift movements, Alan pins the man, his aura flaring, making it impossible for the attacker to feign ignorance any longer. Bloodied but defiant, the man confesses their masters seek an ancient power, hidden in relics far from the kingdom's reach. Alan clenches his fist, knowing these forces must be stopped before they unleash destruction on both innocents and the misguided. Standing amidst the ruins, Alan pauses, letting the calm wind carry whispers of unfinished tasks tied to the children's safety. Harmon, arriving with knights, shares news of missing relics tied to forbidden rituals that could reshape the fate of humanity. Alan listens intently, his eyes narrowing as Harmon reveals clues pointing to necromancers seeking to enslave souls for their twisted magic. Energy crackles as Alan channels his power, setting his sights on locating the ritual site before the necromancers complete their schemes. A dazzling beam of magic erupts, lighting the dark sky as Alan opens a portal to track the elusive threat. In the eerie glow of the portal, Alan faces another attacker, realizing their operations target children for more sinister purposes. He interrogates the figure, piecing together a larger plot involving human sacrifices meant to fuel forbidden summoning rituals across regions. The attacker's plea for mercy falls on deaf ears as Alan delivers justice, knowing innocence must never be taken lightly. As the dust settles, Alan vows to uncover every hidden plan, no matter the cost, to ensure peace is restored. He turns toward the horizon, the portal shimmering behind him, ready to face the next challenge waiting in the darkness. Alan smirks coldly as he restrains the wounded assailant, promising to use his remaining lifespan for something far greater. Harmon nods as Alan orders him to escort the surviving captives to the palace, leaving their fate to the Inquisitor. The captured enemies beg for mercy, trembling at the thought of the ruthless Inquisitor's judgment awaiting them at the capital. Alan dismisses their pleas, his focus shifting to a new strategy, knowing the enemy's reputation as the Blue Devils looms large. Harmon looks uneasy but follows orders, ensuring the message about reinforcing major cities reaches the king without delay. Alan watches the portal glow as he speculates on the Holy Order's suspicions, understanding the political undertones at play. Harmon mentions how Alan's increasing influence as a powerful mage is garnering unwanted attention from certain factions within the kingdom. Alan shrugs, confident that the king has already noticed his growing role in uniting forces for the kingdom's protection. Harmon hesitates before suggesting that reinforcing their armies and deploying troops to critical cities might strengthen their defense against external threats. Alan half smiles, knowing their efforts must double as he prepares to deliver an important message to the king himself. Alan's blade crackles with energy as he executes the enemy, ensuring no loose ends threaten their mission's secrecy or progress. He interrogates a remaining captive, pressing for information about hidden allies orchestrating chaos from the shadows of neighboring regions. The captive trembles, revealing cryptic details about a hidden ritual site deep within the mountains that fuels their nefarious operations. Alan, resolute, turns away as the horizon brightens, determined to intercept the remaining forces before their plans unfold completely. As he strides towards his next mission, the glow of stained glass in the distance reminds him of the stakes. A group of hooded figures whispers anxiously, blaming a failed operation that exposed their plans and led to unexpected complications. One figure reports that the border has deployed a holy force, making their movements riskier and slowing their dark preparations. Tension rises as another speaks of the Heavenly Army, a powerful force rarely mobilized but capable of overwhelming entire regions. Despite frustrations, the leader warns they cannot treat these enemies like ordinary knights and must prepare something far more sinister. The air darkens as the leader begins summoning a twisted magic circle, channeling power from the forbidden realms for protection. An informant rushes in, reporting the Heavenly Army's positioning and delays in their plans, prompting frustration from the hooded conspirators. A powerful surge of anger shatters a nearby structure as the leader lashes out, furious at the continuous setbacks to their goals. They realize the Empire has grown suspicious, severing ties and leaving them isolated as they scramble to regain their footing. The group blames their exposure on Alan's interventions, swearing revenge against the meddling prince whose actions jeopardized their secretive operations. Meanwhile, Alan observes the aftermath, piecing together clues about the rogue faction's movements and preparing for his next confrontation. Alan smirks as he detects the summoning, his magical senses confirming the enemy's ritual is already in its final stages. Energy crackles in the shadows, but Alan remains calm, ready to counter any attempt to disrupt the balance of power. The hooded leader's ritual falters as they realize their efforts are in vain, sensing an unseen force unraveling their dark magic. A massive apparition emerges, its fiery eyes glaring down at the conspirators as they beg their summoned entity to intervene. The shadowy figure addresses its masters, but its tone hints at betrayal, leaving the conspirators in a deadly and ironic twist. The shadowy leader commands their followers, declaring a need to inform all allies of the failure and regroup for the future. Hooded figures bow as the leader takes responsibility, vowing to recover from the setback and refocus their twisted ambitions. A ghastly apparition materializes, its red eyes glowing as it warns of consequences for continued failures in their dark mission. The apparition reveals their hideout's discovery by Alan, blaming the group's recklessness for exposing their once secure position to his interference. Determined, the leader rallies their followers, stating they will travel together to the mountain stronghold to regain control over their plans. Alan's piercing gaze glows with determination, shadows coiling around him as he vows to hunt his target without hesitation or mercy. The grand chamber glowed faintly under the stained glass, casting ethereal patterns as an ominous energy stirred within the shadows. Cloaked figures moved silently across the cold stone floor, their presence blending into the gloom as they carried out their schemes. The arrival of an unexpected force disrupted their rhythm, forcing a calculated shift in their plans to maintain control. Ritual preparations resumed amidst the tension, each movement deliberate as they sought to adapt to the unpredictable challenge ahead. The air thickened with unspoken urgency as glowing runes flickered to life, signaling the beginning of an ancient and perilous ritual. A brilliant orb of light pulsed irregularly, its glow revealing fractures in the cloaked figure's composure as they prepared themselves. The artifact's reaction hinted at an approaching force, one powerful enough to disrupt the delicate balance of their preparations. Arcane energy rippled through the room, confirming their fears. The artifact would only respond to an immense magical presence nearby. Orders spread swiftly as the realization took hold. The unknown force required immediate action to preserve the fragile secrecy. Tension gripped the chamber as the figures moved quickly, their movements betraying a mix of fear and reluctant determination. An unseen presence lingered, its weight pressing down on the chamber as the cloaked figures weighed the risk of continuing. The urgency to abandon their plans grew, but hesitation lingered, bound by the allure of power promised by their efforts. A sudden pause at the threshold revealed a figure whose arrival disrupted the intricate web of their carefully laid plans. The air crackled with tension as the intruder's presence became undeniable, their aura radiating with a purpose unyielding and fierce. The memory of past devastation fueled unease as the cloaked figures braced for the confrontation they had desperately hoped to avoid. Whispers echoed through the chamber as shadows stirred. Reports of Alan's actions reached the cloaked figures, increasing their unease. Crimson light illuminated a figure in the shadows. The aura exuded menace, hinting at a devastating force prepared for battle. Alan stood in the grand hall, unwavering. His mere presence challenged the sinister schemes brewing in the dim-lit sanctuary. The tension thickened as Alan observed the room. His gaze lingered on the symbols etched into the ground, deciphering their purpose. Beneath the floor, grotesque rituals unfolded. The macabre display of corpses hinted at a dark sacrifice fueling the gathering power. The pile of offerings beneath the runes glowed ominously. The energy released seemed to pulse in response to Alan's approach. Rotting undead warriors stood in formation, their corrupted forms oozing malice. Their presence hinted at the horrors they once faced. A skeletal knight emerged, its crimson eyes burning with cursed magic. The dark ritual's culmination manifested an undead champion. Across the hall, Alan's resolve hardened. He knew these atrocities served as pawns in a larger game against the Empire. The undead lunged with malicious intent, forcing Alan into action. His movements flowed with precision, each strike glowing with divine energy. The battlefield erupted in chaos as the clash of light and dark magic raged. Alan's power illuminated the gruesome scene. Alan's blade sliced through the undead, shattering their cursed forms. Despite their overwhelming numbers, his unyielding resolve pushed him forward. Ethereal energy burst from Alan's weapon, cascading across the hall. The brilliance overwhelmed the darkness, burning through every lingering trace. The skeletal knight faltered, its cursed magic no match for the divine energy unleashed. Alan's radiance brought hope to the fray. The battle ended as Alan stood tall amidst the remains. The echoes of his victory reverberated, warning those plotting deeper evil. Alan confronted the army of undead, their hollow eyes glowing with malice. His unwavering determination fueled the warriors behind him. The cold wind carried the stench of death as the undead closed in, their numbers seemingly endless and overwhelming. With a sharp motion, Alan led his allies into battle, his movements swift and precise as the fight began. The enemy's relentless pursuit pushed Alan's group to the edge, their escape route blocked as fear clawed at their minds. A deep resolve overtook Alan. He vowed vengeance for the horrors inflicted, his fury igniting a relentless desire for justice. Purple energy crackled in the air, the ritual's dark power erupting violently as the confrontation reached a dangerous climax. The undead charged, their grotesque forms twisting unnaturally as they aimed to overwhelm Alan and his dwindling group of allies. Alan's blade glowed with holy energy, cutting through the darkness as he fought valiantly against the wave of cursed creatures. Amidst the chaos, one of the cloaked figures faltered, screaming for help as they were dragged into the fray. Alan's gaze hardened as he closed in on the remaining foe, the battle leaving no room for hesitation or mercy. Alan stood tall, his weapon gleaming in the dim light. The surviving enemy trembled, pleading for salvation amid the carnage. He struck decisively, his blade radiating divine power as the last of the foe's defenses crumbled under his relentless might. A burst of radiant energy erupted from Alan, illuminating the battlefield and purging the lingering traces of the dark ritual. The final echoes of battle faded, leaving behind a solemn silence. Alan surveyed the ruins, his resolve etched into his face. As the stars emerged above, Alan's victory stood as a beacon of hope, warning those who dared to repeat such evil. After uncovering the Black Order's chaos, Alan advanced, knowing the Empire would soon take significant military action to restore balance. The Holy Empire began deploying forces across cities, preparing for possible alliances between the Black Order and the rival Ashen Army. Despite tensions, Alan's focus remained sharp. His resolve to end the threat grew stronger with each passing step into danger. A carriage traveled silently under the moonlight, transporting captured necromancers to the capital. Interrogations would shed light on their dark plans. Inside, restrained captives hid their fear. Alan anticipated uncovering critical information about the Black Order's schemes from their reluctant testimony. The Empire's capital stirred with activity. Even as past conflicts subsided, the air remained tense, heavy with unresolved concerns. Alan wandered the library halls, his thoughts shifting from battles to the extensive knowledge preserved within the Empire's grand archives. He paused, sensing another presence. A familiar face appeared, one tied to unresolved memories and matters beyond the capital's walls. The encounter brought unease, yet Alan concealed his emotions. The discussion veered into matters of jurisdiction, authority, and the Empire's expectations. Their exchange hinted at hidden tensions. Alan remained composed, knowing alliances and trust were fragile in the face of imperial politics. The library's quiet masked an undercurrent of strain. Alan's interactions revealed subtle cracks in the Empire's facade of unity. A passing conversation shifted Alan's perspective, bringing clarity to his next steps while challenging his understanding of the Empire's priorities. Despite formalities, their words carried weight. Every detail and subtle hint spoke volumes about the struggles beneath the Empire's surface. As the evening sunlight painted the walls in gold, Alan felt the heavy burden of duty pressing against his resolve. With a final glance back, Alan departed, determined to uncover the truth hidden within the web of power and deceit. Alan observed the villagers, their lives touched by the mysterious Blue Angels. The tension between hope and suspicion lingered uneasily. The necromancer's confessions hinted at deeper secrets, their words offering fragmented clues to unravel the tangled web of alliances and betrayal. In the library, Alan pored over reports. The looming threat of a Black Order Aslan Empire alliance clouded the Empire's future. As strategies formed, Alan's sharp gaze fell on the chessboard map. Every piece symbolized a calculated move within a growing conflict. Rumors of betrayal deepened, forcing Alan to question his allies' intentions while maintaining his unwavering focus on safeguarding the Empire. The Aslan Empire's envoy approached under guarded secrecy, their presence raising as many questions as the alliances they sought to form. Alan watched silently, his thoughts racing. The Aslan delegation's arrival could mean either diplomacy or veiled threats against imperial stability. A quiet resolve hardened within Alan as he contemplated the next steps. Each decision carried risks that could ignite catastrophic consequences. The library offered a sanctuary of thought. Within its silence, Alan reflected on the power dynamics shaping the Empire's fragile peace. Shadows whispered of dark plots beyond imperial borders. Alan's determination grew, sensing that time was running out to prevent disaster. Alan's research uncovered hidden truths about Aslan's necromancy. His realization shed light on a dangerous connection with the Black Order. The library's golden glow illuminated Alan's quiet resolve. He knew his path forward demanded both knowledge and action against rising darkness. With determination, Alan decided to study Aslan's envoy directly. He sought to uncover their motives and thwart their sinister ambitions. The weight of responsibility pressed heavy on Alan's shoulders. Yet his resolve remained steadfast as the Empire's fate rested in his hands. As the sun set, Alan left the library, prepared to face the challenges ahead with courage, clarity, and unwavering conviction. Alan held the book tightly, his piercing gaze reflecting determination. Unveiling Aslan's secrets would unravel the web of deception surrounding him. Alan carefully balanced himself on a tree branch, his hand brushing the rough bark as he sought a moment of peace. The sunlight pierced through the thick foliage above, painting shifting patterns on the ground as birds sang in the distance. Leaning back against the sturdy trunk, he allowed himself a moment to breathe, his tired body craving solace from the chaos. The cool breeze brushed against his face, but it did little to calm the storm of thoughts swirling in his mind. Suddenly, a glowing blue aura enveloped the area, radiating a strange energy that disrupted the stillness of his surroundings. In the grand library, Alan stood among towering shelves, clutching an ancient book with a strange and unsettling aura around it. The weight of the knowledge within the book pressed heavily on him, a stark reminder of the responsibility tied to his path. His thoughts lingered on Aslan, the cultist sect that revered death, its rituals shrouded in both fear and misunderstood reverence. A vivid image of blood and bones flashed in his mind, the horrors of necromancy's legacy refusing to fade from memory. Across war-torn lands, remnants of past necromancers' work lingered, a haunting reminder of the balance he was now forced to maintain. Alan stood still, weighing the gravity of his decisions, his thoughts circling the consequences of disrupting the existing fragile balance. The air between him and his mentor grew tense, as each of them struggled with the opposing pressures of action and restraint. He turned back to the book in his hands, its ominous aura serving as both a warning and an enticing lure. The request to seek out Aemon's forbidden grimoire was heavy, but Alan knew it was the only way to move forward. Energy crackled in the space around him as his resolve solidified, preparing to face the uncertainty of what lay ahead. Alan glanced at the shelves filled with books about necromancy, his mind racing with knowledge gained from reading every single one. A dark book floated behind iron chains, its ominous aura a stark contrast to the pristine library, holding secrets unimaginable. Bound by the Emperor's decree, Aemon's grimoire remained sealed, its contents forbidden even to those who held power over the dead. Standing beside the towering shelves, Alan weighed his options, aware that securing permission could be just as dangerous as breaking the seal. The towering cathedral loomed in the fading sunlight, its imposing structure symbolizing the weight of Alan's impossible decision and coming trials. Under the shadow of the academy walls, Alan walked silently, cloaked to conceal his presence, his thoughts fixated on the grimoire. Doubt gnawed at him as he questioned his next move, knowing the risks involved in acquiring the dangerous forbidden text. He noticed Charlotte nearby, training diligently, her focused expression unwavering as the golden rays of the setting sun illuminated her figure. Charlotte turned, sensing someone watching her, her sharp gaze meeting Alan's as a flicker of recognition crossed her serene face. With a faint smile, Charlotte addressed Alan, the tension easing slightly as their unexpected encounter unfolded under the evening sky. Alan adjusted his cloak as Charlotte approached, her curious glance falling on his hidden face, sensing something was out of place. With a calm demeanor, Alan avoided direct explanation, opting instead to subtly redirect the conversation to the academy and his intentions. The branches of a nearby tree swayed gently, framing their discussion as Alan revealed his plan to remain unnoticed within the library. Charlotte, intrigued by Alan's disguise, offered her support, introducing herself formally while respecting his concealed identity and complex circumstances. As they parted ways, Charlotte's lingering curiosity remained, but Alan felt a sense of relief, knowing she could be trusted for now. Alan froze as a thought struck him, the gravity of the situation deepening with every passing second under the crimson sky. Charlotte mentioned her newly granted last name, her pride evident as the orange glow of sunset illuminated her determined expression. Alan's mind raced as he recalled legends about the grimoire, its ties to the Necromancer King, and the risks involved. A vision of monstrous green eyes and twisted forms flashed before him, symbolic of the dark power hidden within the text. On a mental chessboard, Alan saw himself moving pawns, weighed down by choices that could redefine the balance of kingdoms. Charlotte tilted her head curiously, breaking the heavy atmosphere as Alan struggled to maintain his composure, masking the turmoil within. She inquired further, but Alan deflected her questions, unwilling to burden her with the secrets that threatened to consume him. He assured her that no one at the academy had caused trouble, offering a brief smile to ease her concern. While Alan avoided details, his training injuries became a convenient explanation, the fiery hues of dusk casting shadows on his face. Charlotte's pragmatic suggestion to seek healing water sparked a faint smile, though Alan knew his wounds ran deeper than the physical. Charlotte's stern expression softened as she spoke of endurance, her words carrying wisdom forged from trials Alan could only imagine. Memories of intense training surfaced, the brutal lessons that demanded resilience against both pain and doubt to fulfill her knightly aspirations. A figure from Charlotte's past, weathered by battles, loomed in her memory, embodying the unyielding spirit required to protect those she served. The faint clink of armor echoed as she stood tall, unwavering in her vow to become a blade for the Empire. Under the dimming sky, Charlotte resolved to shield Alan, her steadfast determination radiating in the glow of the fading sunset. Alan stood with a calm demeanor, feeling the intensity of Charlotte's words, yet silently appreciating her unwavering support and loyalty. Her hand firmly gripped his, radiating a faint glow, as if her conviction itself could heal any physical or emotional wound. A magical aura engulfed Charlotte, her power manifesting as a soft blue light that sparkled in the dim surroundings. Her words emphasized her devotion, reminding Alan of her promise to protect and support him in every way possible. Alan remained quiet, the weight of Charlotte's actions sinking in as he began to understand the strength of her commitment. The group exchanged glances as Charlotte's assertive tone lingered in the air, her confidence unshaken by Alan's silence. With a playful yet firm voice, Charlotte reassured Alan of her healing skills, her sincerity clear in her unwavering gaze. Alan hesitated for a moment, watching Charlotte walk away, her presence leaving a subtle yet powerful impact on the atmosphere. The faint sound of water from the fountain added a serene backdrop as Alan reflected on the complexities of their situation. The glow of the evening light painted the scene in warm hues as Alan prepared to face his next challenge. The cathedral loomed in the background as Alan and his companion discussed the next steps, their voices low and measured. Alan's companion remarked on Charlotte's dedication to training, hinting at her absence as a reflection of her unrelenting commitment. A brief moment of levity arose as they joked about the dullness of Alan's current company, softening the otherwise serious tone. Alan, unamused, directed his thoughts to the continued rise of necromancers, their presence seemingly undeterred by recent efforts to suppress them. In the distance, the quiet remnants of destroyed ruins stood as a testament to battles fought, yet the threat remained unyielding. Alan leaned back with a frustrated sigh, the persistence of their adversaries becoming a constant reminder of their cunning and secrecy. His companion speculated about Aslan's elusive chaos plan, a troubling concept that hinted at something more sinister brewing behind the scenes. Discussions turned to the mysterious ambassador's arrival, their schedule shrouded in uncertainty, adding to the unease hanging over the group. From a distance, a shadowy figure emerged, its presence evoking suspicion as Alan's instincts warned him of an impending threat. A bystander's startled exclamation confirmed it. Alan's presence had been recognized, complicating the already delicate situation unfolding in the quiet street. The knight stepped forward with a formal bow, acknowledging the presence of the crown princess, her title commanding respect from everyone. Alan's sharp gaze darted toward the princess, curiosity piqued as her sudden appearance disrupted the already tense atmosphere. A screen displayed details of Rose Delina, revealing her frail body and turbulent mind, shrouding her presence in unsettling mystery. Rose's delicate smile masked an underlying intensity, her poised demeanor hinting at secrets that could tip the balance of power. Rose Delina adjusted her dress delicately, her composed appearance hiding a quiet tension as she prepared for an important encounter. Harem approached her confidently, his polished armor catching the light. His presence seemed purposeful, with unspoken motives beneath his polite greeting. The sight of Alan caught her attention as he walked past. His movements were steady, hinting at a brewing plan. Without hesitation, Alan moved through the crowd, his demeanor calm yet calculated, clearly focused on a task he hadn't shared. Rose observed him closely, her sharp instinct sensing that his actions were more deliberate than anyone else seemed to realize. Alan passed by, his thoughts seemingly elsewhere, while Rose stood with an amused expression, enjoying the little mysteries he left behind. The streets filled with subtle chatter, though Rose's gaze remained fixed on Alan, piecing together fragments of his unusual behavior. A sudden embrace interrupted everything, Ruffle wrapping Alan tightly with exaggerated affection. The crowd around them began to murmur with curiosity. Despite the overwhelming attention, Ruffle smiled brightly, ignoring the stares and whispers, as though the scene was just another casual moment. Amid the lively setting, she slipped something into Alan's hand, her smile never fading as she spoke softly into his ear. Alan inspected the object he received, its intricate design revealing ancient origins. It seemed to hum faintly with an ominous energy. Carefully tucking it away, he glanced around, his expression remaining neutral to avoid drawing any unwanted attention to his newfound possession. Ruffle stepped back gracefully, her role complete, leaving Alan to handle the burden she had quietly passed onto him. Harem, standing at a distance, noted the exchange, but chose to keep his suspicions to himself, watching the situation with a steady gaze. The evening air grew heavier, as if foretelling the weight of what Alan now carried and the uncertainty it would bring. Alan observed Harem walking alongside him, the knight's lingering question about the child's unusual behavior quietly echoing through his mind. The conversation shifted to the royal lineage. Harem, now deep in thought, wondered why the child's existence carried such significance. Underneath the grand cathedral lights, the weight of history pressed down, revealing truths hidden in the ornate beauty of the past. Dark whispers followed them, a faint trace of malice lingering in the shadows, hinting at something left unresolved for years. Alone in the depths of the palace, Alan stared into the void, the unsettling silence growing louder with each passing second. Ruffle's name resurfaced in the whispers of the royal court. Her actions, often questioned, seemed to grow darker over time. Questions about the resurrection attempt stirred unease among the knights. Harem pieced together fragments of a forbidden ritual tied to royalty. Hidden truths about the second prince's death were tangled with secrets that others preferred to keep buried beneath unbroken layers of lies. The crimson-stained memory of a forbidden resurrection ritual cast a heavy shadow on those tied to the prince's forgotten tale. Standing outside, Alan felt a chill run through him. He knew this legacy wasn't something he could avoid forever. A ghostly figure flickered in the depths of Alan's thoughts, the first signs of an ancient power stirring once again. The cathedral loomed large, its stained glass casting distorted patterns of light, as Alan struggled to understand the whispered warnings. The conversation grew heavier as speculation surrounded necromancers and their connection to past chaos, leaving more questions than answers for Harem. The Empire's hidden truths about necromancy surfaced, each one revealing just how much the royal family had buried to retain power. Alan walked away, the weight of his name bearing down on him as the stars quietly watched his silent path. A carriage raced through the dim streets, its wheels clattering loudly. Inside, tension simmered as Rose discussed Alan's recent actions. Rose commented on Alan's apparent health, her words tinged with bitterness, reflecting the deep divide within their family's complex relationships. Her sharp tone continued, expressing dissatisfaction with Alan. She seemed to regret the outcomes of events that spared him earlier. Rose's companion, trying to calm her, suggested her remarks were excessive, yet her frustration remained palpable, simmering beneath a composed exterior. The atmosphere in the carriage darkened further as Rose murmured, calling Alan both useless and a disappointment to their family's name. The carriage slowed, and Rose issued a stern reminder. No one in her circle should falter before Alan in the future. Her ambitions extended beyond personal rivalry. She envisioned her son surpassing Alan and winning the Crown Prince's favor through absolute victory. Silent for a moment, Rose's determination sharpened. She resolved to shift her family's position within the Empire's political chessboard. Meanwhile, an ominous presence stirred within the shadows of the carriage, unnoticed, as if waiting for the opportune moment to strike. As the carriage vanished into the city's edge, falling leaves and quiet streets marked the prelude to an inevitable confrontation. A duel erupted under the moonlight, blades flashing brilliantly. The sound of clashing steel filled the night as two warriors tested each other. Alan moved fluidly, countering every attack. His opponent smirked, sensing an unspoken shift in Alan's resolve and growing power. The ground trembled slightly as both fighters unleashed their full strength, their moves calculated yet brimming with raw, unrestrained intensity. Each clash grew fiercer, pushing the fighters to their limits. The energy radiating from their weapons illuminated the battlefield's dark horizon. Alan stood firm, his stance steady. His opponent, impressed but unyielding, seemed ready to take the battle to even greater heights. Beneath the moonlit sky, tension rose between the warriors. Their words hinted at a greater conflict, laced with veiled defiance. A silver-haired knight questioned his loyalty, rejecting the thought of serving the Empire. His unwavering gaze revealed his inner turmoil. The other warrior's disbelief grew, his movements sharp as if his pride had been wounded by such an unexpected declaration. Stepping back, the silver-haired knight acknowledged his role but refused to compromise his values, a lone star amidst a sea of chaos. He whispered his resolve, his words shimmering with quiet intensity. His path was set, even if it went against tradition. In the quiet aftermath of their heated words, the silver-haired knight found clarity, a sudden sense of purpose burning within. The moonlight highlighted his stance as his blade glimmered, symbolizing the weight of his decisions and the sacrifices they demanded. His companion observed silently, torn between admiration and doubt. The tension thickened, words unspoken hanging heavily in the cold night air. The knight reflected on his ties, his only loyalty bound to one figure. This choice had steered him from past conventions. With a solemn nod, he embraced his path, knowing it led to trials yet to come, defining his strength anew. The realization dawned. His declaration was not mere rebellion but a shift in destiny, challenging the very fabric of the order. The accusation came swiftly, calling his loyalty into question. Yet he remained steadfast, his resolve carved into the night like stone. Unyielding, he stood his ground, his intentions blazing through the tension, marking a turning point in the Empire's fragile balance. The world seemed to slow as he declared his truth, casting aside all doubt. This moment sealed his path forever. His companion, caught between disbelief and anger, struggled to comprehend. The realization that change was inevitable left him silent yet shaken. A heavy object was tossed toward Charlotte, landing forcefully at her feet. The tension in the room grew sharp and suffocating. The man declared her expulsion from the Golden Cross, stripping her of her position, a fate sealed by her actions. Charlotte remained still, her pride wavering. The sword presented before her carried both the weight of duty and impending judgment. The weapon glinted ominously, its sharp edges reflecting the fire in her eyes. This was no mere token, it was a challenge. The white cross, a blade of legend, lay before her. Its legacy demanded strength, and her next choice would define her. Charlotte examined the sword carefully, its immaculate craftsmanship revealing a rich history, entwined with the weight of the Haraj family name. The man explained its origins, his tone unyielding. This sword symbolized more than power. It was the foundation of trust shattered. Charlotte's resolve hardened as she took up the blade, her destiny now aligned with protecting the person she had sworn to. The weapon glowed faintly in her hands, resonating with her will. She knew this path offered no return, only relentless trials. Days later, the sun rose over an empty field. The echoes of her footsteps marked the beginning of an unyielding journey. A mysterious figure emerged from the desert's haze, the heavy wind carrying their presence into the fortified gates of Aslan. The Aslan envoy approached, their concealed expression revealing a slight smile. A storm of secrets seemed to follow in their wake. The gates of the city loomed tall, sunlight glinting off its walls as the group entered the fabled land of Aslan. A procession of figures in dark robes approached the gates, their quiet footsteps blending with the whispers of the holy air. The cloaked leader paused, scanning the city's divine aura, noting its opulence yet wondering about the truth hidden behind it. Guards lined the entrance, their disciplined formation hinting at the power and vigilance that ruled within this land's sacred halls. The leader lowered their hoods slightly, a faint smirk forming as they stepped forward, the word welcome echoing ominously in reply. Prince Ruffle, with a composed demeanor, greeted the envoy warmly. His smile was a mix of calculated charm and genuine curiosity. Haima, the envoy's leader, introduced himself. His piercing gaze hinted at knowledge about Ruffle, unsettling the prince for a brief moment. Haima's polite words carried subtle undertones, their implications cloaked behind his otherwise friendly introduction. Ruffle remained calm, masking his own suspicions. The prince's expression softened slightly, realizing Haima's reputation preceded him. The air between them grew lighter, though tension still quietly simmered. Blossoms fell around them as Haima ended his introduction. The encounter marked the beginning of a delicate but crucial alliance. A banquet invitation rested on the table, its elegant lettering declaring an event of great importance hosted by Aslan's noble council. Alan studied the invitation quietly, questioning the motives behind such grandeur. His sharp mind sensed a hidden purpose beneath the occasion. The council's grand hall shimmered in the moonlight. It was clear this banquet was more than mere politics or pleasantries. The knights discussed their plans, debating the significance of the event. Alan, ever skeptical, refused to be swayed by appearances. While others prepared to attend, Alan turned away. The thought of mingling with Aslan's elite offered him little appeal or purpose. Alan walked into the courtyard, his attention drawn to two students who seemed to be causing a scene near Charlotte's location. A noble from an unfamiliar family arrogantly demanded attention, their questioning tone implying status mattered more than actions. Alan stood unimpressed. The nobles whispered, speculating about Alan's background. Despite their words, Alan's calm demeanor and silence unnerved them, adding weight to the moment. Charlotte, standing nearby, noticed Alan's subtle gestures. His disinterest seemed to irritate the nobles further, who kept questioning his origins aloud. Alan turned, leaving the scene as whispers continued, his quiet strength leaving the nobles uncertain about whether to confront him directly. Alan, growing tired of the nobles' antics, motioned Charlotte to follow. He ignored the others, prioritizing his own business over their games. One noble, unwilling to back down, shouted after him, attempting to provoke a reaction. Alan stopped but kept his composure intact. The noble approached quickly, but Alan turned sharply, his presence enough to halt the younger noble's impulsive move toward confrontation. "Do you understand your situation?" the noble hissed, assuming authority. Alan's calm gaze alone was enough to silence the arrogant bravado. The moment lingered before Alan walked away again, his actions leaving the nobles in stunned silence, and Charlotte quietly amused by it all. The nobles' attempt to escalate the conflict failed as Alan effortlessly deflected their attack, his actions fluid and precise like water. A brilliant light erupted from Alan's palm, his power evident. The gathered crowd froze, finally grasping the magnitude of his strength. The onlookers whispered, their curiosity growing about rumors tied to Alan's mysterious history and the quiet authority he seemed to command. Alan paused for a moment, gazing over the courtyard, before turning away with a quiet resolve etched into his expression. As he disappeared into the distance, the nobles felt a shift in the air, realizing they had underestimated him entirely. A shadowy figure known as the Red Devil revealed itself, causing chaos as nobles scrambled to make sense of the appearance. Confusion spread when someone pointed out the figure was blue, not red. The chaos turned into a strange, tense humor. Alan's commanding presence brought the situation under control, ordering the guards to detain the intruders. His words carried undeniable authority. Jaren stood awkwardly as Alan addressed him, ensuring he would uphold a prior agreement with the third prince, further solidifying his duty. Despite the tension, Alan's calm gaze hinted at an unshakable confidence, his leadership holding the situation in balance for everyone involved. As the intruders were detained, Jaren struggled to decide their fate. His hesitance reflected a deeper conflict about his responsibilities. The crowd grew tense as Jaren suggested an extreme punishment, eliciting gasps and unease from bystanders who realized the severity of his words. The moment passed, and Alan redirected focus, leading the group away to defuse the situation. The city's energy returned to normal. Alan suggested getting food, a lighthearted pause amidst the day's chaos. Jaren and the others followed, unsure of what lay ahead. As the group entered a quieter area, Ruffles stormed into view, her fiery presence demanding explanations for the earlier commotion. Ruffles' frustration spilled out, questioning Alan's decision-making. Her stern demeanor contrasted sharply with the calm, composed energy Alan carried throughout. Alan tried to justify his actions, mentioning the intruder's provocation. Ruffles' sharp wit cut through his argument, pressing him harder. A dark aura of unease lingered as they discussed the situation. The political implications of their actions weighed heavily on Alan. Ruffle warned Alan about the ambassador's potential reaction, her tone a mix of concern and annoyance at his apparent recklessness. Alan stared into the distance, his eyes clouded with a mixture of resolve and doubt, knowing the stakes were higher than ever. Ruffle's sharp accusations rang through the air, her frustration palpable. Alan, unflinching, let her words wash over him like a wave. The plaza seemed quieter as Alan's calm demeanor contrasted with the chaos around him. He observed the scene carefully, deep in thought. What kind of lunatic would cause this mess? Alan wondered, scanning the environment for answers hidden amidst the growing tension. Harmon approached Alan, his presence steadying the scene. He asked about Charlotte, highlighting the rising concern in the prince's demeanor. With a swift exchange of words, Alan ruled out the imperial family as suspects, pointing towards external forces seeking disruption. Alan analyzed the situation further, questioning the guards' reports. The lack of witnesses puzzled him, deepening the mystery of the event. Ruffle's growing irritation pushed her to speculate further. Alan dismissed her assumptions, maintaining his calm but letting the unease settle. Harmon considered Aslan as a potential culprit, their actions possibly tied to an excuse for war. Alan weighed the thought carefully. Alan acknowledged the ambassador's anger but ruled out Aslan's involvement. A looming sense of something darker began to cloud his reasoning. As the sun dipped lower, Alan reflected on the implications of recent events. His intuition hinted at a force yet unseen. Alan paused, a chilling sensation sweeping through him. He turned quickly, his sharp instincts detecting something unnatural in the atmosphere. A dark aura began to spread, its presence overwhelming. The prince's composure faltered slightly, his curiosity giving way to quiet alarm. Alan described the smell lingering in the air as unnatural, death itself. It sent a shiver through Harmon, who watched intently. His thoughts raced as the realization hit. This wasn't an ordinary attack. Something far more sinister was at play here. Deep within shadows, a haunting presence lingered. Its grin pierced darkness, revealing that the true enemy had only begun to reveal itself. A sinister smile emerged from the shadows, its haunting gaze fixed on Alan. The oppressive aura made the air grow heavier. Alan's sharp instincts kicked in. He turned, feeling an unseen presence studying him, its power both unnerving and familiar. The figure, skeletal yet commanding, revealed itself, its crimson eyes glowing ominously. It whispered cryptic words, taunting Alan's perception of reality. Alan remained stoic, his gaze unwavering. The creature's chilling declaration hinted at a truth Alan couldn't yet fully comprehend, but feared deeply. Alan gripped his sword tightly as the sunlight reflected off its edge, his stance steady against the looming chaos ahead. The knight beside him watched with unease, the tension in the air growing heavier as Alan prepared for an intense confrontation. Shadows began to coil and twist unnaturally, the atmosphere chilling as Alan's focus sharpened, sensing a powerful threat closing in. The ground trembled under the force of a sudden explosion of energy, shaking the area and forcing Alan to adjust quickly. A towering skeletal figure with crimson eyes emerged, its menacing aura sending chills down spines as Alan prepared himself for battle. The undead unleashed a massive wave of magic, its fiery crimson energy surging outward, forcing Alan to respond with precision. A shimmering barrier formed around him, holding back the destructive force. The intensity of the attack pressed Alan to his limits. Sparks of energy flew as the two forces clashed, Alan retreating briefly, his mind racing to strategize against the overwhelming power. A sudden realization struck him. This was King Aemon's curse. The name alone deepened the weight of the challenge before him. The enemy's aura flared brighter, splitting the air with its ferocity. Alan knew there was no room for hesitation anymore. The skeletal king stood tall, its crimson glow exuding pure malice. Its presence alone could crush the resolve of many. Alan summoned radiant energy into his palm, his magic forming a sphere of light, pushing back the encroaching darkness around him. Soldiers and allies moved to secure the area, creating barriers to keep civilians away from the battlefield and out of harm's reach. The skeletal figure raised its staff, unleashing torrents of cursed energy. Alan advanced, undeterred, determined to put an end to it. Power surged through Alan as he charged, his unwavering determination shining brightly. Failure wasn't an option. Everything depended on his success. A surge of energy enveloped Alan as he prepared his next move, the skeletal figure taunting him from a distance. A sudden spell launched forward, blue light colliding with the king's aura. Alan's magic seemed relentless against the imposing foe. The skeletal king raised its bony arms, deflecting the blasts with ease, its mocking presence growing heavier in the battlefield. Shadows danced as Alan's magic wavered slightly, determination burning brighter in his eyes, knowing the battle was far from over. The creature's red glyphs flared, weaving a trap-like structure around the battlefield. The stakes grew higher with every passing moment. Alan stood firm, his body surrounded by the ominous circle. The red magic pulsed as if alive, daring him forward. Smoke swirled as Alan looked around, realizing the skeletal foe might have already made its escape despite the chaotic magic. His thoughts raced, analyzing the scene, wondering if the enemy had left a lingering spell to toy with him further. As the dust settled, Alan signaled his knights to investigate, determined to uncover the purpose of the mysterious red markings. Observing the glowing lines, a knight hesitated, pointing out symbols resembling teleportation magic. Alan's curiosity grew sharper at the revelation. Alan surveyed the aftermath, noting the precise craftsmanship of the spellwork. Someone skilled had clearly created this intricate magic circle. Looking up at the skyline, Alan questioned who might have been observing him. A cold realization began to settle in. Alan considered the possibility that the foe was part of the Black Order, a notorious faction connected to dark magic. The realization weighed on him. He knew he might have underestimated his opponent's reach, their motives still shrouded in mystery. Turning to his ally, Aslan, Alan remained stoic, resolving to prepare for the greater dangers that undoubtedly awaited them ahead. Alan observed the status window floating before him, the intricate magic revealing the connection between Aslan and the Black Order. The window displayed detailed information, including the undead's loyalty to Aslan, deepening the mystery surrounding their intertwined fates and objectives. Standing amidst the glowing symbols, Alan's thoughts raced. The implications of this discovery could change the course of their struggle. A distant figure emerged, the skeletal enemy lingering with a menacing aura. Its glowing eyes burned with an unsettling determination. Alan turned to Harem, demanding resources to record the event. The urgency in his tone conveyed the gravity of their findings. A swirling red sigil appeared in the enemy's domain, its energy crackling violently as the room trembled under its power. The skeletal king stood regally, its cloak billowing. Alan's arrival triggered a chilling gaze that could pierce through steel resolve. The skeletal king tilted its head, analyzing Alan's defiant stance. Its silence spoke volumes, a mockery of the tension unfolding. The undead commander's chilling laugh echoed as the red sigil pulsed, signaling a trap or a larger plan in motion. Alan's sharp gaze burned with conviction. Despite the daunting odds, he stood unyielding, prepared to dismantle whatever schemes lay ahead. The skeletal commander, its hollow grin twisted, accused its subordinate of failure, mocking sacrifices made for their allegiance to Aslan. The ambassador, calm but irritated, responded coldly. A sharp tension filled the air as loyalties clashed in a battle of will. Accusations flew, each word striking like daggers. The room's oppressive air thickened with unspoken defiance, crackling like distant thunder before a storm. The ambassador broke the silence, voicing disdain for death's deity. A bold declaration that signaled a shift in hidden alliances. The commander glared with growing anger as the ambassador's unwavering resolve hinted at betrayal, a threat to their carefully laid plans. The skeletal figure's twisted grin widened as it declared its authority, dismissing the ambassador's position and seizing complete control. The ambassador's eyes narrowed in disbelief, but the skeletal leader emphasized Rahama's orders, leaving no room for argument or defiance. A chilling directive followed, using the sacred prince as a pawn to devastate the heavens' forces, shaking the ambassador's resolve. The skeletal figure's booming voice silenced objections, its presence suffocating as it outlined a plan to erase humanity from existence. The ambassador reluctantly accepted, knowing resistance was futile. The grim reality of their orders weighed heavily on his battered soul. The ambassador walked through the dim corridors, his thoughts clouded by guilt over the sacrifices that had fueled Aslan's ambitions. He recalled the priests who had perished, their lives offered for Aslan's cause, a heavy burden he could never escape. The skeletal commander spoke with certainty, claiming the Blue Lands would soon fall under Aslan's dominion through their calculated schemes. Alan's name surfaced, a growing threat to their plans. The commander revealed an assassin had already been dispatched to eliminate him. The commander chuckled darkly, amused at the irony of the assassin's identity, leaving the ambassador shaken by the revelation's implications. A skeletal hand unfurled a scroll bearing Rose Delina's name, revealing her role in the intricate schemes of betrayal. The ambassador hesitated, fearing the implications of killing the seventh prince. His reluctance hinted at a lingering humanity deep within. Meanwhile, Alan's combat skills were observed, revealing an unexpected mastery of two conflicting powers that intrigued even his strongest adversaries. The skeletal figure regarded Alan as an unpredictable threat. His dual abilities marked him as a dangerous wild card in their plans. The ambassador's gaze hardened as he realized the stakes. Alan's emergence wasn't just a challenge, but a turning point. The skeletal figure's expression twisted, contemplating an unexpected realization. Alan's potential was far greater than anticipated, a force to exploit. Papers were torn with urgency as the ambassador sifted through messages, searching for something critical to validate their next move. Harem presented the document to Alan, confirming its authenticity. The Holy Empire's directive carried weight, hinting at deeper political intentions. The letter revealed instructions to initiate diplomatic relations with the ambassador, leaving Alan perplexed about the Empire's true motives in this conflict. Alan's grip tightened on the document, his eyes narrowing as frustration brewed. He knew this would complicate their mission further. The lavish room is filled with tension as Alan listens to the knight's words, his face reflecting inner conflict and doubt. The knight stands resolutely, pressing Alan for a decision while the stakes of diplomacy and politics weigh heavily on their conversation. Alan sits back, exhaling deeply, trying to weigh the implications of the upcoming banquet and its ties to recent events. Despite his reluctance, Alan straightens up, deciding to move forward with the plan. His calm demeanor belies his growing frustration. The mention of Aslan's request stirs emotions, but Alan rationalizes the decision, focusing on easing tensions and maintaining fragile alliances. The suggestion of cooperation hangs heavy in the room. Alan rubs his temples, grappling with the unyielding complexities of their situation. The knight questions the logic of their actions, pointing out the delicate balance between public sentiment and the kingdom's future stability. Alan gazes at the library, searching for clarity amidst the chaos. Every decision now carries immense weight for their people. The knight's assurance of Oskel's presence brings some relief. Alan knows the famed warrior's strength could shift the odds in their favor. A faint sense of resolve washes over Alan. While he worries about undead threats, his focus remains on protecting their people. Alan reflects deeply, gripping his pen tightly. His mind is not on the undead, but something far more fragile: human lives. The Lich's horrifying image flashes in his thoughts, a reminder of battles past and the resilience required to face them. He recalls his experiences against powerful foes, confidence stirring within him. The undead Lich itself does not unnerve him anymore. The looming challenge lies not in defeating monsters, but in safeguarding innocent lives that may be caught in the crossfire. Sitting in silence, Alan gathers his thoughts. Protecting the people becomes his driving force as he steels himself for the battles ahead. Alan reflects on his decisions, realizing the scale of responsibility. He knows he must act for the greater good, despite doubts. The tension rises as the knight expresses frustration, but Alan remains composed, silently shouldering the burden of his inevitable actions. The room fills with unease as Alan's silence speaks volumes. His resolve strengthens, though his actions may not please everyone. The knight glances over, his frustration evident, but Alan calmly reassures himself. Sacrifices are necessary to achieve peace and stability. Standing tall, Alan declares his authority as heresy investigator, ready to take the necessary steps entrusted by the Emperor himself. Alan asserts his command, his tone decisive. Harmon listens attentively, knowing the orders stem from a deeply strategic and calculated plan. Troops are mobilized under Alan's orders, his authority unquestionable. The knight looks on, torn between agreement and apprehension about the unfolding situation. The tension thickens as Alan's command stuns the room. His unyielding determination forces everyone to confront the looming conflict head-on. Alan calmly walks away, aware of the whispers behind him. His focus remains unshaken as he considers every possible outcome ahead. Harmon affirms Alan's orders, trusting his judgment. The weight of leadership rests heavily on Alan, but his determination doesn't waver. Alan orders a letter sent to Lord Gennard, gathering all available forces. Each decision reflects his desire to ensure stability. The knight questions Alan's methods, sensing the growing tension. Alan stands firm, explaining that drastic actions are necessary to prevent disaster. Alan plans to fortify defenses, ensuring the kingdom remains impenetrable. His strategic mind works tirelessly to prepare for any future threats. Gazing out of the window, Alan acknowledges the delicate balance he must maintain. Trusting others with authority becomes part of his resolve. As Alan departs, his words carry weight. He refuses to yield to outside influences, firmly asserting the kingdom's independence and sovereignty. Alan's stern expression sharpens as he walks away. His mind races, planning to outmaneuver any attempt to disrupt the fragile peace. Harmon stands ready for orders, acknowledging Alan's command. The atmosphere grows tense as the weight of their decisions looms over them. The hallway feels colder as Alan strides ahead, issuing instructions. Harmon silently follows, knowing the situation demands swift and precise action. Alan pauses, gazing at the horizon. His thoughts swirl with strategies, realizing the scale of the challenge he must overcome. His determination solidifies as he prepares for the battle ahead. There is no turning back from the path he has chosen. Soldiers gather under the crest of the Empire, their armor glinting as the sunlight reflects their unwavering readiness for war. The clash of spears and shields echoes through the square. Each soldier prepares for the inevitable confrontation against a formidable enemy. Among them stand cloaked figures, their silent presence adding a mysterious tension. Their motives remain unclear, but their resolve is evident. The army unites as various factions join forces. The diverse group embodies both strength and the unyielding will to defend their cause. The assembled warriors, from knights to commoners, ready themselves. The air thickens with anticipation as the call to arms draws near. The elite guards form an impenetrable line, their armor shining as their collective strength embodies the Empire's unwavering defense strategy. A shadowy figure watches with unease, sensing the power of the mobilized forces. The stakes rise as plans unravel rapidly. Confusion spreads as the enemy realizes their assumptions were wrong. This was no simple banquet, it was a calculated maneuver. The ambassador stands in disbelief, realizing Alan holds the real power. A subtle smirk reveals Alan's intent behind every calculated step. Alan's confidence radiates as he asserts control. His sharp intellect and strategic foresight make it clear the tides are now in his favor. The ambassador contemplates the futility of resistance, reflecting on Alan's unstoppable momentum and his overwhelming ability to mobilize such forces. Alan's growing influence and reputation as the seventh prince stir fear. What was once considered exaggeration now proves undeniably true. Amidst the chaos, Alan's troops prepare for the unfolding conflict. His unwavering strategy creates ripples that disrupt even the boldest plans. The ambassador paces nervously, realizing the banquet might serve as a facade for a greater, uncontrollable conflict spiraling outwards. Resigned yet unwilling to relent, the ambassador seeks alternative strategies, debating whether delaying the banquet would buy them critical time. The ambassador attempts to diffuse the tension, masking his panic with forced calmness. His diplomatic resolve weakens as Alan's influence looms large. The knight senses deception in the ambassador's words. A subtle power play unfolds, testing both strategy and intent between the two. Trust is fleeting as the ambassador requests subtle actions from Alan's forces. Hidden motives shadow every decision and interaction in the room. The armored knights stand silently, their presence alone radiating authority and reinforcing the Empire's unshakable dominance over its adversaries. The ambassador's attempts to manipulate Alan falter. The room's atmosphere thickens as both sides calculate their next critical move. Deep within the Empire, chains rattle as a figure bound in darkness awaits his fate. The air is tense with dread. The imprisoned count struggles against his bonds, his pride and power suppressed within the merciless confines of his enemy's hold. The count's bitter monologue echoes, resentment festering as the weight of his defeat serves as a haunting reminder of his limits. The Empire's strength, embodied by unyielding discipline, proves too great for even the most formidable beings who challenge its center. Reflecting on his failure, the Count resigns to his fate, knowing the Empire remains an unshakable force in the world. The darkened prison exudes unease as the prisoner confronts his captor, questioning the power backing his arrest and confinement. Shackled tightly, the prisoner begrudgingly admits the influence of one of the kingdom's strongest, heightening the gravity of the situation. The tension thickens as the prisoner, coughing and struggling, declares his truth, asserting his connection with a feared faction, the Red Cross. Orders are quietly issued to secure the imperial palace. The captor's calm demeanor conceals the brewing storm of unfolding events. Blue energy swirls ominously around a formidable figure, his power surging. The captor knows the stakes have risen to dangerous heights. The grand banquet begins, laughter and chatter filling the air as nobles gather, oblivious to the hidden tension underneath. Alan observes the lively crowd, his mind wandering. He murmurs to himself about the mysteries magic can achieve in politics. Reclining on a chair, Alan sips his drink, finding solace in the temporary calm before the storm of events. The lavish venue stands as a strategic choice, a decision Alan made to prepare for inevitable military actions around the banquet. A strange sensation stirs within Alan as he scans the room, sensing an ominous undertone in the midst of celebration. The ambassador nervously enters, his composure slightly shaken. Alan's presence is undeniable, the subtle power dynamic clear to everyone observing. Escaping a tense encounter with Oskel, the ambassador reflects on the danger, knowing his position is fragile in this environment. Memories of Oskel's piercing gaze haunt the ambassador. Every interaction with the Empire reveals the depth of their calculated precision. Alan exchanges words with his advisor, discussing Haima's origins. Diplomacy intertwines with strategy, every move carefully measured for future outcomes. Alan's disapproval of the banquet lingers, but his focus remains unshaken. The tension builds as events move towards the inevitable. The advisor tries to lighten the mood, asking Alan about someone in the room. Alan glances up, mildly curious, but cautious. The advisor points towards a maid with striking black hair, prompting Alan to assess her subtly amidst the bustling crowd. The question takes a playful turn, yet Alan remains reserved. His focus doesn't waver despite the advisor's light-hearted teasing. Alan's sharp gaze shifts back to the banquet, scanning for signs of danger while dismissing the question about personal preferences. The conversation hangs in the air, overshadowed by the impending challenges. Alan stays silent, his thoughts swirling with preparation and focus. Alan studies the maid, a subtle magic display revealing her traits. Her presence seems peculiar yet unthreatening amidst the banquet. With a calm demeanor, Alan dismisses suspicions as Prince Ruffle arrives urgently, interrupting the conversation with visible concern. Ruffle presents the ambassador and Oskel together. The tense atmosphere hints at a matter of significant importance requiring immediate attention. The urgency in Ruffle's voice draws Alan's focus. He prepares for the announcement, sensing its impact on the banquet's future. Alan's curiosity intensifies. His sharp gaze rests on Ruffle, anticipating the moment when the unfolding event will reveal its true nature. Alan acknowledges the call for action. A commanding voice echoes through the hall, signaling a turning point for everyone present. The room's atmosphere shifts drastically as dark energy pulses, drawing shocked reactions from nobles and knights alike. Chaos ensues as tremors rattle the floor. Fear spreads like wildfire among guests, unsure of the source of the quake. Shouts of panic grow louder as the ground cracks open, revealing an ominous presence rising from the depths below. A massive, shadowy figure emerges, exuding raw power. Alan braces himself, recognizing the magnitude of the threat they now face. Outside, a commander in gleaming armor surveys the scene. Her calm yet focused demeanor sets an example for the gathered troops. She inspects her intricate dwarven armor, gifted by the Emperor. Its design signifies her exceptional rank and trusted responsibility in the Empire. A knight reassures her, emphasizing the armor's symbolic value. Her role in serving alongside the 7th Prince remains highly respected. She exchanges thoughts with her comrades, reflecting on their shared duties under Alan's leadership amidst the tense situation unfolding. The scene widens to reveal their strategic positioning. Each soldier stands ready, awaiting the inevitable call to defend the Empire. The battlefield erupts into chaos as tremors shake the ground. Harem and his troops rush to investigate the disturbing situation. As they approach the epicenter, a massive shadow emerges. The ground splits open, revealing a terrifying beast rising from below. The monstrous chimera roars, its twisted form exuding menace. The soldiers steel themselves for the fight of their lives. Panic spreads among the troops as more chimeras emerge. The sheer scale of the threat leaves no room for hesitation. Rune symbols glow ominously beneath the chimera, forming a magic circle. Harem shouts, realizing the summoning ritual has already begun. In the midst of chaos, soldiers battle hordes of beasts. Their formations struggle to hold as the monsters attack relentlessly. The commander assesses the situation. There are too many, she thinks, her sharp mind analyzing the best course of action. She recalls Alan's warnings about targeting large gatherings. The banquet with its dense crowd had been the perfect target for the enemy. Prioritizing the evacuation of citizens, she commands her knights to shield civilians while holding back the advancing creatures with precise strikes. The knights fight valiantly, their movements synchronized. Each action reflects their commitment to protecting the Empire at all costs. Back at the banquet, Alan senses the thickening darkness. The stench of blood and magic grows stronger, sharpening his focus. He turns to Harem, his piercing gaze cutting through the diplomat's facade. The situation's gravity presses down heavily on them both. Harem falters, admitting the chaos stems from Aslan's plans. The revelation only strengthens Alan's resolve to confront the situation head-on. Alan reprimands Harem's recklessness, his commanding presence radiating authority. The tension mounts as Alan takes decisive control over the unfolding crisis. Calmly but firmly, Alan questions Harem, making it clear he understands the intricacies of their plans. His confidence grows in the confrontation. Alan tightens his grip on Ruffle, his piercing gaze demanding answers. The weight of treason accusations shatters the room's calm. Ruffle reacts in shock, disbelief coloring his face. He struggles to process the possibility of being branded a traitor. Alan remains steadfast, presenting evidence linking Ruffle to Count Fomor's confessions. The revelations add tension to the already fragile atmosphere. Ruffle's defenses falter as Alan's logic corners him. The prince's calm demeanor contrasts with the turmoil brewing beneath the surface. Alan advises honesty, emphasizing the value of resolving the matter now. His resolve reinforces the gravity of the accusations made. Alan inspects the strange device displayed at the banquet, its purpose unraveling as the ambassador's plan becomes increasingly clear. The recording device captures every moment, portraying the chaos as an act of war. Alan's sharp mind catches the underlying strategy. He reflects on the banquet's intentions, seeing through the web of schemes aimed at justifying conflict with the Empire. The Empire's counter-strategy takes shape, Alan's determination solidifying as he prepares to dismantle Aslan's deceitful ploy. Alan vows to expose and counter Aslan's schemes, ensuring their actions will result in lasting regret for challenging the Empire's might. The banquet hall trembles as Alan's presence intensifies. His determination radiates, challenging the opposing forces with unwavering confidence. A whirlwind of power disrupts the hall, Alan's authority overwhelming the attempts to destabilize his control over the unfolding events. Spectators freeze as the scale of Alan's power becomes evident. His command over the situation is both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The enemy's strategy unravels under Alan's calculated actions, revealing the futility of their efforts against his formidable command. Stones and debris rain down as Alan takes center stage, his focus unbroken, ready to deliver decisive action against his foes. Alan is flung through the air amidst a flurry of shattered debris, his expression unwavering as he braces for impact. As he descends, a dark voice reverberates, addressing him ominously. The enemy has awaited this moment with twisted anticipation. A skeletal hand strikes Alan, forcing him to the ground. The attack leaves him momentarily dazed but resolute in defiance. The massive skeletal figure looms over Alan, its sinister voice beckoning. "Come with me," it commands, exuding an aura of malice. The giant wolf charged fiercely, its bloodshot eyes glowing with rage, snarling and tearing through everything in its path. The city defenders regrouped quickly, their weapons gleaming in the sunlight, bracing for a counterattack against the monstrous beast. Soldiers praised Prince Alan for his strategy, as their coordinated efforts slowly pushed back the creature's relentless assault near the gates. Alan directed his knights towards the banquet hall, where rumors of strange occurrences kept them on edge amid the chaos. Inside, a glowing red sigil pulsated ominously, suggesting the presence of forbidden magic and hinting at a deadly warp gate. Alan analyzed the sigil, realizing the warp gate's activation could be a distraction, with multiple gates reported across the region. The commander's grim announcement that the seventh prince was missing sent a wave of dread rippling through the assembled knights. Alan awoke groggily, his body aching from the fall, surrounded by rubble, trying to piece together what had happened. The ominous void from the warp gate shimmered as Alan clutched his sword, determined to uncover who orchestrated this incident. A skeletal figure emerged from the shadows, its hollow voice mocking Alan's resolve as he steadied himself for the fight. The chamber echoed with accusing voices, tension thick as rival factions blamed Alan for the instability caused by the warp gates. Alan listened to the bickering, silently scanning for clues, his instincts telling him the answer lay hidden in the enemy's plans. He noted faint footprints leading deeper into the cavern, where several hostile figures lingered, plotting under the veil of darkness. His mind raced with strategies, knowing he couldn't rely solely on brute strength to counter the overwhelming forces surrounding him. Alan whispered a silent prayer, hoping reinforcements like Hyun and Oscar would arrive soon, knowing his survival depended on their strength. A deep, eerie voice echoed, calling for the seventh prince. Alan remained silent, trying to assess the enemy's location. The figure revealed the location as the base of the Dark Order of Aslan, claiming this plan took years to prepare. Alan's heartbeat quickened. He gripped his sword tightly, knowing this wasn't just about him, but the entire kingdom's fate. The voice asked if Alan understood the sacrifices made. Skulls littered the ground, evidence of a dark and sinister ritual. Shadows gathered, forming a sinister congregation. Alan prepared to confront the darkness, determined to end this madness once and for all. A skeletal figure cloaked in malice accused Alan of ruining their plans, vowing to destroy him and his allies completely. Alan's sharp gaze never wavered as the figure ranted about vengeance, speaking of taking control of a benevolent land. The enemy's fury grew as he detailed a plan to capture allies like Oscar, dragging them into the wasteland's clutches. A surge of malevolent energy filled the air as the skeletal figure swore to rip Alan apart for his interference. Alan felt the overwhelming pressure but stood firm, ready to counter any attack. He whispered a vow to protect everyone. The skeletal figure unleashed a magical attack, but Alan's quick reflexes activated a glowing barrier, shielding him from immediate harm. A blinding flash erupted as Alan countered with his own power, sending a shockwave that momentarily stunned the enemy forces. The enemy's scream pierced the battlefield, their plans unraveling. Alan pressed forward, determined to expose and dismantle their entire operation. Alan's mind raced as he analyzed the situation, questioning how people like this constantly devalued others' lives for their selfish gains. A flicker of hope ignited as Alan's counterattack gained momentum. He prepared for the final confrontation, unwavering in his resolve. The skeletal figure recoiled in fear, recognizing the spell Alan had activated, its power unlike anything they had anticipated. Alan stood in a glowing circle, channeling ancient magic, his body radiating with immense energy that silenced the battlefield. A surge of light erupted, spirits rising to aid him, their ethereal presence overwhelming the dark forces with sheer intensity. Alan smirked, challenging the enemy to retaliate, his unwavering confidence supported by the army of spirits ready to fight. The spirits charged forward, a symphony of light and power, clashing with the dark energies to turn the tide of battle. The skeletal leader snarled, frustrated by Alan's strength, calling forth reinforcements, shadowy figures emerging to overwhelm the glowing spirits. Alan faced the dark army, maintaining his ground, his magic intensifying as he summoned even more power to counter the enemy. The battlefield became a spectacle of light and shadow, the two forces colliding in an explosive display of otherworldly power. Alan pushed forward, his resolve unshaken, his attacks precise and relentless as he aimed for the skeletal figure's core. A sudden burst of energy scattered the shadows, the skeletal figure faltering, its arrogance fading as Alan closed the distance. The skeletal leader unleashed a desperate attack, a crimson wave that threatened to engulf Alan and his spirit army entirely. Alan countered with a shield of light, deflecting the crimson wave, his determination unwavering as the enemy grew weaker. With a swift movement, Alan summoned a divine knight, its towering figure striking fear into the heart of the enemy. The knight clashed with the skeletal figure, their blows shaking the battlefield, Alan strategizing for the final strike. Alan's final spell exploded with radiant light, the skeletal figure's defeat marking a turning point in the battle for victory. The skeletal figure's realization struck hard. Things were spiraling out of control, and Alan's power was beyond their calculations. Reflecting on their arrogance, the figure acknowledged Alan's abilities could destroy everything they had worked for, endangering the Order of Aslan. Alan's aura radiated intensity, the ground beneath him trembling as the spirits gathered, ready to annihilate the remnants of darkness. The skeletal figure, desperate, vowed to eliminate Alan here and now, summoning every ounce of forbidden power left in its arsenal. Realizing their doom, the Order's followers panicked, debating whether to fight or flee as the chamber trembled with Alan's rising force. One follower, cunning and desperate, suggested a dark ritual involving sacrificial magic, willing to trade lives to salvage Aslan's failing ambitions. The crimson energy intensified as Alan's enemies bickered, their selfish desperation contrasting sharply with his determined focus on ending the threat. The chamber filled with crackling energy as the sacrifice began, their ritual's crimson glow opposing the radiance of Alan's protective light. Alan tightened his grip on his sword, prepared to intercept the dark energy, unwilling to let the ritual succeed. The enemy's leader, now emboldened, taunted Alan, commanding his forces to test the prince's resolve in a final deadly assault. Alan met the enemy's taunts with unwavering resolve, unleashing a radiant strike that shattered the ritual's buildup of dark energy. The skeletal figure launched a counterattack, its blade clashing against Alan's in a dazzling spectacle of light and shadow. The ground quaked as Alan's divine knight joined the fray, its luminous blade slashing through the enemy's ranks with precision. With each strike, Alan grew closer to the skeletal figure, his strategy unrelenting as the enemy began to falter. The final blow sent a shockwave through the chamber, light consuming darkness, Alan's victory marking the Order's ultimate downfall. Alan faced the towering enemy, its multiple blades gleaming ominously. The air thickened with tension as their battle began. The enemy laughed menacingly, taunting Alan as their weapons clashed, sparks flying from the immense force of their strikes. A barrier of light surrounded Alan, his magic amplifying as he pushed back the enemy's assault with calculated precision. The enemy's armor cracked under Alan's relentless strikes, revealing a monstrous form beneath, its rage now uncontrollable. One onlooker smirked slyly, realizing their plans were futile. Alan's power surpassed even their greatest weapon, shattering their resolve completely. Alan unleashed a towering surge of energy, light twisting and roaring as it pierced through the air, shaking the battlefield. The energy collided with immense force, obliterating everything in its path, leaving a blinding aftermath that signified Alan's overwhelming victory. A massive surge of energy explodes across the frozen battlefield, ice and magic colliding, sending shockwaves through the shattered ground below. A skeletal entity staggers back, its hollow eyes burning as divine energy pierces through its form, cracks spreading across its decayed bones. The clash intensifies, blue light crashing against crimson mist, breaking through the sky as debris scatters, engulfing everything in chaotic destruction. A cloaked figure watches from a distance, frozen in place, realizing the sheer devastation unfolding before them is far beyond expectation. Fear settles in as realization dawns. This opponent isn't just strong, but something beyond reason, defying the natural order of existence. Dark silhouettes emerge from the glowing mist, undead warriors rising, their empty gazes locked on the battlefield, awaiting their master's command. The sheer presence of both divine and necrotic power warps the surroundings, creating an eerie imbalance that feels impossible to comprehend. The skeletal entity remains still, observing the scene, recognizing that the growing force before it could shift the tides of war. A shadowed figure grips a blade tightly, every muscle tense, understanding that hesitation now would lead to complete and utter destruction. Flames ignite as cursed energy consumes the weapon, sacrificial magic taking form, feeding on life itself to ensure absolute annihilation. The sky splits apart as waves of dark energy descend, warping reality itself, creating an overwhelming force that threatens everything below. The burning figure lunges forward, their own existence fading, pouring every ounce of remaining strength into a final, desperate counterattack. The skeletal being doesn't move, its ribcage cracking open, exposing a pulsing crimson core radiating with limitless and terrifying energy. Necrotic tendrils surge outward, dragging everything into an abyss of darkness, consuming what remains, leaving behind only echoes of destruction. As the battlefield falls silent, distant figures watch, unable to grasp if what transpired was victory or the birth of something worse. A towering figure looms, its burning red eyes locked onto the battlefield, radiating an aura of overwhelming darkness and raw destruction. The cursed blade pulses with energy, crimson flames licking the air as the wielder channels their last reserves into a desperate strike. Skeletal limbs twist unnaturally, absorbing the energy, cracks forming along decayed bones, as the sheer force of magic threatens complete annihilation. An eruption of dark power sends shockwaves through the frozen battlefield, shattering the ground beneath, forcing everyone back in fear. Figures scatter in the distance, realizing this battle has escalated beyond anything mortal hands could control, an inevitable disaster set in motion. A monstrous skull emerges from the swirling darkness, hollow sockets glowing, its chilling presence bringing an unnatural silence across the battlefield. Energy crackles through the air, tension thick as two opposing forces prepare for another devastating clash that will determine ultimate dominance. The skeletal figure remains motionless, unwavering, its decayed features revealing no emotion as it absorbs the immense power surging towards it. Frozen mist swirls, surrounding the battlefield, as the temperature plummets, locking warriors in place, caught in the pull of death. A flash of blue erupts from below, waves of chilling energy rippling outward, swallowing everything in its relentless, merciless grasp. Undead warriors rise from the frozen ground, glowing eyes fixated on their next target, summoned with an effortless flick of power. Doubt lingers in the air as the enemy hesitates, questioning if this endless wave of death could possibly be real. The battlefield shifts, strategy becomes irrelevant, Survival, the only thought left, as the skeletal force moves with unstoppable, eerie precision. Magic clashes violently once more, shadows twisting in unpredictable patterns, the balance shifting dangerously close to complete and utter ruin. In the distance, armored figures watch in silence, their expressions unreadable, knowing that no matter the outcome, the world will change. A glowing presence radiates across the battlefield, its energy crackling through the air, sending chills through those who dare to resist. The figure in blue stands firm, shadows stretching beneath him, an undeniable force ready to unravel the fabric of death itself. The enemy's presence flickers, hesitant under the suffocating weight of divine and necrotic power, colliding in chaotic, unpredictable waves. Ethereal energy twists into a weapon, shimmering with uncontainable power, forming a celestial tool that pulses with unnatural radiance. A skeletal warrior takes hold of the weapon, its bony fingers wrapping around the handle as power surges through its frame. Skeletal minions rise in perfect synchronization, their glowing eyes locked onto their master's enemy, awaiting the command to strike. An opposing force trembles, uncertainty settling into their stance, realizing the balance of this battle has shifted into something unstoppable. Chains of blue energy lash out, binding restless souls, dragging them into submission, forcing them into eternal servitude under an iron will. The battlefield quakes as the energy reaches its peak, an overwhelming pulse sending waves of destruction outward like an unrelenting tide. In the distance, warriors watch the chaos unfold, realizing too late that their strength is meaningless against the force before them. A celestial blade pierces the heavens, cutting through space itself, descending with terrifying speed toward its final resting place. The ground shatters upon impact, dust and debris thrown into the air, obscuring the battlefield in a thick, suffocating haze. A lone figure steps forward unscathed, his presence undeterred by destruction, as if the chaos itself had no authority over him. Blue energy wraps around his form, skeletal remains shifting, reforming into something stronger, something crafted from both life and death. The battle's outcome is clear, but the war's true nature remains uncertain as the battlefield settles into an eerie, lingering silence. A mysterious sigil glows beneath their feet, ancient symbols shifting as its energy hums, signaling an unstable rift forming in reality. Soldiers hesitate, torn between duty and fear, knowing one wrong move could lead them far from their intended path or worse. A sudden disturbance forces their attention, armored figures rushing toward them, weapons drawn, the tension rising with every hurried step. Urgency grips the air as the enemy's forces close in, their sheer numbers overwhelming, leaving little room for hesitation. The command to retreat is lost in the chaos, drowned out by the deafening sound of armored boots and clashing steel. A battlefield once orderly is now pure chaos, bodies moving frantically, warriors struggling to adapt to the sudden shift in plans. Hidden intentions unravel as the enemy's strategy becomes clear. This wasn't an invasion, but an elaborate ploy to dismantle their forces. Realization strikes like lightning. Hostages were never the goal, only destruction, confusion, and the elimination of key figures in battle. The sharp glint of a blade is the only warning before an attack strikes, swift and calculated, aiming for vulnerability. Blood stains the ground as the clash intensifies, the weight of war pressing down harder with every passing second. A powerful surge erupts, blue energy cascading outward, deflecting an incoming strike just before it reaches its intended target. Eyes widen in shock as the force repels enemies with sheer magical might, knocking armored figures away like scattered leaves. A gauntleted hand clenches, electricity crackling between metal fingers, raw power brimming as an unknown force awakens within their ranks. The battlefield pauses for a fleeting moment, uncertainty clouding every movement, the balance of power shifting dangerously between sides. As fate looms over them, one undeniable truth settles. This battle was no longer about victory, but about survival itself. Electricity crackles around Ivar, his presence radiating immense power as he arrives in Humit, the storm reflecting the chaos within him. A violent blast rips through the battlefield, lightning arcs cutting across the air as armored figures are thrown aside in chaos. The overwhelming surge of power radiates outward, crackling energy shattering the ground beneath, leaving only destruction in its relentless wake. A mighty hammer, pulsing with blue light, soars through the sky before slamming into the earth, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. The sky flashes with residual energy, bodies frozen in terror as the sheer force of the attack reshapes the battlefield instantly. Dust settles, revealing a lone figure standing amidst the destruction, breath steady, surveying the aftermath of their unyielding display of strength. Boots scrape against shattered stone as an imposing figure approaches, their steps slow but heavy, a presence that demands absolute attention. A cloaked enemy lunges forward, blade drawn, their eyes filled with desperation, knowing hesitation would mean immediate, unavoidable defeat. A swift motion intercepts the attack, armored fingers gripping the incoming blade effortlessly, stopping it inches before finding its target. Shock flashes across the attacker's face, realizing too late that their strength was nothing in the face of sheer, unshakable will. They stagger backward, disbelief gripping them, the battlefield shifting yet again as power crackles, illuminating the night with unstoppable force. A piercing glare meets the enemy, unshaken, unwavering, power surging like a storm ready to consume everything in its path. A bolt of pure energy erupts, blinding in intensity, tearing through the battlefield as the enemy's confidence shatters instantly. Figures scramble to retreat, but the storm's reach extends far beyond their grasp, leaving no safe place, no hope of escape. The ground trembles, the sky darkens, and the final remnants of resistance crumble under the sheer weight of unstoppable destruction. As silence settles, a realization spreads. This battle had long been decided, and nothing could change the inevitable end approaching them all. A cascading force descends from the fortress, soldiers marching with unwavering discipline, their presence alone a testament to unmatched strength and power. Eyes widen in admiration as the scene unfolds, a moment of realization settling in, the peak of strength now within sight. A hand clenches into a fist, a quiet acceptance of how far the road ahead stretches before the ultimate goal. The night air crackles with energy, an eerie reminder of past battles, scars forming where experience has carved its silent marks. A reflection lingers in his mind, not of weakness, but of time, a recognition that strength eventually fades like the wind. The battlefield remains restless, warriors shifting in place, waiting, the air thick with unspoken concerns of those yet to return. Reports scatter across the ranks, disjointed news reaching tired ears, each message carrying weight heavier than any weapon ever could. Pieces begin to align, uncertainty fading as the situation grows clearer, yet with it comes the burden of necessary action. The soldiers tighten their ranks, formations shifting as commands settle the unrest, preparation unfolding in anticipation of what lies ahead. A deeper concern lingers beneath the surface, names lost in the chaos, missing figures whose fates remain shrouded in shadow. A simmering fury rises within, not of reckless rage, but of something colder, something sharper, ready to carve through resistance. A declaration shakes the ground, no longer a mere battle but a war, one that will carve its name into history. Justification fuels their resolve, clarity settling in, an understanding that only one side will remain standing at the end. Armored knights brace themselves, hands gripping weapons tightly, each prepared to move forward without hesitation, no matter what cost must be paid. A single command pierces through the silence, setting everything into motion, the storm of battle now beyond stopping. The air trembles as an armored figure stands tall, the weight of authority pressing down, a presence undeniable in its power. Distant thoughts swirl in the mind of the fallen warrior, consciousness fading in and out, struggling to grasp lingering memories. Cold realization settles, a battle fought, a challenge accepted, but the final outcome still uncertain amidst the haze of exhaustion. A monstrous entity looms overhead, the embodiment of dread itself, its very presence warping reality with an aura of absolute darkness. Power surges through the air, a memory resurfacing, a desperate attempt to overcome the impossible, though success remains uncertain. A radiant force descends, shattering through the battlefield like an unstoppable meteor, the impact alone shifting the earth beneath. His body aches, instincts screaming to rise, to fight again, but a deeper exhaustion weighs heavy, pinning him in place. The sensation is familiar, defeat, but something feels different this time, a strange disconnect lingering between reality and fragmented memories. Leaves sway in the wind above, the world eerily peaceful, a stark contrast to the raging chaos moments before. Distant voices murmur, figures approaching, unaware of the moment's significance, of the warrior waking amidst an unfamiliar and uncertain fate. Shadows shift as unfamiliar faces draw near, their cautious movements betraying a mix of fear, awe, and desperate hope. The first words spoken are not of threats or hostility, but rather relief, reverence, and acknowledgement of something beyond understanding. Eyes scan the surroundings, confusion settling in, realizing this place is no battlefield, but rather a refuge hidden from war. Strangers gather, expressions wary yet hopeful, speaking of salvation, of chains broken, of freedom earned through a battle he doesn't remember. A heavy truth lingers in the air. While one war may have ended, another is just beginning in ways unforeseen. The elders speak of a past battle, recounting a moment of divine intervention that brought justice upon a merciless undead foe. Light shimmers above sacred waters, its brilliance reflecting the gratitude of those who witnessed a miracle unfold before their very eyes. The power to restore what was lost had changed everything, healing the broken and granting years stolen by dark necrotic magic. Gratitude shines through weary faces, reverence filling the air, as the impact of that single act resonates deep within them. A newfound realization settles. This wasn't just about survival, but about something greater, a force that had reshaped their very existence. Among the gathered stands a hesitant figure, eyes filled with curiosity and uncertainty, drawn forward despite the weight of expectation. Soft footsteps approach, a quiet presence moving closer, their voice carrying the careful hesitation of someone unsure of their own importance. Golden eyes meet the gaze before them, a flicker of recognition, a connection unspoken yet undeniably present between strangers. Whispers spread through the crowd, tension rising as the name spoken carries a weight heavier than the moment itself. The truth lingers in the air. This meeting was no accident, but the beginning of something far greater than imagined. Urgency ripples through the gathered crowd, warnings spoken in hushed tones, voices filled with both concern and fear of what comes next. The weight of war presses upon them all, a conflict that had long shaped the land now looming ever closer again. Questions rise, the passage of time slipping away unnoticed, revealing a startling truth. Far more time had passed than anyone realized. The war had not waited, and neither had the world, leaving behind only those caught between duty, fate, and unrelenting change. A deep breath steadies the uncertainty, eyes lifting toward the horizon, knowing that the next steps would define everything ahead. Cold winds howl as Ludwig steadies himself, confusion settling in, eyes scanning the unfamiliar terrain, searching for a trace of familiarity. A sudden shift in the air catches his attention. A red mist swirling in the distance, pulsing with ominous energy. A monstrous growl reverberates through the space, its deep resonance shaking the ground as piercing eyes emerge from the shifting darkness. The sheer size of the creature becomes apparent, its massive form towering over him, exuding raw, primal menace and ancient rage. Ludwig exhales, tension gripping his muscles, realizing words are meaningless now. Only action will determine whether he stands or falls here. Ludwig stands amidst the swirling dust, exhaustion creeping into his smirk, knowing fate had played its hand in cruel, unpredictable ways. The sacred tree stands tall, its radiant energy pulsing gently, a silent witness to events unfolding across time and fate. Memories blur together, fragments of a lost battle mixing with an unfamiliar warmth, a recovery that defies all expectations. Words of gratitude linger in the air, voices filled with awe, recounting the miracle that restored life and healed wounds. The presence of the tree isn't coincidence, but rather a force beyond understanding, connected to something greater than mere survival. A name echoes through the clearing, spoken with reverence, an individual tied to this power, their existence shrouded in mystery. Shadows stretch across the distant horizon, an empire's reach extending far beyond sight, its ruler's will shaping destinies without mercy. A lineage built on conquest, countless heirs scattered across the land, each carrying a burden dictated by blood, fate, and power. The weight of truth settles, none chosen by fortune, only by survival, where the weak are discarded and the strong endure. Within this system, names are stripped of meaning, identities reduced to worth, and only those proving useful are allowed to exist. A surge of energy disrupts the moment, a realization striking deep. Expectations are meaningless when standing against something entirely unpredictable. Uncertainty lingers as distant memories resurface, conflicting emotions stirring within, pushing toward an inevitable path yet to be defined. The winds shift, voices lowering as an unspoken understanding settles. This meeting was no accident but a thread in fate's design. An exile's presence changes everything, their existence a contradiction, an anomaly that refuses to be confined by predetermined roles. The past and present collide, truths long hidden now forcing themselves into the open, rewriting history with each passing moment. Eyes meet, unspoken challenges exchanged, each carrying a burden neither chose but both must face, shaping what comes next. The villagers gather, eyes filled with hope, their voices trembling with gratitude as they stand before the one who changed everything. Despite protests, reverence lingers in their words, their belief unshaken, convinced they had witnessed something beyond human comprehension. Among them, a silent decision forms. Some fates are chosen, others forced, and the path ahead holds more weight than expected. A lingering gaze carries unspoken understanding, a request unvoiced, yet clearly conveyed in the quiet between hearts, seeking the same future. Uncertainty fills the air, yet choices must be made, setting forth a journey none could have foreseen, yet now must follow. The shifting sands whisper warnings of unseen dangers, winds carrying distant echoes of conflict yet to unfold in unpredictable ways. Exile had always been an inevitability, yet purpose had now replaced the emptiness, guiding steps toward something still undefined. With one journey ending, another begins, bound not by fate, but by the will of those choosing to carve their destiny. Each step taken draws them closer to the unknown, the weight of responsibility pressing heavier as their purpose solidifies. Beneath the desert sun, uncertainty lingers, but determination burns brighter, leading them toward a future neither planned but now fully embrace. The harsh winds rise, carrying the weight of countless untold stories, shifting the sands that had buried truths now ready to resurface. Despite the path set before them, doubt flickers within. Were they prepared for what awaited beyond the dunes, stretching endlessly ahead? Direction lost in the vastness, steps falter momentarily, questioning if they had acted in haste, blindly following an uncertain trail. Just as hesitation grips them, a scream shatters the stillness, pulling them toward the unknown, toward something demanding immediate attention. Reality shifts in an instant. What once felt like a moment of reflection now spirals into something far more dangerous than anticipated. The air trembles with unseen energy, an eerie roar echoing across the land, sending a chilling warning through the gathering storm. Dust swirls beneath hurried steps, urgency thick in the air as they race toward the unknown, instincts screaming of impending danger. Uncertainty grips the group, hesitation flickering in their eyes, yet curiosity pulls them forward, drawn to the source of chaos. The cries grow louder, a mixture of agony and terror, unseen threats lurking in the shifting sands waiting for unsuspecting prey. Shadows dance across the dunes, something monstrous stirring beyond sight, its presence looming over them, its hunger undeniable and relentless. Within the camp, murmurs rise, cautious eyes filled with wonder and disbelief, whispering of miracles unseen yet undeniable. Laughter and tension mix, reality blurred between awe and fear, as tales of the impossible spread through the gathered survivors. The weight of expectation presses heavy, recognition sparking realization. Being seen as more than human brings burdens beyond comprehension. Among the crowd, an unfamiliar face watches, calculating, measuring, hidden intentions concealed behind an amused and knowing smile. Words unspoken carry meaning, suspicion flickering beneath a casual demeanor, the start of something unforeseen lurking within that single glance. A traveler steps forward, curiosity veiled in nonchalance, his presence unfamiliar yet strangely significant among those who now watch in silence. Confidence radiates from his stance, the ease of someone accustomed to navigating the delicate line between trust and deception. The mention of alchemy shifts the air, uncertainty mingling with intrigue, an unspoken challenge forming between those who wield forbidden knowledge. Identity becomes a puzzle, history hinted at but never fully revealed, as alliances shift with a single question yet to be answered. Shadows lengthen, secrets lurking beneath practiced words, the weight of something far greater than expected settling upon the unsuspecting group. The air grew tense as the argument escalated, uncertainty filling the room. Tensions ran high, and trust between them was crumbling fast. Accusations flew as suspicions deepened. The use of necromancy raised questions, and the group struggled to make sense of the situation. The decision to leave was made hastily, emotions clashing as conflicting interests threatened to shatter whatever fragile alliance remained between them. Sitting in silence, Alan observed the scene unfold, his expression unreadable. The weight of responsibility rested heavily on his shoulders. Thoughts swirled as an unexpected request surfaced. The mention of skeletons held more significance than it seemed, stirring hidden concerns. A sudden shift in atmosphere made the air feel heavy. The weight of unspoken knowledge lingered, casting an unseen shadow. The presence of a single skeleton carried implications far beyond the surface. Something about them felt deeply unnatural, yet strangely familiar. As realization dawned, confusion turned to cautious understanding. The distinction between magic and holy power blurred, hinting at something more profound. Awareness sharpened as connections formed. The pieces of the puzzle were aligning, though the final answer still lay just out of reach. Beyond the room, a much greater conflict loomed. The world outside was already at war, and their roles were now undeniable. The war extended beyond battles. Political intrigue, hidden agendas, and shifting alliances dictated the battlefield more than mere swords or sorcery. Powerful figures moved in shadows using royalty as bargaining chips. The world's balance teetered dangerously, held together by fragile negotiations. Aslan's silence spoke volumes. Their refusal to respond hinted at a deeper plan, one that stretched beyond conventional warfare or diplomacy. Rumors spread like wildfire, altering perceptions and distorting reality. The line between fact and fiction blurred as manipulation dictated the war's course. The gravity of the situation settled in. Every decision carried weight, and each choice had the potential to reshape history itself. The harsh desert wind carried the weight of tension, as the idea of burying someone alive was spoken without hesitation. The hooded figure trembled, realizing the situation was far from negotiable. Desperate thoughts raced as escape seemed impossible under the scorching sun. A sudden shift occurred as an offering was made, something valuable enough to change the course of their heated standoff. Shimmering beneath the sunlight, the icy blue scales reflected an aura of power. The remnants of a dragon, untamed and ancient. A promise followed, riches beyond imagination hidden deep within the dragon's lair. The temptation of treasure was enough to change everything. Under the moonlight, Alan sat on the cold ground beside a skeleton, staring at the vast sky. The air felt eerily silent. The skeleton shifted slightly, its bony fingers tapping against each other in a rhythmic motion. The night breeze carried a faint whisper. Alan's eyes drifted to the strange markings glowing on the skeleton's hands. The energy wasn't dark magic, but something unfamiliar. The faintly illuminated runes pulsed gently, revealing their source. This was not the work of an ordinary necromancer. It was something greater. As the realization sank in, Alan observed the skeleton closely. There was something unsettling about the presence it carried in silence. The skeleton's movement seemed too precise, too controlled, as if bound by something other than sheer reanimation. Alan's thoughts spiraled deeper. The ancient runes across its body glowed brighter, revealing inscriptions lost to time. The power holding it together was no ordinary force. Unlike typical undead, which mindlessly obeyed, this one moved with intent. A force beyond magic, holy power, and necromantic influence guided it. The weight of discovery pressed heavily on Alan's mind. Every undead being he had encountered before lacked this strange sense of purpose. He turned his gaze to the horizon, knowing that something far greater was at play. This was not simple necromancy anymore. A robed figure stood in the distance, blue energy spiraling around him, twisting reality itself. The sight was nothing short of divine. Alan's mind raced as he watched the sacred energy materialize into something tangible. The ability to create holy water defied logic. This was beyond normal abilities, beyond anything he had seen before. The power at play was unnatural, something outside mortal comprehension. The skeleton remained motionless, as if recognizing the energy's overwhelming presence. The glowing symbols on its body pulsed in response. A single thought gripped Alan's mind as he watched the spectacle unfold. This was not mere magic. This was the power of creation. The cold night lingered as Alan sat beside the skeleton, his thoughts tangled in the mysteries surrounding the power controlling the undead. The silent wind carried an uneasy stillness as he turned away, the weight of unanswered questions settling heavily on his mind. In the distance, a figure called for his return. Without hesitation, he stood, leaving behind the eerie presence of the skeleton. The quiet rustling of the tent signaled a shift in atmosphere. A different kind of tension filled the enclosed space inside. Sitting in the dim light, the discussion resumed. The conversation had provided valuable insight, but lingering doubts clouded Alan's thoughts further. A new direction was mentioned, northwest. The mention of something powerful caught Alan's attention, pulling his focus from his earlier doubts. The idea of a dragon's presence sparked curiosity. Legends often carried truth, and a dragon's lair was never just an empty place. Descriptions of hidden treasure and powerful artifacts piqued interest. If the rumors were true, then remnants of something ancient still remained. The tension in the room shifted as Alan recognized the significance. His mind raced, linking these details to what he already knew. The mention of the tomb struck a familiar chord. The connection between the dragon scales and the past became clearer in thought. Discussions of the past revealed old, buried secrets. The ancient history of Aslan intertwined deeply with the mysteries they now pursued. Some hesitated, uncertain about the truth behind the stories. Legends often blurred reality, but the weight of evidence was undeniable. Alan considered the possibility. If the tomb held even a fraction of its rumored power, their journey was about to shift drastically. With a final nod, the decision was made. There was no turning back now. Their path led straight into the unknown. The group prepared for departure, the tension replaced by a shared sense of determination. Whatever awaited them, they would face it together. The tension in the air thickened as the group exchanged uneasy glances, knowing that something beyond their expectations awaited them ahead. The dim firelight flickered against the walls as hurried preparations continued. This journey was bound to be more dangerous than expected. A sudden gust of wind howled through the barren landscape, sending a shiver down spines as eerie shadows danced in the distance. The ground beneath their feet felt heavier, as if the very earth itself resisted their steps toward the unknown destination ahead. Whispers of past warnings surfaced in their minds, yet the urge to uncover the truth pushed them forward despite lingering doubts. The entrance to the ancient ruin stood before them, its towering presence casting an ominous shadow over the frozen ground beneath. As their footsteps echoed within the empty halls, a powerful presence loomed, sending an unshakable chill through the silent atmosphere. Eyes widened as an intricate throne room unfolded before them, bathed in an ethereal glow, revealing remnants of an untold history. Every detail of the grand structure hinted at something long forgotten, something that should have remained undisturbed beneath the sands of time. The weight of their discovery settled in. This was no mere ruin, it was the resting place of something beyond mortal understanding. A deep, guttural growl reverberated through the chamber as the air crackled with energy, signaling an awakening that had long been awaited. From the depths of the ruins, a massive form emerged, its glowing eyes filled with ancient fury and unrelenting power. The beast's wings unfurled, its fiery breath illuminating the chamber with blinding light, sending waves of heat across the trembling ground. Instinct screamed for them to run, but their feet remained frozen, caught between awe and terror at the sight before them. Flames erupted in an instant, consuming the very air itself, as the beast's roar shattered the silence of the forgotten tomb. Flames erupted across the battlefield as the beast roared, its massive frame shaking the very foundation of the ancient ruins. The suffocating heat burned through the air, forcing everyone to brace against the overwhelming force radiating from the enraged creature. A surge of energy crackled as glowing symbols pulsed violently, the sheer pressure pushing back anything within its immediate reach. The beast's eyes flared with fury, its massive claws striking down with devastating power, tearing through stone as if paper. Light and darkness clashed in a dazzling explosion, blinding everything for a moment before a wave of force sent debris flying. Dust settled as the survivors coughed, struggling to rise. The impact had left them breathless, their bodies aching from exhaustion. Amidst the destruction, Alan staggered to his feet, scanning the battlefield for any sign of movement, his heart pounding wildly. The once proud structure now stood in ruins, its grand design reduced to rubble under the might of the unstoppable force. As the remnants of battle faded, a hushed silence replaced the chaos, tension hanging heavily over the broken landscape. Shadows flickered under the dim light, revealing figures rising from the wreckage, determination burning in their eyes despite their weakened state. The battlefield carried eerie silence as Alan noticed something strange. The dragon's movements were sluggish, its overwhelming aura significantly weakened. Scars covered its body, deep wounds that should have healed, but instead, they remained fresh, evidence of an unseen struggle. The realization struck hard. The beast wasn't at full strength. Something else had wounded it before, weakening its once invincible form. His mind raced, piecing together the details. If the dragon had already suffered a fatal wound, why was it still standing? The air grew colder as an unspoken truth dawned. The true threat was not the beast itself, but something hidden in shadows. The memory of the merchant resurfaced, the one who sold the dragon scales. The truth behind his strength now felt unsettling. If a mere merchant could wound a dragon, then something much bigger was at play, something they hadn't considered before. The cold wind carried unease as footsteps quickened. The battle wasn't over yet, and the danger ahead was still unknown. A sudden realization struck as they turned their focus. It wasn't just the dragon, it was something even more terrifying nearby. Their eyes widened as they caught sight of the massive, looming figure. The true horror of the ruins had awakened. A shiver ran through the group as the air grew heavier. The creature before them was unlike anything they had imagined. The eerie glow of the skeletal beast illuminated the darkness, its towering form radiating an unnatural energy, ancient and terrifying. Bones cracked as it shifted, hollow eyes filled with a haunting light, locking onto the intruders who had disturbed its slumber. Silence fell over the ruins, the sheer size of the creature overwhelming any sense of courage they had managed to hold. They stood frozen, breath hitching as the skeletal dragon slowly moved. This was no ordinary monster. This was something far worse. Alan felt an unsettling shift in the air as he stepped forward. A strange energy rippled around him, distorting everything in sight. His eyes widened as an enormous skeletal figure emerged from the glowing water, towering over everything with an aura of overwhelming power. The knights standing nearby tensed, gripping their weapons. Fear crept into their expressions as they faced something far beyond their expectations. Alan stood frozen, realization sinking in. The massive entity loomed before him, and the thought of summoning it by accident made his pulse race. The ground rumbled beneath him as the skeletal giant's glowing eyes locked onto him, its presence alone weighing heavily on the atmosphere. A deep resonance filled the space as an unseen force radiated from the colossal figure. Its presence alone felt ancient, almost godlike. Energy swirled around the being, shifting between light and darkness. Its immense power seemed beyond comprehension, both destructive and strangely protective. The name of the entity echoed in the air, carrying a weight that sent shivers through everyone. A legend had come to life before them. Alan struggled to process what he had done. The stories of powerful beings were just myths to most, but now one stood before him. The knights exchanged glances, uncertain of what would happen next. Some were too stunned to speak, while others readied themselves for battle. A sudden surge of movement snapped Alan back to reality. The skeletal hand shot forward, intercepting a powerful attack aimed in their direction. The force of the deflection sent shockwaves through the surroundings. Dust and debris scattered, revealing the creature's immediate and instinctive reaction. Alan took a cautious step forward, trying to piece together what had just happened. The skeletal figure remained motionless after its swift action. The colossal being stood firm, as if bound to the place it had been summoned. Its immense form loomed silently over the shimmering lake. Alan steadied himself, knowing there was only one way to move forward. Whatever this entity was, he needed to understand its purpose. The massive skeletal hand moved with a slow, deliberate motion, sending waves of energy through the ground. The sheer force was overwhelming. Alan observed as the enormous figure shifted, its glowing eyes scanning the surroundings. The pressure in the air grew increasingly intense. A sharp screech echoed as the skeleton's movements disrupted the air. Dust scattered while the knights braced themselves for something unknown. The weight of the situation settled in. Alan could feel his heartbeat quicken as the ground shook beneath his feet from the impact. Beneath the shimmering water, the entity pulsed with raw energy, distorting the space around it as if the world was bending. Alan's mind raced as he took in the scene before him. This creature wasn't just summoned. It carried an existence beyond reason. His allies exchanged anxious glances, their unease growing. The presence of something this powerful meant there were still mysteries left to uncover. The realization struck harder as the truth of the situation unraveled. If the dragon was gone, then what exactly had it been guarding? A golden glow reflected off the walls, illuminating a hidden passage beyond the ruins. The sight of treasure left them momentarily speechless. Excitement surged through the group. Beyond the danger, beyond the mystery, they had stumbled upon something valuable that could change everything. Alan stepped forward cautiously, his gaze fixed on the towering figure before him. This wasn't just an ordinary summon, it had a purpose. The skeletal entity loomed above, its form shifting slightly, as if acknowledging something. Its ancient power hummed through the air. Alan felt his energy waver as the weight of maintaining the summon bore down on him. His vision blurred for a brief moment. Despite its terrifying presence, the creature remained still. It was waiting, observing, existing beyond what Alan could immediately comprehend. Steadying himself, Alan knew this was only the beginning. Whatever was unfolding, he had to understand and control this power carefully. Alan steadied himself, feeling the weight of his power draining. His legs trembled as exhaustion crept in, his body struggling to stay upright. A surge of energy pulsed through his veins, overwhelming his senses. His vision blurred slightly, and his body felt like it was floating. The sudden outburst of power disrupted the surroundings. Magic crackled violently in the air, sending shockwaves that rattled the ground beneath them. Sparks of purple lightning arced around him, flickering chaotically. The unstable magic grew more intense, threatening to spiral out of control. The energy buildup finally reached its peak. A blinding explosion of light erupted, forcing everyone nearby to shield themselves from the impact. Alan found himself weightless, drifting in the void of magic. The world around him seemed distant, consumed by an unfamiliar force. A strange sensation spread through his body as if something was guiding him forward, pulling him toward an unknown destination. The distorted space rippled before him. Energy crackled in the air, forming a swirling vortex of unstable power ready to collapse. As his consciousness flickered, memories of the past flashed before him. The moments that led him here felt like distant echoes. A sudden burst of warmth enveloped him. When he opened his eyes, he was no longer in the same chaotic battlefield. The bright sunlight stung his eyes as he adjusted to his new surroundings. The scent of a bustling city filled the air. His mind reeled. He had been in the middle of a disaster moments ago, yet now he was standing in unfamiliar streets. A soft breeze carried the distant chatter of merchants and travelers. He wasn't alone. His allies had somehow made it here too. They quickly realized that their supplies were gone. Food and water had completely run out, forcing them to find resources as soon as possible. Ahead of them, towering structures lined the horizon. They had arrived at Yabelium, a city infamous for its massive slave market. The cloaked figure stood in the dimly lit hall, his presence radiating unease. The weight of past decisions bore heavily on his mind. The hushed murmurs among his subordinates filled the space. They had declared war, yet now found themselves in a desperate situation. A tense silence followed the discussion. The enemy had blocked their troops, leaving them trapped with little hope for a decisive victory. The battlefield had shifted beyond their control. The realization that their plans had been completely disrupted was becoming harder to ignore. With their forces scattered, the reality set in. Their strongest warriors were now stranded deep within hostile territory with no reinforcements. Frustration surged through the leader as he listened to the report. The situation was spiraling downward, leaving little room for negotiation. His subordinates flinched under his piercing gaze. No amount of apologies could undo the fact that they had miscalculated their opponent's strength. His grip tightened as he processed the news. The enemy had gained the upper hand, leaving them in a position of absolute weakness. Just then, a messenger arrived breathlessly, clutching an urgent letter. The Holy Emperor had sent a formal response to their request. Everyone fell silent as the letter was carefully unsealed. The weight of its words would determine the future of their entire campaign. The letter unfolded in trembling hands. The terms written inside carried a message far harsher than they had anticipated. The worst had come true. The Holy Emperor's demands were absolute. For 20 years, their kingdom would be forced to serve under the very empire they opposed. Shock rippled through the hall. The thought of bowing before their sworn enemy was unthinkable, yet refusing meant certain destruction. The leader's fury erupted as he flung the letter aside. The blatant humiliation of their nation was an insult he refused to accept. Tension filled the air. His rage was undeniable, but one thing was clear. The Emperor's response had backed them into a corner with no escape. The flames behind Rahama flickered wildly as his fury erupted. His hands clenched into fists, veins throbbing from the overwhelming rage boiling inside. The realization hit hard. His forces had failed, and his enemies had humiliated him. His pride as the Emperor of Aslan was at stake. Determination flared in his eyes. This wasn't a defeat he would accept. If they wanted war, then he would give them one. The room grew silent as he issued a command. His advisors stiffened, knowing that whatever he planned would change everything. The intensity in his voice sent chills through the chamber. Fear rippled among his subordinates as they realized the consequences of failure. The golden light of the setting sun bathed the desert city in warmth, but beneath the beauty, something sinister was brewing. Alan sat calmly on top of the defeated figure, his expression unreadable. The weight of his decisions lingered in the air. The searing heat of rage burned in Rahama's eyes. The battle had taken a turn, and his pride demanded immediate retribution. With clenched fists, he seethed at the news. A miscalculation had left them vulnerable, and now their enemies were gaining ground. A subordinate approached cautiously, delivering reports of the shifting tides. The capital loomed ahead, a city teetering on the brink of chaos. Standing on the city's outskirts, Rahama's thoughts churned. He needed to strike before his enemies consolidated their forces. Time was slipping away. His piercing gaze hardened. If his enemies were gathering, then so would he. The desert winds carried the weight of impending war. The tense silence shattered as a soldier recoiled in fear. The pressure in the room was suffocating, Rahama's fury filling every inch. The reports confirmed the worst. The enemy's forces were growing stronger. What had been an advantage was now a looming catastrophe. Rahama's mind raced. The creature hunting them was no ordinary threat. If left unchecked, it would soon reach their doorstep. In the distant sky, energy crackled violently. The once certain victory was slipping away, a realization that struck deeper than any blade. With clenched teeth, Rahama gripped the edge of his throne. If war was what they wanted, then they would drown in it. His subordinates hesitated, exchanging uneasy glances. The order he had just given was unthinkable. An entire city would be reduced to ruins. The room was filled with unease. The city was sacred ground, yet Rahama saw it as nothing more than a strategic move. Rahama's voice carried unwavering conviction. No hesitation, no remorse. His path was set, and he would see it through to the end. The palace trembled as his command echoed. His forces would move at dawn, ensuring that Yabelium would never stand against him again. As the city prepared for war, the weight of his decision loomed. There would be no turning back, only victory or ruin. Alan sat comfortably, taking his time despite the urgency around him. The sun cast long shadows as the city bustled with life. His companions grew restless, urging him to move quickly. Time was running out, and every moment wasted could cost them dearly. Curiosity struck as Alan noticed the distant echoes of a parade. The rhythmic marching and cheering signaled something significant was happening. An elderly merchant sighed as he explained the grim reality. This city thrived on its infamous tradition, one built on suffering. Beneath the Grand Colosseum, countless warriors fought for survival. The never-ending battles ensured that the spectacle never lost its deadly appeal. Chains rattled as a line of enslaved people marched through the streets, some resigned to their fate, while others clung to hope. Among them, a familiar face stood out. The young red-haired captive carried himself with defiance, refusing to bow his head. Despite the dirt and exhaustion, the captive's eyes burned with frustration. He muttered something under his breath, though no one listened. Alan watched from afar, his mind racing. Something about the situation felt off, as if fate had pulled him here deliberately. As the sun set, the weight of reality pressed down. The city's traditions were cruel, and soon choices would have to be made. Alan and his companions huddled together, discussing their next move. They needed supplies, information, and a way to stay unnoticed. A merchant displayed an old scroll boasting of its worth. To most it seemed insignificant, but Alan knew its true value. Frustration flickered in his allies' eyes. The treasure they had risked their lives for now felt underwhelming in comparison. The merchant laughed, rolling the parchment between his fingers. If they wanted to infiltrate the city, this was their best chance. As the night fell over Yubelium, their path became clear. To change their fate, they would need to take a great risk. Alan listened as his companion explained the flaws of the scroll. Despite its power, its true potential seemed impractical in their situation. A thought crossed his mind. If no one valued it, perhaps there was still someone out there who saw its worth differently. His gaze drifted, deep in thought. The idea of searching the entire world for an answer seemed overwhelming, yet not impossible. The concept of dimensional travel intrigued him. If moving between realms required knowledge few possessed, then understanding it could open new paths. With renewed curiosity, he realized that even flawed artifacts could hold hidden secrets. He just needed the right way to unlock them. Alan observed the shifting energy patterns around him. The world was not a single existence, but a convergence of countless dimensions beyond sight. Fragments of other realms flickered before him, planes of fire, ethereal spirits, and floating lands untouched by common understanding. The presence of such places meant that traveling through them required not just knowledge, but an immense amount of energy and control. Spirits and entities flowed between realms with ease, but physical beings faced a nearly insurmountable barrier that could only be breached carefully. A method existed, but the cost was high. The very fabric of reality resisted such attempts, making true dimensional travel nearly impossible. A spark of realization struck him. Only beings with power close to the divine could manipulate dimensional barriers without consequences. Lightning crackled in the sky, as if responding to his thoughts. The very concept of such power sent chills through him. His companion studied him with curiosity, impressed by the depth of his thoughts. Knowledge of alchemy and lost arts intrigued Alan. There was more to his companion than met the eye. His relentless pursuit of research hinted at a past filled with secrets. With a grin, he extended an offer, one that promised the opportunity to uncover knowledge beyond limits. An adventure awaited them both. Alan adjusted his stance as his energy fluctuated wildly. His companion noticed the shift, questioning if he had truly mastered his abilities yet. The concern was valid. Stealth was no longer an option. They had wanted to sneak in unnoticed, but that plan had already crumbled. With a deep sigh, Alan acknowledged the reality. If they couldn't go in quietly, then they would make a dramatic entrance. The surge of power wrapped around him, crackling with intensity. The air became charged, signaling the inevitable confrontation ahead. As Alan stepped forward, his confidence remained unshaken. If brute force was the only option left, then he would embrace it. The group was met by an elder figure whose presence commanded respect. His wisdom was evident, but so was his exhaustion. Tension lingered in the air. He had fought hard battles before, yet the weight of responsibility now seemed heavier than ever. A sharp exchange followed, filled with old grudges and past failures. The burden of leadership was never an easy one to bear. Yet even in the face of experience, the past was catching up to them all. Missing warriors and lost battles haunted their minds. As the sun dipped below the horizon, their fates intertwined once more. There were still answers to be found and debts to be settled. A figure moved swiftly through the shadows, each step deliberate. He wasn't lost. He was searching for something or someone. The sudden presence of a stranger made everyone tense. His posture carried authority, but his face remained partially concealed. A familiar name was uttered, breaking the silence. Recognition flickered in the eyes of those present, changing the mood instantly. As he stepped into the light, the weight of his journey became evident. He had seen things that others couldn't even imagine. The road ahead remained uncertain, but one thing was clear. This reunion was only the beginning of an even greater storm. The weary traveler collapsed at the gates, his body aching from the relentless desert journey. The guards looked on, assessing his condition. A healer stepped forward, offering aid. The exhaustion was evident, but there was something urgent in his eyes beyond physical pain. He refused to rest, insisting that he had information to deliver. His priority was not himself, but the message he carried. The words he spoke carried weight. Rahama's army was on the move. The destination, however, was not what they had expected. A knowing expression crossed the elder's face. If the army wasn't headed toward the Empire, then they had only one target. The cold wind carried dust across the battlefield as Ian gazed ahead, his sharp eyes scanning the distant horizon for their destination. Yubalium stood in the distance, its walls sturdy yet vulnerable. Its location made it a natural target for an approaching force. The army's movements felt deliberate, but their siege weapons suggested something more aggressive. Their intent leaned closer to destruction rather than defense. Ian's mind raced with possibilities, questioning what lay within Yubalium. Something must be important enough to warrant such a grand attack. The decision weighed heavily on him. He turned to his subordinate, assigning responsibility. Leading half the army required strategic execution and trust. The army's momentum grew stronger as preparations continued. If resistance proved difficult, there would be no hesitation in eliminating any obstacles. Shadows twisted as dark energy pulsed in the air. Orders given, the warriors would not falter in carrying out their bloody task. Ian knew the inevitable outcome. The number of wounded and dead would surge, yet retreat was no longer an option. Speculation about the attack's true purpose deepened. The presence of the princes in Yubalium complicated matters, forcing reassessment of their strategy. Uncertainty lingered despite their growing power. Though the path forward was clear, something about this attack carried a foreboding sense of dread. The battlefield became a sea of glowing flames, red light flickering across the sky. The scale of destruction felt unnecessarily extreme. Beyond the princes, something unknown lurked within Yubalium. It was no ordinary city, and its secrets made it a dangerous enigma. In the heart of Yubalium, figures clad in crimson robes exchanged glances. They understood what was coming and prepared accordingly. A blond man traced his fingers over old documents, recognizing the urgency of the situation. The unfolding events demanded immediate attention. A name stood out, triggering distant memories. Luful, once a slave, now a warrior. His transformation was as shocking as his reputation. The journey through the desert had been brutal, but unexpected help arrived. A lone traveler guided them safely through endless scorching sands. Arriving in Yubalium had been smoother than expected, but something felt off. Lufel's presence here seemed too conspicuous, drawing unnecessary attention. Avoiding detection became difficult. Moving unnoticed was nearly impossible now. The situation demanded caution, yet waiting for the right moment felt dangerous. Stories of victorious slaves echoed through Yubalium. Those who won 10 battles earned freedom, but trust in this city was fragile. Aslan's influence spread quickly. His awareness of their arrival meant things would escalate soon. The shadows around them signaled looming threats ahead. Tension thickened as figures emerged from the darkness, their presence unsettling. Staring eyes lingered too long, raising suspicions in the eerie silence. With no time left to hesitate, movement became the only option. The path forward was uncertain, but retreat was impossible now. The air crackled with power. Magic surged violently, unleashing raw force. The battlefield trembled under an overwhelming wave of skeletal warriors. A brilliant flash tore through the night as summoned creatures rained down. The army surged forward, clashing against unrelenting waves of enemies. Yubelium's defenses strained under the assault. The sheer magnitude of the battle unfolded chaotically, marking the beginning of an inevitable storm. Blades clashed in the dimly lit streets. The intensity of combat grew fiercer, leaving no room for hesitation or second thoughts. The deafening sounds of battle filled the city. Walls trembled as explosions rocked the residential districts, sparking confusion and alarm. Guards scrambled in panic, their gazes darting toward the chaos. Something unexpected had disrupted the fragile balance of power in Yubelium. Suspicion grew among soldiers. Foreigners stood at the heart of the storm, their presence demanding immediate answers from those guarding the fortress. Despite wary glances, travelers remained calm. Their mission in Yubelium had just begun, and the city's secrets had yet to unfold. The guards at the entrance eyed them with suspicion, questioning their purpose. A straightforward answer wouldn't work, so deception became necessary. Mentioning a brother inside the city raised eyebrows. The guards weren't convinced, sensing something unusual about the stranger's sudden arrival. The explanation seemed absurd, causing laughter. Their disbelief quickly turned into ridicule, making the situation even more complicated than expected. Revealing an unexpected royal identity changed everything. Claiming to be a prince of an enemy nation was either madness or dangerous truth. The declaration left everyone speechless. Doubt lingered, but tension tightened. Any wrong move could turn the situation from bad to worse. A moment of silence followed before things escalated. The guards' expressions shifted from amusement to hostility, recognizing the potential threat. A blade was drawn, pointed toward them. Conflict was inevitable now. The only choice was to fight or escape immediately. With a sly grin, power surged through fingertips. The ability to wield magic would be the deciding factor in this standoff. A swirling aura formed as energy crackled, revealing a long-hidden talent. The demonstration left witnesses both awestruck and terrified of its magnitude. The city's underground secrets emerged. Whispers of an ancient passage spread, giving them an alternative route to avoid unnecessary confrontation. An urgent call echoed through the corridor, alarming those nearby. A crucial moment unfolded as the prince's presence gained unwanted attention. Warnings about Aslan's dangerous measures surfaced. The risks were greater than expected, making their every step a gamble with fate. Strange relics stood ominously, guarding hidden entrances. Interacting with them carried consequences, but hesitation wasn't an option anymore. The realization of deeper threats settled in. Every movement required precision to avoid awakening something far worse than the guards. Focus became paramount. Every decision shaped their survival, leading them deeper into a labyrinth of uncertainties where trust was the rarest currency. The desert air remained still as the torch flickered. Shadows danced behind him, yet no visible presence disturbed the eerie silence. Eyes scanned the surroundings, seeing only the endless dunes. Suspicion lingered, but no immediate threats revealed themselves in the dim light. Confidence built upon false assurance. The unseen presence grew stronger, its chilling aura creeping closer, unnoticed by those oblivious to danger. A single motion, a raised hand, and the illusion shattered. The unseen force emerged, revealing something monstrous beyond human comprehension. Horror struck instantly. Whatever stood behind him wasn't ordinary. A spectral figure loomed, its empty eyes glowing beneath the cursed sky. Arcane forces twisted into reality, bending space itself. An overwhelming surge of power formed, reshaping the battlefield into a spectacle of chaos. Ancient magic crackled, rewriting the rules of existence. The ability to summon from nothing transformed combat into something far beyond comprehension. Unfamiliar figures emerged, draped in decayed garments. Their grotesque forms shambled forth, remnants of forgotten warriors bound to a necromancer's will. Terror spread among the living. Skeletal beings were one thing, but the sudden appearance of freshly risen mummies struck deeper fear. The atmosphere darkened further. Playtime was over, and with a single command, the battlefield prepared for something far worse ahead. The sky split apart, divine energy cascading down. A celestial glow bathed the ruins, warping the flow of time and power. An ancient artifact activated, its dormant potential now unleashed. The surge of radiance carved through the enemy ranks, rewriting destiny itself. The heavens roared as spectral warriors descended, their glowing weapons striking down anything foolish enough to stand in their path. Panic spread among defenders. This wasn't ordinary warfare anymore. Something greater had awakened, reshaping the very fate of the battlefield. As the dust settled, murmurs filled the air. Was this truly the legendary weapon spoken of in forgotten histories and myths? The dim light cast eerie shadows over Alan's face. His exhausted body trembled, bound by unseen chains tightening with each heavy breath. A soft glow surrounded him, flickering like a fragile flame. Eyes unfocused, he barely registered the familiar voice calling his name. The dim prison cell echoed with quiet thoughts. Alan sat alone, gripping his arms, questioning if rescue was even a possibility anymore. He sighed, memories of his capture still fresh. If his brother had been taken too, then things had become much worse. The cold stone beneath him offered no comfort. His fate seemed sealed, yet deep down, a flicker of hope remained alive. The sudden voice startled him. His brother's name was spoken, but the way it was said carried a sinister undertone. Shock spread through him as the realization hit. His brother had survived, but was now trapped inside the Colosseum's brutal arena. A distant commotion grew louder. Someone was calling for help, their voice filled with desperation. Alan turned, trying to understand the situation. His thoughts raced. The guards outside the prison seemed distracted. Perhaps this was the moment he had been unknowingly waiting for. His heart pounded as more voices joined in. He heard mention of a royal order. Something was about to change drastically. The air around him grew tense. The guards stepped closer, their expressions unreadable. He felt his stomach twist with uncertainty. Resistance was useless now. He was being taken somewhere new. His future was unknown, but fate had finally begun to shift. A deafening explosion shook the entire building. The ground beneath Alan trembled as dust and debris fell from the cracked ceiling. Guards scrambled in panic, their attention suddenly drawn elsewhere. Alan's instincts screamed at him. This was his only chance to escape. He turned toward the light filtering through the destruction. A familiar figure stood there, radiating an unmistakable aura of power. His brother had come, standing amidst the chaos. For the first time in what felt like forever, relief washed over Alan. He reached forward, feeling the warmth of hope again. His brother's outstretched hand promised freedom, but danger still lurked everywhere. The moon cast a pale glow over Yubelium's walls. Guards stood alert, scanning below, unaware of the brewing storm beneath them. From a distance, the city seemed peaceful, but within its walls, the echoes of battle and desperation whispered through the night. A powerful surge of energy rippled through the air. The tension thickened as an urgent order rang out across Yubelium. Chaos erupted as people rushed to escape. The weight of long-held oppression lifted, freeing those who had suffered for too long. Among the freed stood Alan, eyes searching. His name was spoken with reverence, his actions shaping the fate of many. Alan turned, feeling an unfamiliar presence nearby. A red-haired girl studied him, her eyes holding curiosity and a hint of concern. Exhaustion clung to him, but there was no time to rest. He could see the unease growing in her expression. Nearby, the mummies stood unwavering, holding back threats from the shadows. Their existence defied natural law, yet they served a greater purpose. He exhaled, assessing the battlefield. His forces held strong, but time was slipping away. Staying longer could lead to greater danger. Just as he prepared to leave, something shifted. A bright flash descended, the air crackling with energy before anyone reacted. A figure emerged from the blinding light, his presence commanding attention. His golden aura pulsed, radiating divine strength beyond comprehension. Alan narrowed his eyes, recognizing the sheer force of power. This was no ordinary opponent. This was someone created for destruction. The man's sharp gaze locked onto Alan. Words weren't necessary. A warrior of the Holy Kingdom had finally made his move. Whispers carried through the crowd, calling him the Angel of Prophecy. His existence was an anomaly, a weapon shaped by divine hands. As the stars above flickered, Alan braced himself. His fate intertwined with this new force, marking the beginning of another battle. A piercing gaze locked onto Alan, his presence acknowledged. His name echoed in uncertainty as divine energy swirled ominously around them. He remained silent, calculating his next move. The figure before him radiated raw strength, a formidable force searching for lost blood. Magic crackled between them, tension mounting. The golden-haired warrior watched closely, his unreadable expression hiding the weight of unspoken thoughts. Alan barely flinched as the blade stopped inches away. He knew hesitation could mean death, but clarity arrived in a moment. A familiar voice cut through the standoff. Urgency filled the air, breaking the heavy silence surrounding the impending confrontation. Recognition sparked in golden eyes as realization settled. A deeper force connected them, a bond tied to the history they never knew. Power hummed between them, its source undeniable. The warrior before him wasn't merely an opponent, but an integral piece of fate's design. Alan's presence carried a holy resonance, something impossible to ignore. The truth became clearer as remnants of memories stirred deep within. Whispers of an unexpected lineage spread. The warrior hesitated, questioning his beliefs as destiny's strings pulled them closer to revelation. A wry smile formed as Alan met his gaze. There was no denying it now. The connection between them was undeniable. The warrior's composure broke slightly. Doubt crept in as memories resurfaced. Recognition settled, not just of a name, but of blood. The battlefield's noise faded, leaving only them. The weight of long-buried truths unraveled, rewriting everything he thought he knew. A single word escaped: father. A past long forgotten reawakened, igniting a reality neither of them had been prepared to face. The fortress remained restless, unaware of the reunion. But beyond these walls, the fate of kingdoms shifted with this unexpected revelation. Beneath the star-strewn sky, history rewrote itself. A long-lost bond rekindled, not through war but through the weight of truth. The fortress walls trembled as distant explosions echoed. Beneath the moon's glow, a hooded figure studied the battlefield with sharp, calculating eyes. A clenched fist struck the table, frustration evident. Plans had been set in motion, but their opponent had moved faster than expected. The urgency in the soldier's voice confirmed suspicions. A key meeting had already happened, shifting the balance of power drastically. Galloping hooves carried messengers forward, urgency driving them. The Holy Kingdom's army was already advancing, leaving little time for countermeasures. A name carried through the air: White Ulfos. The battlefield had changed, and with it, a dangerous new factor emerged. A sharp gaze cut through the dimly lit camp. The realization hit hard. The enemy had gained ground faster than anticipated. His expression darkened. The old strategist had foreseen this move, proving once again that experience trumped sheer force in war. Orders were issued with precision. No one was to escape. Every vassal would tighten their grip on the city's borders. The command left no room for hesitation. Any resistance would be crushed immediately, regardless of status or allegiance in this conflict. A glimmer of doubt flickered before vanishing. There was no turning back now. Yubelium would become the decisive stage of war. A flash of steel broke through the darkness, splitting the battlefield with sheer force. The first clash of war had begun. Figures moved swiftly, shadows blending into chaos. Some fought, others fled. But the battlefield showed no mercy to hesitant souls. Blood stained the sand beneath them, each step marked by desperation. The enemy forces pressed forward, overwhelming defenses with ruthless efficiency. With a final cry, the order was given. The Holy Kingdom's forces surged forward, their might set to crush opposition. As dawn threatened the horizon, the fate of Yubelium rested upon one final stand, where legends would be forged in battle. The sky burned crimson as flaming arrows rained down. The city trembled beneath the relentless assault, signaling the start of war's devastation. The beast's breath was warm against Lufal's skin as it stirred. The eerie silence around him made the moment feel unsettling. The mummy's glowing eye flickered ominously while gripping the beast. Its bandaged face twisted into a strange grin, radiating an unnatural presence. Lufal sat comfortably atop the creature, seemingly unfazed. Alan watched with confusion, wondering why he was always so relaxed around danger. A familiar presence in the distance made Lufal pause. His body stiffened as his eyes locked onto the figure approaching them. The moment felt unreal as Lufal stared at the blond man. His heartbeat quickened, recognizing someone he had not seen before. Alan carefully examined the man standing nearby. Every detail lined up perfectly, leaving no doubt in his mind about his identity. The blond man stood there with a calm expression, his presence bringing back memories of the past that Alan barely understood. Lufal's biological father had once been a respected figure, yet he had been absent for years, leaving behind an incomplete story. His wife, Elisha, had been killed long ago. Tragedy struck when his son barely survived a powerful curse that followed. Despite everything, he never returned to the palace. Alan observed him carefully, knowing he could not consider this man a father. The years had passed, and the man had remained in the shadows. His absence was not without reason as his search continued. Alan glanced at the status window, reading the note carefully. Everything made sense now. The missing years were spent searching for someone. The timeline felt off. Alan's mind raced, piecing together the clues. If something was wrong, then the truth remained unclear. A sudden trumpet sound echoed, shaking the air. The atmosphere shifted, tension rising. Alan realized this was not from the Holy Kingdom. The army of Aslan had arrived, marching through the streets. The warriors of Emperor Lahamam stood at the front, ready for battle. Laughter filled the air as the situation turned dire. The realization dawned that Lufel's identity had been exposed, causing immediate concern. The royal lineage made everything more complicated. His presence alone was enough to shift the battlefield into a much larger conflict. From an outsider's perspective, the gathering forces could be misinterpreted. Aslan's kingdom might see this as a direct challenge against them. The city trembled under an incoming assault. Their own kingdom's army had turned against them, making their escape nearly impossible. The sky lit up with a cascade of magical attacks, signaling the start of something far more destructive than anticipated. The tension thickened as the decision was made. A distraction was necessary, but the risk of drawing attention was dangerously high. Stepping forward, a plan formed. Acting as bait was the only logical choice given the circumstances, despite the overwhelming danger. If the Emperor and the ruling lords attacked together, retreating would be the only viable option left for survival. The battlefield was unpredictable, yet strength remained an undeniable factor. Being weaker than his father did not mean complete helplessness. Alan's abilities remained a crucial piece in the unfolding chaos. If summoning ancient mummies was possible, then more could follow. A strategy started forming. Drawing enemy attention away was the first step toward ensuring a safer escape for the others. Time was slipping away, forcing quick decisions. The need for immediate action left no room for hesitation or second-guessing. The atmosphere crackled with magical energy. Alan made his move, summoning power that would determine the course of the battle. Horses were prepared for a swift retreat. The weight of their circumstances bore heavily on everyone as they readied themselves. The safety of the citizens could not be ignored. With danger approaching, checking on them became an unspoken priority. The decision was made without hesitation. Priorities were clear, and responsibilities lay elsewhere. The weight of leadership did not belong here. There was no need for further discussion. The situation demanded action rather than unnecessary words. The only option was forward. The fleeting moment of acknowledgement held meaning. Both understood the gravity of the situation and the uncertain path that lay ahead. A single step marked the beginning of separation. The battlefield had chosen its sides, and neither could afford hesitation anymore. The wind howled as movement became urgent. There was no time to hesitate. Speed was everything in this deadly moment. Urgency filled the air as the chase began. The weight of unseen threats loomed dangerously over their every movement forward. Eyes narrowed at the incoming danger. The battle was no longer distant. It had reached them far sooner than expected. The realization hit hard. The enemies were not mere soldiers, but something far more dangerous, a force prepared for anything. The night carried an unsettling presence. Something sinister lurked just beyond sight, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Shadows twisted in the distance. The assassins had arrived, cutting through the battlefield with precision, bringing an immediate sense of danger. The battlefield moved rapidly. The enemy's persistence proved frustrating, their techniques refined, forcing constant movement to stay ahead of them. The attackers were unlike anything faced before. Their speed alone was overwhelming, an unnatural force that refused to let them escape. They moved in ways that defied logic, almost as if their bodies ignored the usual constraints of pain or exhaustion. The realization was terrifying. Their pursuers weren't normal soldiers. They were enhanced beings, something far beyond what had been expected. A single mistake sent everything spiraling downward. The desperate cry for help echoed through the air, marking a turning point. Energy crackled in the air as magic surged forward. Alan's patience was wearing thin, and the battlefield grew increasingly chaotic. The enemy's relentless pursuit forced immediate action. The summoned undead fought back, but something unnatural about the assassins made them harder to defeat. The mummy crashed violently against the ground, its movements momentarily halted. The situation was growing worse with every second passing. Orders were shouted as assassins focused on Alan. The enemy didn't care about distractions, only their true target, making escape difficult. Panic surged as allies struggled to hold the line. The once-controlled battlefield had become a chaotic mess of movement. The realization set in. Retreat wasn't going to be simple. The battlefield was shifting rapidly, with unexpected reinforcements appearing from every direction. Magic flared again as Alan attempted another summon. The usual strategies were proving ineffective, forcing a change in tactics. Aslan's battle elephant loomed in the distance, a towering force. The enemy's strength wasn't limited to just foot soldiers anymore. Questions swirled regarding the assassins' intentions. Their attacks were too focused, too precise, suggesting a more calculated purpose behind their movements. Instead of defending their kingdom, the enemy seemed more invested in ensuring something or someone was eliminated from the battlefield entirely. The battlefield was a blur of movement and destruction. Orders rang out as everyone scrambled to adjust to the overwhelming forces. Desperation led to a final gambit. Something drastic had to be done to turn the tide or risk complete annihilation. A sudden shift in energy hinted at something unexpected. Balance of power was changing, but whether for good or bad remained uncertain. Magic symbols illuminated the battlefield as a new force emerged. The enemy's reaction confirmed that whatever was coming next was unpredictable. The earth trembled as a final attack was unleashed. The last gamble had begun, and the outcome was still unknown. A brilliant explosion of energy erupted across the battlefield, sending shockwaves through the air, shaking the very foundation beneath their feet. The force of the attack tore through the enemy lines, scattering debris as an intense magical aura pulsed violently outward. Massive boulders, infused with raw magical energy, crashed onto the battlefield, crushing everything beneath them, leaving only destruction in their wake. Amidst the chaos, an ominous presence emerged. A skeletal figure, shrouded in dark energy, extended its hand, radiating overwhelming power. The realization struck hard. This opponent was beyond ordinary strength. Panic set in as they understood that magic alone wouldn't be enough. A sharp grin formed as blue energy crackled around him. The battle had just begun, and the real test awaited ahead. The battlefield rumbled as weapons clashed. The overwhelming number of enemies indicated Aslan's forces were more prepared than initially anticipated. A gust of wind swept through as a figure adjusted his stance. The reality of war was much harsher than expected. The weight of Aslan's military presence became undeniable. They were not here by accident, their determination proving this battle was personal. A powerful enemy emerged from the shadows, the sheer intensity of their aura making it clear they were no ordinary opponent. Questions flooded his mind. If Alan had grown this strong alone, had the years of separation left him unnoticed for too long? The metallic scent of blood lingered in the air. The battlefield was no place for hesitation, only survival and swift action. Each swing of the sword carved through the battlefield, leaving remnants of combat in its wake, a bitter reminder of war. The air grew heavier as thoughts of fatherhood resurfaced. Reflection was a luxury no warrior could afford in this deadly moment. The term white alphalese echoed through the tense silence. Some names carried weight, their significance woven deep within history's fabric. Every motion carried intent. A chance to hesitate meant an opening for an opponent, and in battle those were never forgiven. A voice cut through the battlefield, filled with recognition. Years had passed, yet some figures from the past never truly disappeared. The battlefield was unpredictable. Not just soldiers, but heroes of Aslan stood among them, each carrying their own burdens and motives. The weight of legacy rested heavily. Each decision carried the weight of history, shaping the future in ways beyond imagination. Strategies shifted as unexpected figures entered the fray. The Emperor's influence stretched far, reaching even those who had been forgotten. A surge of power erupted. The ground trembled beneath his feet, signaling that something far greater was about to unfold. The battlefield trembled as the dust settled. The enemy's forces moved swiftly, tracking their target with an unshaken focus and ruthless intent. The discovery of the Crown Prince's location shifted the tides. Every action taken now would determine the future of the conflict. Suspicion grew. Was the golem an ally or another threat? The presence of two monstrous beings only deepened the unsettling uncertainty. The air thickened with tension as orders were given. Holding back the prince meant gaining time, but at what cost? An ominous energy surged. The battlefield quaked under its sheer presence, signaling that something far beyond their expectations was about to unfold. A lone figure leaped forward, blade ready. The mission was clear: eliminate the being disrupting the delicate balance of power. The name Cyclops Golem carried weight. It was a guardian entity, an ancient relic meant to protect something far greater. The golem's eye gleamed ominously. The arcane symbols across its body pulsed, hinting at long-forgotten knowledge hidden deep within the past. The battlefield erupted into chaos. Magic clashed against steel, the sheer force of battle sending shockwaves rippling across the ruined landscape. Alan's gaze locked onto the monstrous being before him. The Layman's forces had arrived, proving this battle was far from over. A violent shockwave tore through the battlefield, forcing those nearby to scramble. The enemy's presence had become impossible to ignore any longer. The overwhelming number of enemies pushed them to their limits. It was clear that retreating was no longer a viable option. Alan moved quickly, magic crackling in his hands. His expression twisted into determination. He was not going to be outmatched today. The skeleton warriors surged forward, forming a wall against the advancing enemies. This battle was no longer about survival. It was about dominance. The ground quaked as a new force entered the battlefield. The final confrontation was coming, and no one could escape it now. A monstrous figure charged forward, eyes glowing with unrelenting fury. The battlefield trembled beneath its steps, signaling the beginning of destruction. Dodging swiftly, the warrior barely evaded the beast's crushing attack. The battle's intensity escalated, each moment growing more dangerously unpredictable. The golem's glowing eye flickered ominously, its massive body moving with unnatural precision, prepared to eliminate any obstacle in its path. A deadly strike met resistance. Sparks ignited upon impact, the sheer force of the clash echoing through the chaotic battlefield. The golem countered with overwhelming strength, its body moving fluidly despite its colossal frame, proving it was no ordinary enemy. Exhaustion settled in as holy energy fluctuated wildly. Using too much power too quickly left a dangerous vulnerability, limiting further combat effectiveness. Alan steadied himself, the weight of magic pulsing through his veins. Running out of energy now would mean certain defeat. Surrender was demanded, the enemy's confidence growing as they surrounded their target, believing resistance would only delay the inevitable conclusion. A sharp declaration cut through the tension. The battlefield was no place for hesitation, and every decision carried heavy consequences. The battle's outcome was no longer dictated by power alone. Strategy and deception played equal roles in determining survival or destruction. The battlefield was shifting. Negotiations weren't out of reach, but hesitation would only grant the enemy a greater advantage. A loud voice echoed, revealing a long-hidden truth. This was not just a battle, it was a fight for identity. The announcement shook the enemy's confidence. A name carried immense weight, and with it came an unavoidable confrontation between legacies. Some warriors hesitated, unsure if they were facing an opponent or a rightful ruler. The weight of history influenced every decision. Tension escalated further. If surrender was inevitable, then commanding authority would be the only way to control the battlefield's outcome. The battlefield fell silent as Alan stepped forward, his presence commanding attention. His words carried weight, forcing everyone to reconsider their options. A demand was issued: surrender or be destroyed. The confidence in his tone left little room for hesitation among the opposing forces. Laughter erupted from the enemy ranks, disbelief filling the air. They refused to believe he had any power to back his words. The countdown began, each number ringing through the battlefield. Tension thickened as doubt crept into those who thought him reckless. The final seconds passed. A surge of energy erupted from Alan, making it clear that he was not bluffing anymore. A brilliant explosion of magic tore through the ground. The force sent enemies flying, making them regret their decision to mock him. The attack was no simple trick. It was a direct declaration of war, proving that negotiations were never an option anymore. Panic spread quickly among the soldiers as they realized the overwhelming power they faced. Running away became the only logical choice. The general's voice cut through the chaos, desperately trying to regain control, but the battlefield had already shifted entirely in Alan's favor. From the shadows, another force emerged. The battle was not yet over. Something even greater was preparing to make its move. A towering figure stepped forward, its skeletal frame covered in dark energy. This was no ordinary enemy, it was something far worse. The remains of fallen soldiers twisted unnaturally, reforming into a grotesque army. Alan's power had turned the battlefield into a nightmare. The enemy had made their choice. Now, there was no turning back. The skeleton warriors charged forward, striking fear into their hearts. Their commander could only watch in horror as his forces crumbled. The realization set in. There was no victory waiting for them. The battle had reached its final stage. The only thing left was survival. But against overwhelming odds, escape seemed impossible now. The ground cracked under the weight of a fallen sword. The battlefield remained still, the moment heavy with anticipation and fear. A shadowed figure turned, eyes widening in disbelief. The skeletal army loomed behind, an unnatural force defying everything once thought impossible. The realization struck deep. The presence before them was no ordinary warrior. Recognition and uncertainty clashed, forcing hesitation in the air. The name echoed, carrying weight beyond understanding. A legend standing before them, changing the very course of battle with mere presence. A divine radiance swirls in the darkness, pulsing with raw energy. The sacred force hums, preparing to reshape the world forever. A bearded sage lifts his arms, his robes flowing as ancient symbols glow. His body trembles with the overwhelming presence of power. The sky vibrates with his words, proclaiming the end of despair. The promise of a lush green world fills the air. In the shadows, figures whisper, watching the grand display unfold. They recognize the legendary seer, the one whose prophecies never fail. A lone warrior observes, his heart heavy with past battles. The weight of destiny lingers, pulling him toward an unavoidable path. Hidden in a dimly lit hall, a hooded figure sits motionless. His presence alone holds the gravity of an inevitable storm. The air grows heavy as foreboding words fill the space. The unseen force speaks of a fate that will shape all history. Visions of war, fallen cities, and endless bloodshed cloud his mind. Each step forward carries the weight of 1,000 lost lives. The eerie glow outside reflects against his unmoving gaze. A new kingdom rises, built from sacrifice, pain, and ruthless determination. The burden of responsibility tightens around him. A future already decided looms ahead, promising both salvation and destruction in equal measure. Blood splashes onto the cold stone ground as a body collapses. The sharp scent of steel lingers in the merciless evening air. Hooded figures move without hesitation, eyes cold with purpose. The fallen man breathes heavily, his strength slipping with every heartbeat. A swift order is given, demanding his disposal. His existence is nothing more than an inconvenience left to the unforgiving desert. The flickering light of the city fades from his view. Shadows stretch over his body, their whispers curling into his consciousness. A final thought surfaces before darkness claims him. The sacred army moves forward, leaving behind yet another soul swallowed by fate. The night sky looms over the battlefield, stars watching in silence. A lone figure kneels, burdened by the weight of fate. Eyes glow with eerie intensity, sensing an outsider's presence. The desert wind whispers secrets of power hidden beneath the shifting sands. In the distance, a figure stands atop the rooftops, observing. A necromancer emerges from the shadows, disrupting the fragile balance. The air trembles as unholy energy seeps through the ground. Skeletal warriors rise, their hollow eyes reflecting the moon's cold light. A warrior kneels, gripping his weapon as the battle begins. The enemy advances, their lifeless gaze locked onto their new target. Blades clash, sending sparks into the night. The necromancer's minions surge forward, their bones rattling against the desert's relentless winds. Despite his young age, his eyes pierce through illusions. The battlefield reveals itself, every movement calculated with precision and eerie clarity. A robed figure watches from the shadows, his voice filled with certainty. The child will soon surpass even the greatest warriors alive. The words echo within his mind, a prophecy unfolding. Power hums beneath his fingertips, waiting to carve his place in history. Commands are shouted as soldiers scramble into position. The battle shifts, momentum hanging in the balance between death and survival. The Necromancer steps forward, his staff pulsing with raw magic. The battlefield crackles with power as skeletal warriors lunge toward their prey. A single challenger rises, determination burning in his stance. No reinforcements arrive. He faces this monstrous foe alone without hesitation. A sudden explosion shatters the ground, sending debris flying. The earth shakes beneath the sheer force of the magic unleashed. A name is called out in desperation as dust settles. Among the chaos, figures struggle to regain their footing, overwhelmed. The fallen warrior grits his teeth, struggling against pain. His vision blurs, but the battle is far from over. A fierce clash shakes the battlefield, dust rising as warriors exchange blows. Above, an airborne enemy descends, striking with unrelenting precision. A digital interface flickers, revealing details of the warrior's identity. His name shines in blue, a reminder of his overwhelming strength. Information floods the screen, confirming his abilities. His power surpasses expectations, marking him as a formidable opponent with unparalleled battle instincts. The air ripples as an impact shatters the ground. The force sends shock waves, pushing back anyone unprepared for the collision. The enemy barely rises, their breath heavy. The battle isn't over yet, but the advantage has clearly shifted in another's favor. A swirling vortex of energy gathers, forming a massive surge of power. The battlefield trembles beneath the weight of an impending strike. The digital interface blinks again, highlighting the threat level. The situation escalates quickly, forcing a desperate response from those involved. The system recognizes an unavoidable encounter, marking it as a decisive moment. No room for hesitation remains in this crucial battle. An explosion of energy erupts, illuminating the night. Sparks fly as weapons clash, the sound echoing through the tense battlefield. Every movement feels sharper, heavier. The weight of history rests upon those fighting, their actions destined to shape an uncertain future. The enemy recoils in pain, staggering under the sheer force. A surge of blue energy surrounds them, constricting every desperate attempt. An overwhelming force collides, sending them flying. The impact leaves deep cracks on the battlefield, marking the intensity of the ongoing struggle. Energy twists through the air, forming arcs of light. The battle pushes beyond limits, testing endurance, strategy, and sheer determination. A single breath, a moment of clarity. The warrior steadies himself, focusing all remaining strength on delivering the final strike. The battlefield stills for a moment before erupting once more. Victory is within reach, but the cost remains yet unknown. Blades strike with incredible force, sending sparks through the battlefield. Speed and precision determine survival as the deadly duel intensifies rapidly. A swift movement shifts the momentum, causing the opponent to stumble. The air crackles with the impact of overwhelming magical energy. Eyes widen in realization as the warrior evades an incoming blow. Each strike is measured, carrying the weight of experience. With one powerful leap, an attack lands cleanly, sending the enemy hurtling backward. The battlefield trembles under the sheer impact. Blood splatters against the dust-covered ground as a painful groan escapes. The warrior stands firm, preparing for the final exchange. A lone figure walks through the chaos, weapon gripped tightly. Determination flickers in his eyes as he advances toward destiny. His presence alone shifts the air, thick with tension. The battlefield holds its breath, anticipating his next calculated move forward. Footsteps echo through the silence, boots pressing into scorched earth. The weight of past battles lingers on his weary shoulders. He steadies himself, inhaling deeply. The light around him swirls, revealing the full extent of his power surging uncontrollably. A sudden explosion of blue energy bursts forth, illuminating the battlefield. The power within him is finally unleashed without restraint. A magical vortex spirals above, drawing in swirling energy. The battlefield erupts into chaos as forces beyond comprehension clash violently. The warrior's gaze sharpens, assessing his opponent. He knows the fight isn't over yet. The true battle has only begun. His adversary smirks, unfazed by the overwhelming power. Their confidence remains unshaken, convinced victory is still within their grasp. A fierce charge follows, weapons clashing mid-air with raw intensity. The battlefield shakes as the final confrontation nears its peak. Sparks dance around them, each strike carrying the weight of fate. The outcome of this battle will shape history forever. The tension rises as desperation lingers in the air. Two figures exchange glances, searching for any possible way to escape their fate. A commanding voice echoes, demanding surrender. The weight of the prince's fate looms, forcing an impossible decision between duty and loyalty. Familiar faces plead for reason, believing surrender is the only answer. Concern flickers in their eyes, hoping to prevent unnecessary bloodshed. Anger and sorrow mix within determined eyes. The past is unchangeable, but the future still holds choices waiting to be made. Memories surface beneath glowing branches, a promise remembered. A path once uncertain now becomes clear, shaped by bonds stronger than fate. Determination burns within fierce eyes, resolve unshaken. The past no longer defines the future, and a decision has finally been made. Shock and concern spread across familiar faces, uncertainty lingering. The weight of responsibility grows heavier, yet the choice remains undeniably clear. A mysterious object glows with immense power, pulsing in the palm. Fate twists unexpectedly, revealing a key to something unimaginable ahead. A skeletal warrior lunges forward, its hollow eyes glowing. Its scream echoes, shaking the battlefield as chaos erupts in every direction. Tinya moves swiftly, dodging relentless attacks. The air crackles with energy as steel clashes, sparks flying across the worn battlefield. A heavy strike forces her backward, sending shockwaves through the ground. Dust swirls as both sides brace for the next move. Energy gathers rapidly, forming a concentrated blast. Blue light surges forward, cutting through the battlefield, forcing enemies to scramble desperately. The impact shatters stone, sending debris flying. A crater forms where the blast struck, marking the intensity of the ongoing battle. A surge of blue energy spirals outward, consuming everything. The battlefield trembles beneath the immense force, sending opponents flying backward. A sudden blast knocks someone off balance, their body twisting midair. The overwhelming force sends them crashing against the rubble below. A figure struggles to stand, their body aching from impact. Dust clouds the air, obscuring the battlefield from clear sight. Tinya narrows her eyes, stepping forward with renewed determination. Every muscle tenses, preparing for the decisive moment to strike again. The opponent shifts their stance, recognizing the battle's climax. The air between them hums with tension, ready for a final exchange. A devastating strike slams into the ground, cracking the surface. The impact sends shockwaves through the battlefield, shifting the tide. A moment of hesitation costs precious time as another blast erupts. The intensity grows, testing the endurance of those fighting. Tinya clenches her fists, feeling exhaustion creeping in. The fight isn't over, but the toll of battle is beginning to show. Energy condenses into a single point, glowing ominously. The next move will decide everything, the battlefield holding its breath in suspense. A figure charges forward, sword raised high. The final moment arrives, determining the fate of the battle and those still standing. The battlefield shifts as the realization sets in. His opponent is no longer the same, transformed by an unrelenting thirst for power. A quiet intensity lingers in the air, his eyes glowing ominously. Strength gained from experience now fuels his every calculated move. The idea of stalling crosses his mind, hoping to gain time. He moves swiftly, positioning himself for the perfect counterattack. Shadows ripple across the battlefield as a chilling command is given. The call summons warriors, prepared to sacrifice everything for victory. Crimson energy swirls violently, reaching toward the sky. Dark figures emerge, answering the call, their presence marking a shift in fate. The summoned warriors unleash devastating power, consuming the battlefield in crimson flames. The enemy barely reacts, eyes locked onto a bigger goal. A miscalculation changes everything. The summoned warriors behave differently than expected, forcing an immediate shift in strategy to survive. Sparks fly as another strike barely misses its target. Every move is met with unrelenting force, pushing the battle into chaos. A sudden burst of red energy tears through the battlefield, shattering the ground. The enemy presses forward, unwilling to lose momentum. A devastating slash cuts through the night, forcing him back. The battlefield continues to burn, a testament to relentless power. A breath of hesitation allows an opening. He watches, calculating the next move while preparing himself for whatever happens next. Observing the undead movements, he recognizes a pattern. Something else is in play, shifting the balance of the battle unexpectedly. A tree of radiant energy rises, its glow piercing through the chaos. The battlefield stills momentarily, reacting to the sudden change. His voice carries through the air, resonating with something unseen. The very forces of nature seem to respond to his call. The summoned children stand as protectors, the battlefield bending to their will. Fate shifts once again, ushering in a new battle. Thick smoke rises, concealing movements within the chaos. A carefully placed distraction designed to create an opening for the next move. Confusion spreads as figures emerge through the smoke. The source of the interference remains unknown, shifting the focus of the battlefield. A massive tree of light materializes, stretching toward the sky. Its presence commands attention, changing the course of the battle entirely. Shocked expressions reflect disbelief as Tinya appears, standing within the radiant glow. Her presence alone ignites a wave of uncertainty. Tinya collapses, her body exhausted from the overwhelming energy. Voices call out, urgency rising as the battle pauses momentarily. Consciousness wavers, reality flickering between past and present. A strange warmth surrounds her, whispering secrets of an unseen force within. Energy pulses through the surroundings, weaving through her fingertips. She struggles to comprehend the newfound power surging through her body. A mysterious figure steps forward, their gaze filled with curiosity. Observing her closely, they recognize a rare phenomenon unfolding before them. The balance between nature and magic shifts as understanding dawns. A power neither fully one nor the other begins to awaken. The weight of destiny settles heavily upon her shoulders. The revelation of what she now holds changes everything about her path. The night sky stretches overhead as gratitude fills the air, a silent acknowledgement for the sacrifices made throughout the battle. The magical barrier flickers, revealing layers of unseen protection. The complexity of its creation hints at deep, ancient knowledge at work. Alan's summoned beings kneel, their presence still lingering. They remain bound to the one who called upon them, waiting for orders. Every collected piece of knowledge converges in this moment. Understanding the mechanics of the magic leads to an ambitious new experiment. With the glowing seed resting in their hands, the attempt begins. A delicate balance of magic and will must now unfold. The gentle rustling of leaves fills the air. A presence awakens, radiating wisdom and power, unseen by mortal eyes for centuries. Light weaves through the branches, forming a radiant core. The ancient entity stirs, introducing itself with a voice as old as time. Towering above, the world tree spreads its energy. Its very existence maintains balance, linking realms in ways beyond human comprehension. Tinya's breath catches as realization dawns. The stories of old weren't myths, they were history, woven into the fabric of existence. A swirling portal of energy reflects past and present. The unseen forces behind fate begin to align, shaping what comes next. The air hums with power as knowledge flows freely. Even the strongest beings struggle to move between dimensions as effortlessly. Tinya wrestles with understanding. Summoning a world tree defies everything she knows, yet undeniable proof stands before her, pulsing with life. The tree's presence shifts, recognizing her emotions. A connection forms, revealing intentions and guiding the energy toward a destined purpose. Nature bends, responding to something greater. The balance of life and death tilts, shaped by unseen forces woven deep into reality. Tinya extends her hand, feeling warmth radiate outward. Something stirs beneath, awakening from slumber, responding to the pull of destiny. A sudden tremor shakes the battlefield as roots burst forth. The ancient power surges, defying destruction, breathing new life into ruins. Thick branches carve through stone, weaving magic into the earth. The very foundation of reality trembles beneath the weight of change. Light and shadows dance as energy collides. The world shifts, reacting to the presence of something far beyond mortal grasp. A quiet whisper echoes, a truth deeper than words. It does not take life. It only grants existence where none remains. Life spreads, reclaiming what was lost. The battlefield transforms as green flourishes, a testament to the power of creation over destruction. The energy surrounding Tinya flickers, signaling the fading presence. The form she once held can no longer remain in this world. A decision has already been made, set in motion long ago. Her purpose fulfilled, leaving behind only the echoes of change. The horizon glows as the battle continues. The past, present, and future collide, forcing those left behind to carry forward. A sudden voice cuts through the moment, unfamiliar yet welcoming. A presence emerges, stepping into the light with unwavering confidence. Confusion lingers as questions form. The arrival of new allies changes everything, bringing unexpected reinforcements at a crucial turning point. A radiant glow spreads, washing over battle-worn bodies. Wounds close, pain fades, and the impossible unfolds through an unseen force of life. Silence lingers as the barren wasteland begins to shift. What was once lifeless now pulses with energy, waiting to awaken. The ground trembles beneath their feet as transformation begins. Nature responds, reclaiming what was lost, breathing new vitality into forgotten lands. Vibrant greenery flourishes, stretching toward the sky. A beacon of hope emerges, a light brighter than any land has ever known. Footsteps echo in the distance, a stark reminder. Not all are ready to accept change, and conflict still looms ahead. The battlefield hums with magic as radiant energy pulses through the air. A tree's presence shifts everything, bringing uncertainty to the enemy. The warrior grips his shield tightly, his mind racing. The sudden change in atmosphere forces him to rethink his entire strategy. A battle cry erupts as he charges forward, shield raised. The weight of his responsibility fuels his movements with unwavering determination. Orders echo through the air, demanding sacrifices. The enemy forces hesitate, sensing a power beyond their understanding, disrupting their formation. The battlefield stands still for a moment, uncertainty settling in. The commander's expression darkens as his soldiers refuse to follow orders. A furious shout fills the air, demanding obedience. His voice shakes with anger, yet his control over the situation quickly crumbles. Leaves dance through the sky, swirling in a mesmerizing pattern. The massive tree looms, its presence dominating the battlefield effortlessly. Confusion spreads among the warriors, their instincts wavering. The presence of something divine conflicts with their orders, forcing hesitation into their actions. The once unwavering soldiers shift uncomfortably, feeling the pull of something greater. The energy surrounding them begins to affect their resolve. Understanding dawns on those watching from a distance. The tree is more than magic. It holds the power to change everything. The tree radiates an ethereal glow, pulsing with unseen energy. It is no ordinary creation, but something tied deeply to fate. Generations of half-humans have revered spirits, unknowingly bound to the world tree's influence since their very first breath. The warrior clenches his fists, realizing the truth. Even those trained to ignore faith cannot resist the tree's overwhelming presence. Its energy intertwines with their very being, stripping away false beliefs. The moment of reckoning approaches, and nothing can stop it now. Tinya stands tall, her expression unshaken. She knows the truth, and she knows the outcome. Father, you will lose. Rage twists his face as he lunges forward. The insult burns deeper than any wound, igniting a fury that demands immediate vengeance. The past resurfaces, fueling his anger. Memories of betrayal and abandonment drive him, refusing to let history repeat itself. He slams his foot into the ground, launching himself forward. Every muscle tenses as his target remains firmly within his sights. A battle cry erupts from his throat, filled with raw hatred. His blade gleams, ready to carve his revenge into fate. A sudden pulse of light interrupts his charge. The battlefield shifts, forces unseen moving to protect those standing in defiance. Magic crackles as an unseen force sweeps through the battlefield. Water twists through the air, forming an impenetrable barrier between them. The warrior halts, eyes widening at the sudden obstruction. The tides have shifted, revealing a power stronger than anticipated. A clash of energy shakes the ground beneath them. His attack is countered, forcing him onto the defensive against the unexpected. The battlefield feels colder, unnatural forces converging. His grip tightens, realizing he has underestimated the depths of power at play. Words from an unseen foe reach his ears, cutting deep. This fight is no longer his to control. It never was. The enemy stumbles, struggling to regain balance. The power before him is unlike anything he's faced, forcing him to rethink everything. His opponent moves swiftly, blending speed with precision. The battle shifts, revealing that brute strength alone will no longer ensure victory. A blade gleams with magical energy, striking forward. The force behind the attack is undeniable, forcing him to brace himself. Rage boils beneath his skin as taunts reach his ears. The insults cut deeper than any wound, pushing him to recklessness. His knuckles crack as fury takes over. He refuses to accept weakness, but time is slipping, and so is his control. Sparks fly as weapons clash, steel meeting raw force. Alan counters swiftly, his movements precise, pushing his opponent further into desperation. A heavy strike lands, forcing the enemy backward. Dust and embers swirl, marking the battlefield with traces of relentless combat. Alan's sharp gaze locks onto his opponent, amusement flickering in his eyes. This battle has gone on longer than expected. A pulse of energy crackles as spirits awaken. Their power hums, answering Alan's call, ready to unleash devastation upon command. The enemy stumbles, body convulsing from magical strikes. Unseen forces rip through him, draining his strength, leaving nothing but frustration behind. Magic pulses through the air, surrounding the battlefield. Alan moves effortlessly, reading his opponent's desperate strikes before they even land. The ground shakes as an explosive force erupts beneath the enemy's feet. His balance wavers, the weight of the battle shifting. Cold water swirls, condensing into chains of ice. Alan's opponent grits his teeth, realizing he's falling into a calculated trap. A mocking smirk crosses Alan's face as he watches. He has studied every move, ensuring the enemy's downfall is inevitable. Struggling against the enchanted restraints, frustration boils over. His voice cracks with fury, demanding recognition, but Alan remains unfazed. A deafening roar echoes as the enemy prepares his final attack. The ground trembles beneath the sheer power of his desperation. Alan's eyes narrow, studying his foe. Every battle has a turning point, and he knows exactly how this one will end. The energy in the air thickens, crackling like a brewing storm. His opponent gambles everything on one final, reckless strike. Alan braces himself, gripping his weapon tightly. He has seen this before. This is the final gamble of a man outmatched. A skeletal figure looms in the distance, its blue eyes glowing. The battle is near its conclusion, but fate isn't done yet. The skeletal warrior grips its weapon tightly, its glowing eyes locked onto its target. The time for hesitation has long since passed. A chilling roar echoes through the battlefield as the attack is unleashed. The sheer force distorts the air, tearing forward. The enemy lunges with reckless fury, eyes filled with bloodlust. The battlefield trembles as two immense forces finally collide. Alan moves swiftly, dodging the incoming strike. His blade gleams with power, ready to counter the deadly force before him. A massive energy wave cuts through the battlefield, shaking everything. The fate of this clash will determine the course of history. Sparks fly as the enemy's weapon slams against Alan's defense. The force behind the attack is greater than he expected. With swift precision, Alan twists his body, maneuvering through the storm of magic. His opponent stumbles, losing momentum in the exchange. Energy surges around Alan, forming a defensive barrier. The battlefield shifts as overwhelming power gathers within his grasp, ready to strike. His opponent's eyes widen in realization. A battle that once seemed winnable now tilts entirely in Alan's favor. A glowing interface flickers, confirming the inevitable outcome. Skill activation locks in, sealing his opponent's fate with undeniable precision. The enemy's desperate attempt at escape fails as the final blow strikes. The ground cracks beneath the sheer force of impact. His body lifts off the ground, hurled through the battlefield. The once powerful warrior is now at the mercy of gravity. Alan's gaze remains steady, watching the inevitable end unfold. There is no room for mercy in a battle of survival. The battlefield shakes as dust and debris rise into the air. The impact leaves a crater, marking the fall of an adversary. The last remnants of resistance fade. Alan stands victorious, the battlefield now silent, except for the echoes of his triumph. Shadows coil around his face, concealing the desperation in his eyes. His voice trembles with obsession, clinging to a wish unfulfilled. The world beyond him glows, untouched by his grasp. His fingers twitch, aching to claim what lies just beyond his reach. Hidden beneath the darkness, his eyes burn with determination. No matter the cost, his wish will be granted, one way or another. A cloaked figure remains bound by thick roots, glowing eyes flickering with energy. The air trembles under an overwhelming, eerie force. Sparks of energy crackle against the restraints, shaking violently. The tension grows as the power struggles to break free from confinement. A sudden burst of light shatters the restraints, sending debris flying. The figure emerges, darkness swirling around like an impending storm. Across the city, a boy rushes forward, his red hair catching the light. Urgency drives him through the chaos-filled streets. Ahead, a young man stands, blood staining his cloak. His gaze remains steady as the boy desperately searches for him. The battlefield stretches into the distance, dust swirling in the wind. Amidst the destruction, a figure stands, struggling against exhaustion. Memories of suffering flicker in the minds of those watching. The weight of past battles lingers, fueling the determination to fight. Amid the broken landscape, the wounded man steadies himself. Despite the pain, the will to protect others remains stronger than ever. A pillar of radiant blue light surges upward, energy spiraling through the air. Power erupts, shaking the very ground beneath them. Kneeling beside the fallen warrior, a boy watches with unwavering admiration. Even in despair, hope lingers within the battered city. A trembling hand clenches tightly, thoughts racing. Recognition sets in as familiar strength returns to the battlefield once again. Soldiers hesitate, eyes widening at the sight of the unfolding power. Their battle-worn instincts recognize the shift in the fight. An older warrior stiffens, realization dawning. The energy surging through the battlefield signals something far greater than a simple clash. Chaos erupts as opposing forces scramble. Fear spreads through the ranks as retreat becomes the only viable option. From a distant rooftop, a figure observes in quiet amusement. Familiar faces appear once more, changing the course of destiny. A distant figure watches as energy cascades down. The battlefield shifts, power radiating from the center, shaking the ground violently. Blue light engulfs the warrior below, crackling with intensity. The atmosphere trembles as ancient power is finally unleashed after being restrained. Chaos erupts among the opposing forces. Some rush forward, others hesitate, fear gripping them as the battlefield becomes unpredictable. A rider charges forward, dust trailing behind. Their armor gleams under the cascading energy, determination evident as they approach the front line. In the distance, dark tendrils spread across the battlefield, reshaping the land itself. The tide of battle is about to change. Amidst the devastation, a body lies motionless, blood pooling around. A soft breeze stirs the dust, carrying the weight of silence. A figure stands nearby, gazing down. Thoughts race, emotions swirl, and the realization of irreversible change settles deep within. The battlefield, once filled with endless destruction, now holds a moment of eerie quiet. Something fundamental has shifted in the war. Shadows lengthen as figures approach, assessing the aftermath. Some stare in awe, others in disbelief as fate takes an unexpected turn. In the ruins, remnants of the past remain scattered. A young man watches, knowing this moment marks a turning point forever. A dark aura crackles, expanding outward. The air hums with unseen energy, stirring unease among those witnessing the unfolding transformation. In the sky, swirling forces collide, creating a spectacle that defies reality. Power beyond comprehension manifests in dazzling form. A man watches from afar, thoughts lingering on the shifting battlefield. The weight of decisions yet to come presses heavily. The retreat begins as soldiers scramble, desperate to escape the unfolding storm. Fear spreads as power reshapes the battlefield itself. Footsteps echo in the distance. Eyes filled with uncertainty meet the horizon, knowing the true battle has only just begun. A sword gleams under the sunlight, energy crackling around its edge. A single slash cuts through the air with blinding speed. A figure swiftly dodges, tension building in the air. The battle unfolds with relentless force, every movement carrying lethal intent. Strands of silver hair flutter, crimson streaks splattering across the battlefield. A fierce gaze locks onto the enemy, unwavering in resolve. The ground trembles as warriors clash, shadows stretching across the ruins. A lone figure watches from above, analyzing the shifting tides. In the distance, dust rises as reinforcements rush forward. The battlefield grows chaotic, yet a new presence brings an unexpected turn. A warrior gallops forward on horseback, armor gleaming under the sun. The weight of the past lingers in determined eyes. The city looms ahead, battered but standing. The sound of hooves echoes, carrying the urgency of an unfinished battle. Figures in the shadows hesitate, wary of the approaching presence. Power radiates from the rider, sending unease through the air. A sharp command breaks the tension, demanding obedience. The winds shift, and uncertainty settles among those watching the inevitable confrontation unfold. At the heart of the battlefield, a decision awaits. Whether as an ally or an enemy, fate will decide the outcome. Dust swirls as the warrior dismounts, steps firm against the shifting sands. Silence follows, anticipation thickening with every breath. The air crackles as opposing forces observe the newcomer. Recognition flickers across familiar faces, memories intertwining with the present moment. Shadows inch closer, uncertainty gripping the battlefield. The weight of past choices lingers, shaping the path yet to unfold. A long-awaited reunion takes place, though words remain unspoken. The battlefield holds its breath, awaiting the next decisive action. Footsteps draw near, shifting the tide of battle once more. With alliances tested, the true conflict has only just begun. A wounded warrior leans against his ally, exhaustion visible. The battlefield is silent, the aftermath leaving only scattered remnants of conflict. A silver-haired knight arrives on horseback, unwavering and composed. The weight of responsibility is evident in every deliberate movement forward. The wind carries fallen leaves across the ground. An introduction follows, marking the beginning of an alliance yet to be tested. Shadows stretch across the war-torn land. Familiar faces meet under uncertain circumstances, bound by fate's ever-changing path. The battle may have ended, but the consequences linger. Every decision made today will shape the Empire's uncertain future. A clenched fist tightens, the weight of responsibility pressing heavily. A long journey has led to this decisive moment of return. The air is lighter, yet tension lingers. The time for action has ended, but the repercussions remain unclear. The city stands in the distance, a reminder of the past and a testament to survival. A new chapter begins. Observers murmur, realization dawning as the truth unfolds. A prince, once unknown, now stands at the center of it all. The past cannot be ignored, and history refuses to be rewritten. With recognition comes expectation, and with expectation, an uncertain destiny. A sudden interruption breaks the silence, armored figures stepping forward. The weight of authority carries judgment upon their arrival. The tension escalates as accusations are laid bare. The sins of the past surface, demanding an explanation long overdue. Eyes widen, realization setting in. The tides have shifted once more, and the path forward is unclear. The demand for truth looms, pressing down like an unshakable force. There is no escape, only the choice to comply. With measured breath, resolve hardens. The only option left is to face the storm head-on and accept what comes next. The accusation hangs heavy in the air. Uncertainty lingers as tension rises, shifting the balance of trust among those watching. Silence follows, broken only by the rustling of the wind. Unspoken questions weigh heavily on the minds of those present. A faint glow surrounds the fallen warrior, warmth replacing the pain. The burden of past battles slowly fades into the light. A peaceful landscape unfolds beyond the battlefield, a stark contrast to the turmoil left behind. The journey forward remains uncertain. In a distant courtyard, figures clad in ceremonial robes move with precision. The weight of tradition and duty surrounds them. Cloaked figures step forward, their presence commanding respect and unease. The halls of authority welcome an individual of great importance. Every step echoes in the grand chamber. The past, present, and future converge as a long-awaited moment finally arrives. Flames flicker along the corridor walls, shadows dancing in the dim light. Eyes watch closely, calculating the unfolding situation. Familiar figures stand in the hall, their expressions unreadable. Tension builds as words carry unspoken weight in the silent room. A figure in white enters, exuding confidence and poise. The meeting of powerhouses will determine the fate of many. The tension in the air thickens, a silent storm brewing. The weight of authority shifts, forcing decisions yet to be made. In the grand chamber, murmurs ripple among the attendees. Every movement is scrutinized, every glance weighed with measured intent. A figure takes the seat of power, shoulders squared, expression unwavering. The past turmoil shapes the foundation of future rule. A sudden shift disrupts the stillness, urgency spreading through the ranks. An unseen force threatens to upend carefully laid plans. Aslan's fate teeters on the edge of change. Power, once stable, now faces the test of time and ambition. Shadows loom as the atmosphere grows tense. A single glance from the throne carries authority, demanding silence from those present. A figure kneels in the grand hall, addressing the ruler. Every word carries weight, shaping the empire's uncertain political landscape. The ruler's expression remains unreadable, evaluating the situation carefully. The air is thick with anticipation, waiting for a decisive response. Cloaked figures observe, unable to speak against the shifting power. The balance of control is delicate, every action under scrutiny. In the depths of the palace, ancient forces stir. Whispers of forgotten truths echo, shaping the future of the empire. A single chess piece rests between gloved fingers. The battlefield may have changed, but the game of power continues. Strategies unfold in the grand hall, every decision rippling across the empire. The weight of leadership rests on weary shoulders. Secrets remain hidden beneath layers of politics, waiting for the right moment to be revealed. The empire's foundation is unstable. A silent confrontation unfolds, glances exchanged like drawn swords. Power struggles remain, even in moments of seeming peace. The halls grow colder as tension lingers. The ruler remains steadfast, knowing that hesitation could mean the downfall of everything. A tired sigh escapes as the burden of leadership settles. The throne carries responsibilities heavier than any battlefield. A yawn breaks the moment of tension. Even rulers are human, burdened by the exhausting weight of endless decision-making. A rare moment of lightheartedness settles in the grand chamber. The weight of politics momentarily fades into simple exhaustion. The halls remain silent as responsibilities press forward. The journey of leadership has only just begun. With the dawn of a new era, decisions made now will shape the empire's fate for generations to come. The golden light of dusk bathes the palace corridors as weary figures walk forward, their burdens heavier than ever before. A prince stands tall, exuding confidence despite exhaustion. The road ahead remains unclear, but his resolve remains unshaken. The weight of duty lingers in the air. Even moments of rest feel fleeting with responsibilities pressing down upon them. Talk of treason and imprisonment fills the halls, whispers weaving through the walls like an unseen force guiding the empire's fate. In the depths of the palace, unseen forces stir. The storm of political struggle has only just begun to unravel. Sunlight filters through the golden leaves, painting the city in hues of autumn. A moment of peace before the chaos resumes. Laughter echoes in the open air, a fleeting reminder of simpler times before the weight of leadership changed everything. Steps slow as the weight of the past catches up. A single question remains: what comes next in this unfolding fate? The prince's gaze turns toward the horizon. Even with knowledge of the future, choices must be made without hesitation. Shadows move beneath the beauty of the city, secrets hidden in plain sight. Not everything is as it seems. The warmth of an embrace contrasts against the cold tension lingering in the palace. Reunion brings both comfort and uncertainty. A father's touch is filled with pride and nostalgia. Years apart cannot erase the connection of shared blood and history. The walls of the royal chambers hold secrets older than time itself. Decisions made now will ripple across generations. A quiet night settles over the palace, yet unrest lingers. Not all conflicts are fought with swords. Some battles are unseen. As the door closes, the next chapter begins. The burdens of royalty weigh heavy, but the journey is far from over. A dimly lit room carries the weight of difficult conversations. Tension lingers as uncertainty about the future tightens its grip. Restless hands clench as unspoken emotions surface. The weight of responsibility and past mistakes loom over the gathering like a dark cloud. The conversation turns to judgment and consequence. The fate of a once powerful figure now rests in the hands of uncertain rulers. Shadows flicker as the past is unraveled. The years of absence, the choices made, and the price of loyalty come into question. Silence stretches between father and son. The burden of truth weighs heavily, and the answers sought may bring only more confusion. An intense gaze meets the uncertainty of the moment. The air thickens with tension as history resurfaces, demanding acknowledgement. A life spent wandering, searching for a lost piece of the past. Yet the world moved forward, leaving behind only memories. The mention of a name shifts the atmosphere. Questions rise, doubts settle, and the truth feels further than ever before. The revelation of an unknown sibling shakes the very foundation of what was once believed. The past holds more secrets still. The journey to uncover the truth begins anew. The past, once buried, now claws its way to the surface once more. A plea for understanding echoes in the dimly lit chamber. Desperation flickers in weary eyes, seeking help for a forgotten purpose. The confusion deepens as conflicting realities collide. The pieces of a long-lost puzzle refuse to fit in a clear picture. The weight of revelation presses heavily. A lost prince, a name spoken in whispers, and the truth hidden in the shadows. The past refuses to be ignored. What was once thought lost now resurfaces, demanding recognition and bringing uncertainty to the present. As the night drags on, the search for answers continues, but not all truths are meant to be uncovered. A lone figure sits in the dim light, fingers trembling. The weight of sorrow lingers, memories of loss resurfacing with each breath. Two grieving figures embrace amidst an ethereal glow, clinging to fragments of hope. Days pass in sorrow, yet survival forces them forward. A bloodied hand reaches from the abyss, grasping desperately. A long-buried past stirs, awakening something forgotten beneath the veil of time. A solemn conversation unfolds under the dim glow of candlelight. Unspoken truths weigh heavy between them, changing everything forever. Shadows dance against the wooden walls as hesitation lingers. The past, once hidden, slowly unravels with every whispered word exchanged. A decision long delayed now demands resolution. The weight of past mistakes bears down, pressing for a final reckoning. The silence is deafening as a figure kneels, hands trembling. Uncertainty grips the air, awaiting the inevitable choice ahead. An unseen force lingers, influencing fate's course. The echoes of history shape what is yet to come, shifting the balance. The moonlight casts eerie shadows over a long-forgotten grave. Regret clings to the air, suffocating those who remain. A heavy sigh escapes, burdened by choices left unfinished. The past refuses to stay buried, its influence creeping into the present. Distant hoofbeats shatter the silence. The urgency of an approaching threat breaks through the reflective stillness of the night. A group of riders moves with purpose, eyes sharp with determination. The darkness holds more dangers than they had anticipated. The remnants of a battle lie ahead, bodies scattered like fallen leaves. But something far worse waits beneath the carnage. Flames lick the edges of the ruined village, consuming everything. The scent of burnt wood and blood fills the night air. Among the remains, figures stand frozen in horror. The brutality of what transpired is undeniable, leaving a chilling silence. A lone child emerges from the wreckage, hands stained crimson. Hunger glows in its hollow eyes, an unnatural presence. A familiar voice calls out, piercing the darkness. The past and present collide as recognition flashes across weary faces. Clawed shadows rise from the depths, surrounding the warriors. A final battle looms, threatening to consume them all in darkness. A sudden movement shatters the silence, steel flashing under the moonlight. Instinct takes over as a deadly confrontation erupts. A vampire lunges forward, inhuman speed sending shockwaves through the battlefield. The realization sinks in. This foe is far from ordinary. The impact is brutal, the warrior sent crashing to the ground. Blood spills, painting the battlefield in an eerie crimson glow. A chilling voice echoes through the night, taunting its opponent. The thrill of battle surges, anticipation crackling in the air. A figure steadies, determination unwavering. This fight is inevitable, a long-awaited clash destined to unfold beneath the darkened sky. Blades meet in a fierce exchange, sparks illuminating the battlefield. Each strike carries lethal precision, neither side yielding an inch. A well-aimed counterattack forces one combatant back. The ground quakes beneath the sheer force of supernatural power colliding. Shadows stretch as an eerie presence looms. A name is spoken, a past long buried now clawing its way to light. Recognition dawns, unsettling yet undeniable. The figure before them bears the marks of a fate altered by dark forces. The truth unravels, each revelation more horrifying than the last. The past refuses to remain forgotten, rising to haunt them. The weight of history presses down. Every answer uncovered only deepens the mystery, threading the past into the present. Memories resurface, long-lost connections revealing a tangled web of forgotten betrayal and hidden truths. The puzzle begins to take shape. The revelation of a vampiric transformation shakes the foundation of everything known. A lost soul returns, forever changed by fate's cruelty. The implications stretch far beyond the battlefield. This conflict is no longer just personal. It threatens the balance of power itself. As the night deepens, the final pieces fall into place. A choice must be made, and the cost will be heavy. Dark energy pulses through the room, wrapping around the frail body. The curse lingers, twisting magic into something sinister. A memory resurfaces, pain, regret, and the realization that history is repeating itself. The curse's origins remain shrouded in mystery. Eyes meet across the dimly lit space, searching for understanding. Secrets, once buried, now unravel with dangerous implications. The weight of trust and betrayal clashes. If the past couldn't be stopped, what does that mean for the future? A name echoes through the hall, bringing hesitation. The truth is closing in, but not all are ready to face it. The moon casts a cold glow on the restless palace. Silent footsteps move through corridors heavy with unspoken tensions. A deep sigh escapes as memories of lost time resurface. How many years were spent in search of the impossible? Fingers tighten into a fist. Regret lingers, but hesitation is no longer an option. The time for answers has arrived. Shadows shift in the candlelight. The realization that deception runs deeper than expected begins to take hold. The weight of responsibility presses down. The lines between justice, vengeance, and survival blur in a game none wish to lose. A storm brews beyond the palace walls, the winds carrying whispers of what is yet to come. Words spoken in anger carry deeper wounds than any blade. Once trust is broken, can it ever truly be restored? The past cannot be rewritten, nor can the sins of those before be erased. The cycle continues with or without consent. Eyes filled with quiet determination meet across the room. A decision must be made, but at what cost? The candle flickers, casting long shadows. The game is not yet over, but the next move will change everything. A hand reaches out, grasping the shattered remains of a ruined battlefield. The horrors of war leave nothing but scorched earth. The ground is littered with bodies, remnants of an unrelenting conflict. The smell of blood lingers, a cruel reminder of loss. A faded map reveals the truth. Vampires seek more than survival. They plan to rule, raising humans as livestock within fortified walls. The realization sinks in. The Empire is merely prey, caught within a web spun by unseen forces lurking in the shadows. In the depths of the darkness, a monstrous presence stirs. The Vampire King's influence spreads, marking the beginning of an era. A grave silence fills the chamber. The weight of impending war looms as discussions take a grim turn. Words carry more power than swords. The vampire invasion isn't a possibility. It is an inevitability set in motion. Blood-red magic swirls within an eerie ritual, marking the beginning of something sinister. The seal cracks, releasing an unspeakable force. Desperate cries echo through the dimly lit chamber. Pain fuels the ritual, drawing forth power from the depths of the abyss. A priest's expression twists with horror. The ritual spirals out of control, its intended purpose lost in the chaos of bloodshed. The chamber trembles, an otherworldly energy consuming all within. The ritual's failure brings forth something neither human nor fully undead. The summoning circle shatters, unleashing a violent surge of energy. A lone figure staggers, barely clinging to life amidst the destruction. A failed experiment, another twisted creation abandoned in the pursuit of power. Frustration mounts as control slips further from reach. The creature rises, its grotesque form a reflection of countless failed attempts. Madness flashes in crimson eyes, filled with unrelenting hunger. Desperation takes hold as the realization sets in. Failure is not an option. The cycle of bloodshed will only continue. A figure looms over the failed experiment, frustration boiling over. Another failure, another wasted effort. Desperation drives the twisted cycle forward. Dark energy crackles, pulsing through the ritual chamber. Sacrifices have been made, yet the ultimate goal remains just beyond reach. The realization sinks in. Nothing is going according to plan. Unreliable humans serve only as disposable tools in this unending experiment. A masked figure steps forward, intrigued. The third prince has been captured, presenting an unexpected opportunity to shift fate's design. A chilling suggestion hangs in the air. If bodies are mere vessels, then perhaps it's time to claim a new one. A broken figure kneels, trembling on the blood-stained floor. Shackles of fate tighten, sealing his body's grim purpose in an unseen pact. A sinister grin spreads across a shadowed face. Malice lingers in the air. His younger brother's body is now the perfect vessel. A sinister figure smirks in the shadows, eyes glowing red with malice. The air is thick with the scent of danger. A grotesque undead creature stands in the dimly lit room, its deformed body twitching as it awaits new orders. The cloaked figure promises a temporary body, something to use before acquiring a more suitable vessel for the next phase. A prisoner sits bound on the floor, trembling as the undead approaches, claws scraping against the wooden surface ominously. The undead reaches forward, but something halts its movement. An eerie silence fills the room as hesitation lingers in the air. The undead suddenly roars in frustration, its jagged mouth opening wide. Rage fills its hollow eyes as it glares forward. It snarls about a vampire, cursing its interference. The undead minions, lost in their games, remain oblivious to the threat. A cloaked figure clenches a fist, muttering about wasted potential. The prisoner recoils, breath hitching as realization sets in. The necromancer contemplates using another specimen, considering whether to discard this one. Every failure leads him closer to an ultimate goal. A summoning circle glows beneath the necromancer's feet. With a smirk, he mutters a single word. Aslan, it's time. Sunlight filters into a wooden tavern as two men sit across from each other. One senses an unusual tension in the air. A sharp knock echoes through the quiet room. The dark-haired man glances up, sensing something more than a simple disturbance. He narrows his eyes, inhaling deeply. The unmistakable scent of a vampire lingers in the atmosphere, signaling an approaching battle. A blonde-haired man speaks through a magic connection. His voice is calm, but the urgency in his words is undeniable. The words are simple, but chilling. The vampires have attacked. Silence follows as the weight of impending chaos settles in. Alan narrows his eyes, sensing something unusual. His instincts rarely fail him, and this time, his gut feeling is strong. His companion chuckles, brushing it off, but the weight of Alan's gaze lingers. Something doesn't sit right in the atmosphere. A brief pause. Concern flickers across Alan's face as he urges his companion to rest. The battle isn't over yet. With quiet determination, Alan takes responsibility. His confidence is unwavering, knowing the enemy won't be a problem for him to handle. A sinister smirk spreads across the blond man's face. His aura crackles with dark energy. Decapitating vampires means nothing to him. Alan pushes his chair back, his decision firm. He can't afford to waste any more time. The fight is calling. His companion nods slightly, watching him leave. There's an unspoken trust between them, something that words don't need to explain. The quiet night hums with an eerie tune. Alan walks forward, yet his instincts keep him on high alert. A figure lies resting. Their breathing is steady, but exhaustion is evident. Right now, words won't do anything to help. Stepping away from the scene, Alan exhales. He needs to retreat, just for now. The bigger battle is yet to come. Alan's eyes flicker with recognition. Something strange catches his attention, making him halt in his tracks with a questioning expression. Below, in the dimly lit street, a lone figure walks. Alan frowns. Why is someone moving around so recklessly? A glowing interface materializes before his eyes, scanning the figure below. The details reveal something bizarre. This person shouldn't be here. Confusion swirls in Alan's mind. His eyes sharpen as he mutters under his breath, questioning the identity of this individual. The red-haired figure stands still, magic swirling around them. An ominous presence lingers, a warning of something dangerous approaching. The red-haired figure turned slightly, sensing the growing tension in the air. Urgency filled his expression as uncertainty clouded his thoughts. The knights remained watchful, their posture tense. A quiet understanding passed between them, acknowledging the presence of something unnatural nearby. The mention of vampires lingered, but the real concern came from a deeper force. A disturbance rippled through unseen energies. The World Tree's spirits had gathered, reacting to an unknown force. Their sudden movement signaled something far more dangerous approaching. The feeling of unease deepened. An overwhelming force loomed in the distance, sending a shiver down his spine in warning. A silent decision formed between them. The only way forward was to track the source of the growing disturbance. Moving carefully through dimly lit streets, the group advanced. Their senses sharpened, prepared for whatever force awaited them ahead. The echoes of their footsteps merged with distant murmurs. The city's usual stillness felt disrupted, like a breath before chaos. A lone figure appeared under the cold night sky. Wide-eyed and cautious, he hesitated, clearly unprepared for the encounter. Uncertainty spread among the knights. The situation felt off, raising silent questions about whether the boy was truly who he seemed. A careful approach followed. Suspicion weighed heavy in the air as every detail of the boy's stance was closely observed. Preparation for emergencies had already been set in place. A crucial test remained, one that would determine his true identity. Hesitation broke the moment's silence. His scattered response lacked confidence, creating doubt about the truth behind his presence. A fleeting memory surfaced, grasped at but slipping away. The code meant for safety now dangled as an unreachable thought. Tension reached its peak. Before hesitation could turn to action, a firm presence intervened, deciding the next course without hesitation. A chilling realization settles in. The code was a lie. The moment of deception ends, and everything spirals into chaos. A powerful force surges through the air, sending a sharp gust. The red-haired figure reacts, instincts guiding him immediately. The attack cuts through, swift and precise. Dodging with ease, he anticipates the knight's movement, reading the battle's rhythm. The knight's attack meets resistance. A smirk plays on the red-haired figure's lips, confidence gleaming in his sharp gaze. Sparks fly as forces collide. The clash reverberates through the surroundings, marking the beginning of an intense, unpredictable fight. The red-haired figure grins, stepping forward with ease. His presence exudes confidence, a dangerous playfulness that unsettles his opponents. The knight wastes no time. His command is clear, prioritizing the protection of their allies while preparing for the worst. Orders are given, and a knight moves swiftly to escort someone away. The battlefield remains, the true fight only beginning. The red-haired figure doesn't hesitate. Launching forward with inhuman speed, he closes the gap, aiming directly for his target. A violent impact shatters the moment's tension. Blood splatters, a sharp cry piercing through the night as the battle rages. The knight barely regains footing. The red-haired figure moves with terrifying speed, his attacks unrelenting and precise, overwhelming his opponent. A swift counterattack is launched, yet the red-haired figure evades effortlessly, his movements fluid like a well-rehearsed dance. The knight knows his enemy isn't ordinary. There's an undeniable skill in every step, every strike that barely misses its mark. A taunting smirk lingers on the red-haired figure's face. Despite the knight's resilience, there's doubt he can endure much longer. With a sudden shift, the red-haired figure halts. Amusement flickers in his expression. Something unexpected has interrupted his fun. The battlefield lay in chaos, bodies scattered. A chilling voice sneered, dismissing the knights as mere insects unworthy of attention. A knight steadied himself, locking eyes on the red-haired figure. The realization struck. This was Aslan, the one they sought. Power surged through the air as the red-haired warrior clenched a fist. He refused to let destruction claim his homeland. The ground trembled violently, ancient magic responding. Towering figures of wood and stone rose, summoned to battle against the encroaching threat. A smirk formed on the enemy's lips. He hadn't expected resistance. But now, he was intrigued by the challenge. A wicked grin stretched across his face, eyes glowing with twisted delight. Dark energy pulsed as something grotesque emerged from his palm. A dark ritual circle glowed beneath him, pulsating with ominous energy. The ground cracked as a monstrous force prepared to emerge. A swarm of grotesque creatures writhed in the shadows, their presence amplifying the looming sense of dread that filled the battlefield. Two monstrous beings advanced, unfazed by their surroundings. Their glowing eyes burned with a sinister light, fixated on their prey. Watching from above, a red-haired figure smirked. The arrogance in his gaze spoke volumes. He saw himself above them all. A sudden, blinding explosion of divine energy burst forth, disrupting the air. The intensity of its power overwhelmed everything around. The knight stood firm, gripping his weapon. His determination remained unwavering, despite the overwhelming dark energy radiating from his opponent. A voice sneered in mockery, belittling those who dared to challenge him. He thrived on their struggle, relishing in destruction. With a twisted grin, he raised his hand. A surge of malevolent magic formed, ready to unleash devastation upon his enemies. Dark projectiles tore through the sky like arrows of corruption, their impact sending knights sprawling as chaos consumed the battlefield. One knight braced himself, shielding his comrade. The sheer force of the attack rattled his bones, but he refused to fall. Green energy coiled around a warrior's weapon, crackling with power. Reinforcements had arrived, bringing a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. The air vibrated as the warrior's blade swung, slicing through corruption with divine precision. The battlefield responded to his overwhelming presence. A massive vortex of energy erupted, swallowing the dark forces. The clash between light and shadow reached its most volatile point. As the green energy surged, another fighter leaped into the fray. Their combined strength sent a shockwave through the surroundings. With a fierce strike, the balance of power began to shift. But in war, no victory ever came easily. A surge of green energy erupts as undead soldiers are launched into the sky, their bodies twisting under the violent force. The red-haired warrior smirks, gripping his staff. "Is that all you've got?" His confidence radiates against the swirling battlefield. The undead creatures hit the ground hard, their bones cracking. They struggle to rise, but the relentless attack doesn't stop. More energy bursts forth, slicing through the air. The remaining undead brace themselves, but their bodies shudder from the impact. A vortex of magic surrounds him, lifting him upward. The sky twists as his power surges, shaking the entire battlefield. Suspended mid-air, the red-haired warrior channels another wave of energy, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination and fierce intent. Below, the soldiers panic. A monstrous figure emerges from the crowd, towering over the rest, its growl shaking the ground. The beast lunges forward, swinging a massive clawed hand. The force alone sends debris flying, creating a shockwave across the field. Just before impact, a silver-haired figure materializes, red eyes glowing. A new challenger has arrived, standing between them. Without hesitation, the warrior unleashes another burst of magic, colliding with the silver-haired figure's own energy, splitting the sky apart. Sparks fly as the two forces clash, sending shockwaves in every direction, the sheer force distorting the very air. This power feels more than just necromancy. His heart pounds as he tightens his grip, realizing the danger ahead. He steadies himself. This isn't just another fight. I need to end this fast before it spirals out of control. The silver-haired figure tilts his head, a chilling smile forming. "Nice to meet you," he says, stepping forward ominously. The warrior's breath catches. That voice, calm yet cold. His grip tightens, realization setting in. "Brother," the silver-haired figure says. Snow-covered ground trembles as the red-haired warrior turns, eyes wide. Behind him, skeletal figures rise, their glowing eyes piercing the night. Frozen in disbelief, his heartbeat pounds. Shadows twist as an enormous figure looms, its presence suffocating, magic swirling like a storm. A deep voice echoes, filled with power. The air crackles as icy chains bind the warrior's feet, magic pulsing through him. He struggles, mind racing. Memories flash, childhood whispers of forgotten legends, warnings of power beyond control. Fear coils deep in his gut. A giant armored specter towers above, blue energy radiating from its hollow eyes. Its presence alone warps the very air. The warrior stands frozen, magic surging. The battlefield feels distant, blurred voices replaced by the deafening hum of overwhelming power. A force erupts, shattering the ground. Soldiers stumble as cracks spread, consuming everything in a relentless surge of raw destruction. Distant murmurs carry through the cold air. Spectators watch, cautious yet intrigued, eyes locked onto the unfolding chaos before them. One figure, cloaked and observing, adjusts their glasses. Thoughts race, patterns of fate shifting, destinies entwining with each surge of power. A nobleman gestures toward the battlefield, his expression unreadable yet his intent clear. Nothing would be the same after today. Smoke drifts as golden-haired knights exchange glances. Magic lingers in the air, a reminder of battles fought and history repeating. The warrior remains standing, barely breathing. His body aches, yet the weight of unseen expectations presses heavier than the pain. Recognition flashes among the knights. A name is spoken, an ancient title once feared, now reawakened through the storm of battle. Unseen forces shift, pieces falling into place. The battlefield whispers forgotten stories, a tale of resurrection, redemption, and inevitable reckoning. Blue energy flickers, forming a skeletal king. Golden eyes widen. This power, ancient and absolute, would change everything they believed in. Purple energy surges, engulfing the battlefield. Shadows twist as skeletal figures rise, bound by ancient magic, their empty eyes glowing ominously. A knight watches, eyes narrowing. The surge of magic is unnatural, its sheer intensity pressing against his skin like crushing waves. From the center, a figure emerges, body encased in dark flames. The presence alone freezes the air, warping reality itself. The golden-haired warrior steadies himself, recognizing the immense power. His grip tightens. He knows this is no ordinary foe they face. A deafening wail erupts. The resurrected entity raises its head, voice raw with hunger as the battlefield trembles under its power. Undead soldiers march forward, driven by a sinister force. Their twisted forms crackle with energy, obeying an unseen master's command. A skeletal hand rises, its bony fingers stretching toward the sky. Ancient symbols glow, merging unholy magic with divine radiance. From above, the battlefield glows, a spectacle of power never seen before. Opposing forces of magic and holy energy intertwine. Observers murmur among themselves, realizing the battle's significance. The balance between light and darkness wavers, fate shifting with each second. A nobleman's expression hardens. The presence of Lupel, the legendary knight, changes everything. Hope reignites in a battlefield drowned in despair. A clawed figure steps forward, red eyes burning with madness. Its skeletal form twists unnaturally, reaching toward an unseen, unfathomable truth. Shadows coil as the creature speaks, its voice dripping with contempt. Power surges around it, distorting the air into chaos. Energy crackles as an ancient force stirs. The battlefield trembles under its presence, a strength not bound by mortal dimensions. Arms stretch wide, hunger insatiable. Darkness swirls, devouring light. Determination fuels its desire. This power will belong to it no matter what. The monstrous creature stood tall, its grotesque form casting a terrifying shadow over the battlefield. The soldiers hesitated, fear gripping their hearts. A figure, clad in eerie energy, floated above, exuding overwhelming power. Their presence alone sent shivers down the spines of warriors. The undead warriors, faceless and unshaken, marched forward without hesitation. Their eerie silence made the battlefield feel even more unsettling. Clenching his fists, the silver-haired warrior exhaled sharply. His eyes flickered with determination, knowing retreat was not an option now. A fierce attack was launched, sending shockwaves through the air. Blood splattered as the enemy retaliated with brutal, unrelenting force. The monstrous commander roared, its voice shaking the battlefield. "Retrieve that!" it bellowed, its red eyes filled with manic rage. The battlefield descended into chaos. The enemy forces swarmed, closing in rapidly. Timing was critical. One mistake could mean complete disaster. The warrior leaped through the air, dodging attacks effortlessly. His sword gleamed under the moonlight, slashing through enemies with precision. A teleportation circle flickered beneath his feet, glowing ominously. Panic settled among his allies as they realized he was disappearing. "Where did he go?" someone shouted desperately. Their prince had vanished into thin air, leaving behind only traces of fading magic. In a distant, surreal place, a voice called out softly. White flowers bloomed, their petals drifting in the silent air. "My boy," the voice murmured, sorrow heavy in its tone. A spectral figure reached out, their presence both warm and fleeting. "Please wait for a while," the ghostly figure pleaded. Regret filled the air as time seemed to slip away forever. Kneeling on the ground, the silver-haired warrior clutched his chest. Grief weighed on him, but he couldn't afford weakness now. "Rupel!" A desperate voice rang out, breaking through the trance. A worried figure approached, searching frantically for their missing companion. The skeletal figure loomed over Alan, its crimson eyes burning with unspoken rage. The air crackled with the weight of power. Water splashed as grotesque creatures emerged, their decayed bodies twitching unnaturally. Each step they took sent ripples through the battlefield. A weakened figure groaned, barely able to move. His blood-soaked clothes clung to his trembling body, exhaustion evident in his eyes. A bone-chilling scream tore through the air. The grotesque transformation began, flesh peeling away, revealing something horrifying beneath the surface. The air grew thick with tension. A newborn being crawled forward, its pale skin writhing as it shed the remnants of decay. A pulse of blue energy erupted from Alan's hands, forming a barrier. The monstrous entity recoiled, sensing imminent danger approaching. A golden light shimmered in the sky, revealing an ornate gate. The air vibrated with magic as reality twisted around them. A blonde figure stared in disbelief, eyes widening. "That's," he muttered, recognizing the object that had changed the tide of war. "They call it Elterra," the voice explained. A treasure given by the king, its power held secrets only few could understand. The ornate chest gleamed under the moonlight. Within it lay something fragile yet powerful, a fate-altering presence contained in delicate hands. "What are you planning to do with Rupel?" the blonde figure asked, tension crackling in his voice as he stepped forward. "Kill him, of course. He's a vampire," Alan replied coldly. His grip tightened around the magical artifact, his gaze unshaken. The heavy lid of the chest slammed shut. A final decision was made, its weight pressing down like an unseen force. "Not before he spits out everything he knows," Alan added darkly. The night air carried the chilling edge of his words. Silence followed. A clenched jaw, a fleeting hesitation. Then, in the darkness, something unseen stirred, a choice about to be made. The young man held up a small wooden box, expression calm. "You should have some rest, father," he said quietly. Black smoke dissipated into the morning sky, vanishing like forgotten memories. The sun loomed ahead, signaling the beginning of something new. Footsteps echoed through the stone courtyard, dust kicking up under heavy boots. The city stirred as preparations for departure were finalized. "I'll burn your body over in the village where we were happy," he murmured, voice steady despite the weight of loss. "Let's pull attention for as long as possible. This mission must succeed," he ordered, determined to see the plan through. A red magic circle pulsed ominously on the ground, glowing faintly. The soldiers hesitated, sensing something unfamiliar lurking beneath their feet. "The warps the vampires used aren't common anymore," he noted, inspecting the intricate symbols. "This must be their hidden method." His gloved fingers traced the runes carefully, mind racing. "This magic is ancient. It might hold secrets we don't understand yet." "It's too much for you to comprehend," the scholar muttered. His words irritated his companion, who clenched his fists in frustration. "No, I don't mean that," he protested, feeling a sense of urgency. There was something critical they were missing. "I'll figure it out," he promised, determination flaring in his eyes. The weight of the mission rested heavily on his shoulders. "Okay, don't disappoint me," the leader responded, expression unreadable. The words carried an unspoken challenge, one he refused to lose. The sun cast golden light over the city as the group prepared to leave. A final glance, a silent farewell. "I hope you stay safe and well," she said, her golden eyes filled with something deeper than just casual concern. As he turned to leave, a part of him hesitated. There were still too many unanswered questions left in the wind. The morning sun painted golden streaks across the desert horizon. Their journey had begun, footsteps and hooves stirring dust into the air. The bridge ahead gleamed under the bright sunlight, a grand pathway leading toward uncertain destinies, guarded by soldiers in dark uniforms. A rider approached, eyes sharp beneath flowing white hair. "Crown Prince," she called, urgency woven into her voice as she arrived. "It's a message from the Holy Emperor's Empire," she continued, handing over a sealed letter. The weight of history lay within. "The purge of traitors has started," she added, voice steady. The wind howled, carrying whispers of bloodshed and ruthless justice. A sharp tug on the reins, a brief hesitation. The prince narrowed his eyes. He already knew what this meant. Far away, in the heart of the capital, a man ran. Desperation clung to his breath, fear pushing him forward. The guards moved swiftly, ropes in hand. His escape was futile. They closed in, their orders absolute, his fate already sealed. "Armand!" someone called as the ropes tightened. His body twisted, struggling, but the weight of judgment had already fallen upon him. "Your Majesty, I'm innocent," Armand pleaded, voice trembling. The grand hall loomed before him, filled with those eager to watch. "The testimony and royal investigation documents don't match," the advisor said, voice firm. Lies unraveled, the noose tightening around Armand's fate. "It clearly states you received a bribe from the traitor Rose," the advisor continued. Armand's hands clenched as realization struck. He fell to his knees, dust swirling. A whisper of regret escaped his lips, but no one cared for fallen men. Even in the Holy Emperor's empire, traitors must have nothing to fear, the advisor mused, eyes glinting with cold amusement. A sword flashed. A heartbeat later, crimson splattered the golden floor. Silence fell. The purge had claimed another unfortunate soul. The advisor spoke calmly, but his words carried weight. "They reek of death when they open their mouths," he murmured knowingly. Blood dripped as the warrior lifted his gaze, eyes glowing. A silent fury burned within, his presence alone commanding absolute dread. A massive magic circle shone in the sky, its eerie glow illuminating the robed figures gathered below as their chanting filled the air. A powerful sect, the Cololium cult, controlled the empire from the shadows, manipulating the system to serve their selfish desires and expanding their influence. Cardinals were elected through an elaborate yet corrupted process, ensuring only those who served the cult's agenda held power within the empire. Gold and influence dictated decisions, making the institution a tool for hoarding authority while silencing those who dared to resist their rule. Those who opposed them faced cruel fates. Dark creatures born from forbidden rituals now hunted Keel, the lone warrior who stood against them. The aftermath of the Aslan incident left destruction in its wake. A bloodied hand lay motionless amid the ruins, evidence of the brutal conflict. Keel, wielding absolute power, declared the cult's crimes justified their annihilation. No one from the sect would be allowed to escape retribution. Seated on his throne, the ruler reminisced. Time had passed, yet the scars of betrayal and conflict remained, etched into the walls of the empire. A frustrated general slammed the table, his anger palpable. Keel had risked everything to destroy the cult, while others debated justice and safety. Battle-worn soldiers returned, their eyes hollow from war. Blame fell upon those in power for the countless lives sacrificed in their political schemes. The ruler smirked as he looked at Keel, acknowledging his efforts. Recognition came in the form of a promotion, though not one he desired. Keel scoffed at the thought, weary from endless struggles. The title meant little, for politics had long since lost its appeal to him. His defiance was met with cold silence. Questioning authority had become second nature, but every word carried weight in a world ruled by power. The air grew heavy as shadows slithered beneath the floor. Keel's thoughts drifted to something long forgotten, an unease settling in his chest. Deep within the underground prison, an ominous presence stirred. Runes flickered, chains rattled, and the darkness whispered a name. Alan. Alan remained silent as he observed the growing tension in the chamber. The decision had been made, yet doubt lingered in the air. Keel's frustration boiled over, his voice echoing across the hall. The weight of responsibility seemed to fall onto him once again. Astalon and Larsim remained at the center of the cult's power. Their very existence fueled the corruption that spread through the empire. Authority shifted as orders were given. The heir to the throne watched from his seat, his expression unreadable in the flickering candlelight. Murmurs filled the room, whispers questioning the logic behind the decision. The lines of succession blurred, leaving many uneasy with the outcome. The streets bustled with life, a stark contrast to the turmoil within the palace. Citizens discussed the change in leadership with cautious optimism. Whispers of the prince's growing reputation spread among the people. His deeds had not gone unnoticed, earning both admiration and fear. A lone traveler walked the streets, observing the state of the city. The weight of past battles lingered, etched into its very foundation. The palace stood tall against the setting sun, its walls holding centuries of secrets. Change loomed over the empire like an unshakable force. A sudden shift in energy disrupted the tranquility. Eyes darted towards the source, an unsettling presence making itself known once more. A burst of movement shattered the calm. The throne room doors slammed open, urgency fueling the steps of those who entered. The golden chains rattled violently as the old man rose, his aura flaring with suppressed fury. The balance of power had been disturbed. Alan's expression remained unreadable as he stood before the throne. The weight of expectations and duty rested heavily upon his shoulders. The chair cracked under the pressure of anger. Every action, every word, carried the potential to reshape the course of history. A single question lingered in the air, waiting to be answered. The fate of the empire hung on the choices made in that moment. Alan observed the box, intrigued by its contents. The tension built as questions about its significance grew more intense. The mention of the second prince, who had turned into an ancient vampire, raised more doubts and fears. A furious cry echoed through the room as the prince swore vengeance, amplifying the chaos surrounding the situation. The situation escalated as the box was opened, revealing something horrifying. Alan's calm demeanor remained unaffected by the unfolding scene. With a calm resolution, Alan decided the next course of action, giving instructions without hesitation, despite the growing danger. As the chaos calmed, Alan reflected on the upcoming Congress hearing, aware of its importance in the larger scheme. The idea of the hearing left a lingering tension, as Alan prepared for the inevitable inquiries and scrutiny. The Holy Emperor spoke about the hearing, emphasizing its purpose, to inquire about Alan's abilities and potential. Alan couldn't shake the thought of revealing his necromancer identity. The pressure of such a revelation loomed heavily. Alan considered whether it was wise to disclose the truth at the hearing, knowing the consequences of such a decision. Alan stood, pondering his family's situation. His father's concern about his brother's fate weighed heavily on him. The Emperor's words hung in the air, but Alan was focused on finding a solution to his brother's condition. Despite the seemingly hopeless situation, Alan felt a sense of determination. There had to be something they could do. The air shifted as Alan's thoughts turned darker. His father's actions regarding his mother caused a deep, unsettling feeling. Realization struck as Alan understood the gravity of the situation. The decisions made now would shape everything that followed. The Holy Emperor's anger flared as he confronted Alan. "Is it to save a man-killing monster?" he demanded. Alan remained composed despite the Emperor's fury, silently accepting the consequences of his decision. He knew what had to be done. The Emperor's frustration continued as Alan turned away, walking toward the door. He wasn't swayed by the Emperor's emotions. The Holy Emperor watched helplessly, his grip on control slipping as Alan walked away, steadfast in his own resolve. Alan left the room, ignoring the Emperor's words. The decision was made, and there was no turning back. The seventh prince's figure loomed over the group, causing tension to rise. His presence commanded attention in the room. Alan stood calmly, the weight of the situation resting on his shoulders. His thoughts were focused on what came next. The seventh prince addressed the group, offering a calm yet resolute tone. The atmosphere shifted, full of unspoken tension. A flash of light enveloped the room as magic pulsed in the air. The energy was almost too much to bear. Alan's eyes narrowed. His thoughts lingered on the mysteries before him, a strange sense of anticipation building within him. The room grew still as the question was raised. The Emperor's eyes locked with Alan's, the tension palpable between them. Alan's mind raced as he considered the Emperor's words, wondering how the current events might shape the future. The Holy Emperor looked on, his frustration mounting. Alan's silence spoke volumes, a stubborn determination reflected in his gaze. Alan's hand clenched at his side as he considered the Emperor's expectations. There was no turning back now. The Emperor sighed, his gaze softening slightly. "I hope you won't fail the Emperor's expectations," he muttered quietly. Alan's hand moved toward something unexpected, a strange sensation taking over him as he carefully observed the object in his grasp. "Alice, confused by Alan's actions, looked at him with uncertainty, her thoughts racing as she tried to make sense of it. Alan remained silent, his focus unwavering as he carefully processed the situation unfolding before him, his mind running through options. The tension in the room suddenly spiked as the Holy Emperor's anger flared, his frustration boiling over toward Alan. The Holy Emperor's gaze pierced through Alan, his fury evident. The air was thick with tension and unspoken words. Raphael's eyes glowed red with restrained anger, his presence suffocating. His piercing gaze locked onto Alice, making her stiffen with unease. Alice remained frozen, her fingers trembling slightly. Alan observed in silence, his unreadable expression making the room feel colder than before. Taking a deep breath, Alan finally spoke. "Apologies, I was careless." His tone was calm, but tension still hung heavily around them. Raphael's gaze softened slightly, though his displeasure remained clear. "Cardinal Raphael," Alan addressed him formally, stepping forward, his posture unwavering and confident. "I believe I'll need to have a word with Alice." Alan's words were firm, leaving no room for discussion. Raphael paused, his expression unreadable. Silence filled the grand hall, his presence alone commanding an authority that few dared to challenge. Slowly, Raphael turned his gaze toward Alice. His sharp eyes scrutinized her as if searching for something hidden beneath her surface. Sweat trickled down Raphael's forehead. He exhaled heavily, finally nodding. "Understood." His voice was low, signaling reluctant acceptance of Alan's decision. "I'll be off now. Have your talk." Raphael turned away, retreating with slow, deliberate steps. The conversation's weight still lingered behind. "Yes, Grandpa." Alan's words carried a subtle meaning. As Raphael left, Alan's eyes flickered with something unspoken, already preparing for the talk. Alan casually poured 2 glasses of wine, lifting one with a faint smile. "Shall we have a drink?" he asked. Alice hesitated, eyes widening in surprise. The sunlight filtering through the window cast a soft glow on her conflicted expression. Outside, the capital's towers gleamed under the evening sky. The city remained unaware of the quiet storm brewing within the palace. Raphael walked down the empty corridor, his pace slower than usual. His thoughts lingered on Alan's unshakable resolve and sharp intuition. Standing before the grand doors, Raphael exhaled deeply. His wrinkled hands tightened slightly. Something told him this conversation was far from over. Alice felt a heavy silence fill the air, her uncertainty growing as she stood there, the tension thickening. Alan observed her closely, his calm demeanor not betraying the thoughts racing through his mind. Silence lingered. He reassured her nonchalantly, urging her not to take the rumors seriously. His calm presence didn't ease her. Alan continued to speak, his words heavy with meaning, leaving Alice to wonder about the truth behind the rumors. Alice took a deep breath, looking away from Alan, her mind processing the conversation, the weight of his words. Alice hesitated, uncertainty written across her face. Her voice faltered as she asked, testing the boundaries of trust. She asked Alan if the rumors about him summoning the holy undead were true, fear clouding her expression. Alan's response was calm and unwavering. He stated simply that he could summon the holy undead without hesitation. Alice's disbelief was apparent as she processed the magnitude of Alan's confession. The atmosphere grew even heavier. Alan raised his hand with quiet assurance, summoning an ethereal force that confirmed his claim to Alice's shock. Magic crackled in the air as Alan's power materialized, swirling symbols and radiant energy surrounding his outstretched hand. Alice's heart raced as she watched the spectacle, eyes wide in awe and confusion at what she was witnessing. The glowing symbols formed into a spectral figure, an undead being created from Alan's formidable magic, an impossible sight. Alice's shock deepened as the holy undead stood before them, its existence defying everything she had believed. Alan calmly watched Alice's reaction, the summoned undead standing respectfully, an eerie but undeniable display of his power. Alice stood frozen, shocked by the holy undead's presence. Its dark figure loomed over her, a terrifying sight. Alan remained unfazed, observing Alice's reaction. The undead's presence was almost calming to him, its purpose clear. The undead obeyed Alan's silent command, its eerie form standing still, awaiting further instructions, while Alice remained in awe. Alan reassured Alice, calmly explaining that she could ask questions, his composed demeanor contrasting the chaos unfolding before her. Alice, still shaken, hesitated but eventually agreed. Her mind struggled to process what had just transpired in front of her. Alan's hand moved subtly, and the undead reacted immediately. Alice watched the unnatural display, her anxiety building with every moment. The undead remained silent, as Alan observed, his thoughts apparent as he processed Alice's unspoken fear and disbelief. Alan spoke calmly, asking Alice what it felt like to witness such an impossible event firsthand, his tone steady. Alice's mind raced as she tried to understand the enormity of what she was witnessing. An undead summoned by Alan. Alan revealed his lack of hesitation or fear. Instead of reluctance, he felt an odd affection toward the summoned undead. Alan lowered his hand, the undead remaining motionless, while Alice struggled to digest the scene before her with confusion. Despite the undead's chilling presence, Alan appeared at ease, his calm demeanor heightening Alice's sense of being overwhelmed. Alan noticed something shifting in the atmosphere, his attention diverting elsewhere, his focus sharpened as he sensed an arrival. Alice turned in surprise as a new figure entered the room, a woman with white hair, her presence undeniable. "Charlotte," Alan muttered, recognizing the newcomer. Alice's confusion deepened as the situation grew even more complex and mysterious. Alan looked around the grand room, his thoughts focused. He knew time was of the essence and action needed. With a determined glance, Alan thought, "I should move," his decision already made. He began preparing for what lay ahead. 2 days later, the capital of Laurensis stretched across the horizon. The city, unaware of what was coming, glowed. Guards on the castle walls stared out into the distance, confused by a strange sight they couldn't yet comprehend. One guard questioned his companion, unable to process what he saw. The uncertainty in the air grew stronger. The second guard, unable to make sense of the situation, raised an alarm. His voice echoed with growing fear. The guards reacted swiftly, urging the bells to ring, sending the castle into chaos as the threat grew nearer. One guard tried to calm the situation, but his unease was evident. The sense of impending danger couldn't be ignored. The skeletal warriors approached, their figures growing larger as they moved, evoking fear in the guards stationed on the walls. The scene intensified as more figures appeared on the horizon, signaling the arrival of a force far more powerful. Alice stood still, unable to grasp the full scope of what she was witnessing. Her mind struggled to process. The undead warriors stood motionless, their eerie eyes glowing in the dim light, a chilling presence all around them. Alan observed the unfolding scene with a composed expression. The atmosphere was heavy, but he remained unbothered by the chaos. The skeletal warriors began to march forward, their movements precise and coordinated, signaling the start of something much larger. A powerful presence filled the air as the military muster began. Alan's plan was in motion, and the city would change. Alice walked through the bustling streets, her presence unnoticed. The lively atmosphere masked the tension lingering beneath the surface. The townspeople continued their daily routines, unaware of the approaching force that would soon shatter their peaceful existence. Armored undead knights marched forward, their glowing eyes piercing through the crowd, their presence sending a chill through the air. Magic radiated from the skeletal warriors, their powerful auras signaling something unnatural. The ground trembled beneath their synchronized steps. A hushed whisper spread among the crowd, their fear barely contained. "Such an unholy being shouldn't exist here," someone murmured. A monstrous gaze fixated on the gathering. Its blood-red eyes burned with unnatural energy, sensing the tension in the city. The words carried across the streets like thunder. The arrival of something divine or terrifying had become undeniable. The armored warriors stood in formation, their sheer presence demanding attention. An eerie reverence filled the air. The castle stood tall in the distance, its towering structure now the focal point of the approaching army's purpose. A figure in the window observed everything from above, their silhouette hidden, waiting for the inevitable moment to act. The Holy Emperor strode through the palace halls, his presence commanding. He sensed something about Alan had changed significantly. An advisor walked beside him, agreeing that Alan's presence had become overwhelming, something far beyond ordinary expectations. The Emperor reflected on his own past, realizing even he had not reached such heights at Alan's age. His mind raced with speculation, unsure if Alan's transformation was truly something to celebrate or a potential danger. His voice rang through the hall, demanding answers. The Chamberlain stepped forward, prepared to address the Emperor's sudden concerns. A messenger awaited orders, his stance firm. The weight of responsibility rested on him as the command was about to arrive. The Holy Emperor issued instructions with unwavering authority. The preparations had to be flawless for the upcoming congressional hearing. The palace shimmered in golden light as figures moved through its halls, tension rising with every approaching step. The grand hall buzzed with whispers, discontent growing. Some viewed Alan's presence as heretical, their hushed conversations filled with doubt. Accusations spread among the nobles, their words fueled by fear. Alan's influence challenged traditions they were unwilling to abandon. The Holy Emperor's expression darkened as he took his seat. The weight of the moment was apparent in his demeanor. Heavy footsteps echoed across the polished floor, armored figures moving in unison. The atmosphere grew heavier with their presence. The ground trembled under the synchronized march of undead warriors, their imposing forms exuding an aura of divine power. The towering skeletal figures carried an eerie radiance, their armor gleaming with magic. Their presence defied everything sacred. A knight with a demonic skull helm stood before the throne, his posture unwavering. The palace guards braced themselves instinctively. Ethereal energy drifted through the air, small glowing spirits circling the room. Alan's arrival was accompanied by a display of magic. Nobles whispered in shock as Alan strode confidently inside, undead knights following behind, their disciplined movements unsettling the crowd. Alan's entrance radiated confidence, his expression unreadable. Every step he took demanded attention, his presence impossible to ignore. The Holy Emperor observed Alan carefully, intrigued by his overwhelming presence. His aura had become something beyond conventional understanding. The room remained tense as an unnatural energy lingered. Alan had arrived and the balance of power was shifting rapidly. The Holy Emperor stood with an intense expression, his presence commanding as energy surged around him, signaling an important declaration. Alan stood firm, surrounded by warriors, the air thick with tension. The weight of the moment was undeniable. The words echoed throughout the grand hall, declaring Alan as the rightful heir. The announcement changed everything in an instant. The Holy Emperor's gaze softened for a moment, reflecting on his years of rule. A sense of nostalgia filled him. The Holy Emperor exhaled deeply, realizing time had passed faster than expected. The weight of succession rested heavily on his shoulders. Alan stretched his arms, trying to relax after the exhausting congressional hearing. The tension from earlier still lingered in his thoughts. Charlotte observed Alan carefully, sensing unease beneath his composed exterior. Despite his confident appearance, something still troubled him. Alan's mind wandered back to the hearing. The looks from the elders carried suspicion, and their intent remained uncertain. The Holy Emperor and another elder conversed in whispers, their expressions unreadable. Alan's instincts told him something was wrong. Charlotte shifted the conversation, reminding Alan of urgent matters. They needed to move quickly, with the prison as their next destination. Alan adjusted his coat before stepping forward. His next move required careful execution, with more at stake than before. The prison loomed ahead, its dark and ominous atmosphere sending an unsettling feeling through the air. The tension grew stronger. Inside, a prisoner remained chained, their presence suffocating. Alan's gaze sharpened, knowing the weight of the crimes committed. The dimly lit cell carried an eerie silence. Alan observed the prisoner, knowing approaching him could prove extremely dangerous. The prisoner's sharp red eyes glowed from the shadows, an unsettling presence radiating from him, filled with hatred and resentment. Alan stood in the dimly lit prison, his presence unshaken. The air was thick with tension, suffocating the silence. Charlotte stepped back as Alan took control. The prisoner's sharp gaze held defiance, yet curiosity flickered beneath his hostility. The prisoner's chains rattled as he shifted, his expression darkening. Suspicion filled his eyes as he studied Alan carefully. Alan dismissed Charlotte, his focus unwavering. The encounter needed no interruptions, only precise execution of his calculated plan. Charlotte hesitated but obeyed, She sensed Alan's intentions carried weight, though the prisoner's unpredictable nature made the situation feel volatile. Alan's footsteps echoed through the prison halls, his demeanor unwavering as he prepared to take control of the situation completely. The prisoner struggled against his restraints, his growing unease becoming apparent. The unfamiliar energy in the air felt dangerously overwhelming. Alan's hand glowed with ethereal power, the magic swirling ominously. The prisoner flinched, sensing something beyond his comprehension manifesting. A smirk formed on Alan's lips as the spell intensified, his intentions clear. Resistance was meaningless against his overwhelming presence. The prisoner's defiance cracked as fear overtook him. He realized, too late, that Alan's control was absolute and unavoidable.
Underground water dripped slowly, echoing through the cold, damp stone corridors. The silence carried something darker than just time passing. The drops fell into a pool below, rippling across the surface like the quiet warning of something about to change. Prisoners sat behind bars, shadows cast across their faces. Some were asleep, others too broken to care what happened next. One man lifted his head slightly, eyes wide. Something in the air shifted, a presence neither guard nor prisoner could ignore. A metal door creaked open slowly, footsteps followed. Someone important had entered, and everyone in the dark cell block felt it immediately. The prisoner sat up straighter, recognizing the figure approaching. He wasn't expecting a visitor, but definitely not one dressed like royalty. A quiet moment passed as they locked eyes. No words yet, but the tension between them said everything already. Alan stood calmly, coat sharp, gaze unreadable. He wasn't here to comfort, just to get something done and leave again. The red-haired man narrowed his eyes, barely containing the surprise. The last person he expected had just walked into his cage. Alan spoke without emotion. His visit wasn't personal. Whatever history they had didn't matter today. This was about something else entirely. Another figure arrived, her expression unreadable. Clearly she was dragged into this, or had her own reasons for being involved. The redhead looked up uneasy. He'd requested a meeting, but now with both of them here, the pressure felt heavier than expected. He tried to speak calmly, lips tight. Whatever favor he wanted wasn't simple, and he knew it might backfire badly. Alan crossed his arms, already refusing before hearing the full request. His patience for these games had clearly run out. The redhead's voice cracked slightly, naming family as if that alone could shift things. Alan's stare didn't soften in the slightest. Alan stood still as his brother begged, not as a prince, but as someone clinging to the last piece left. He turned away, unmoved. The title, older brother, held no weight. Right now, family meant something completely different to him. The prisoner trembled, pleading through gritted teeth. He wasn't asking for power, just a moment to see her again. Alan rubbed his temple. He hated this part. Emotions twisting logic, guilt creeping in where duty usually held firm. The name Tuchatarsa lingered in the silence like a wound. And for once, Alan didn't have a clear answer ready. The redhead lowered his voice, offering more. If a reunion wasn't enough, he'd trade knowledge, secrets, anything to make it happen. He bowed lower, swallowing pride. For him, this wasn't about leverage, it was desperation, and Alan recognized that without needing more proof. Alan softened slightly, asking him to lift his head. It wasn't forgiveness, but it was a step, however uncertain. A rare moment passed. Honest vulnerability flickered between them, no longer clouded by rank, bloodlines, or all that royal burden. But Alan's shift didn't come free. His eyes narrowed again. If sincerity was given, then so was expectation, especially about treasure. Alan smirked slightly, fingers still clenched. If this treasure was real, it needed details, facts, not just emotional bargaining chips. The scene faded with a subtle promise made. A deal was struck, and the real story was just beginning now. Outside, questions formed. Suspicion lingered. One look from her said everything. She didn't buy his sudden kindness at all. Alan tilted his head, pretending not to notice. But her gaze stayed sharp, sensing something still hidden beneath his calm face. He brushed it off with confidence. He didn't need certainty, just instincts. And right now, those instincts told him it's safe. Alan's eyes scanned the cryptic documents spread across the table, each page covered in strange markings and ancient coded writing. Stacks of parchment filled the room, the kind no ordinary scholar would bother translating. This wasn't just research, it was preparation. One paper stood out, different ink, different energy. Something powerful had been documented there, sealed away through careful, obsessive strokes. She turned suddenly, asking a question with certainty behind it. Alan paused, knowing exactly what she meant before she said anything. Her trust came easily, maybe too easily. Alan laughed gently, brushing off the pressure without letting his guard fully drop. The two walked through fog-covered streets, mist curling around their steps like the start of something about to spiral fast. The village vanished behind them. All that remained was cold wind, blurred buildings, and the weight of unspoken plans. Alan turned back briefly, giving a nod. Charlotte had already vanished into the fog, her power glowing faintly in the distance. She marched toward the unknown, confident and glowing with determination. Her sword buzzed, sensing the threat before it even appeared. Alan waved casually, muttering encouragement. Deep down, he knew she wasn't just strong, she was probably stronger than all of them. A twisted laugh echoed from the fog ahead. The enemy didn't expect visitors, and definitely not one charging head-on alone. The figure stepped out, pale eyes glowing. He scoffed, assuming some prince had blabbed and brought his problems to the doorstep. His thoughts twisted with rage. Another pest to crush, another foolish hero walking into a fight they couldn't win. He cracked his knuckles and summoned power, ready to kill, until Charlotte appeared directly in front of him without a sound. His eyes widened. She was already there, sword drawn. Not a word spoken, just deadly silence and perfect timing. Crimson light danced in her eye as she focused, unbothered. Whatever he was, he didn't intimidate her one bit. The silence hung heavy after her answer. Baron wasn't the title he expected. His pride cracked without her lifting a finger. She sighed loudly, like hearing disappointing news. The breeze didn't move, but tension did, rolling in waves beneath the moonlight. From a distance, the man seethed. His pride stung more than his bones. To be dismissed so casually was insulting. His muscles twitched, barely able to hold back the rage. She didn't even draw a weapon, just stood, waiting. Her stare narrowed. The swirling energy around her intensified. She didn't move, but the air crackled as magic built inside her. His smirk faded. Something felt wrong. Her energy wasn't like others. It was calm, precise, like a loaded arrow drawn. The summoned beast dropped into the clearing, twisted and undead. It hissed, sensing the weight of her quiet, controlled wrath. His thoughts stumbled. Was this really a human? The power radiating off her felt like something born outside this world. She stayed calm. Pure move, her stance seemed to say. One step back now would mean defeat before the fight started. Back in town, someone entered the quiet cafe, boots soft on wood. The world outside screamed, but it felt distant. He sat calmly, picking up his tea like nothing had happened. The warmth in the cup grounded him more than magic. Across from him, another man waited, eyes sharp despite the casual clothes. Their conversation wasn't small talk, it had weight beneath it. The tea sat untouched between them. It was the kind of pause that came before decisions, not between sips. He finally spoke, not loud, just firm. Young Nim was looking for him. And that wasn't the kind of thing to ignore. Sunlight slipped through the window as the crown princess lifted her cup, calm and composed like the world wasn't burning outside. Her gaze softened when she looked up. Alan's arrival wasn't a surprise, but his timing said everything without needing words. Alan stood quietly, unsure whether to speak or bow. Her presence still had that effect, elegant, unreadable, and quietly powerful. Orange liquid poured calmly as tension rose. The boy didn't flinch, already reading the mood that something deeper was unfolding fast. His eyes narrowed slightly. One glance told him everything. This person wasn't ordinary, and the room wasn't as neutral anymore. She sipped her drink without rushing. Composure unshaken, like someone used to commanding attention and never needing to raise voices. He spoke with clarity. Intentions unclear, but he drew his lines. This place was his now, and vampires weren't welcome. The town sat below like a chessboard. He'd already claimed it, and now he promised to clear the board clean. The woman behind her stayed silent. Her loyalty obvious, but her presence added pressure like a shadow supporting the crown. He smirked slightly, throwing down a warning. Picking a fight now would only invite consequences neither side wanted to handle. The boy leaned forward, annoyed but calm. His pride demanded respect, his words cut sharp, asking if she even knew his title. She responded coolly, eyes fixed. This wasn't just talk anymore. It was a clash between rank, legacy, and hidden layers of power. Her calm cracked just a little. The blue flame in his gaze said everything. He wasn't bluffing, and she felt it. He chuckled lightly, then paused. Raising a cup, he cut through the atmosphere with one pointed question that made silence grow. Her fingers stilled. He asked what others whispered. Why would vampires protect someone like her instead of tearing her apart? There was a pause. No anger, no panic. Just the weight of memories she carried deeper than anyone in the room. Rose had answered it once before. Her story wasn't one of wealth or position, it was rooted in sacrifice, not status. She trusted vampires with her own child. That single act shifted everything, bloodlines, power, and the loyalty she now carried with grace. The vampires stood behind her, silent but deadly. Their presence alone was enough to make most people rethink their choices instantly. He scoffed at her story, clearly unimpressed. No matter how powerful she was, her arrogance crossed a dangerous invisible line. His voice turned cold. He'd heard enough. Whatever sympathy existed had vanished. He wanted her gone, banished from the castle. She stood tall, unshaken. If this was exile, she'd face it head-on. No fear showed behind her stare. Far away, guards stiffened. Something was brewing again. Another moment that could flip the calm into chaos without much warning. A heated voice screamed from the hallway. The prince stepped forward, fury blazing. Whatever happened, he wasn't planning to wait. The flames behind him burned with emotion. Alan's name echoed. This wasn't politics anymore. This was personal, heavy, and spiraling fast. Eyes widened. The prince reached them in seconds. Sword drawn, aura fierce. The mood snapped like a thread mid-pull. He didn't hesitate, swinging with strength and rage. One strike aimed straight at Alan's head, meant to end things instantly. Blades clashed, light exploded. Magic pulsed from impact, shaking the marble floor and silencing everyone in the room instantly. Another strike followed, faster than thought. Sparks flew. The power behind it could have split stone. This wasn't a warning anymore. Alan blocked again, eyes calm. His blade hummed with control. He wasn't rushing, he was reading, responding without flinching under pressure. Dust swirled from the force. Cracks split the walls. It wasn't just a fight, it was a statement, bold and loud. The final swing came hard, but Alan didn't waver. His sword moved with precision, deflecting without waste. He wasn't here to lose. Then came the words, calm, sharp, final. Alan told him to stop. Just 2 words, but they carried the weight of mountains. The accusation cut deep. He questioned Alan's loyalty, twisting the moment with words meant to provoke and spark something worse. A haunting voice echoed through the air. Her expression shifted, familiar, shaken, as if she'd just heard a long-lost whisper. She smiled, resigned. If it ended here, she wanted closure on her terms by the one she once loved. Her knees hit the ground. Neck exposed, she gave herself willingly. Not from fear, but the strangest, most tragic kind of love. That final request hit harder than expected. Cut with love, not rage. If this was goodbye, it would be unforgettable. Silence stretched, but so did realization. Something was off. He narrowed his eyes. Whatever stood before him wasn't the woman he knew. Her words twisted under pressure. He didn't flinch, only sighed and dismissed her softly. It wasn't love, it was delusion. Rose blinked, unsure. The moment cracked open like thin glass. He didn't see her anymore, just someone dangerous, broken, and distant. He gave the order calmly. Apology on his lips, dismissal in his tone. No yelling, just the end of patience. As guards stepped forward, the tension drained. She fell into their arms, her world already unraveling faster than anyone could catch. Locked away, she stared through bars. Everything she'd clung to vanished. Her voice cracked, denial louder than any fire burning nearby. The pain echoed. Her voice screamed through the walls. She'd lost Raphael, and now even Alan had turned his back. Torches flickered outside the cell. Shadows moved, but none offered comfort. She was truly alone in the aftermath of chaos. She sat still, arms around her knees, voice gone hoarse. Time passed slowly, as if even seconds forgot how to move. Footsteps approached, familiar and steady. Alan appeared, arms crossed, words casual. He noticed right away she looked smaller, weaker, and defeated. Alan gave the date without hesitation. One word carried the weight of everything that had built up until this exact moment. The prisoner exhaled slowly. Acceptance coated his voice. Tomorrow meant closure, an ending that felt like mercy and punishment all at once. Alan checked in gently. Not out of duty, but from brotherhood, even if things between them were long broken. The reply was soft, uncertain. Emotions tangled too deep. He couldn't explain what he felt, only that it wasn't peace. He looked down, voice cracking. Everything hurt more because Alan was kind. That made it harder to carry the guilt. Alan handed something over. A gesture outside the rules. One final favor that didn't need explanation. Just silent understanding between siblings. The prisoner blinked, startled. This wasn't expected. He hadn't prepared for kindness. Not from Alan. Not like this. Then it hit, vision blurred. A hallucination, memory, or miracle. But in that moment, all he could see was his mother. She stood there smiling, arms open, glowing softly. The one thing he'd chased his whole life had finally appeared before him. Tears streamed freely. His voice cracked like glass. One word escaped. Mom. The only name that still mattered deep down. Memories surged, sharp and cruel. The moment he tried to say goodbye before, his mother never even looked at him. He whispered apologies over and over, voice trembling. He wasn't begging, just breaking apart, finally selling things he never could in time. He knew she always saw only his brother, never him. That truth had scarred deeper than anything prison or guilt ever could. Even now, the spirit came for his brother. He realized that too. And strangely, it didn't hurt anymore. It just felt empty. Crowds gathered. The platform loomed ahead. No screams, no resistance, just steps toward a destiny he always felt approaching like thunder. She glanced down, tears just barely held back. Her heart whispered one name, Ruffle, like it could somehow rewind time through memory. Chains clinked lightly as she walked. Her eyes scanned every corner, believing she'd feel him nearby if she just focused. A sudden outburst shook the crowd. She cried his name, desperation cracking through her voice while guards scrambled to restrain her. Her eyes widened in panic. She spoke gently to the wind, promising comfort, still acting like Ruffle could somehow hear her. Then she saw it, something in her reflection. Her vision clouded red, and she couldn't tell if it was real. A loud scream tore through the silence. That one word, pshunt, mother, hit like a blade, heavier than anything the world could lift. Suddenly, it was quiet. A forest surrounded him. His body ached, his mind fogged, he had no idea where he was. His eyes flew open, breath caught. This wasn't a dream, it wasn't death. The pain told him he'd survived somehow. A familiar face leaned in, relief clear. For a second, nothing else mattered but the realization that someone stayed behind. The man spoke softly, voice firm. Everything was over. The prince had sacrificed too much. Now it was time to live. His eyes widened at the message. Alan's voice echoed in memory. One last gift, one final wish for him to live. The forest air felt heavier with every breath. No chains, no bars, just freedom. Scary and unfamiliar like a brand new skin. He walked deeper into the trees. No destination, no plan. Just steps forward, corralling hope, grief, and a second chance. The old man sat back on his golden throne, adjusting his posture as someone unexpected approached through the palace entrance. His hand trembled slightly, eyes narrowing as he sensed something serious was about to happen. Definitely not a casual visit today. Tall pillars cast stretched shadows as quiet footsteps echoed, signaling someone confident and familiar, slowly making their way forward. Each step was firm, no hesitation. Whoever it was clearly had something important to say, and it wasn't light-hearted news. Alan stepped into the hall, calm and collected, catching everyone's attention as the room shifted into a quiet, expectant silence. The atmosphere lightened slightly, but Alan remained focused, walking closer with purpose as the throne room's attention settled on him. Standing before the Emperor, Alan paused just enough to show respect, then looked up without flinching, ready to speak his mind. The old man leaned forward eagerly, misreading the situation. Alan stood still, unmoved, his focus entirely on what truly mattered today. Another advisor reacted nervously, misunderstanding Alan's visit. But Alan had no interest in anyone's expectations or dramatic assumptions right now. His eyes stayed steady as he asked for time away. Nothing grand, just something simple he'd been meaning to do quietly. Alan casually explained his plan, thinking a short break might clear his head. Just a little over a month away. The Emperor stared blankly, trying to process this strange request. It wasn't what he expected after all the build-up and silence. After a pause, he realized Alan had been pushing non-stop. Maybe a break wasn't selfish, just overdue and probably much needed. Alan walked off calmly, already imagining what lay ahead. The hallway felt lighter now, like he'd shaken off heavy expectations. The old man finally waved him off, grumbling a bit but not resisting. Alan smiled slightly, permission granted, mission complete, time to go. The Emperor's eyes sharpened as he leaned forward, clearly curious where Alan planned to head with all this sudden freedom. Alan smirked slightly, already set on his destination. He wasn't just wandering, he had something specific tugging at his curiosity lately. He mentioned Iran's, the Magic Kingdom, a place known for unusual energy, old secrets, and the kind of chaos he liked. Horses galloped down stone paths, wheels clattering behind. The journey had started, and Alan wasn't wasting a second getting there. As the sun dipped behind trees, distant castle walls faded into view, veiled by forests and evening mist like a dream. In the shadows, an old man grinned coldly, watching as strange red runes pulsed and magic circles began to form. Lightning-like streaks coiled along the edges of the symbols as hooded figures chanted, voices low, focused on ancient, forbidden rituals. The cultists stood in formation, circling glowing magic, a coordinated spell fueled by secrecy, obsession, and something far more dangerous. Their leader stepped forward, arms raised. The energy crackled higher. He welcomed whatever horror they were calling without hesitation or fear. More joined in, hands pressed together, eyes wide in feverish devotion. Whatever this was, it wasn't going to stay quiet. One staff strike echoed loudly. The air split open as raw power burst from the elder's hands, shaking the chamber. A glowing portal surged open midair, twisting violently. The cult's spell faltered. Something unknown had just entered the summoning circle. A figure burst through, wrapped in blue energy, slicing the space apart. His arrival was sudden and way too dramatic. Everyone panicked. The magic flared out, freezing limbs in place. Chains of energy wrapped around them before they even reacted. Cultists shouted over the roaring noise. Whatever plan they had just got completely wrecked by this unexpected magical whirlwind. Alan glanced down, irritated. It wasn't the cult that bugged him most, it was constantly cleaning up other people's problems. Surrounded by confused classmates, he wondered how he always ended up being the guy dealing with messes nobody else touched. He looked around, noticing someone missing. Typical. When it gets chaotic, Charlotte vanishes like smoke, leaving everything behind again. The girl stepped forward, half smiling. She reminded him this break wasn't just for peace, it might spark something meaningful too. Alan sighed but nodded slightly. Maybe she had a point. He didn't always have to carry the weight alone. Her eyes narrowed. She was hiding something big, something she assumed no one else had noticed. But Alan clearly already knew. Alan explained calmly. Only the holy ones could detect someone like her. Everyone else? Just walking blind in daylight. The group started moving deeper into the rocky path, following Alan's pace, unaware of what still waited ahead. Shouted from behind, Hans snapped out of his daze. He scrambled to catch up, trying to act like nothing happened. Meanwhile, a crowd gathered nearby. Tension swirled under the surface, even in what looked like a quiet, peaceful village. Alan stepped into the village square. The crowd buzzed with movement, but the unease was easy to feel between glances. He scanned the streets, unsure where to begin. The village was bigger than expected, and way too many people were watching. With no real plan, he kept walking, trying not to look lost while thinking 3 steps ahead like usual. He reached for a nearby door handle, hoping it led to something useful, not another awkward detour or shady encounter. A hand stopped him gently. Someone nearby offered help, calm and casual, just when Alan thought he'd be stumbling alone again. She suggested checking the guild, where most rumors pass through. Alan nodded, knowing some hidden truth might surface there eventually. Alan paused, hesitating. Something felt off. He knew the guild had flaws but didn't expect this level of secrecy. Whispers floated by, mentions of incidents, rumors tangled between names. Alan realized more eyes were watching him than he first thought. A man leaned in, gossip sharp and quick. Talks of the second prince and vampires swirled around like wildfire. Alan listened silently. The more he heard, the clearer it became this village wasn't random. Someone planned this from the start. Alan gave a slow nod, keeping his expression unreadable. The others around him clearly didn't grasp how deep this ran yet. He turned away, thoughtful. His classmate nearby blinked, clearly still trowling to catch up to whatever Alan was already processing. The kid with the backpack suddenly perked up, inspiration striking him mid-thought like lightning on a clear, quiet afternoon. He declared his idea with way too much excitement. Alan raised an eyebrow. The blonde just looked genuinely confused by everything. Heavy metal boots echoed down the street. Someone important was approaching, and the air shifted before they even showed up. Inside the guild, regular adventurers relaxed, unaware that the air outside had already shifted with something big drawing near. A few heads turned as the sound of metal echoed in, calm at first, then noticeably heavier with every step forward. The bartender and others froze, instinctively standing straighter. Whatever was coming wasn't ordinary, and they all felt it at once. The receptionist stuttered a greeting, voice shaky. This wasn't the usual wandering knight or guild request. Something about him was different. The armored figure stomped forward, presence massive, eyes hidden. Everyone backed up slightly, not sure if he brought help or chaos. Alan walked in confidently, his armor catching light. Everyone glanced his way, silently wondering who this flashy new guy was. His polished gear practically screamed money. People nearby leaned in, guessing how someone like him ended up in this small place. He stood calmly while others gawked. The staff hesitated, unsure how to treat a newcomer who looked like royalty in armor. Without sounding much, he made it clear he was here for business. Not fame, not show, just the usual routine stuff. The atmosphere shifted slightly. Whatever his story was, he didn't seem like trouble. Still, everyone remained curious about his background. The registration process kicked off with routine steps. Names, forms, questions. Alan's presence, though, made even that feel unusually intense. Hearing his full name raised eyebrows. Titles like that didn't usually walk through the door dressed in such expensive protection. He answered without hesitation. The past might have crumbled, but his confidence said he wasn't someone to pity or underestimate anymore. The clerk scanned him up and down. His gear sparkled like a noble's, clashing with the story of fallen heritage. Alan's calm aura didn't break. Despite everything, he looked like someone used to wealth, war, and walking through skeptical stares effortlessly. Mentioning his origins added more intrigue. Nobody from that region came here unless they had a real reason or ran away. After a brief silence, paperwork was done. No fuss. Just like that, he officially joined the adventurer ranks, starting at the bottom. While things settled down, someone new entered. Heads turned, hearts skipped. A woman radiating charm without troweling stole everyone's attention instantly. Some adventurers daydreamed out loud. Others elbowed each other with dumb grins. The entire room practically paused just to admire her. Meanwhile, she waited quietly. Her eyes drifted toward the back. Alan was taking forever, and she hated wasting time inside. Alan finally returned, backpack slung over his shoulder. His timing was perfect, just when the group began whispering about his delay. Everyone gathered at the guild entrance. Alan nodded, confirming he got through. The others looked relieved, tension easing from their faces. Whispers buzzed around them, guild members murmuring. Some worried about competition, others just curious. Alan's presence stirred up the usual gossip. Standing in the shadows, someone watched closely. They clearly weren't here to make friends, just observing like they had plans brewing. The air shifted. Whatever came next, it was clear Alan had no plans to treat this like a warm-up. A few days passed. Outside the guild, the building looked peaceful. Inside, rumors were already spreading like wildfire through tavern chatter. Wooden mugs clinked. Meals were served. Everyone relaxed, sharing thoughts about the mysterious pair who'd recently joined their ranks. Someone leaned closer, whispering about the woman with Alan. Rumor said she was royalty, hidden behind a new identity. That explained her elegant look. Even among rough adventurers, she stood out like someone born into silk, not survival training. Bootsteps echoed. Everyone turned toward the entrance. Alan walked in again, looking just as composed and armored as the first time. The tavern quieted, eyes following Alan and the others. They didn't speak, just moved smoothly, grabbing attention with each casual stride. The room buzzed. Something about the way they carried themselves made people believe this team was more than they let on. Plates piled with roasted meat and golden potatoes sat steaming on wooden tables, tempting every hungry eye nearby. The food shimmered under the light. Everything smelled amazing, perfectly seasoned, freshly grilled, cooked just right to erase a day's exhaustion. Alan devoured the meal with gusto, his armor clanking lightly. Finally, something simple to enjoy, no masks, no expectations, just food. The tavern buzzed quietly as the group gathered again. Alan stood nearby, calm as ever, while others whispered among themselves. His glance shifted to her, waiting for a signal. Their next quest hadn't started, but everyone felt something was brewing. She smiled gently, brushing back her hair. They had time to breathe, but only a little. The next step loomed. Alan could tell she felt freer now. Palace walls had held her back. This world let her run wild and fast. He thought back to earlier. She rushed through everything like a storm. Holding her back wasn't even an option. Out on the field, she stood triumphant. Task finished, no hesitation. Confidence radiated like she'd been doing this forever. Alan trailed behind, watching her work. Her energy was unpredictable, and he quietly reminded himself to choose words very, very carefully. He made his way back to town, footsteps echoing. A name called out to him before he reached his seat. The air paused. Everyone turned. A voice from nowhere addressed him directly, calm, unfamiliar, and just a little too polite. Alan looked up. His armor barely shifted. Something about this man's presence didn't sit quite right with his instincts. The stranger requested a private word. Alan sat still, watching his expression for cracks. None came, which made it worse. He'd never seen the guy before. No name, no vibe, just confidence, and that was never a good sign. Magic stirred around them. A soft pulse, almost invisible. Alan's senses narrowed as his thoughts raced ahead of the situation. The stranger looked ordinary. Nothing about him screamed power. But still, he stood like someone who knew how to handle himself. Alan stayed firm, voice steady. He wasn't in the mood for surprises. If this man had business, better speak fast. The man claimed he came from the Orang Kingdom. Alan sat still, silently calculating where this strange talk might lead. They moved outside, away from ears. The shift to privacy meant this wasn't just small talk, it was something that mattered. Ekelint introduced himself calmly, stating ties to the Holy Emperor's empire. Alan didn't react, but kept his focus sharp. The mission, he said, came from royalty. Alan was being investigated directly, which only deepened the mystery of this visit. With a grin, Ekelint casually admitted serving time as a convict. Alan blinked, processing the sudden swing in backstory tone. Ekelint laughed as he explained. His sentence was for stealing bread. A story that began light but shifted tone too quickly. Alan sat at the table, saying nothing. His mind wandered to a memory he tried not to revisit too often. He thought back to a battlefield, heart pounding. It couldn't be the same guy, right? That story felt too familiar. Ekelint spoke with awe. He remembered someone extraordinary, strong, wild, unforgettable. Alan's silence thickened as the pieces awkwardly started to connect. With a musket and shovel, that stranger fought like a demon. Alan remembered that moment vividly. The chaos, the fear. Alan froze. He remembered the field of bodies. One man stood victorious. One figure defied logic. He'd never forget that moment. Ekelint's admiration deepened. That figure still haunted him, in a good way. It changed his life in a way he couldn't explain. The room went quiet. The group stared blankly. Ekelint rambled like they weren't even there, lost in his own memory. Alan covered his face, embarrassed. This was dragging. He needed the man to get to the actual point, anything but nostalgia. Ekelint finally noticed. With an awkward smile, he admitted it himself. Time to stop rambling and cut to the point. Everyone froze mid-bite, mid-thought, eyes wide. A sudden energy cracked through the air, too sharp, too real to ignore anymore. People rushed outside as the ground trembled beneath them. Confused shouting echoed, unsure if this was magic, danger, or something worse. A blinding pillar of light exploded from the distance. The city lit up in chaos, hearts racing with rising dread. In the middle of the woods, Kai stood still, trying to process the mess unraveling faster than he could think. He sank to the ground, clutching his head as panic crept in. Nothing made sense. Not the silence, not the loss. The battlefield was a graveyard now, with bones and mist replacing his once loyal undead army, scattered and torn apart completely. His hand gripped the wooden staff, memories flooding in, late nights, hard lessons, everything he sacrificed to reach this exact point. A monstrous form surged through the smoke, born from desperation and raw power, fueled by chaos he could no longer control. The creature rampaged ahead, devouring all sense of strategy. His years of training shattered as enemies closed in from all directions. His heart sank. Plans, loyalty, all the years of silent struggle completely erased within seconds by something far beyond his control. The weight of failure settled deep in his chest, tighter than fear, heavier than grief. This downfall didn't happen by chance. The answer was obvious. The one force that always got in the way. His silent war had always pointed to him. Records were checked, and nothing came up. The Ulfus family was just a name, fabricated, planted, erased from every known registry. In a quiet hall filled with shadows, Ludus waited. Patience had kept him alive this long, but unease crept in today. Despite all their eyes, none of the loyal followers could figure out who the man was, and that meant trouble. Their scouts had searched beyond borders, through Arang and beyond, but the name didn't exist anywhere, not even in stolen church records. Ludus exhaled slowly, realizing they were dealing with a ghost, a carefully crafted identity meant to slip through cracks and leave nothing. With the Empire stirring and tensions rising, resistance wouldn't be easy, but Ludus wasn't planning on fading quietly into history either. The halls echoed with quiet footsteps as cloaked figures moved with purpose, loyal to a cause no longer fully understood. Their mission was clear: spread decay, sow fear. Not for glory, but for the will of a king unseen. Orders went out swiftly. All forces were to converge on Alusha, where chaos waited like a beast in hiding. Supplies weren't a concern. The local lord had already been turned, just another puppet marching to an unseen necromancer's rhythm. Viscount Aetons, once proud and defiant, now stood vacant-eyed, brainwashed by dark whispers that stripped away every trace of will. Red eyes scanned the sky, confident. No mercy was left in him, only hunger for ruin, promised by ancient blessings. He'd seen death and returned darker. What he brought now wasn't just war, it was a living nightmare in bloom. Alusha, peaceful just days before, now erupted into panic as civilians scattered, their homes bathed in blood-colored light and screams. Through the chaos, a massive eye blinked open, red, ancient, pulsing like a heart made from everything the world forgot. From within that eye, something stirred, something twisted and eternal, slithering forth, drawing fear from the deepest part of the soul. Cries echoed through the streets as villagers fled, the ground beneath them twisting into a sludge of rot and shadow. People froze at the sight, one single monstrous eye gazing down like judgment itself, awakening primal fear they couldn't name. Behind wooden walls, a knight watched in disbelief. Whatever that was, it didn't belong in this world. Not in any. Whispers ran through the barracks. Some called it in Big Eyes, others said it had another name, older, buried beneath forgotten scripture. It wasn't just a monster, it was an ancient demon, and they'd accidentally invited the damn gatekeeper of hell itself. Swords clashed and flesh reformed. The creature's body regenerated instantly, no matter how many times the knights hacked at it. Beneath the chaos, they finally realized, its real form was the massive eyeball pulsing at the center of everything grotesque. Chunks of meat dropped, squirming on the ground. Limbs twitched as if obeying a rhythm only the monster heard. Every piece cut away rejoined, as if mocking their efforts. Fighting it felt like pouring water into a bottomless pit. In the distance, a soldier's trembling voice cracked the tension. His eyes widened as something even worse began to form. Faces turned pale. The twisting mass wasn't done. It was building something smarter, with bones, eyes, and a chilling grin. This wasn't just a fight anymore. This was a trap, a sealed zone designed to break every last defense. Soldiers whispered the obvious. This battlefield wasn't real anymore. It was practically hell. An escape felt more dream than option. Whatever they were guarding was beyond imagination. The creature's infinite regeneration only proved it was never meant to be stopped. Footsteps echoed as people scattered. Not everyone could be brave, not when facing a living wall of eyes and nightmares. Tentacles whipped through the air, catching anyone who lingered too long. Those too slow vanished in red spirals of motion. In the middle of the madness, a lone figure ran straight toward danger. Something about them didn't hesitate, didn't flinch. Their steps were light, fast, like someone used to chasing chaos. Magic sparked from their hands, blue and wild with purpose. The spinning glyphs formed a massive surge of power, the air cracking as reality bent beneath the incoming spell's force. The spell wasn't just strong, it was personal. Whoever they were, this monster had just ruined their vacation, and they were pissed. Bright blue magic clashed against red tendrils, lighting up the streets like a festival, except this one smelled like burning flesh. While some hid, others tried to fight back. but the creature's reach spread further than anyone could have imagined. A child's scream echoed through the plaza. Dozens were trapped, wrapped in red coils that pulsed like living muscle ropes. Kai's arrival was fast and violent. His strike didn't just cut, it burned, separating flesh from shadow in explosive sparks. From behind a crumbling stall, an old merchant cradled a child, whispering prayers no god was listening to anymore. A lone priestess stepped forward, eyes scanning the battlefield. Something about the creature felt wrong, unholy, forced, like a wound. She whispered under her breath, already knowing. This wasn't summoned by nature nor divine power. It had been pulled unnaturally. Questions spread faster than the fire. Who was foolish enough to summon such a monster inside a bustling city like Alusha? Soldiers looked toward each other, suspicion forming. Eyes turned toward cloaked strangers, spells mid-cast, faces hidden behind layers of false loyalty. Somewhere deep inside the cathedral, someone laughed. The kind of laugh that meant things were just starting to get worse. Cloaked hands trembled as they activated the final part of the ritual. Sweat poured down their backs, but they kept going. At the altar, the old warlock raised both arms, standing within a crimson seal drawn in fresh, unwilling blood. He shouted into the void, not for help, but celebration. The chaos above was exactly what he had prayed to achieve. The ritual circle pulsed. Outside, screams mixed with spells, and the smell of death seeped deep into the cathedral's stone. His voice rang out again. They needed more bodies, more lives to burn. This was just the beginning of his offering. His red eye twitched as he turned, sensing a sudden shift. The air around him grew colder, heavier, unfamiliar. From the shadows stepped a man grinning with eerie calm, chest bare, gaze sharp. Something about him screamed danger wrapped in confidence. The cathedral shook as armored boots hit the floor, swords drawn. Reinforcements had arrived, but so had something far worse. He laughed nervously, eyes wide. "Was I always this reckless?" he whispered, recalling what he'd just unleashed from the sealed chamber. Sweat dripped as he muttered, "I'm the lunatic. I must have been mad." The truth twisted deeper than he dared believe. Staring at the monstrous form, he said, "I should have just kept researching. Playing hero in the Empire was foolish." Grim realization sank in. "I'm the idiot who trusted that prince." The creature writhed. He backed away, heart pounding. The sky cracked. A giant hand erupted, roaring. "Too late," he muttered, watching the city crumble beneath the red nightmare. The creature's mouth opened wide, growling as steam poured out. Its rage burned hotter than anything he had faced before. He turned to run, breath tight, heart racing. "This isn't something I can fight," he whispered, sprinting through the corridor. A red monster burst from the darkness behind him. Its eyes glowed. He didn't have time to react or think. The creature swung its arm. He screamed, dodging just in time, but pain flared as claws grazed his shoulder. A flash of blue light cut the air. A skeletal warrior emerged, raising its sword between him and the beast. He stood frozen. "This!" The skeleton knights had formed a barrier, their shields glowing as they held the monster back. One of the knights turned slightly. "I always believed in you, Prince," it said, voice calm, steady, filled with purpose. The red beast crashed down, its weight shaking the floor. A soldier nearby groaned, barely dodging the crushing, blood-soaked foot. He blinked. The battlefield suddenly shifted. All eyes were on him. The enemy hesitated. He hadn't expected this reaction. Surrounded by rotting limbs and glowing warriors, he muttered, "Believe in him." Right. His doubt remained, even with their help. He smirked bitterly. "Oh, miserable life. I'll be taking my leave first." But he knew it wouldn't be that simple. A voice screamed, "Get down!" before he could move. His eyes widened. Someone else had already seen the danger incoming. A blazing blue projectile surged past, fast and loud. Magic energy crackled, tearing through the air toward its monstrous target. The blast hit, exploding on contact. Red limbs shattered under the force. The ground shook. Screams echoed. They were safe barely. Dust settled. Footsteps echoed. Someone approached through the haze, firm and steady. He turned toward the sound, bracing for anything. Alice walked through fallen monsters, calm and sharp. "There's no end to them," she said, eyes scanning the ruined battlefield. He called out, "Alice Nim, I believed in you." She replied coolly, "You changed the people you believe in pretty fast." Surprised, he asked, "Oh, the prince?" His voice trembled slightly, unsure whether to explain or to brace for her reaction. Without looking back, she answered. The prince went to look for the main body of Big Eyes. Alone, of course. Her eyes narrowed. "He better not die before I finish this." She stepped forward, magic crackling faintly around her glove. He gasped, eyes wide. "What?" Her words echoed. The thought of the prince going alone made his stomach drop hard. "What did you just say?" he shouted. Panic rushed in. He couldn't believe someone actually entered the body of Big Eyes. A grotesque vision flashed. Tentacles, eyes, and power. "Even the dragon," she said, "is like a baby before his eyes." "You're saying he went inside Big Eyes?" he whispered, horrified. His thoughts raced, picturing the prince swallowed by the abomination. She smiled calmly. He'll be fine. It's him, after all. Her confidence stood firm, even as shadows moved beyond the hall. Blood splattered across the floor. A blade fell silent. The hallway darkened. Something had changed in Amon, completely, irreversibly changed. A monk knelt, trembling. "Amon Nim, please don't do this," he begged, tears forming. His voice cracked with fear and disbelief. "Please, come to your senses." The words stopped as red blades pierced flesh. He gasped, pain written on his face. The survivors ran. Desperation filled the air. Blood stained the walls. Panic took over, louder than any command or reason. Inside a shield, one cried, "Just why? Why is the Necromancer King attacking us?" No one had an answer. Blades clashed midair, sparks flying. Neither side gave ground. Each strike was faster, sharper. It was a fight to kill. Blood sprayed across the stone floor. One sword had broken through. A warrior dropped, lifeless, before realizing he'd been struck. A scream followed. Another soldier fell, throat cut deep. Chaos spread as the group began to fall one after another. A skeletal knight clenched its sword, glowing blue. It stepped over bodies, ready to face the source of the command. A voice echoed mockingly, "What's wrong?" A twisted smile followed. The real enemy had just arrived, and it was enjoying this. Blue light pulsed from the knight's hand. The red beast lunged forward, unaware of what was about to be unleashed. The skeletal warrior stepped into view. Its voice was deep and steady. "The death you wanted so badly is finally here." Each step it took sent cold across the ground. The monster paused. Something about this knight wasn't like the others. The man growled, "So you're mocking Amonim now?" His hands trembled. Rage and fear began to blend in his stare. "Just why? Why on earth are you getting in our way?" he shouted, pointing to the glowing orb in fury. The man shouted, veins bulging, "Hand over Amonim's relic right now!" His voice echoed across the vast, tense hall. "I don't know how you got your dirty hands over it," but he growled, ready to strike without hesitation. Suddenly, his expression faltered. He muttered, sensing something wrong. The air had shifted. Something unnatural had just begun moving. The water shimmered. Footsteps rippled through it. Blue light circled the intruder, slow and deliberate. The old man froze, eyes widening. "I'll show you now," the figure said, stepping forward. The calm tone chilled the room more than any weapon ever could. The skeletal soldiers marched forward, water swirling around them. Their armor clanked in sync, glowing with cold, deadly blue energy. Shields raised, they formed a line. The air tightened. Their silence wasn't empty. It was the calm before something brutal. The leader stepped forward. His voice cut through the hall. "I'll show you," he said, eyes burning. "What true hell is—" From behind him, more undead soldiers emerged, shields, axes, and glowing eyes. The entire hall trembled with rising, relentless power. Rows of armored undead flooded the chamber, surrounding the enemy. There would be no retreat, no mercy, only complete annihilation. Sweat dripped from the old man's face. He didn't speak. The silence of the undead behind him was unbearable. The front line of skeletal warriors stood still. One turned, red eye glowing. Its gaze locked directly onto the old man. Armor creaked. The knights readied their weapons. Their horns loomed, silent and terrifying. They awaited the next command, unshaken and prepared. From the side, another beastly creature appeared, its skull bare, its armor cracked but still alive. The horde kept growing stronger. Then he saw him, red eyes glowing, calm and shirtless. A new enemy, a living one, and fully awakened. The undead knight raised his glowing hand. Blue flames danced calmly. It was a signal, one that always meant destruction. Alice narrowed her eyes. "So what if it can regenerate infinitely?" Her voice was sharp, refusing to yield to fear. "You have to go after the main body of Big Eyes as quickly as possible," she ordered without hesitation. The skeletal commander replied, "I'll just crush it every time it regenerates." His voice was steady, filled with grim resolve. Raising his shield, another knight declared, "Let's give our opponent unimaginable pain." The undead army surged forward, ready to execute. Undead knights surged forward, glowing blue with power. Their formation closed in, blades raised. The enemy was already starting to panic. A red-eyed warrior snarled, "I'll trample everything in sight." His hand charged with energy, preparing to strike without holding back. His breath grew louder, wild. Dark power swirled above him. He raised his arm and unleashed it toward the grand hall. "And I'll show you the hell you people so desperately wished for," he vowed, as destruction poured across the palace. After the blast faded, silence returned. Blood flooded the floor. A lone body twitched among the remains of the fallen. His eye widened. "No," he breathed, watching the monster grow stronger. The tide of battle was turning against them quickly. The massive red eye glared across the field. Its tentacles writhed. The monster had fully awakened, overwhelming all defenses now. "At this rate, all our long-held hopes will be for nothing," the armored one growled, voice shaking with frustration and fear. A blue flame surged in his hand. "I have no choice but to use the last resort," he whispered. He reached into the void, summoning something ancient. Red energy swirled around his fist. One final gamble was about to begin. He stepped forward, red aura pulsing. "Oh, big eyes," he muttered, voice shaking with power. "Witness my final offering." The monstrous eye opened wide, its energy flared. It heard him, acknowledged him. Something dark stirred in response to the ritual. Red energy spiraled upward. Skeletons shuddered. The room grew hotter. Every undead around him responded to the unnatural force rising fast. "You're gonna have to join me in a live sacrifice," he declared. The spell circled tighter around his armored body. The eye expanded, trembling with energy. Light poured from its core. The ritual was complete. The sacrifice had just begun. Flames engulfed his body. "I may die," he screamed, "but I'll be the medium that summons hell." He laughed madly. His laughter echoed as smoke poured out. His body burned away, but the ritual's energy didn't stop. It intensified. Smoke swallowed the hall. Light vanished. All they could hear was the violent surge of something awakening deep beneath them. The skeletal knight stared at the spreading smoke. "That crazy bastard really did it," he muttered. Fear tinged his voice. "Alice Nim, look," the young man said. She raised her eyes. Something massive had arrived, something none of them were ready for. Alice gasped, stepping forward. "Prince," she whispered, eyes wide. The ground trembled. She felt the energy shift in the air. The Dark Knight looked down. "Is this the world they live in?" he said coldly. "Their ignorance truly is pitiful." Floating above the burning city, he spread his arms. "I must grant them the mercy of death for their souls." His skeletal guards descended with glowing eyes, surrounding him like a crown. They awaited only a word to strike. "Go. Go and show them," he ordered. The undead army moved forward, ready to deliver judgment upon the living. The skeletal beasts charged forward, wrapped in blue flame. Their claws scraped the stone as they moved without hesitation or mercy. Their shadows stretched long across the broken ground. A voice echoed, "Real freedom comes through death." No one disagreed anymore. Above them, the sky cracked. Red energy pierced through. Something massive was coming, and the world had seconds to react. Shattered glass rained down, catching the red sky's reflection. Every falling piece marked a life about to end. Then the eye appeared huge, red, staring. It opened wide, unblinking. It had seen everything, and now it was awake. Dozens of glowing red eyes filled the sky. Tentacles moved slowly. The people below stared upward, frozen in complete fear. More eyes opened, some screamed, others couldn't breathe, and they knew this wasn't magic. It was the end taking form. A wave of darkness rushed down. Panic spread. Families ran. Buildings shook. There was no plan, only instinct left to act. Soldiers raised their weapons. Gunfire rang out. "Hold your ground," someone shouted, but their hands trembled, and eyes stayed skyward. More units arrived behind barriers. Their rifles aimed high, but they knew deep down this wasn't something bullets could stop anymore. The horned undead moved forward, weapons drawn. They followed their master's will. The enemy's resistance was still holding, barely. "So you're not going down easily, huh?" The silver-haired warrior grinned. "Trying to save the city is killing me," he sneered. "What a contradiction. Using the power of death just to keep life from collapsing? Hypocrisy at its peak. Disgusting. Unholy," he roared. "I'll personally liberate you and set things right." His sword crackled with cursed energy. With a furious swing, he launched forward. Blue and red magic collided across the hall as their final clash began. The knight's blade surged with lightning. He steadied his stance. "Dragging time will put me at a disadvantage," he thought. "I'll finish this with one blow," he vowed, energy crackling. His target stood still, unfazed by the threat. The horned enemy scoffed, "Foolish. Why are you rejecting salvation?" His voice echoed, deep and mocking. "You can't win." "Ugh, all that damn rambling's gonna make my ears bleed." The knight interrupted, annoyed, his eyes locked on the target. "Unholy? Your very existence is unholy. Haven't you realized that?" He dashed forward, blue light trailing as the final strike began. He grinned. "Hey, we're not meant to be friends," he said. Lightning sparked behind him, aura flaring with intent. "So let's part our ways, yeah?" he added, stepping forward. The ground cracked beneath him. Magic began to surge violently. "You arrogant punk!" the horned enemy shouted. Rage boiled in his voice as red energy coiled around his feet. "I'm just saying," the knight said calmly, "because I might crush your skull if you stall any longer." Blue lightning exploded. "Let's end this fake salvation act of yours," he roared, sword crashing down in a final strike. A skeletal hand dropped limp, severed from its arm. Energy still flickered inside it, pulsing faintly with red magic. The spell circle began glowing again. Lines cracked and sparked. Dark energy surged from the floor like rising smoke. The symbol expanded. Red runes flashed across the surface. Cracks spread outward, and the room trembled under the rising power. A wave of distortion spun out from the center. Space bent. The summoning wasn't done yet, it was accelerating instead. The horned skull turned. "Too bad it turned out this way, but what can you do?" he muttered, grinning calmly. Tentacles lashed out from the red mist. He faced them calmly. "I'm tired. So just go already," he muttered. "This is the end. I won't stay here any longer, he said, stepping forward, energy crackling at his fingertips. Death isn't something you can avoid just by running from it, the enemy growled. It'll always be lurking around you. Red tendrils whipped around him. I'll rip your flesh apart and make it the very cornerstone for Death's reign. The knight stood unmoved. You better look forward to it, you half-assed necromancer, he replied, blade ready for the finale. A shadowy figure soared across the hall. The force of its movement shattered the floor and shook the ceiling above. He crashed hard into the wall, leaving a crater. Dust flew. For a moment, everything went completely silent. Still kneeling, the knight smirked. Damn, he sure talks a hell of a lot, he muttered, trying to catch breath. Wind howled as debris spiraled around him. Yet he didn't move, watching calmly as darkness coiled and tension thickened. I'm just trying to retrieve my ancestral heirloom. Why the hell is everyone getting in my way? Seriously, he sighed. He lay quietly on the ground, staring at the ceiling. His breath slowed. I can't believe it, he whispered. Footsteps approached. He blinked upward, confused. Shadows passed over his face, and someone stared silently down at his resting form. I couldn't believe it when they said the childish prince who used to tease me was the one fighting, he said. He changed completely. I thought I misheard, the soldier continued. He watched the prince with awe, respect now in his voice. The prince lay still, someone gently brushing hair from his face. Even now, the voice murmured, you still surprise us. Elise sat quietly, cradling the prince. I, Elise Astoria, will follow Prince Alan Alfaris, she declared with steady resolve. The emblem of the necromancer's mark glowed faintly, lingering over the scene. A new chapter was beginning, forged in blood. It was like hell back then, an elder man said, voice distant, fingers brushing old parchment, lost in thought. The capital of Iran's Irian stood tall. It was like witnessing the end of the world, he added, gazing out solemnly. Back then, what the hell were the mages doing? He snapped. That's not what's important right now, another voice interrupted. You're right. Figuring out the cause of this incident is the top priority, the elder mage said, eyes narrowing. The gate itself was absurdly massive from the start. If a gate like that opens again... Another wizard muttered anxiously. Even if we mobilize the entire magic tower, it would take years to create something that size, the elder added. How did they manage something that difficult? The younger mage asked, skeptical. His voice trembled slightly, fear behind the question. They must have had help from the vampires, he concluded grimly. In the shadows, someone smiled, watching, listening, knowing more than they admitted. The group called Nemesis? The man scoffed. They're noisy, nothing else. They don't have the kind of power needed. They must have gotten support from some outside force, the green-robed mage said, her voice calm but laced with suspicion. In the middle of all this, that prince of the dead walking freely is absurd, she continued, eyes narrowing. And he is wandering. He shouldn't be supporting anyone. His presence alone changes too much, she finished, fist tightening slowly. Queen of Iran's Rock's Alliance, the man said. Aren't you reading too much into it? But she didn't answer. An elder mage spoke firmly. It's impossible for anyone to sneak in here. This place is full of protection spells. But was it ever possible for Big Eyes to appear right in the middle of the city? She countered. She stood tall. We must face the truth. We're weak. We're blind. And our ignorance nearly killed us all. The room fell silent. The council members lowered their heads, the weight of failure pressing heavily onto their shoulders. But in the darkened corner, red eyes gleamed, an unseen figure was already among them, listening to every word quietly. From the shadows, a red eye watched. No one noticed. The council had no idea they were already being infiltrated. A confident voice echoed, So, I'd like to present one possible countermeasure to you all, drawing attention instantly. The queen stood up. And what kind of countermeasure would that be? She asked, her tone calm yet wary. A loud clap broke the silence. Everyone's attention shifted as tension swirled through the room like charged air. We're going to invite him to the palace, she said, smiling. Whispers rose, some surprised, some afraid of the idea. They're here, someone whispered. Boots clinked on stone as the armored figure strode through, eyes locked forward, aura unwavering. Two women watched, blushing. That dignified look? Totally my type, one giggled. I can't believe it's really him. Voices rose. Lord Lupus, just one glance, another shouted. Miss Elise, please share a meal with me. Unbothered, Lupus walked on. Elise smirked, whispering, The stairs are a bit much, he muttered. Your wife's behind you. Elise chuckled. We're the heroes of the town, after all. Lupus smiled back. Enjoy it. We've earned this. Elise blinked. We? Lupus pointed. Hans helped too. He analyzed the gate. Cut him some slack, he earned it. Lupus smirked. I'm part of the brain squad, you know? Elise looked skeptical, but said nothing as they walked. Elise sighed. Why are we heading to the guild? Lupus replied. They're giving us a reward for stopping the gate. They couldn't even send a carriage to pick us up? Elise grumbled. This country treats heroes like common labor. Lupus calmly said, Every nation has its customs. Be patient. Elise muttered. Then they better reward us really well. Elise glanced over her shoulder. Still, we need to be clear about what reward we're expecting from the guild. As they walked, Elise murmured, "We can't let them shortchange us." Lupus glanced up. Something caught his attention. Footsteps echoed ahead. A guard stepped forward, voice clear and loud, holding a scroll, about to make an announcement. In recognition of adventurers Alan Lupus and his party, the guard said, "We offer a formal invitation to the palace." Lupus froze, stunned. An invitation? The royal crest gleamed behind the guard, a symbol of honor and potential complications to come. Elise narrowed her eyes. There's definitely something off. This invitation, it's too sudden. What are they really planning? In the shadows, a malicious grin formed. The moment draws near, a voice whispered, hunger rising in every syllable. Below the palace, a glowing sword rested atop gold. "I'll come for it soon," the voice echoed. Ordine's relic.
Sunlight filtered through swaying branches. Inside, Alan sat quietly, gazing from the window. His eyes narrowed slightly, sensing the importance of their destination, a faint tension building within him. Across the seat, companions shifted nervously, whispering rumors about an immense labyrinth hidden beneath the royal dungeons. Alan's lips curved slightly, revealing sharp determination, prepared to uncover truths and challenges buried within forbidden depths. Under the guise of leisure, armored knights and travelers journeyed outward, concealing their true dangerous mission. Alan endured exhausting rides, harsh weather, and fierce battles, forcing his body onward despite relentless unforeseen hardships. Questions pressed on him heavily, doubts clawing his mind, yet determination strengthened his resolve with purpose. Whispers revealed the truth hidden deep lay the sacred artifact once wielded by the first emperor. Companion wondered anxiously why the emperor's artifact was discovered abroad, far beyond their nation's borders. Alan reflected quietly, recalling how Cardinal Michael uncovered ancient records during studies, sparking dangerous interest across kingdoms. Prince Rupel intercepted fragments of knowledge, twisting them into schemes, forcing Alan into circumstances he couldn't ignore. As a prince, Alan recognized opportunity's weight, knowing passing such chances would weaken his influence and authority. Diplomatic negotiations were impossible. Foreign powers strengthened defenses, leaving direct requests ineffective within the tense atmosphere. Understanding this, Alan devised careful strategies, ensuring rivals exposed intentions, granting him crucial control over unfolding events. Alan decided adjustments were necessary, keeping his name unchanged, but concealing most abilities to avoid suspicion. His disguise required balance, subtly leaving traces of identity to ensure recognition if circumstances demanded proof. Alan understood neither the Holy Empire nor Iran made initial moves, restrained by pride and tradition. But if invited first as royalty's representative, his presence would carry legitimacy neither side could challenge. Thus, their request for him confirmed significance. Morning sun rose over the horizon. A small boat approached the harbor slowly. Vendors shouted cheerfully, offering colorful produce and fresh goods. Nearby workers prepared massive ships. From above, the lively city spread outward. Massive doors creaked open. Whispers spread quickly among gathered nobles. Elder magicians frowned deeply. Among armored guards, unease thickened. Nobles murmured in disbelief, questioning the queen's judgment for granting audience to an unknown adventurer. The queen sat upon her throne, regal and stern. The armored knight advanced slowly, steps echoing across polished stone. Tension mounted, nobles whispering furiously. Accusations filled the hall, nobles shouting insults, questioning insolence, demanding answers for such unprecedented audacity displayed. Alan's eyes glowed coldly, determination unshaken. Queen Ricarans, 82, renowned adventurer and orichalcum-ranked hero, commanded the hall with unwavering authority. Her gaze fixed on Alan, she welcomed him formally. The queen's steps echoed sharply as she descended. Nobles gasped in shock, their disbelief evident. Alan's arrival, once mocked, now drew stunned stares. The grand throne room fell silent as the queen's commanding voice welcomed the armored inside. Her identity was revealed: Queen Ricarans, sovereign ruler seated with authority that silenced restless nobles. He introduced himself formally, his words carrying weight, acknowledging her power while honoring the court's traditions. The queen regarded him intently, her presence steady, expressing recognition and honor for his respectful appearance. Noting Alan's resemblance to another, raising questions of lineage and hidden connections, Alan raised his head, aware of the queen's expectations, preparing himself for whatever request awaited. He listened closely as she leaned forward, her tone deliberate, entrusting him with an important task. Commanding silence filled the chamber, the queen's single word urging Alan to respond with utmost seriousness. She gestured toward the assembled nobility, revealing the gathering of Iran's most powerful aristocrats in attendance. Her eyes narrowed sharply, challenging Alan to uncover the hidden spy lurking among them unnoticed. The nobles shifted uneasily, confusion spreading as suspicion grew. Each glance searching for hidden betrayal. The queen's promise was clear, offering Alan any reward if he succeeded in exposing the spy. Among the gathered crowd, whispers erupted. One cloaked figure, realizing discovery had become dangerously close. Dark intent flared, eyes glowing ominously as the spy decided to seize the queen immediately. Alan's sharp gaze locked on to the movement, forcing the hidden enemy into the open, shocking everyone with sudden precision. The cloaked reeled backward, blood spilling. The court erupted in chaos, nobles recoiling in fear. Alan admitted truthfully he couldn't directly sense vampires, but his sharp intuition rarely led him wrong. Standing firm, he declared acceptance of the queen's task, determination evident in his unwavering gaze. The wounded man collapsed, blood dripping from his lips, his desperate plea echoing faintly across stone. A blade pierced his chest mercilessly, crimson spraying violently. The armored knight withdrew the weapon swiftly, his movements steady. Nearby, a dying hand twitched feebly, its fingers clawing at the air. Within the grand cathedral, armored stood vigilant, shadows stretching beneath banners, awaiting clarity amid the chaos. Alan observed the tension rise, analyzing the knight's numbers, realizing the confrontation was far from finished. The crowned ruler spoke calmly, her authority unwavering, ensuring Alan that resistance would crumble beneath divine command. Arcane energy erupted violently, glowing symbols scattering across the chamber, surrounding Alan within a storm of power. Alan stood firm amidst lightning's crackle, his presence unshaken, prepared to confront objections challenging his rightful stance. Animated corpses and armored shades emerged, eyes glowing eerily, obeying his command, enforcing silence against the hall. Nobles whispered uneasily among themselves. Another group remained silent, fearful, watching events spiral beyond expectation, their courage faltering before Alan's overwhelming presence. Alan's confident smile held steady, his words cutting through silence, declaring the mission's completion as clean. The ruler's calm demeanor returned, eyes sharp, affirming Alan's authority, accepting unchallenged dominance within the grand chamber. A messenger announced firmly, fists clenched with urgency, that Lord Alan had officially arrived before the throne. The heavy doors opened slowly, bloodstains marking the entrance, signaling Alan's awaited arrival before the throne. Alan stepped forward, confidently, answering the summons. The ruler welcomed him graciously, concealing sharp authority beneath courtesy, offering tea as an unexpected gesture. Alan listened silently, the air heavy with expectation, as gratitude framed the ruler's carefully chosen words. The monarch acknowledged Alan's actions sincerely, recognizing his pivotal role in preventing the kingdom's complete downfall. The ruler's gratitude deepened, praising Alan for unmasking hidden vampires, threatening the fragile stability within. Alan sat composed, surrounded by elegant dishes, acknowledging the ruler's thanks with calm, measured silence. He carefully lifted the steaming teacup internally. Alan reflected thoughtfully, realizing she sought discourse with a prince, not merely an adventurer.